I stumbled into the world of what I thought was the game Rise of Dawn, but something felt off. Really off. It was like someone had rewound the clock, not to version 2.0, but all the way back to before the public beta. Then, a message flashed before my eyes: the Rise of Dawn boss template has been bound. After testing, the original boss Blood Prison Greedy Wolf has died. The new boss template is being generated. Please wait, what? Boss template? Me? Before I could process this, another message popped up. You have created an exoskeleton mechanical device, experience value plus 10,000, alchemy technology proficiency plus 100, skill point plus 1, additional experience plus 10,000. Exoskeleton? Experience points? Was I leveling up? As a boss? This wasn't in the patch notes. I tinkered, I built, I experimented. Turns out, being a boss came with some unexpected perks. By the time the first players finally arrived, I wasn't lurking in some dark dungeon. I was the city lord, ruling from my gleaming, technologically advanced metropolis. And they were confused. Understandably so. This game shouldn't be too real, okay? I overheard one whisper. It's outrageous enough for a boss to be the city lord. But what's going on with the boss driving a Gundam? Yeah, about that Gundam, a little something I whipped up in my spare time. Turns out, being a boss with a knack for engineering has its advantages. Let the games begin. Ha ha ha. An old gray wolf, its left leg twisted, limped through the snow, its eyes filled with hate. A trail of blood stained the white ground. Crunch. Its steps grew weaker. The soft sound in the snow was the only noise besides the wind, emphasizing its loneliness. Crunch, crunch. Another set of paw prints appeared. The wolf stopped, hate sharpening its fading awareness. It bared its fangs. Crunch. Woof. The sound grew closer. The three-legged wolf hunched low, growling, a warning. It would still fight. Gotcha. A rough voice. The wolf saw black boots, smelled a sweet scent, then darkness. A pale young man in a black coat knelt, grabbed the wolf's scruff, and dragged it deeper into the valley. Bien stared ahead, uncertain. He'd been trapped in the game Dawn Rising for 2 years. The game had reset 30 years, back to before players even existed. This gave him time, but also left him lost. This wasn't just a game. The creatures he killed stayed dead. There was no respawning. And without his player stats, would his death be permanent? He wouldn't risk it. Crunch, crunch. Whoosh. The wind howled, snow falling thicker, burying the world in white. Bien pulled his coat tighter. A tiny, ball-shaped robot emerged from his clothes, emitting waves that erased the drag marks in the snow. Dawn Rising had been a revolutionary game back on Earth. It appeared suddenly, boasting 97% realism, before anyone had perfected brain-computer interfaces. People called it alien tech. Then, the government endorsed it, and it became a global phenomenon. The story was simple: the god of destiny was injured. The other gods attacked him and fought for his power. The world of Shia was shattered, magic faded, and the gods vanished into the void. Ancient gods and abyssal monsters awoke, plunging Shia into chaos. 3 civilizations struggled to survive, clinging to order. These were the 3-player factions. Only in the later versions could players travel between them. Dawn Rising referred to the hope of these civilizations. But it was a long shot. Even in Bien's time, they were barely holding on, just starting to form alliances. They survived thanks to powerful heroes and the world's natural defenses, which kept the strongest monsters out. But it was only a matter of time. Players theorized 3 possible saviors: new gods, the return of the old gods, or unlimited player access, allowing players to reshape the world. Of course, the developers ignored the last one. Players with unchecked power would break the game. Bien had reached version 3.0. 10 million players out of 10 billion people was a small percentage. Game access was limited, with waiting lists and anti-addiction systems. But the realism was intoxicating. Players treated it like a second life. Who wouldn't want to be a fireball-throwing wizard, saving the world? Trapped in the game, Bien inhabited his character, a level 21 alchemist. That's how he'd survived, reaching level 30, almost at the next tier. He reached the valley's heart, snow thick on the ground. He found a hidden stone and pressed it. Click, click, click. Gears whirred. The ground rumbled. A circular section rose, revealing a hidden stairway. He dragged the wolf towards the opening. As the ground resealed, his little robot returned. A warm light shone from the robot, illuminating the steps. Tap, tap, tap. His boots echoed on the stone. He took a deep breath, pushing away his doubts. Before getting the game, he devoured every bit of information. The realism was captivating. He remembered this wolf. It was the first image in the game's trailer, a powerful early boss. The story went, frontier soldiers slaughtered the wolf's pack. This old wolf, the former alpha, watched his family die. The new alpha died defending them. Fueled by hate and unusual intelligence, the level 7 wolf escaped and eventually reached a much higher level, leading monster attacks. The game was deeply detailed. Each faction had its own story, each NPC a unique background. Every action had a reason. Bien had chosen this faction. He knew the wolf's timeline. Players wouldn't arrive for another year. In that time, the wolf would jump from level 7 to 51. Impossible, based on Bien's experience. So, he'd moved his shop to the border, tracked the wolf based on his memories, and found its hiding place. But this opportunity seemed meant for someone else. He'd spent the year honing his alchemy and watching the patrols. Finally, the wolf appeared. This is the beginning of everything, and with it, something seems to be proven. The White Plague probably dragged the old wolf down for about 200 meters, and the long passage was finally completed. What catches the eye is a stone house with bright yellow lights. However, the things placed in the stone house are very technological and seem to be slightly separated from the stone walls. Obviously, he has transformed this place into a secret laboratory, but the high-grade materials are too expensive, and there are not many real good things. I looked at the relatively flat wall on the left. There were projections of some images on it. There was a patrol team composed of different races. They didn't seem to care about the escaped old wolf. A man and the orcs happily dragged their trophies to a border town. "Welcome back, dear Mr. White Plague." A mechanical sound sounded, and Bien retracted his gaze from the big screen, glanced at the creature that looked like a mobile phone, and asked, "Has anyone contacted me?" "Mr. Quartermaster Sabo left a message asking you to reply to him after you finish your work. He has a business he wants to discuss with you." This thing is a communication device in this world, although it cannot play games like a smartphone. But in terms of communication alone, it is still very convenient. As long as the connection between the two communication devices is established, then it does not care about signals, but will only be blocked by magic. It is said that this thing was developed by alchemists when God was still alive. There are even many black technologies that are stronger than Blue Star. These are all due to the status of the alchemist. Alchemists are the pioneers of technology and medicine in this world. The extraordinary technology in their hands has powerful power that allows ordinary people to kill extraordinary people. Therefore, every alchemist, whether he majors in pharmacy, technology, or transformation, has a very high status in the Federation. Although he is not as good as the Master, his status is definitely higher than that of warriors and knights. It is said that the Star Federation in the north is led by the Alchemist Sage, and it is also the most technologically advanced federation. It's a pity that Bien doesn't have the strength to overcome the obstacles and reach the Federation of Stars for the time being. I see. Bien thoughtfully dragged the old wolf toward the innermost wooden door. Pushing open the wooden door, darkness struck again, and a long passage appeared in front of him. This passage in the mountain was very secret, and it took him a long time to find it. At the end of the passage, there is a cave that has not been modified at all. In the center of the cave, under a metal instrument, a dark golden giant egg is flowing with golden light, bringing a glimmer of light to the cave. Buzz buzz buzz. As the White Plague brought the old wolf closer, the dark golden giant egg began to flicker, giving off a sense of urgency. Really? Bien calmed his mind. He had been researching this thing for more than half a year and had no clue at all. It was not an alchemical technology or a magical product. It was very mysterious. Putting the old wolf down, Bien began to observe the frequency of the golden ball flashing. Turning around and dragging the old wolf closer, the golden ball's flashing frequency also accelerated. Bien took a long breath. He was right. This thing was the opportunity that caused Lao Lang to reach level 51 from level 7 in 1 year. But like countless tests, this thing recognizes its owner, which is very troublesome. Bien pressed a button, and the instrument above the golden egg started working. A red light slowly scanned the dome, and information about the dome also appeared on the small screen of the instrument. Name, Dark Gold Dome. Quality, unknown. Material, unknown. Effect, unknown. Change, the flashing frequency has been accelerated by 300%. Morphological changes, the surface of the dome appears slightly uneven. Supplement: currently, scanners cannot accurately calculate the microscopic world. B's eyes lit up. Based on the current state of the old wolf, assuming that he did not occupy this natural hole, what could the old wolf do with this extremely hard thing after entering? With the old wolf's injury, the only thing he could do was to get closer, which meant a very old-fashioned way of identifying the master with blood. White Plague has been dripped with blood more than once, and there was no reaction every time. However, this time the dome has changed in the microscopic world, and it is worth trying again. Bien took off the black leather glove on his left hand, took out a small scalpel from his windbreaker, and lightly slashed his finger. Then he dripped blood on the dome without hesitation. The dome flickered for a moment, and blood condensed into blood beads on the top of the dome. It neither went up nor came down. It seemed to be rejected? Bien frowned and looked at the old wolf behind him with some hesitation. The old wolf is the beginning of everything. If he kills the old wolf, he doesn't know what will happen to this mysterious golden egg. If instead of re-electing its owner, it disappears directly, then it will really miss the biggest opportunity. Before hesitating, Bien had already put the scalpel against Lao Lang's chest. With just a slight push, everything would be done. He looked back at the rejected drop of blood on the dark gold dome. Bien still pushed the scalpel in his hand into the old wolf's heart. A low whimper sounded deep in the underground cave, and the dome's flashing frequency suddenly accelerated to an abnormal speed. The blood on the dome began to beat, and there was a risk of slipping off at any time. At this time, Bien's eyes became very determined. If he can't get something, what kind of opportunity is it? If it is destroyed, it will be destroyed. His eyes were fixed on the rapidly flashing dome and the drop of blood on it. As the old wolf's body twitched unnaturally, the flickering frequency of the dome suddenly stopped, and the entire egg turned golden, completely illuminating the dim cave. In front of Bien's eyes, the blood beads slowly began to merge into the golden egg after the old wolf died. A glimmer of excitement flashed in Bien's eyes. His efforts this year have not been in vain. Pulling out the scalpel, Bien just wanted to get closer when the golden egg suddenly exploded and endless golden light enveloped him. A warm feeling came over him, and Bien always felt that his body was undergoing some kind of change. Before he could feel it carefully, a loud sound suddenly exploded in his mind. The Rise of Dawn boss template has been bound. After testing, the original boss Blood Prison Greedy Wolf has died, and a new boss template has been generated. As the golden light dissipated, Bien shook his hands. His strength seemed to have increased a little, and his mental strength had also been enhanced. The most important thing is that the magic power in the body has more silver brilliance. Is this a direct transformation? And the panel I just mentioned Bien was a little excited. When he came to this world, he called the panel countless times, but there was no response. Players will now arrive 1 year and 3 months later. Now that I have the ability to predict, at least the general outline will still happen. Butterfly wings can affect many things, but they cannot affect the decisions of gods. Concentrate, swipe, and a long panel appears. Name, White Plague. Race, human. Occupation, alchemist. Level, 31, 0/50,000. Experience, 0, gold coins, 0, personal attributes, strength 10, agility 10, endurance 10, intelligence 75, spirit 103, charisma 7, luck 1. Free attribute points, 0, legend, 30, famous far and wide. Rank, silver lower level. Skills, elementary alchemical pharmacy, 2753/3000, expand, intermediate alchemical technology, 2361/5000, expand, elementary alchemical transformation, 998/3000, expand. Skill points, 0, personal expertise, high concentration. You can concentrate more easily and have a plus 10% success rate when making alchemical products. Profiteer. Your alchemical creations are more likely to be accepted when you set a high price. This is your innate talent. Boss template expertise, alchemy demon alchemy genius, your comprehension rate of alchemy knowledge plus 100%. Boss growth, you can choose a boss specialty every 10 levels. Now the number of feats you can choose, 3, evaluation, a lucky man who broke the original trajectory. His will is no longer to take over the position of the greedy wolf of Blood Prison, but a brand new boss. Perhaps the myth of alchemy was born at this moment. When White Plague's eyes light up, his expertise is equivalent to a passive skill, such as a warrior's high resistance, and this boss template is equivalent to giving a passive skill every 10 levels, which is very strong. No wonder those bosses are so difficult to kill. Every passive can be said to be combat power in addition to combat power. For example, everyone is a level 10 warrior, and if I have an extra passive that improves defense, I can easily kill guys who don't have a passive. In the game before, he had been highly focused on farming alchemist for a long time, but, what the hell is that profiteer? Not paying attention to these small details, Bai Bian turned his attention to the alchemy demon. This thing is the most powerful thing for alchemists. Every alchemist will choose an alchemy path to specialize when he reaches silver. That is one of focusing on learning potions, technology, and transformation. Of course, only players have the mandatory option, and there is no compulsion for natives, but everyone also chooses a specialization. The reason is also very simple. No matter how talented you are, you cannot master the huge knowledge system of alchemy, because no one will directly stuff knowledge into your mind. You need to learn it bit by bit. And create his own new path, which is his own alchemical knowledge. There is only so much time, and you still have to do research, so you have to study in a timely manner. After selecting a specialization, when silver reaches the upper level, the difficulty of alchemy continues to increase, and then the three major categories have to be subdivided: the energy and matter of technology, the poison, curse and gain of potions, and the mechanical transformation and flesh distortion of transformation. Although they all feel complementary to each other, each branch has a huge treasure trove of knowledge. The alchemy demon doubled his comprehension rate, which meant that Bai Bian had more time to learn other alchemy knowledge. Whether you are specializing in one thing or developing multiple things, you have more choices. Bai Bi's slightly pale face turned rosy, and he quickly focused his attention on the optional boss specialties. There were 3 passives, and this wave took off directly. You have enabled optional boss expertise X1. Please choose one of the 3 specialties. Magic fountain. Your magic power will be purified, and the quality of the alchemical formations you depict will increase by 30%. Bai Bian's eyes lit up. What is this? Bai Bing only saw that the price of his alchemy products would double in the future. Read on. Spiritual growth. Every improvement you make will lead to an improvement in your spirit, which is now increased by 90. Bai Bian's heart was violently moved. For alchemists, mental power is undoubtedly very important. When mental power is strong, the success rate will continue to increase when refining potions or making weapons. And mental power also means the potential of the alchemist, and it can even be combined with some of the spiritual attack methods of the psionic master to enhance the alchemist's combat effectiveness. Bai Bing looked at the last one. Strength growth. Every time you improve, your physical strength will be enhanced, now increased by 30. After hesitating for a moment, Bai Bian chose spiritual growth. Magic power purification was important, but looking at Bai Bian's intelligence and spiritual attributes, we can tell that he was originally an alchemist specializing in spirituality. The main focus is low failure rate and profound knowledge. As for the power growth, alchemist never relies on himself to fight. Even if he has to rely on himself, what about the alchemy transformation? Equipped with mechanical prosthetics or direct flesh and blood distortion, the silver alchemist can fight hand-to-hand with the silver warrior. Although he has no skills, his strength can work miracles. In one go, Bai Bian directly opened the remaining 2 specialty options. Among the 6 options, 5 are about endurance, defense and HP, agility, and strength. Although these physical attributes are exaggerated for every boss, Bai Yan, as a scholar, never lacks thugs and equipment. But this specialty is indeed very interesting. It seems to be specially prepared for him. Can it only be said that it is a boss template? Spiritual defense. Your mental power will naturally build a solid layer of defense on your body, and the defense will grow as your mental power increases. And the last white plague choice was Soul Gourmet. You can increase soul strength by eating soul. Soul strength and spirit are interconnected. The stronger the soul, the stronger the spirit. After the selection was completed, Bai Yi felt his spirit growing stronger. Looking at the gorgeous panel, he felt completely happy. He saw hope. The alchemical technology created by the legendary alchemist Great Sage could even shake the gods. The Star Federation in the north was considered the strongest of the 3 federations. Because the sage's main focus is technology, his technological weapons can easily resist or even kill legends. What's more, there is a legendary master in the Federation of Stars, which is quite stable. Once the alchemist sage no longer has to worry about being attacked instantly, other professions will be able to see how terrifying the profession of alchemy is. After taking a look at the old wolf, Bai Bian walked out in a good mood. 3 small round machines flew out from the hem of his windbreaker again, dragging the old wolf out. Wolf meat is not as delicious as expected, especially the meat of such an old wolf, so it is better to get rid of it. When he came outside, Bai Bian looked at the wind and snow on the screen, his eyes lost in thought. The period between the old wolf's escape and the player's arrival lasted for 1 year and 3 months. During these times, White Plague needs to plan carefully. What is the difference between boss templates and NPC templates? Can you send tasks to players? Can you take the mission? These issues are relatively important. As for whether it will be killed by players as a monster, that's not the case. He only needs to get a position in the Dawn Federation, and there is no possibility of being attacked. After all, Rise of Dawn is meant to help the Federation. As long as it has a certain positive influence on the Federation, players cannot attack that NPC. After thinking about it, Bien suddenly said, "Connect to Mr. Sabo." "Okay, please wait." The communication device shimmered, and the alchemical inscriptions gradually outlined a symbol. Soon, a high-pitched voice sounded, with a hint of treachery, "Oh, my friend, you have contacted me. I have been waiting for you for a long time. Mr. Saab, if you have anything to say, you can tell me directly. I think with our relationship, we don't need to beat around the bush." Bien smiled. Alchemy is a profession that consumes a lot of money just like the master. More than half of his experience points come from the help of this dwarf. Sabo's voice also brought joy. "Mr. White Plague is still so happy. Okay, let me tell you straight, our border guards made the new energy gun you developed famous. Now the Wolf family wants to buy 500 energy guns from you. We can discuss the price when you have time." 500? Bien's tone suddenly showed a hint of excitement. "Yes, 500. Sabo said with the same excitement in his tone. "I don't need to say more about what the Wolf family represents." Bien calmed down his excitement. "As always, Mr. Saab, I can work overtime here. As long as the materials are in place, it can be almost done in half a month." "My friend, your speed still amazes me. I understand that the materials will arrive at your warehouse in the evening, so let's do this for now. I need to entertain friends from afar," Sabo said with a smile and hung up. Got the phone. The smile on Bien's face couldn't stop. The energy gun is an alchemical weapon made by White Plague using the energy science of alchemy technology and based on Barrett's prototype. It is no longer a firearm that requires gunpowder to propel it, but a small explosion of extraordinary energy that pushes out special bullets. The kinetic energy is even more powerful than the original Barrett. In addition, it is contaminated with extraordinary attributes, so this is the strongest weapon that White Plague can create at present. It can kill warriors without special expertise within level 30, as well as those unprepared masters. This is how he got his 30 points of fame. And Sabo is the quartermaster of Tobu City, a dwarf, who is the bridge between White Plague and the official cooperation of Tobu City, and he makes money from it like crazy. The most important thing is that because Bai Biching has made practical things more than once, Saab can also be regarded as the spokesperson of Bai Bing's business. And Bai Bien also discovered Sabo's talent. For example, some materials cost about 30 gold coins, and the market price was about 300. Bai Ying's own price may be as high as 400, which in Bai Ying's opinion has reached the limit. After all, 1 gold coin is equal to 10,000 copper coins, and a farmer's annual income is 2,000 copper coins, which is about 20 silver coins. An increase of 100 is already very bad, but if it is sold by Saab, even if White Plague is 5,050 with him, then White Plague will definitely make more profit than selling it himself. And there is no need to produce raw materials. This time, I may be able to exchange more advanced alchemical knowledge with the Federation. Standing up, Bai Bien picked up the communicator and walked out. He needs to return to Tobu City. The golden finger has been obtained, but this is still a secret base, and some secrets that don't want people to know can be moved here. The abyss-influenced area and mutated area hundreds of miles around Tobu City have been cleared, and the subordinates of the ancient gods will not approach the Dawn Federation at this time. White Blight knows what they are waiting for. In the next 30 years, no one will try to provoke a legendary sword master who is about to reach the end of his life, even if the other person is a god. They were planning the arrival of other majestic beings at dawn, but they put away their sharp claws and prying eyes, quietly waiting for the sword to disappear. Bai Ying observed the boss template, mainly focusing on experience points, skill points, and free attribute points. These things are actually not unfamiliar to White Plague. Free attribute points are difficult to obtain. Most of them are rewards from tasks, because every upgrade in this game will directly add points based on your profession and the impact of breakthrough. In other words, each attribute point is an additional improvement, which is equivalent to an ordinary NPC getting a precious potion that permanently increases attribute points. The preciousness of attribute points also shows how exaggerated it is to add 90 points of mental power to the specialty, spiritual growth. If you look at it according to the normal player template, 190 points of mental power should be in the middle of silver. That is level 3843. In addition, he continues to improve. Can we only say that he is worthy of the boss template? The benefits of a strong spirit are obvious. It allows Bai Bian to exert the power of his soul, make his thoughts stronger and his thinking more flexible, and even form a force and become part of the combat force. Crunch. You can also discover things that you wouldn't otherwise notice. Bai Bian's leather shoes stepped on the snow for a moment. He tightened the windbreaker and pulled up the hood of the windbreaker, covering half of his eyes. The black outfit is very conspicuous in this white world. If you observe carefully, you will find that his steps are slowly decreasing. Hoo ho ho! The surrounding snow is getting heavier, the visibility in the snow is very low, and there is a tendency for a blizzard to form. At the hem of his windbreaker, thumb-sized mechanical balls floated around along with a burst of goosefeather-sized snowflakes. White Blight stopped at the exit of the valley. He reached into the lining of his windbreaker and took out a black revolver. The stimulation of his subtle mental power caused a subtle arc of electricity to emit from the pistol. He smoothly pulled the safety of the pistol, pointed the revolver at the white patch of snow in front of him, and pulled the trigger without hesitation. Boom! A huge explosion made the surrounding wind and snow even more noisy, and special bullets that were many times faster than the sound sank into the snow. Forehead. After whispering softly, the blue arc of electricity brought up the snowflakes, and the bright red began to spread on the snow, creating a dazzling color. Boom! Boom boom boom! The rotation of the wheel did not stop, and the blue arc kept jumping. Bai Ji's powerful mental power locked onto the rat trying to ambush him. The recoil of the bronze-level revolver made Bai Ji's hands tremble a little. But the adjustment of his mental power still allowed him to shoot 5 bullets with powerful kinetic energy forward in a very short time. The heat from Bai Ji's mouth turned into mist in the ice and snow, and the already poor vision ahead became even hazier. Russell, Russell, don't kill me. Kill me. In the blurred vision, an ugly figure that was lying in the snow was running away into the distance. It kept making sharp sounds, but these sounds were blown intermittently in the snowstorm, making it look extremely embarrassed. Bai Bian's mental power locked onto the fleeing guy, and he aimed the revolver in his hand slightly. Boom! After a huge explosion, the short creature stopped, slowly fell forward, and disappeared into the snow. A smile appeared on Bai Bian's face, and the arc of the revolver in his hand exploded. The strong electric light tore through the wind and snow, and a sacred meaning was looming. Raise your aiming arm, point it sharply to the left, and pull the trigger. Buzz. The 6 rounds of bullets had been fired, and the blue arc on the revolver converged into a beam of light and sprayed out violently. Boom! Caca. An explosion accompanied by the sound of glass breaking exposed the hunter behind the bait. Bang bang bang! The sound of applause sounded, and behind a muscular man holding a shield and wearing a goblin mask, a thin man whose whole body was wrapped in black cloth with only a pair of eyes exposed said, "You can actually find us with this kind of mental intensity. Never seen before, no wonder." Bai Bian looked at the 2 people opposite him through the wind and snow. There were 2 Baiyan subordinates, a warrior and an assassin. He didn't know which direction he had transferred to. The others did not reveal any more information. Just looking at that look, Bai Bian's smile disappeared. Something was wrong. "What do you want from me?" he asked tentatively. A trace of contempt flashed in the assassin's eyes, and he took out an envelope from his arms. The black power in his hand flashed slightly, and the letter turned into a dart and attacked Bai Bing. Shadow Assassin. Bai Bian made an instant judgment, moved his head slightly, and the letter flew past his head by a hair's breadth, and hovered fiercely in the air. The energy control is top-notch. When he saw clearly the mark of a black rose on the envelope, Bai Bian's heart sank suddenly. "Sign it." A command-like voice came, without mentioning any benefits, but the disadvantages were already obvious. "If you don't sign, you will die." Bai Bing's eyes hidden under his hood were solemn. He had just broken through. In other words, against a bronze-level scientist, the opponent sent 2 silver-level warriors, and first used a war of attrition to fight against the enemy. This. Can we only say that it is worthy of this organization? What if I don't? Bai Bian was very calm, and there was no emotion in his voice. But just as he finished speaking, the atmosphere in the venue suddenly condensed. The silver-level aura disturbed feng shui, and a strong sense of crisis enveloped Bai Bian's body. Obviously, the other party has already given the answer and also given the opportunity to repent. Bai Bian casually put the pistol into his pocket, and unconsciously fumbled with the index finger of his left hand with his right hand. In the endless wind and snow, the atmosphere in the venue gradually became depressed. This organization is so famous. The supporting character in the Dawn Zone 3.0 version trailer, the dying juggernaut of the Dawn Federation, is the main publicity point. In the 3-minute promotional video, some entities hidden in the darkness were particularly conspicuous. They stood behind a group of high-ranking figures, which seemed to indicate that the tentacles were spreading throughout the kingdom. Rose of the Night, this is the final boss of version 3.0, with a 97% authenticity, which has made these players suffer a lot. The extremely mysterious organizational structure has allowed players throughout East Asia to start a werewolf killing scenario with tens of millions of people. The NPC that issued the mission actually had enemies mixed in. Many people happily went out of the city to do the mission, and then happily entered the enemy's trap. Even the players could not find the reason for their death. With the digging of some masters, the whole dawn began. I was confused about whether my NPC was an enemy NPC, whether the NPC's mission was to die or a real mission, and how to kill these enemy NPCs. The players in the Federation of Stars and the Federation of the Sun ate the melon with gusto and admired the madness of this game, which actually did not reveal the identity of the enemy or friend NPC. The reason why Bai Bian can recognize them at a glance is because he entered the game in 3.0. The result of being crazily tortured is to read the master's strategies every day, although he has no clear characteristics. But the arrogant look in which everything is under control and you are just a plaything, coupled with the iconic death solicitation letter, are enough to confirm the authenticity. After all, they lost the letter first and made threats. In addition, they sent out people with more people, higher level than the enemies, and even professional restraint to send out the invitations. So they rarely miss. They are arrogant but cautious. If they don't join, they will die. As soon as Bai Bian saw their arrogance, he thought of his fear of being dominated by fake NPCs. However, the current White Plague is not too afraid of this organization. Before the death of the old Swordmaster, any monsters will be quiet. This is also the reason why players did not discover this organization at all in the first 2 versions. The murderous intent in the assassin's eyes was undisguised, and he said coldly, "Is this your final choice? You can change your answer at any time before you die." As the assassin spoke, his figure disappeared out of thin air, and the warriors were also ready to move. From a distance of 100 meters, silver-level warriors could arrive in an instant. They would not give the alchemist a chance to draw his weapon again. The wind and snow are getting worse, and a blizzard seems to have formed. The bodies that died just now have no traces of blood at all. Bai Bian waited quietly without answering. He seemed to be thinking and at a loss, much like the bronze alchemist when he faced the assassin for the first time. Zheng, the wind and snow were cut instantly, and behind Bai Bian, a sharp blade was less than 1 meter away from him. There was mockery in the eyes of the warrior in front. The alchemist was approached, and his death was certain. Zitzi, but the next moment, the sound of electric shock was heard, and the dagger behind his back stopped suddenly when it was less than 30 centimeters away from Bai Bian. Bai Bian's face exposed to the snow showed a wanton smile and he snapped his fingers. Bang boom! The violent explosion disturbed the wind and snow, and the powerful warrior suddenly flew out and severely broke a big tree. Bai Bian turned around unhurriedly, put the revolver in his hand back to the hem of his clothes, took off the glove on his left hand, looked at the assassin in front of him who was about to break free from the powerful power grid, and waved. Green gas spurted out from Bai Biao's waving hand, followed the shock wave that exploded in the direction of the warrior, and directly attached to the assassin. Zheng Bai Bian jumped back and dodged the assassin's dagger, with that smile still on his lips. Buzzing as if the sound of wings flapping sounded, a small silver ball appeared between the 2 people along the wind and snow. Bai Bian waved. The small silver ball burst into bright white light, followed by endless high temperature that engulfed the moment. Boom! A violent roar erupted in the snow, and a powerful shock wave blew the hem of his windbreaker. He started making preparations when he realized someone was ambushing Bai Bing. As a scientist with relatively little personal strength in this world, Bai Bing always regarded his own safety as very important. After it is determined to be an irreconcilable enemy, White Plague will mercilessly turn the enemy into a dead person. Chatting with a hostile alchemist who carries a lot of equipment with him at all times was the biggest mistake and the last decision these 2 people made in their lives. Bai Bian turned around to look, and raised his hand slowly. 3 more of the small metal balls appeared in front of him. The one in the middle quickly grew in size, forming the structure of a gun almost instantly. The other 2 small balls were also deforming and attached to the first ball. As the fire light dissipated, Bai Bian already had a 1-meter-long barret in his hand. This is the energy gun that the quartermaster said. It is the most powerful weapon that can be created before the White Plague breaks through. The prototype is Barrett. The principle of shooting bullets is to use the high temperature and high pressure gas generated by the burning of gunpowder to push the bullet out of the gun bore. In the extraordinary world, the metal that White Plague can refine is much stronger than that of Blue Star. After reaching the extraordinary level, the gunpowder is replaced with a more efficient liquid bomb, and with the help of the extraordinary power of the alchemy array, the power of Barrett is dozens of times that of Blue Star Barrett. Shiragane's lower-level warrior cannot be stopped. When the fire completely dissipated, except for an explosion crater, there was no figure of the assassin. White Blight is not surprised. After all, the advancement of major levels is transformation, or a jump in life levels. An explosion of this level can kill dozens of people, but it cannot kill extraordinary people. It is normal. Bai Bian turned around, looked at the soldier who had stood up, and teased with a smile, "Look, the area around your eyes has turned purple. Do you still have the strength to charge?" A flash of scarlet appeared in the warrior's eyes. He raised the big shield in his hand, grasped the bottom of the shield, and roared. Roar! Scarlet fighting spirit was burning on his body. The shield in his hand looked like a giant axe, and the aura on his body was increasing crazily. Berserker! Bai Bian's eyes narrowed slightly. Berserkers are a profession that pursues ultimate attack power. When they are injured, they will put themselves into a state of rage to make their pain disappear, and squeeze their bodies to burst out with more powerful power. On the battlefield, this profession can turn their area into a meat grinder in minutes. Before death, they will be in peak condition no matter how seriously injured they are. The Berserker launched a charge, and a special energy attached to the Berserker's feet. Each step of his charge was much faster than the previous one. There was a looming sense of voyeurism behind him, and he could feel that any movement he made would result in a fatal blow. The smile on Bai Bian's face remained unchanged. He raised the Barrett in his hand without hesitation and pulled the trigger instantly. Boom! The huge gunfire caused deafness within 10 meters. Barrett's special gun barrel instantly turned red. The endless high temperature pushed the alchemical bullets towards the Berserker at an incredible speed. With this kind of gun, Bai Bian abandons all other needs and pursues the ultimate aesthetics of violence. The powerful recoil even pushed Bai Bing out. The Berserker's pupils shrank, and the battle axe in his hand was blocked in front of him without hesitation. The fatal sense of crisis made him quickly wake up from his anger. Boom! There was a huge explosion, and the Berserker felt his right leg go numb, and he stumbled forward. The huge inertia of the original charge made him roll continuously. While rolling, the Berserker seemed to see his right leg flying into the sky in his wide eyes. Severe pain suddenly struck, the crimson in the Berserker's eyes faded crazily, and he hugged his broken right leg while it was still rolling in the air. Aha! He didn't expect that the alchemist's goal was not to kill him with one blow, but to make him lose his fighting ability. Zheng, the endless wailing and the sound of wind and snow were mixed with a subtle sound of breaking through the air, and the power of the shadow was no longer 1 meter away from the White Plague. No matter how you look at this situation, it's a one-for-one situation. But the next moment, a protective shield appeared around Bai Yi. This was the silver-level magic scroll that he spent a lot of money to buy. Although I really don't want to admit it, Master Fa's stuff is indeed more useful than other professions. After all, alchemists can build sky mechanical cities, but mages can also build mage towers. Both are pioneers in pursuing their own truths, and they require knowledge that other professions cannot match. And knowledge is power. When click, a crisp impact sounded, followed by the sound of a shield cracking. Bai Yi frowned fiercely. This shadow assassin seemed to have awakened his shield-breaking expertise? Mistake. Bai Bian made a quick calculation and quickly twisted his body to the left. He was an alchemist and was not afraid of poison. He could accept the injury in exchange for his life. The dagger cut through Master's shield and stabbed hard on his right shoulder. When click, a heavy sound sounded, and the powerful impact made Bai Bian stumble forward, but the pain he imagined did not come. Bai Bian was stunned and instantly thought of a specialty, mental defense. Bai Bian quickly turned around. The glove on his left hand was taken off at some point, and a black, primitive ring on his index finger spurted out a jet of dark green liquid. But the assassin made no move to dodge, he just looked at his dagger in shock. He didn't understand why even an assassin like him couldn't drop it even if he got close to crispy skin. It can't even break this crispy defense. As the liquid approached, just as the shadow assassin was about to use his power to block the attack in front, his eyes instantly turned green, and the magic power in his body completely stopped at this moment. The moment the dark green liquid touched his body, the silver-level assassin squirted, pure black blood flowed from the corner of his mouth, and he knelt down on one knee. He held the dagger tightly and tried to support himself to stand up. Humph! But he staggered and inserted the dagger into the snow. The strong poison on the dagger directly melted a piece of snow, dyeing the land under the snowblack. Bien stabilized his figure and reached out to touch his right shoulder behind his back. His clothes were not even torn. Is psychic defense worthy of being the boss' specialty? Does this mean that even if the attack power is lower than a certain level, the defense cannot be broken? And the upper limit of this attack power continues to grow as he grows. I used my mind to sense my body, and found that my mental power was pouring into it unconsciously, and my mental power seemed to be consumed a lot. In other words, it is a charged shield, and the saturated mental power will be stored on the surface of the body. When being hit, you will not be injured until the originally stored mental power is used up. After figuring this out, Bien was in a good mood. The upper limit of the shield grew with the upper limit of the spirit, and the upper limit of the spirit grew with the growth of strength and soul. No wonder the boss in the game requires the cooperation of so many people to defeat it. Thinking about it, Bien looked at the shadow assassin kneeling in front of him, listening to the screams behind him. The smile on Bien's face became more and more calm. The alchemist's nemesis is the assassin? Haha, without any nonsense, 7 or 8 mechanical balls came riding on the wind and snow. They deformed in the air one after another, becoming layered like an eyeball. Energy pulses shot instantly towards the eyes of the two silver-level powerhouses. Eyes, ears, mouth and nose. Zitzi, the scorching heat was extremely penetrating, amplifying the screams in an instant. These screams stopped abruptly the next moment, and there was no sound at all. In the wind and snow, a little black energy flashed over the two motionless corpses, and then returned to normal. This black air smell is very strange. They have no negative effects, but they can make people feel strong uneasiness. Based on the speculation in version 3.0, players felt that this was probably a limitation of Rose of the Night rooted in the soul level, but in the end no one could confirm it. Bien glanced at the panel. There was a small golden dot at the top of the personal panel. When he focused his attention on it, messages appeared on the screen one after another. You used the demon hunting revolver to kill a level 13 dwarf, and the experience value is plus 200. Because the level gap is too large, the experience value is reduced by 80%, and the experience value is plus 40. If you kill a level 11 dwarf with a demon hunting revolver, the experience value will be plus 35 due to the large level gap. You kill a level 13 goblin with a demon hunting revolver. Because the level difference is too large, the experience value will be plus 40. You use the demon hunting revolver dot. You use the hive to kill the silver level berserker, experience plus 3000, gold plus 50. Extra experience points plus 1000. You use the hive to kill the silver level shadow assassin. Experience value plus 3000, gold coin plus 50. Extra experience points plus 1000. You kill 2 silver level members of Rose of the Night, and the favorability of the Rose of the Night organization will be permanently reduced by 10. Looking at a series of panel prompts, Ife was very satisfied. Boss templates also have experience points for killing monsters. If this is the case, then there is no such thing as a bottleneck. No wonder the old wolf could reach the gold rank within a year. The killing of wild beasts is often easier. If the old wolf knew that he could get revenge by killing, then he would cause a lot of massacres within this year. As for the organization Rose of the Night, Bing did not explore their information during the whole process, nor did he say any names about them. It should not be a big deal. And now that gold cannot move lightly, since the White Plague has reached silver, there is no such thing as fear in Tobu City. As long as this organization comes to cause trouble for itself, White Plague will not mind making it pay an unbearable price. The high temperature Baradin by B's hand disintegrated and turned into 3 small round instruments, which flew back to the hem of his windbreaker together with a dozen instruments around him. Bien knelt down and picked up the dagger in the shadow assassin's hand. You obtain the silver level equipment, Poison Blade. This is also a feature of this game. After spawning monsters, the monster's corpse will not disappear, and except for experience points and gold coins, nothing else will explode. But what's better than other games is that as long as the things on the boss are not broken, they are all your trophies. This is actually more reasonable and is also loved by players. Because this kind of profit is actually much higher than that of exploding treasure boxes. After all, in previous games, the weapons in the hands of the boss were so gorgeous, but they could not be picked up and belonged only to NPCs. But no matter how gorgeous the equipment here is, as long as you can kill the owner, it will all belong to you. After groping for a while on the Shadow Assassin, Bai Bian got some more potions and gold coins, and even found a Dawn badge, which contained 1,000 contribution points, which was equivalent to 1,000 gold coins. The most important thing is that Dawn badges have no password, so he can transfer the money on them without any cost. This may be because the upper management wants to increase the competition and vigilance of the extraordinary people. If you can't keep the badge, it is no different from waste. Living is a waste of resources. Of course, if you rob openly, you will violate the law, and if you are caught or accused, you will become a coolie. The weak will hide their badges, so the Federation is not as chaotic as imagined. Bai Bian evaluated the price of the items on the Shadow Assassin's possession, and found that they were around 3,000 gold coins. Including the income from the badge, it was his monthly income from the Tobu City pharmacy. Sure enough, a gold belt for murder and arson. White Blight turned towards the berserker with a happy expression and continued to touch the corpse. You obtained the silver-level equipment, Mountain Shield Axe. You obtained the special mission item, Night Invitation. Bai Bian was stunned, looking at an invitation with a black rose in his hand, and then turned to look at the envelope on the ground with a contract effect. One of the two was a contract for new members to join the team, and the other was a gathering of old members. This kind of gathering was very special. A high-level player once sneaked in, and the scene that looked like a cult ritual was still fresh in Bai Bian's memory. It's just that every Dark Knight invitation has a golden boss in charge. A high-ranking player is quickly caught and killed. In the end, no one knows what is behind this kind of gathering. Finally, after quickly searching the warrior's belongings, Bai Bian breathed a sigh of relief. He took out the demon-hunting revolver from his pocket, loaded it with bullets, and fired at the contract without hesitation. The envelope burst into pieces in an instant. He had no interest in touching such a death invitation, as it would really lead to death. After some estimation, including the two badges, the total income this time is about 7,000 gold coins. This is a huge number, at least enough to feed the people of a city for a year. Prices in this world are inherently polarized. Because of the existence of powerful extraordinary beings, the annual output of food seeds they study is ridiculously large. Therefore, as long as the civilians in this world are willing to work, they can basically survive from starvation, but they can only survive due to various oppressions. Therefore, the common people in this world will regard becoming a transcendent as their lifelong goal. This is also the reason why these two people can easily get 6 bronze-level extraordinary beings to come as bait. Low-level extraordinary beings have a huge base in this world, and high-level extraordinary beings are rare. Because the resources required for extraordinary beings are too large, if a federation has 50 million lower-level bronzes, that is, beings at levels 11 to 17, then the number of people who can reach the middle level of bronze will be directly reduced to 10 million, and the upper level will be 50 million. 10,000, even less silver. Talent, resources, capital, family, and various restrictions make the entire federation just 2 legends. After getting up, within a moment, heavy snow covered the body with a thin layer of snow. After thinking about it, Bai Bian took out a bottle of medicine from his arms and opened it. Suddenly, the rich aroma spread into the distance along the snowstorm. Pour the potion on the warrior and assassin respectively. Bai Bian got up and walked towards Dongwu City. Predatory animals that hunt in winter like this aroma very much. Generally, this agent is used for trapping, but in many cases it cannot be used rigidly. It is also a way to clean up traces of corpses. Because White Plague likes to add some poisons to it, these poisons will suppress the poisons he usually uses, and they will only break out after a day. So, when the beast comes, and when the beast leaves, nothing will be left here. Crunch! The sound of leather boots on the snow gradually became distant, and the bodies behind were quickly buried in the wind and snow. Crunch! Another sound of stepping on the snow sounded, and a huge black nose sniffed the snow, and then eagerly opened its big mouth full of sharp teeth. When we arrived at Tobu City, the city looked a bit weird overall. On the stone walls, there were cannons full of technology, pointing menacingly into the distance. Soldiers holding Barrett energy guns were constantly patrolling, while under the city gate were soldiers holding long knives or shields. Mr. Plague! Mr. Plague! The eyes of the 2 human soldiers guarding the city gate lit up. They stood up straight and greeted them respectfully. Among the border guards in Tobu City, who doesn't know this knowledgeable alchemist? The equipment made by Bai Bing himself is what all soldiers long for, because it may save their lives on the battlefield. Mr. White Epidemic, do you need help? A young soldier stepped forward with a flattering smile on his face and asked politely. After all, in their eyes, alchemists are intellectuals, and it must be very laborious to carry such a large shield. With this alchemist's status in Tobu City, it is not wrong to gain a good impression. Call me a car, thank you. Bai Bian responded with a warm voice, and his footsteps paused a little. The soldier's eyes lit up, he left quickly, and responded enthusiastically, "Wait a moment, respected Mr. Baiying, I will be right away." Bai Bian nodded and glanced upward. The thickness of the city wall was about 8 meters. When entering the city gate, he could see that at least the east gate of the city wall was covered with densely packed mechanical structures. Steel forms this passage into the city. This thing is actually a bit outrageous, because it is the reason for the Dawn Federation border. It is said that a long time ago, when the old sword master went to the Star Federation in the north, he asked the alchemist sage to forge some weapons to protect the border. And the alchemist sage who specializes in machinery. In fact, Bai Bian has always had a doubt, how could a mere gold-level old wolf, plus some monsters in the mutated area, be able to break through this fortified city? The city of Beiping in the north had used the backhand of the border city in 2.0. The Gundam briefly resisted the legend until the arrival of the legendary berserker from the Federation. Suppressing his doubts, Bai Bian walked into Dongwu City. What catches the eye is a large area of brick or stone buildings that are not tall and can even be called simple. These are civilian areas. Although the streets are relatively clean, they have a different style from the high-tech buildings on the city walls. At this time, the soldier drove over quickly in a more technological vehicle. The vehicle was pure white and had a sci-fi style. It had a sense of déjà vu, as if the future was tearing apart ancient times. These are things studied by the nobles. It is said that they are a symbol of status. Each one costs thousands of gold coins. There are many such flashy vehicles in the 4 gates of Tobu City, and some are even seen. Nobles will race cars in the city, but there will be no traffic flow. Bai Bian sat on it, casually took out a gold coin and flicked it to the co-pilot, and calmly ordered, "Drive faster." "I understand, sir." The soldier's eyes lit up, he nodded repeatedly, and stepped on the accelerator. The vehicle roared and sped away in the envious eyes of the civilians around him. With a light touch of Bai Bian's fingertips, the backrest of the seat in front of him turned into a small screen. After a casual operation, a faint blue light emitted from his hand, and then a bottle of milk appeared at his hand. After taking a sip of milk, Bai Bian looked out. What he saw was the coldness. With the snowstorm coming, few civilians would hang out outside, and most of them worked indoors. Every time he rides in the car, Bai Bian can't help but sigh that the capital in this world can do better than his last world. The civilians had no means of transportation, used copper coins, and even lived in places without electric lights. In the wealthy areas, there will be sports cars in the future, and even more luxurious things. When the soldiers drove the vehicle to the dedicated lanes in the inner city, the speed of the vehicle began to increase endlessly, because civilians were not allowed to enter these lanes. Coupled with the fact that it is a one-way street, any experienced driver can push the speed of the vehicle to the limit. It only took about 30 minutes to reach the end of the endless civilian area. Another high wall appeared in front of Bai Bi. On the walls of this city, the soldiers' clothing and strength are even more powerful. Almost all the soldiers patrolling or standing guard are bronze-level extraordinary beings. Alchemy cannons are pointed at the outside of the city wall. The extremely tight defense declares the status of this place, the inner city, the rich area. "Mr. White Plague, we are here," the soldier said with a smile, and the door of the car close to the White Plague opened automatically and was raised like wings. "Thank you." Bai Bian came back to his senses, said thank you, got out of the car, and walked towards the city gate. In fact, the inner city does not prevent civilians from entering. They only need to register and pay an entry fee of 10 copper coins. And if the civilians were not in an emergency, no one would want to waste these copper coins. Of course, these are all matters on another road. The white epidemic is the channel for the rich, and of course there is no need to pay any fees. "Mr. Plague. Mr. Plague." When the soldiers guarding the gate saw Bai Bian, they all greeted him and looked extremely kind. Bai Bian's reputation is very big, even in the Dawn Federation. That's because he transferred some things from 30 years later. He was brought here and gained a great reputation. Although those things were copied in a short period of time and there was no copyright fee, the benefits to him were countless. Nodding as a greeting, Bai Bian stepped through the gate of the inner city and suddenly seemed to have stepped from the past into the future. There are neon lights at the entrances of many shops, buildings 7 or 8 stories high can be seen everywhere, and the extremely flat ground is extremely clean. Those are the materials for alchemy. Unlike the dilapidated and cold civilian areas, the inner city is extremely prosperous, with half-elves, orcs, goblins and other races living together peacefully, and looking around, there are almost extraordinary fluctuations in their bodies. Here you can even see elves and goblins walking arm-in-arm into the neon-lit tavern. It doesn't take long for the sounds of fists and shouts inside to resound through the sky. Together with the troubadours singing in the tavern, the blizzard is. I can't stop this magnificent scene. These scenes could not be seen at all before Ragnarok. After all, everyone in the entire Shia continent knew the arrogance of the long-eared elves, but before the world-destroying disaster, when the goddess of life did not respond, they also put aside their pride. Of course, beauty advocates still make up the majority among elves. Bai Bian came to the largest store in the center of the city. The neon sign on the facade was very conspicuous, Ling Ning Pharmacy. This is a bit of White Plague's bad taste. After all, the game is called Rise of Dawn. When the open beta starts, this place will definitely be crowded with players. Walking into the pharmacy, the layout inside is very simple. The store of about 300 square meters is filled with various mechanical models. The front of each model is isolated by a glass cover, with a simple name and price on the glass. In the center of the store is a metal and glass counter, which contains many colorful potions. Behind the counter, a screen with a full sense of science fiction is playing some pictures, which are roughly the finished products being modeled in the glass cover, as well as the functions and effects of some potions. For example, what is being played now is an electromagnetic gun. When it is fired, the electric light flashes wildly, and all the fish in a pool float up on their bellies. This is a test product of the White Plague. The current bronze level knowledge can only reach the level of electric fish. It is a very cool looking firearm with full special effects, but it cannot kill anyone with electric shock. This kind of firearm is of no use in this world. Even law enforcers will not use it because it is not cheap and is worth 10 gold coins without extraordinary attributes. No one would use 1/3 of a lower level bronze transcendence monthly salary to buy such a beautiful thing. Except well, the players will arrive in more than a year. Buying thinks that this kind of cool thing will be sold out when it reaches 20 gold coins per hand when they arrive. Under the big screen is a very dreamy girl with silver hair and pointed ears, whose identity is obvious. The most disgusting thing is that she is wearing a blue star white-collar OL outfit, which looks like the occupation of a female secretary in some games, making the store look very high-end. Eileen, store this thing. Bai Bian directly placed the metal shield with a diameter of more than 1 meter next to the counter. Okay. Aaron's tone was quite respectful. Boss, our healing potions and transformation potions are gone. In the 2 days since you were away, we have earned a total of 1,613 gold coins. After all, although the boss used her beautiful appearance to attract customers, although the boss did not give her any holidays, and although the boss occasionally deducted her salary, although after thinking about it, the slight respect on the beautiful elf lady's face disappeared, and she looked at Bai Bian with a very resentful expression. Boss, the store sales have increased by 10% since I came here, and I would like to apply for a salary increase. Bai Yi paused for a moment and suddenly felt a little deaf. He ignored Miss Elf's words and walked very quickly to a metal door. He turned the mechanism and the metal door opened automatically. He walked in quickly, and after the metal door closed automatically and felt that he was freed from the cold eyes, Bai Bian took a deep breath. It's terrible. If you want to hire a bronze level elf, you need to pay 100 gold coins every month, which is more than 50 times the farmer's annual income. She actually wants to increase her salary? Sure enough, the legend is wrong, elves are also greedy, such as Irene. The yellowish light illuminated the corridor, which was about 30 meters long. Bai Bian quickened his pace and walked into a closed courtyard. The yellowish light illuminated the scene here. Some twisted-looking mechanical parts are piled in the corner on the right. They are some discarded materials. The reason why they are piled here is that Bai Plague is trying to reuse them. On the left is a set of stone tables and chairs, and there is nothing more. There were faint sounds coming from the rooms on the left and right. It was the sound of gears turning and some subtle collisions. Bai Bian opened the room on the left. There were 2 perfect assembly lines here, with skeletons standing at each station, doing their work mechanically. Maybe it's adding gears to some machinery, or maybe it's pounding some materials into powder. The division of labor is clear, and the accuracy is extremely high. The most important thing is that there is no need to pay wages. This is simply the most perfect labor force. Bai Bian looked around, but didn't find the figure he was looking for. He closed the door, turned around, walked to the right and opened the door. Suddenly, a guy wearing mage robes whose face he couldn't see clearly came into view. Bai Bian looked happy and said enthusiastically, "Al, there is a new order, we have to prepare." Al paused, and the eyes hidden under the hood ignited the flames of his soul. He stared at the white plague, and said in a very hoarse voice, "My summons have been working continuously for 720 hours. You have to give me what you deserve. Some wages. I feel a little helpless after being exposed to the epidemic. Why do I want a salary increase?" He spread his hands and said, "Mr. Or, we have signed a contract. In exchange for helping you stay in the Shia continent, you have to serve me for 10 years. Or became angry when he heard this. "Damn it, I signed a contract that will serve for 10 years and be paid. I definitely didn't sign a contract with no wages for the first 5 years. Bai Bian said helplessly, "I have written everything clearly, but the paper of the contract is thin and folded. As a lich, you should be able to feel that the contract has taken effect." Alpa paused, and the soul fire in his eyes turned scarlet, almost invading his sanity. The gods fought. Hela, the god of death, and his followers also disappeared, and the undead in the world of the dead began to move around. But without God, the world of the dead began to float in the cracks of space. Only by summoning can the coordinates of the Shia continent be located. Almost all the undead want to taste the delicious souls of living creatures, and also want the extremely rich resources on the Shia continent. Or obviously did not resist the temptation and signed a contract with White Plague during a summons half a year ago. At this point, Or, a good lich, became a workshop supervisor. The disappearance of the god of justice has resulted in the current notary being the monarch in the abyss. Or, who is in silver, does not have the courage to break the contract. Pata ba la la. At this moment, there was a sound of bones colliding, and a skeleton suddenly fell apart inexplicably. The blue flame on the skull was crumbling, and it felt like it was about to go out. Or's extremely suppressed anger suddenly exploded. "Damn squeezer, damn capitalist, you will definitely go to hell." He turned around angrily, and the necromantic magic power that had been somewhat depleted in his body surged again. The disintegrated skeleton was injected with energy, reassembled, and joined the great work of the assembly line. Bai Bian's eyes flashed with satisfaction. In 5 years, he should be able to change to a more powerful undead, preferably a necromancer, so that his workshop can be expanded. Planning for the future, Bai Bian stated the purpose of his trip. "Mr. Or, you will have to work hard next. I need to make 500 energy guns. The materials will arrive in the evening, and then the polishing work will be left to you." Al turned his head angrily, his soul fire so strong that he could even see the skin and bones hidden under the hood. "Okay, I can promise that after this time, you will be paid a piece of soul essence every month." Bai Bian had no choice but to say with a pained face, "A piece of soul essence costs 30 gold coins, so it's a loss." Al paused, his anger stagnated, and asked with some disbelief, "Really? When did this stingy boss realize this?" "Of course it's true," Bai Ying said and started to walk out. "There is just one condition." "What conditions?" Or asked quickly. "He could grow as long as he had a soul. Although he didn't have time to study magic, he wouldn't be losing magic power every day like now. All parts must be polished within 3 days." After Bai Bian finished speaking, he closed the door and left quickly. The moment he walked into the passage, a shocking roar came from behind. "Damn capitalist, I curse you to hell." When he walked to the store, Bai Bian always felt that something was wrong. He turned around and immediately saw Miss Elf's resentful eyes. Bai Bian ignored Irene's gaze and walked to the right side of the counter, where there was also a metal door. This was his research room, which was much more advanced than the assembly line over there. "Eileen, if Mr. Quartermaster comes again, take him to Mr. Orr." After explaining, he opened the door and walked into the passage. The passage on the right was much shorter than the one on the left. A metal door appeared only about 5 meters away. After checking the trigger device and confirming that it was intact, Baibi took out the key and opened the door. This room is very large, the size of the 3 workshops over there combined, covering an area of 400 square meters, and this shop was given to him by the Lord of Tobu City when he developed Energy Barret. Of course, as a price, during that time Bai Bian only helped the city lord make guns, which also greatly improved the combat effectiveness of Tobu City. But it's all worth it. Such a big shop is still in the center of the city, not far from the city lord. It's a place that even the rich can't buy it. The room was full of metal equipment, with many test tubes and several large boxes stored inside. Occasionally there was some golden light shining in the gaps between these boxes. One of the boxes has White Plague's familiar shield on it, and there is actually a small teleportation device at the cashier outside.
Money and equipment can be directly entered into these boxes from there.
Bai Bian checked and found that there were more than 5,000 gold coins in total. In the Dawn Federation, gold coins are very useful because they can be exchanged for federal contribution points, and 1 gold coin is equal to 1 contribution point. Contribution points can be exchanged for various extraordinary knowledge and various extraordinary items. This is why there is no shortage of food, but civilians will still starve if they don't work. Common people, for extraordinary people, are also a channel to help them earn wealth. He picked up a badge with a screen from the shelf, which was exactly the same as the one found on the 2 assassins. He glanced at the contribution points, 18,589, on it and transferred the points from the other 2 badges to his own badge. There is now 20,534, a badge belonging to the White Plague. Adding these more than 5,000 gold coins and selling the equipment just searched, it can reach about 35,000. There is still some remaining knowledge after purchasing a set of silver alchemy knowledge, although it is only enough to purchase one of the smaller branches of the 3 major branches, which is energy or material science of alchemy technology.
But once the snowball starts rolling, money is no longer an issue.
Among all professions, master is the poorest, followed by alchemist, but this only means that the 2 are big spenders of money. For example, Master Phase Magic Scroll, a gold level 1, costs at least 100,000 gold coins to start with, and it is still very expensive. Therefore, there is no conflict between spending money and making money and being poor. If these 2 professions are given a bank card that can display numbers, then the balance of Bundy will be their symbol, and it will jump higher and higher. Putting away the Daybreak badge, Bai Bian took out a lot of small equipment from the hem of his windbreaker, walked to an instrument, put on a silver metal monocle, and his expression gradually became focused. When the alchemist moves from the upper level of bronze to the lower level of silver, a special silver energy will be formed in the magic power. This energy is more special than ordinary magic power and is a sign that the alchemist can carve alchemical inscriptions on silver. Whether it's potions, technology, or even transformation, the alchemy pattern is the upper limit. Without this special magic power, you can only build pure technology, and you cannot enchant technology. Unenchanted technology equipment, an illusory body such as illusory magic or ghost, can ignore your bombing. If a bronze alchemist wants to make silver equipment, he needs to pay a higher price, such as going to the Federation to exchange for this special silver energy. But that's a price that makes all bronze alchemists feel pain. And with Bai Bian's emphasis on gold coins, he only had a random teleportation scroll from a low-level master of Baiyin. It was a life-saving thing and was worth 10,000 gold coins. So he needs to upgrade all his equipment, which is very important. Bai Bian controlled the machine and upgraded the ball that was cleaning the traces in the snow. The moment he finished upgrading the ball, a system prompt sounded. You upgraded bronze level equipment to silver level, gain plus 500 experience points. You created silver level equipment, hive, and gained plus 500 distributable experience points. You have upgraded the hive, your alchemy technology proficiency plus 10, skill point plus 1, you create equipment for the first time after obtaining the boss panel, and the game identification function is turned on. Appraisal, you can view equipment attributes that are up to 1 level higher than the boss. Bai Bian put down a tweezers-like mechanical device in his hand and smiled again on his face, which was very similar to the player panel. As long as there are experience points, the White Plague will not panic at all. He thought for a while, stood up, picked up some metal fragments and some powder materials from a shelf in the corner, and fell into concentration again after returning. After some alchemical inscriptions were carved, Bai Bian quickly constructed a metal ball in his hands. As expected, the system's voice sounded again. You created a bronze-level item, Flame Bomb, and gained plus 10 experience points. You have created a bronze-level item, Flame Bomb, and your alchemy technology proficiency plus 1. Bai Bing waited for a while, but there were no more prompts. Not surprisingly, just like killing, the experience gained from making things with lower levels should indeed be much lower. But this can be considered a big golden finger. The improvement of an alchemist involves constantly acquiring new knowledge and constantly tempering magic power, so that the magic power in the body can be tempered and finally transformed and advanced. This kind of training is very difficult. Some bronze alchemists are even more knowledgeable than gold alchemists, but they still cannot transform the magic power in their bodies. This is what people call a talent problem. For knowledge-based professions, 99% of hard work is inevitable, and 1% of talent is the key. Therefore, the inevitable increase in experience points is the most important thing for alchemists, because it eliminates the bottleneck of White Plague.
Once you gain experience points, you can level up or even advance.
Thinking about it, Bai Bian turned his attention to the skill points, and soon a hint of enlightenment appeared in his heart. Bai Bian looked at Intermediate Alchemy Technology, 2375/5000, expand, in the skill column of his personal panel. Attention was focused on the word expand. With a flick of the brush, the panel entered a new chapter, with only two options left. Energy, expand, substance, expand. After thinking about it, Bai Bi opened the energy column. With a flick of the brush, one option turned into a dense array of options. Liquid Bomb 350/500 plus, Small Energy Core 98/500, plus Electric Energy Conversion 11/500 plus, Solar Energy Collection Core 30/500, plus, High Explosive Energy 500/500, Timing. Plus thanks to what's the difference between salted fish and esports Genji for the reward? Thank you for your support. These are all technological energy skills, all of which are bronze-level blueprints and knowledge. The system of alchemy is too huge, and he is not yet proficient in all of them. Looking at the plus sign behind this knowledge, Bai Bian thought about it and clicked directly on the liquid bomb. The next moment, some images appeared in his mind, and his mental power was declining rapidly, as if he suddenly started making liquid bombs day and night. After just a trance, Bai Bian came to his senses. He shook his swollen head, looked at the panel, and was stunned. Liquid Bomb 500/500. A few skill points can directly fill up the proficiency? This is much more awesome than the player panel. The skill points on the player panel are really added points, just like in ordinary online games, a few skill points are added to the full level. The bonus point of the boss template is that it really gives knowledge. Bai Bian stood up, quickly took out some liquid metal, and made a liquid bomb on the spot. That unparalleled proficiency shortened the manufacturing process that originally took 10 minutes to 3 minutes. You created a bronze-level item, liquid bomb, and gained 10 experience points. Bai Bian paused because he discovered that the level of alchemy technology had also increased by 80 points due to the proficiency of liquid bombs. Reached, Intermediate Alchemy Technology, 2455/5000. This is true knowledge accumulation. White Plague's desire to upgrade equipment has reached a new level. This skill point is too powerful. And create equipment of the same level and get extra experience points. Liver, you must be tough on your liver. As long as there is no upper limit for boss templates, gods can be liver dead. However, some preparations were still needed. He took out his communicator and sent a message to his best friend, Quartermaster Sabo. Basically, he asked him to advance 30,000 gold coins and transfer the knowledge about the poison in the silver alchemy potion. Bring back. The equipment on Bai Bian's body in the main business of the shop are machinery, but Bai Bian still attaches great importance to alchemical poisons. When facing the two silvers of Rose of the Night, if he hadn't been poisoned in advance, his victory might have been more difficult. After sending the message, Bai Bian's eyes gradually focused. He was not afraid that the stingy quartermaster would refuse this request. In the future transaction of 500 firearms, the profit for both parties would start at least 100,000 gold coins. Although the gun normally costs around 300 gold coins, and the material costs up to 20 gold coins, Bai Bian believed in the dwarf. Because before White Epidemic came to Dongwu City, it was hard to make medicines and save money, and the knowledge was not fully accumulated in a year. After coming to Taboo City, he began to cooperate with Sabo from the development of Alchemy Barrett. In just half a year, he had gathered all the general knowledge of alchemy at the bronze level, and used top-quality materials for all kinds of materials. He still had time to complete his own things. That's what meeting the best partner can bring. Time passed quickly as he concentrated on it. Bai Bian stopped upgrading his equipment and looked at the prompts on the panel with some fatigue. You have upgraded 3 pieces of bronze-level equipment to silver-level equipment and gained plus 1,500 experience points. You created silver-level equipment, Demon Hunting Revolver, Apocalypse Curtain, Ghost Ancient Ring, and gained additional experience points plus 1,500. You have upgraded 3 pieces of silver equipment, Alchemy Technology Proficiency plus 30, Skill Point plus 1. 3 pieces of equipment add a little skill point. And it was obtained when upgrading the most difficult Apocalypse Curtain. The other 2 only have experience points. It seems that the skill points are given according to the difficulty, or are they randomly based on luck? Bai Bian thought about it and used the identification function on the panel of his black windbreaker. Name, Apocalypse Curtain. Coat, quality, silver. High quality, durability, 50/50ths. Equipment effect, can store inanimate objects with a diameter of no more than 1 meter.
Current availability, March 5. Equipment requirements, Spirit 50+.
Introduction, a wasteful work of a bronze alchemist, the role of the spacetime stone has been greatly reduced. The only good thing is that this piece of equipment can be upgraded.
Selling price, 2,000 gold coins.
After reading the introduction, Bai was not surprised at all, because the game's realism reached 97%. Players were almost indistinguishable from reality except for the panel. This also means that the storage system that can be seen everywhere in other games does not exist in this game. The mission items or other items they obtain are either converted into contribution points or sold to the game at a low price.
Because the only thing this game can store is gold coins. Otherwise, you can only carry a sack.
Of course, those players who really use sacks will have a high probability of being snatched away.
The Federation represents order, but it does not represent safety.
Therefore, players are in urgent need of storage items. The first thing players thought of was space rings and storage bags, but in the end they could not be realized due to technical reasons.
And buying those space equipment made by Legend is ridiculously expensive.
In the end, this kind of wasteful thing happened, and the time and space stones that could only be used later were used to enchant clothes, so that a piece of clothing temporarily served as a storage space. This is very necessary, otherwise except for master, other professions have to reach the gold level to be eligible for contact with space. Even warriors, as long as they are not special professions, legends can open up their own portable space. Bai Bian stood up, walked to the shelf with a row of potions, took out a bottle of low-level mental recovery potion and drank it. A little coolness occupied his brain, making his thinking no longer chaotic. He used appraisal to check the other 3 silver equipment on his body, and found that their attributes had improved a lot, and his personal safety was guaranteed.
Name, Demon Hunting Revolver.
Quality, silver, excellent, durability, 70/70 equipment effect, every time a bullet is fired, the bullet will leave some kinetic energy in the gun, and the bullet will become more powerful at the next moment. After the bullet is fired, the kinetic energy left by the 6 bullets will form a powerful arc beam, giving the enemy 6 unknown fatal blow.
Number of bullets, 6/6 equipment requirements. Stamina 10, Intelligence 30. Introduction, Thunder and lightning can wash away all evil.
Perhaps the cost of using it will make your hands become a little numb, but its bullets can paralyze stronger enemies.
Selling price, 1,000 gold coins. This is the weapon used to kill those miscellaneous fish.
My bride likes its paralysis properties very much. Even if it has small side effects, it will not affect my bride's upgrade. Unfortunately, this is where the potential of this pistol ends.
Name, Ghost Bone Ring. Quality, silver, inferior quality. Durability, 10 out of 10.
Equipment effect, an invisible ring that can store a small amount of poison and has the power to turn poison into light and mist.
Equipment requirements, mental strength 30+ introduction. Don't underestimate any decoration of the poison alchemist, it may be a deadly equipment. Price, 800 gold coins.
This is the end, but Bai Biao will make something better after finding the materials.
Name, Beehive. Quality, silver. High quality, durability, 30/30ths.
Equipment effect, you can freely control up to 30 mechanical worker bees. The worker bees can switch their own forms according to the alchemist's transformation.
Number of worker bees, 18/30ths. Equipment requirements, alchemist level 20+ introduction. Every alchemist will build his own assistant, but you just choose the hive. If you continue to transform it, you may have unexpected gains. Selling price, 5,000 gold coins.
The number of worker bees increased by 10, and Bai Bian's eyes flashed with satisfaction. This thing was the key to killing the 2 silvers just now. Those small metal balls were the worker bees.
The hive is very special.
It is the most expensive piece of equipment on White Plague and also the most difficult to make.
Its construction requires mithril, and every gram of mithril, a precious metal, requires 10 gold coins.
Building a bronze-level hive requires at least 20,000 gold coins.
Moreover, the worker bees in the hive are also ridiculously expensive, 50 gold coins each, and they are easy to break.
That is enough to hire an extraordinary person for a month. For example, in the fight just now, 2 people were blown up, and Miss Elf lost her month's salary. The 3 that turned into guns also need maintenance, and the maintenance cost is about 30 gold coins. Ridiculously expensive, but really useful. Ordinary bronze alchemists who want to build their own hive should just dream about it. They need to work for a few years before doing so. Once the production fails, you can consider jumping off the building.
There is nothing worth cherishing in this world. And the maintenance fee in the later stage is bronze level. Before the White Plague came to Tobu City, it was also very laborious to maintain this thing. Therefore, the alchemist and the master are both poor, but they must be extremely rich, but they just have no money to eat. After looking at the attributes of the other two pieces of equipment, Bai Bian turned off the panel with satisfaction. The currently upgraded equipment is enough. He will keep the remaining skill point until one of the disciplines is stuck before using it. Now the brain is still enough to learn more knowledge. As for the remaining 2,000 experience points, save them first and use them when you want to upgrade. Bai Bian looked at the row of treasure boxes. One of them was flashing white light, which meant that something was coming through the cashier. When the white light began to dissipate, Bai Bian walked over and opened the treasure box. Inside was a pile of brand new books, with a note on top of the books. My friend, the things have been delivered. You now owe me 31,030 gold coins. I plan to deduct this money from the firearms transaction. Bai Bing flipped through it casually, and the explanations and combinations of various poisons, as well as the depictions of poisonous alchemical inscriptions, came into view. The boss is not a player. His panel does not seem to have the function of one-click learning and splits knowledge into skills. But this is still reasonable. After all, knowledge is just knowledge. For example, he can upgrade equipment because he almost understood the relevant knowledge of silver-level alchemy technology when he was bronze. If you are a player at bronze level, you can only learn bronze skills, and you have to learn the skills one by one, such as recovery potion and mental recovery potion. Learning 2 potions is 2 skills. This is because they don't need to understand any principles. As long as they have enough materials and use skills, then after some fool-like operations, the materials will quickly take shape in their hands. Therefore, alchemists are not popular among players. Bai Bian chose alchemists in the first place just because he could earn real money. After all, this game is very popular. 1 gold coin is equal to 10 soft girl coins, and a bottle of bronze-level medicine costs dozens of silver coins. For one day, you can get 200 yuan after practicing the level. It is quite profitable, and the level the higher you go, the faster you make money. Before he traveled, he was only level 21, but he could reach level 1000 in a day. Many people plan to make money to support themselves while watching the scenery in the game. This is many times better than working hard in reality. Opening a book at random, he began to read it carefully. As he concentrated, Bai Bian suddenly felt that the understanding of these knowledge was too simple. The alchemical inscriptions required for some medicines could also be understood at a glance, almost at a glance. Meeting. As knowledge continued to pour into his mind, Bai Bian became more and more addicted. The alchemist demon made him understand alchemy even faster. He was already somewhat talented in the field of alchemy, but now he has become a genius. Time passed slowly, and as the assembly line on the other side of the store gradually gained strength, some polished metal was also transported to the corner of the laboratory. Bai Bian raised his head, stretched, put down the knowledge of alchemical poisons and various formulas, stood up, and went to the materials. Buzz as a huge machine was opened, the endless high temperature distorted the inside of the machine, and White Plague threw some materials into the machine and began to smelt it. At the same time, those white plagues that did not need to be smelted also began to assemble and carve out the next alchemy formations. You made a bronze Barrett energy gun, with experience value plus 50 and alchemy technology proficiency plus 3. You made a bronze Barrett energy gun, with experience value plus 45 and alchemy technology proficiency plus 3. You make it, your level is raised to level 32, and you gain additional experience points plus 3,000. You made a bronze Barrett. In this feat of high concentration, White Blight loses track of time. When his mind becomes tired from carving alchemical inscriptions, White Blight will drink a bottle of mental restorative potion. It's just that there aren't many high-quality ones, and now they have begun to consume the mage potions purchased from outside. However, the effect of this continuous rotation is there. The batch of arms that was originally scheduled to take half a month was completed in 10 days. If he were not limited by materials, he felt that he might be able to try the silver-level Barrett. It's just that White Plague's Barretts are the ultimate product. The energy blast in alchemy, almost every gun is the limit of the strongest alloy at present, and the alchemical inscriptions are mainly alchemical formations that reinforce the gun body. Reaching the upper limit of a material is the effect of the upper limit of power. At present, the damage caused by materials in this price range can already ignore its own shortcomings. After installing the last scope, Bai Bi, who was now pitch black and pale, leaned back without even thinking about it.
After using his last bit of perseverance to glance at the current panel, he fell into sleep with a smile.
Host, White Plague. Race, Human. Template, Alchemist. Occupation, Alchemist. Level, 32, 40460/60,000. Experience, 8,000. Gold coins, 6,031. Personal attributes, Strength 10, Agility 10, Endurance 10, Intelligence 85, Spirit 198, Charisma 7, Luck 1. Free attribute points, 0, Legend, 30, a well-known profiteer, but his works are relatively perfect, and people always want to buy his things. Rank, Silver lower level. Skills, Elementary Alchemy and Pharmacy, 2756/3000, expand, Intermediate Alchemy Technology, 3585/5000, expand, Elementary Alchemy Transformation, 1005/3000, expand. Skill points, 1, Personal Expertise, Highly Focused, Profiteer. Boss Template Expertise, Alchemy Demon, Spiritual Growth, Spiritual Defense, Soul Gourmet.
Boss's Growth, you can choose a boss specialty every 10 levels. Now the number of feats you can choose is 0, Evaluation, a lucky man who broke the original trajectory. His will is no longer to take over the position of the greedy wolf of blood prison, but a brand new boss. Perhaps the myth of alchemy was born at this moment. I don't know how long it took, Bien opened his eyes in a daze. He stared at everything around him blankly at first. After he got used to it, he waved his hand casually. At the hem of his windbreaker, a worker bee flew towards the mechanical sound. Wherever it comes from, turn off the buzzer. He stretched out and looked at Barrett piled high in the corner, his eyes full of satisfaction. He did not rush to respond to the call from the outside world, but came to the treasure boxes and looked at the yellow and orange gold coins inside, and his mood gradually became happy. I looked at the time and found that 11 days have passed since I returned to Tobu City. During this time, the store's income has reached about 3,000 gold coins.
I deposited the gold coins into the panel.
Now he has 9,000 pure gold coins, plus the Dawn badge, which is the 18,000 in his bank card. His savings have reached more than 27,000. This does not include the equipment and items worth 7,000 from those 2 night roses. Bien instantly felt that he was rich.
There were 3 major categories of alchemy and 7 minor categories.
At present, he had collected poison and material science. Now the money was enough to buy another subject. Although the knowledge provided by the Federation is popular goods, it cannot stand up to the vast and comprehensive knowledge provided by others.
It is just like the knowledge provided by the university.
Although anyone who has paid the tuition can read it, its value cannot be denied. Not to mention that thorough understanding requires making a physical object, which costs material fees. Bien felt that he was still too poor. While Bien was planning his future, the mechanical sound of the communicator sounded again.
Bien frowned.
This time he did not ignore it, but walked out quickly. It was afternoon now, and the elf Irene was still on duty, and neither Irene nor or would ever press the communicator twice in a row.
Tsk kakaka.
The sound of gears turning was heard, and the giant metal door was slowly opened. Bien quickly walked out of the passage, opened another metal door, and then came to the front hall and asked, "What's going on?" At this time, Miss Elf's face was a little pale, and her hand was still pressing the calling bell. Bien's voice made Irene tremble. She managed to stabilize her figure, pointed outside and her voice was trembling, "Old boss, look outside." Bien took a few steps forward and looked outside the shop.
The mummies there were unusually conspicuous.
The originally bustling street was now deserted. Some soldiers wearing black light armor and holding Barrett energy guns were blocking the street. Even 2 orc warriors with low-level silver strength stood at the door of his shop, looking ahead with vigilance.
Bien frowned.
He had only spent 10 days upgrading equipment and making firearms.
What happened during this time? This is the elite of the Apocalypse Legion. It takes orders directly from the city lord. It is similar to his bodyguard and only protects the wealthy areas of the city.
Generally, this army rarely moves on such a large scale, which shows that this incident will not be small. Before Bien could ask what happened, a young man wearing a white robe and an indifferent face walked in, ignoring the 2 orcs guarding the door.
He looked around and finally locked his eyes on Aaron. "Did you see what just happened?"
Although he was questioning, his tone was affirmative. Aaron nodded, her tone unnatural, as if she was frightened. "Yes, I saw it."
"Go on, repeat the scene just now,"
the young man said in a commanding tone. "Just now, a person suddenly split open in the middle, as if taking off his clothes, and a blood-red thing crawled out of it. Immediately afterwards, the people around him fell down one after another, and their blood was drawn from the air. Ailin's tone became even more trembling. I really don't know the rest. Trouble. The young man's tone was a little impatient. He took a step forward, but the next moment he suddenly stopped and turned to look at the young man beside him who he had been ignoring. No one can commit murder in an alchemist's lair, just like no one can break into a mage's tower. What do you want to do to my staff? Bai Bian's tone was smiling, but the newly upgraded demon-hunting revolver was pointed at the young man's head. The young man frowned, his eyes still cold, and a little magic aura flickered on him. But at this moment, behind Irene, the large screen that was describing the product suddenly paused, then flashed a red light, a wave of scanning ran in the store, and the data on the large screen jumped. Super indicator magic power fluctuations have been detected and the enemy's attributes are being scanned. Name, unknown. Race, human. Occupation, mage. Level, 24. Rank, bronze middle. Danger value, 0%. The movement inside attracted the guards at the door. The faces of the two orcs changed. They didn't expect that a simple inquiry could lead to a conflict, so they walked in quickly. The thinner soldier on the left quickly said, Mr. White Plague, this is Seth from the Will family. He came to Dongwu City with Mr. Renato to track down a cult organization, and Mr. Renato is a silver-eyed powerful mage of high rank. The orc on the right was directly in front of Seth. The orc's voice was dull, but it accurately explained his identity and gave the background in an attempt to end this unnecessary conflict. And because of the two people's intrusion, their information had been scanned on the big screen behind Eileen. Name, Garrett. Race, Orc. Occupation, Berserker. Level, 36. Rank, Silver lower level. Danger value, 30%. Name, Magath. Race, Orc. Occupation, Swordsman. Level, 35. Rank, Silver lower level. Danger value, 30%. Bai Bian looked back at the information from the three of them. It was just a simple conversation. The name of the first mage scan had already changed to Seth. Bai Bian put down his demon-hunting revolver, put on his leather gloves without haste, and said in a calm tone, you can leave now. There is nothing you are looking for here. Seth's eyes showed Bai Bian's disgusted arrogance, and he seemed to think that Bai Bian's retreat was out of fear. He ignored the White Plague's expulsion and said directly, I need to read her memory. This is an order from the Will family. Fear flashed in Eileen's eyes, and she subconsciously moved closer to the White Plague. No one wanted to be read, especially some of Master's memory probing spells, which would cause damage to the brain. But the person in front of her was a member of a large family. She couldn't afford to offend him, and she didn't dare to resist. She could only hide behind Bai Bian for protection. Bai Bian put on his gloves, made a fist with his hands, and looked at Magath calmly, please get out. Seth's eyes were full of disapproval, and there was some contempt in his tone. My Will family is chasing the Scarlet sect from Kyoto to the border. For the security of the Dawn Federation, anyone who stands in the way will be crushed. Are you sure you want to fight with a congressman family? Enemy? With your little alchemy. Bai Bian's eyes gradually darkened. He stared into the eyes of the orc Magath, picked up the demon-hunting revolver, and without hesitation pulled the trigger on the orc's head. A metal bullet flew toward the orcs with an electric arc, and a fierce sense of crisis suddenly erupted in Magath's heart. The distance was too close, and he had no time to react. He just reluctantly tilted his head. Suddenly there was severe pain in the orc's ears, and a terrifying electric current swept through his body instantly, causing a powerful paralysis effect. At the same time, the bullet passed through the orc's ear and accurately shot towards Seth's eyebrow. There was a hint of panic in Seth's eyes, as if he didn't expect that in the Dawn Federation, there would actually be people who dared to attack members of the council family. Hua scroll automatically protected the owner, and the bullet with a powerful electric arc was suddenly blocked by a thin shield. How dare you? Are you serious about openly provoking the Will family? Alchemist? Seth's tone was filled with anger. They passed through many cities all the way east from the capital. The people in those cities, including the city lords, were very respectful to the Will family. How could they have ever been treated like this before? Bump! He was answered by another gunshot, and the second bullet with a powerful electric light passed through the ear hole of the orc Magath again. Magath, who was just about to regain his mobility, stiffened again. Click. The bullet of the second shot hit the same position as the first shot, and was much more powerful than the previous shot. A crack appeared in the shield during the violent collision and the spread of the arc. Just as Seth was about to threaten, he took out his staff in an instant, and the magic power in his body surged wildly. When the third shot was fired, a six-pointed star circle instantly protected him. Bump! Click. The bullet with the arc paralyzed the orc again for a moment, and then shattered the shield and instantly shattered the six-pointed star formation. Ding bell bell. Touch. With the sound of bullets falling to the ground, the gunfire that frightened Seth rang out again. It was too late to swing the staff in his hand. In a short period of time, he was unable to release more magic. Moreover, the gun in the alchemist's hand was extremely strange, and each shot was more powerful than the last. The fourth shot, he blocked. Can't stop. When suddenly, there was a loud noise, and Garrett, who had been motionless, stood in front of the two men with a giant axe in his hand. As soon as the rhythm was interrupted, Magath, who had been paralyzed, instantly dodged, pulled out a long sword from his waist, and looked at Bybie warily. Mr. Bybide, people from the Wolf family cannot die in the city. This is the city lord. The command. Bybien held up the demon-hunting revolver and said in a calm tone, I have the right to kill any gangster who tries to commit murder in my store, and you were law enforcers, but now you are helping criminals. Do you want to be removed from your posts? There wasn't much toughness in Bybien's voice, but it made the two Silvers hesitate. The reason why they respect White Plague is because they respect scholars and are also afraid of creating powerful weapons. Because as long as an alchemist can create powerful weapons, its own strength cannot be calculated by level. Coupled with White Epidemic's contribution to the Federation in the past 6 months, Tobu City is also honored. Also, for the wealthy areas, this place is a treasure house, the best medical center, and even their arms dealer. The most famous alchemy genius in Tobu City, his huge influence and powerful weapons are the reasons why Bybien does not take the city lord's personal guards seriously. The city's tax revenue and economy come from this wealthy area, so Bybing's dismissal is not impossible. Even if the city lord is a powerful being of gold rank, he cannot ignore the energy of White Plague. You will regret it. Provoking the Wolf family will be the stupidest decision you have ever made in your life. At this time, Seth came back to his senses, he said angrily, and the magic power in his hand began to surge. The two orc warriors looked at each other, with a trace of hesitation in their eyes. Why did the mage feel like he couldn't see the situation clearly? Bybien's eyes turned cold, and he had no intention of letting the two Byeens get out of the way, and was about to pull the trigger directly towards them. But at this time, a high-pitched voice suddenly sounded. Oh, my dear friend, what is it that makes you so angry? Bybien paused his fingers slightly, turned his head, and immediately saw a very inconsistent-looking figure standing at the door. He was about 1.2 meters tall, with his arms hanging naturally and touching the ground. His legs were very short, and his head, which was about the same size as his shoulders, looked very weird. His somewhat ugly face revealed 2 rows of burnt yellow teeth, and he looked ugly and treacherous. This was the dwarf of this world. He was originally an underground race, but now he has become a member of the Federation because of the crisis. When Bybien saw the city's quartermaster, he slightly adjusted the muzzle of the demon-hunting revolver in his hand downwards, and his tone became warmer. It's nothing, it's just that this mage tried to do something bad to my employees, you know, the laws of Tobu City allow me to kill him. Sabo still had that disgusting smile. He turned around and said helplessly, I'm sorry, my friend. This is our friend from Tobu City. You shouldn't hurt him. Buzz! A wave of magic power erupted violently at this moment, a trace of killing intent flashed in Seth's eyes, and a curse suddenly began to spread. Oh, my friend, what are you doing? Sabo stretched out his long arm, and the power of the curse attached to his body, and then it disappeared. White Plague was a little surprised that Sabo had grown in resistance to this curse again. There was also some fear in Seth's eyes. This city seemed to be a little different from other cities. He calmed down the anger of almost being killed and said calmly, the elf saw the Scarlet sect committing murder. You know what this means. Sabo's face changed slightly, he looked at Bybing, shrugged and stepped aside. With their relationship, this step was already the limit. At this time, an indifferent young man's voice sounded, then what are you waiting for? Along with the sound came an almost terrifying pressure, and the surrounding magic concentration increased crazily. A young man wearing a black robe and an indifferent face walked in. Sabo frowned, then put a smile on his face. Mr. Ronaldo, why are you here? I can just hand over the goods. Master. There was a hint of surprise in Seth's eyes, and an aura of humility and arrogance appeared on him. It seemed that he couldn't look down on anyone except the young man in front of him. Seth said respectfully and humbly, my subordinate really wanted to check the memory of that elf, but I was stopped by the alchemist. Arnaldo's cold eyes turned to Bybing, and even more terrifying pressure suddenly came. No one can stop the Wolf family from doing things.
At this time, this person's information also appeared on the big screen behind Irene. Name, Arnaldo Will. Race, human. Occupation, mage. Level, 46. Rank, silver high. Danger value, 60% yes, master. Seth responded respectfully and walked to the counter without hesitation. Bump! But at this moment, a gunshot froze everyone, and a powerful electric arc went straight into Seth's eyebrows. The powerful superimposed power of the fifth bullet made Seth's whole body stiffen.
Buzz, a terrifying wave of magic power flickered, and the bullet suddenly stopped in midair. There was some surprise in Arnaldo's green pupils.
His expression was not angry, but rather filled with questions. Do you know what you are doing?
Bien shrugged and stood in front of Irene. I know, kill the gangsters who try to commit murder in my shop.
Very brave. Arnaldo didn't have much emotion.
He could feel that this alchemist had only broken through silver not long ago, and the gap of 14 levels was enough to create a crushing force. Sabo silently backed away and had already reached the door, fearing that a fight would cause him to get blood all over his body. Buzz, suddenly, a buzzing sound sounded, everything around was changing, and a strong sense of crisis enveloped all the creatures in the store. A worker bee flew back from the left wall at some point and landed quietly on Bee's shoulder. Arnaldo's expression changed slightly, and a magic shield was instantly activated, covering his whole body. He turned his head and looked around. Some of the patterns on the walls of the shop were dented at some point, and energy guns appeared in these grooves, aiming at Arnaldo. At the same time, the door to the left of the counter also opened, and a cold, manic aura loomed, and the fluctuations it exuded were no weaker than his, and even slightly stronger.
The arrogance in Arnaldo's eyes diminished, and his brows furrowed.
If there is no misperception, the cold aura is the aura of peak silver, but I don't know what happened, and it is a little weak. Bien said calmly, in this Dongwu city, no one can touch my people. Arnaldo gradually became serious, and the magic power fluctuations around him became more and more intense, and he even felt a little frightened.
In the tense atmosphere, Sabo took a step forward hesitantly. Before he could say anything, a crisp round of applause rang out. Bang bang bang. This voice suddenly broke the solemn atmosphere.
Bien turned around and saw a beautiful woman with red hair walking in. There was a slight smile on her face, and she looked very elegant. The long sword exuding a sharp aura behind her back showed her profession. Her tone had a unique tone, revealing a noble meaning, not as cold as other swordsmen. Yes, Tobu City is really a hidden dragon and a crouching tiger.
It opened my eyes.
Arnaldo paused, lowered his head slightly, and called softly, sister.
At this time, a stream of data also appeared on the big screen behind Aaron.
But before the energy level of the person was revealed, a sword mark traversed the entire large screen, and the blazing arc destroyed this precious screen with a slight burning smell.
Bien frowned. This swordsman was very powerful, even more powerful than the mage. He seemed to be about to realize what he meant. Is that a sign of gold, which means this is a peak silver, level 50 boss? We are here to capture the Scarlet Sect, not to cause trouble. Please be more careful next time. Cammy scolded. Turning to look at Bai, Mr. Bai, the Scarlet Sect is a believer in the ancient god Scarlet Lord. They are trying to bring the Scarlet Lord to dawn. I think you should also know what the Scarlet Invasion will bring. So, just now, how about canceling the matter once and for all? Bien's expression softened. After all, someone broke into your home, tried to kill your employees, and acted like you were the best in the world. No one would remain indifferent. He nodded, but the losses caused to me by Mr. Seth need to be compensated. As long as the compensation is in place, everything will be easy. Compensation?
Cammy's eyes narrowed slightly, revealing a dangerous look.
Bien remained unmoved and spoke softly. Yes, my employee was frightened. The mental damage fee is 1,000 gold coins.
The beautiful lady destroyed my detection player, which is worth 3,000 gold coins. This man's life is worth 2,000 gold coins, just pay me 8,000 gold coins in total. As soon as the words fell, the faces of everyone present were slightly shocked.
Isn't it okay for this man to open his mouth like a lion, but he can't even count? Isn't 1 plus 2 plus 3 equal to 6? Why is it only 8,000?
White Pa. As soon as Cammy's words came out, Bien snapped his fingers.
Seth's face, which had just shown his anger, suddenly turned green.
He knelt on the ground and spat out a mouthful of black blood on the stone floor. The violent sound of corrosion corroded the floor into a shallow pit, and it was obvious how terrifyingly poisonous this man had been.
Bien took his time and said, you still have 1 minute to think about it. Oh, by the way, you damaged the floor of my shop. Now you need to pay 10,000 gold coins. Cammy looked deeply at Bai Bian and said in an incomprehensible tone, "Aren't you afraid?"
Bai Bian looked at the time calmly. "You still have 40 seconds.
Dongwu City does not belong to your Wolf family."
Cammy took a deep breath, turned to look at Seth who was frantically swallowing the antidote, but to no avail, then turned to Arnaldo. "Give it to him.
Sister. Give it to him."
Cammy's tone became indifferent, and the full sense of majesty in it made the cold mage stunned. Perhaps due to bloodline suppression or level suppression, Arnaldo threw out a dawn badge with a cold face.
A smile finally appeared on Bai Bian's face. He reached out to take the badge and checked it.
It contained exactly 10,000 contribution points. He put away the demon hunting revolver and snapped his fingers. Paw from the ceiling, another worker bee flew down, stayed on Seth for a moment, and then flew towards White Plague. Seth, who was groaning in pain on the ground, was also panting heavily, and his face, which was so green that it turned purple, slowly regained its healthy rosiness. He looked at Bai Bian with incomparable hatred but also deep fear in his eyes. In the end, he did not dare to say any harsh words because he was so close to death just now. Cammy looked at Bai Bi coldly, glanced at the open passage on the left side of the counter, turned around, and walked towards the door.
Arnaldo followed the same steps.
Along the way, even in the territory of other counselor families, they were not in such a mess.
This alchemist was indeed impressive.
"Sorry, Mr. Plague." The two orc soldiers said respectfully and followed the wolf family members out. They needed to protect the members of the wolf family and try not to let them die in Dongwu City. Counselors are always the top leadership of the Federation, and the city lord has to guard against them. After all these people left, the smile on Bai Bian's face faded. He frowned, and glanced at the dwarf hiding in the corner. Turning to look at the elf girl whose iceberg aura had receded and whose eyes were filled with emotion, he couldn't help but tease, "Are you impressed by your boss's handsomeness? But let me make a promise first. The mental damage fee mentioned just now will be confiscated." Irene paused, her big watery eyes quickly becoming dry. She looked at her boss speechlessly, wanting to complain, "I'm still impressed, you bastard." But in the end, thinking that the boss saved me just now, I could only lower my head and say, "This is what I should do."
"Thank you, boss.
I will definitely work hard in the future to help the boss make more money." Bai Bian was immediately satisfied and couldn't help turning his head to look at Saab. "Look, these are professional employees, much better than an unloyal guy like you." Without waiting for Sabo to respond, he waved his hand and said, "Go to the lounge.
Don't leave the store in the past few days. Stay and work overtime."
Irene was stunned for a moment, but then she thought of the look in the eyes of the two strong men when they left just now. She was moved again in her eyes and said softly, "I understand, boss, thank you." After saying that, she came out from behind the counter, turned around and walked quickly to the reception room on the far left. There was a room where the boss was in a daze, which was the lounge that Bai Bian mentioned. After the hall was completely empty, the surrounding worker bees who ran out of nowhere flew into the hem of Bai Bi's windbreaker.
"Why are you looking for me now?"
He and Sabo mainly had a cooperative relationship, not one was dependent on the other, so he was actually a little surprised that Sabo had stopped the curse just now. According to the original character of this dwarf, he should not come in until the conflict in the store is over.
Sabo didn't come close either.
He rubbed his hands that were a little out of proportion and showed a discordant smile on his face. "Congratulations on breaking through silver, my friend. I was originally here to see what was going on with the Scarlet Sect. If you feel the scent of Demon Hunter revolver, come over and have a look." It was clear in Bai Bian's eyes that the Silver Alchemist and the Bronze Alchemist were a qualitative change, and the value they represented increased several times. It was not surprising.
Bai Bian changed the subject. "Are they still buying that batch of firearms?"
Sabo knew what Bai Bian was asking, and he nodded without hesitation. "My friend, although your invention is not an innovation, there are no alchemists who can imitate it yet. This will not affect this transaction, of course. If you don't want to sell it to them, then the City Lord's Mansion is also happy to accept this batch of equipment, but the price is just the price.
Just sell it to them, and you can take it away later."
White Plague interrupted Sabo's words. The Wolf family is not considered an enemy, and the conflict just now was considered a minor friction at best. In the Dawn Federation, unless the opponent is a direct descendant, the benefits are enough to eliminate all unpleasantness. This is why Bai Bing did not kill him. You know, this is his home base. It was not difficult for him to kill a level 24 mage before he broke through, let alone now. The main purpose is just to see the quality of the Wolf family members and to extort money.
Alchemists are always short of money. I understand.
Sabo's smile became more intense. According to the market price, a bronze-level energy gun costs about 200 gold coins. Your energy gun is more advanced. Although it cannot fire continuously, it can still reach 300 gold coins, and 500 is equivalent to 150,000 gold coins, plus the 31,030 gold coins you owe me. I will give you a total of 170,000 gold coins. How about it? Bai Bian was stunned and thought about it carefully. Although he didn't know what this guy was talking about, he was already used to this kind of cooperation. Sabo always had the ability to get more money. Therefore, he decisively said, "Get rid of the loan, 200,000. Make a deal." Sabo agreed decisively without any hesitation. The smile on his face was like a blooming chrysanthemum, which made people feel a little uncomfortable. The corners of Bai Bian's mouth twitched. "Want less? But since you have spoken, it is qualitative. Whatever you can make is yours." Long-term partners have this tacit understanding. However, Bai Bian estimated that this item must have been sold for at least 900 gold coins a handful to achieve such a happy transaction. How did he do it? Are all members of the wolf family waterfish? Pa Bai Bian snapped his fingers and ordered, "Mr. Or, help me look at the store. Miss Irene is asking for leave this afternoon." After saying that, without waiting for a response, Bai Bian turned around and walked to the laboratory on the right. Sabo followed step by step, and he was usually very cautious when he went to the alchemist's territory. Not only thieves and assassins are good at traps, but alchemists are also good at them, especially alchemists who specialize in alchemy, poison, and energy. White Plague was considered a technology specialist before, but now it has no specialization for the time being and plans to develop in an all-round way. As long as it has enough energy, this kind of alchemist is the most terrifying. Because the alchemy profession is the same as the mage. Although it can be divided into specialized mages such as space mages and elemental mages, omnipotence is still their hallmark. When the two huge steel doors opened, Sabo couldn't help but exclaimed, "Oh, my friend, I always feel amazed every time I come to your laboratory." Don't be polite. Bai Bing did not rush to hand over the energy gun to Sabo, but asked seriously, "What's going on with the Scarlet Sect?" The cult that appeared at this time, according to the original timeline, should be the day when the old wolf recovers from his injuries and gets the golden finger. And since he has never heard of this sect, it is hard not to make people suspect that this is cannon fodder for the growth of the blood prison greedy wolf. The smile on Sabo's face faded slightly. He looked around mysteriously and lowered his voice. "They are believers of an ancient god. If I guess correctly, they are all here." Bai Bian thought for a moment and asked, "You mean, the headquarters of the Scarlet Sect is in Dongbu City?" He had really never heard of this sect. If it was related to Scarlet, there was indeed a Scarlet Lord, but something like a background story did not appear in version 3.0. It has been a year since he came to Tobu City, and he rarely goes there except in civilian areas. In the civilian area? Bai Bian then shook his head and asked, "The core of the wolf family is in the capital, and those two are obviously direct descendants. This shows that the members of the Scarlet Sect they are chasing are also from the capital, and we are here on the border." "This is just speculation, my friend." Sabo thought for a moment and continued to say mysteriously, "Moreover, this is not the only weird thing. I found that the organization hidden underground in Tobu City seems to be more than just the Scarlet Sect. There is something more mysterious. A more secretive organization." Bai Bian's eyes moved slightly as he thought of the two silver men who came to recruit him. The Rose of the Night organization was very dangerous. When they want to hide, the only ones who can find them are their own people, apart from players and reborn people like him. "What?" Bai Bian lowered his eyes slightly and spoke softly. Sabo said carefully, "That is an invisible force. During the 10 days you made weapons, that force was very active. They pointed their spearhead at the Scarlet Sect. What happened just now on Xingwu Street, I suspect it has something to do with that force." At this time, Xingwu Street, the most prosperous street in Dongwu City, was also less popular, but some people still gathered in the area blocked by soldiers to watch. Arnaldo asked indifferently, "Is that all?" Behind him, Seth also set his sights on Cammy. After all, he almost died in that shop. Although he was a member of the branch, when had the Wolf family ever suffered such a loss? There are now more than 1,000 energy guns in the 3 legions of Dongwu City. The city lord is in a golden position. No one can ignore his deterrence. Cammy said calmly, turning to look at Arnaldo, "Will's tentacles do not extend here, you should act in a low-key manner." Arnaldo looked behind him and saw that the 2 silver soldiers sent by the city lord were not too close. His body became a little colder and his voice was slightly lower. "So what? That alchemist can only be 30 at most.
Level 5, I can kill him. Then what? Cammy's eyes became sharp. Don't forget how Scarlet appeared.
Our purpose is only to eliminate this sect, and no other factors are important.
Arnaldo couldn't help turning his head and glanced at Cammy. Some complicated emotions flashed through his light green eyes. What about the dwarf thing? Forget it? We have already spent $500,000 to come to this city. It's gold coins, that's half of the assets for this operation.
Every piece of information has its own price, it's just that there's no explicit price tag.
Cammy said, turning his head and staring at Seth for a while, and then said quietly, and you, please be calm these days. Yes, I understand, Mississippi.
A thin layer of sweat appeared on Seth's forehead.
Being stared at by such eyes, he felt like he was being seen through. Cammy glanced at the shop not far away, and thoughts flashed in his eyes. The power represented by this alchemist seemed not low.
The thoughts in Arnaldo's eyes became more and more complicated, and he turned around to inspect the corpses silently. I beg for reading the new book, for recommendation votes, for rewards, for everything.
White Plague actually had no impression of this dwarf.
In other words, his impression of Tobu City was just a destroyed city, something similar to a background story. All surrounding players will enter the war mission at the beginning to help Tobu City expel the monsters in the mutated area, but in the end there will be nothing left in Tobu City. At that time, all the gold-level old city lords were missing, and this greedy but weak guy might have died long ago.
However, with such a keen insight, he might not be able to survive the monster siege when the players arrive, right? Tell me about your findings.
Bai Bian's tone gave people a mysterious feeling.
Sabo swallowed, his ugly appearance seemed a little uneasy. My friend, what did you find? Don't ask too much, just tell me what you know.
Bai Bian said calmly, and his seriousness could be heard.
Sabo thought for a while and nodded solemnly. Okay, I didn't find anything.
It's just that after I became the quartermaster, I always felt a little restricted, which gave me a very uncomfortable feeling.
And I found that feeling not only in the city lord's mansion, but also in Tobu City. It seemed like I was being stared at all the time. So I went to investigate. Didn't you find out?
My friend, Tobu City is really too stable.
Even in the outer city, there are no large underground gangs.
You know, those rats in the gutter can't. It's impossible, but I saw the legendary prosperous age in this city.
Sabo was full of amazement. Now is the age of godlessness. The city of faith of the god of light was not so stable, right? Not to mention that we are on the border.
And since the Wolf family chased the Scarlet sect into the city, this peace has been broken suddenly.
Some gangs have risen rapidly and competed with the former small gangs for territory. I was curious and went to investigate.
My friend, you would never have guessed that the rise of those small gangs can be traced. The original homeless people quickly united together, as if they were always preparing.
This is really incredible. Even if I deliberately observe, I can't find any abnormalities.
Their identities are all true, and their rise is not a flaw. The only exception is that these small gangs accidentally discovered 2 members of the Scarlet sect in the past few days. For example, in the killing outside just now, most of the people who died were members of those small gangs. The wonder in Sabo's eyes became more and more obvious. He was slightly excited and his ugly facial features were slightly distorted, and, tuk. Bai Bian tapped the instrument next to him, interrupted Sabo's words, and abruptly changed the subject. He raised 3 fingers. I want 300,000 for these energy guns. Sabo was stunned by the sudden offer of 100,000 gold coins. He felt that this scene seemed a bit familiar. After thinking about it carefully, a trace of horror flashed in his eyes. This is the feeling of controlling some kind of life and death, just like he controls some officials.
Deal. Sabo agreed without hesitation.
He always paid great attention to his own safety.
Bai Bian smiled. It was easy to deal with people with sharp minds.
There was no need for threats or other unnecessary words.
Moreover, he already knew the reason why there was no news about Sabo's terrifying talent for making money. Considering that Sabo had just started, stupidly investigating Rose of the Night was no different from giving away someone's life.
Given his temperament, if nothing unexpected happens, Rose of the Night will try to tamper with the invitation when she comes to visit, and death will become inevitable. Bai Bian lowered his voice and said, let your men fail to detect that power, and pretend it is better, maybe you will be fine.
You know something. Sabo subconsciously wanted to ask, but then shut up.
If that force was really an organization, maybe he had already entered the hunting range of that terrorist organization.
Such a secretive organization, if it weren't for his sixth sense, it would be impossible to detect any abnormalities. This level of organization. I know.
Sabo replied with his head lowered, his eyes full of thinking. Now he seemed to have entered an absolute killing situation. The degree of danger was hard to imagine.
And now? He raised his head, looked at Bai Bian who was also thinking, and suddenly smiled. My dear friend, are you interested in getting the things that the Wolf family is tracking down?
No. Bai Bian shook his head and said decisively.
Sabo's face was still full of smiles.
He took out a dawn badge from his arms and placed it on the instrument next to White Plague.
What now?
Bai Bian picked up the badge and took a look at it. His pupils shrank slightly. The series of zeros on it were the most wealth Bai Bian had ever seen.
A full $500,000.
This price is enough for Bai Bian to buy all the silver-level alchemy knowledge. Although it is only the public version, it is enough for him to not have to worry about knowledge before gold.
But there was no change in his face, and his tone softened slightly. Is this all the energy guns in this batch?
You are so smart, my friend. Sabo said flatteringly. Bai Bian twitched the corner of his mouth and asked for 1,000 gold coins and a bronze-level energy gun.
This thing is really dark. Is it sold as a silver weapon?
No wonder he offered himself 170,000 yuan, and readily agreed to 200,000 yuan, while this guy still had 300,000 yuan in hand. I'm not interested in taking the things belonging to the senator's family, but I'm a little dissatisfied with the Scarlet Sect. But Bai Bian put away the badge. The supernatural world is a place where the jungle prevails, and anything traded with contribution points uses this kind of badge.
Its function is the same as a bank card.
It has a legendary atmosphere and no one can imitate or modify it. And Legend is a protector of the Federation, so he doesn't need any contribution points.
My friend, what is it? Sabo wondered.
However, I need 80% of any profit from the Scarlet Sect incident. After all, this is a very risky matter for me. Bai Bing said without hesitation. If you don't kill this guy while he's asking for something, you'll be sorry for this God-given opportunity.
No problem, my friend, then I will go back and prepare.
Sabo breathed a sigh of relief. He first walked to the corner, and an extremely filthy power surged out from around him. He instantly collected the 500 Barrett energy guns piled in the corner, and then walked out quickly. In Sabo's view, his curiosity has brought about a fatal crisis, and now except for saving his own life, nothing else matters. And Bai Bian could know a few things about the terrorist organization, which was enough for him to win over at any cost. After living, you will naturally have many opportunities to earn money. By the way, my friend, there is a banquet at the City Lord's mansion tonight. Our old City Lord may invite you. Also, the news that you broke through silver will spread throughout Tobu City at night. Sabo walked to the door. When he paused, his face put on a sinister smile again.
Bai Bian thought for a moment and nodded. I understand.
The smile on Sabo's face deepened, and he walked out quickly and disappeared from Bai Bi's sight. Bai Bing stroked his black gloves, his eyes full of thoughts.
He is very famous in Tobu City.
This is not only a matter of energy guns, but also other inventions, such as the combat power detectors that are now used by wealthy businessmen, which is the one that just detected the 3 members of the Wolf family.
Kind of big screen. That one will detect the level and occupation of the creatures in the store.
As long as they expose more than the upper limit of the magic power naturally emitted by the body, they will be captured. And it also monitors the store, with images that can be saved for a month. Although other alchemists could imitate this thing, he was the source and it also brought him great fame. For practical reasons, this thing spread throughout the Dawn Federation within half a year. The alchemists of the Dawn Federation even developed a prototype of a television, and someone is already developing related things.
Different and exciting little movies have also been circulated in the aristocratic circles. This fame brought him wealth and a little trouble.
There were also other inventions, which gave him the confidence to be strong in Tobu City, because more than one city lord, and even the parliamentarian family in the capital had offered him an olive branch. Just because of Lao Lang, he wanted to confirm some things, so he had no idea of leaving. But at this time, there are undercurrents surging in Tobu City, and one can imagine the reaction that will come from his original genius alchemist breaking through the silver. Baiyin has gone from weak to strong, especially the 18-year-old Baiyin. This can be regarded as a qualitative change. This can bring him greater fame. The most important thing is that the Wolf family is targeting the Scarlet Sect. Rose of the Night is causing trouble, and it is also targeting the Scarlet Sect. His power made Rose of the Night win over him even more strongly, but the value he brought was far greater than the potential danger.
As for Rose of the Night, its most terrifying aspect is its secrecy and permeability. It just so happens that Bai Bian is a combination of time travel and rebirth.
With the combination of the two, he does know a lot of secrets that others don't know, but these secrets haven't been used yet. Thinking about it, Bai Bian picked up a new large screen from the corner of the laboratory and walked to the store counter. From the hem of his windbreaker, a dozen worker bees came out and replaced the screen with a new one in just a minute. Feeling an extremely existential gaze, Bai Bian wanted to ignore it, but in the end he looked at or who was wearing a robe. I will bring you the soul essence when I go out this time. If I do it well, I can have opportunity for a salary increase. Really? The blue flames in Or's eyes swayed crazily. He has been the workshop supervisor for half a year. Has this stingy alchemist finally discovered his conscience? Just as Bai Bian was about to say something, he suddenly felt a stronger gaze. He glanced away and immediately saw a white-haired head popping up at the end of the left side. There was a little expectation in Miss Elf's blue eyes. Bai Bian changed the topic. Let's talk about it again. Work hard, I will definitely not treat you badly. As he said this, Bai Bian turned around and walked out the door. Wait a minute, the soul essence you just mentioned? Al suddenly asked. Bai Bian glanced at the time, walked out quickly, and said in a gentle tone, it's only the 11th, and we all get paid on the 30th. We can't break this rule just for you, right? Not far away, Miss Elf's pupils slowly dimmed. Sure enough, capitalists are capitalists, and wages can be delayed as long as they can. Or felt that he had been deceived. The blue flames in his eyes suddenly turned scarlet. Looking at Bai Bing's back, he roared in a hoarse voice, damn capitalist. Shameless fraudster, you will be punished. Bai Bian ignored the roar behind him. He was used to it. A level 50 lich would be tricked into becoming a workshop director, and anyone would go crazy. But if you add money, it depends on the situation. It's not that he is too stingy, the main reason is that the prices of extraordinary things are ridiculously expensive. Even though his assets have reached 550,000, it seems to be a lot. But when you actually spend it, you will find that the money is never enough. Bai Bian turned his attention to the two members of the Will family. They were leaving the street now, and behind them, the soldiers were cleaning up the mummies, probably preparing to close the team. Tobu City is actually very large. There are more than 2 million intelligent beings resident there, and the army is close to 400,000. Including the floating population in peace, the maximum number of people this city can accommodate is about 3 million. Such a huge city is actually self-sufficient, and now that there has been no war in the past 3 years, the prosperity of the border exceeds that of other cities, especially the existence of the Adventure Union, which allows many dark things to be safely accommodated in the bottom layer of the city. But now the streets are very deserted, and those watching the excitement also have worries in their eyes. However, since the inner city is basically filled with extraordinary people, it seems to be relatively stable overall. Walking along the originally bustling streets, many people greeted Bai Bing. After all, many of Bai Bing's inventions were these people's favorite things. Those small families and wealthy businessmen are also frequent visitors to Bai Bing, and they can buy the latest equipment more easily if they are close to each other. After walking through this commercial street and turning a corner, it suddenly became cold. This street is an official street, and only official institutions have shops. The City Lord's Palace, General's Palace, Law Enforcement Team, Trial Hall, Prison, Knowledge Palace, Adventurers Association, and other buildings are all located on this street. As long as you pass by the most fringe Adventurer Association, you will feel a sense of solemnity. No matter what race you are, as long as you come to this street, you will subconsciously put away your smile. Bai Bian walked along the edge and soon stopped in front of a high tower. There was a wooden plaque on the tower with 4 characters written on it, Palace of Knowledge. This retro-style building is a palace of knowledge that every city has. You can sell your knowledge at a high price or buy their knowledge. As long as you have enough contribution points, you can buy any knowledge there. Mr. Bai Yifei, welcome to the Palace of Knowledge. As soon as he entered the tower, a cold mechanical sound rang out. This was the detection technology of the Palace of Knowledge. It was said that even gold-level experts could not escape this kind of detection. Every time you enter, your information in the federal database will be supplemented. This is actually a peep into privacy, but Bai Ying does not have this trouble. The alchemist's combat effectiveness never depends on his level, and the higher his level, the higher his value. In this godless era, when big forces encounter talented people, they will only try to win them over, not eliminate them. For geniuses, this is the best era. While knowledge is shared, no one wants to kill geniuses. Because the Federation seemed peaceful, but before the existence of the ancient god in the abyss appeared, a sense of crisis still enveloped the entire Federation. Of course, the premise is not to offend those super large forces.
When Bai Bian stepped into the tower, a wave of space suddenly flashed through.
As the scene in front of him changed rapidly, a mechanical lifeform glided over.
He said respectfully, "Mr. Bai Yan, are you selling knowledge or buying knowledge?"
Bai Ying is already familiar with the process here.
He looked around. This was the second level of the Palace of Knowledge, an exclusive level for alchemists.
In the Hall of Knowledge, each major profession has its own exclusive layer. Some professions that do not have so many people, such as diviners, druids and other rare professions, can purchase knowledge in the public area on the first floor. There are a total of 6 floors in the Palace of Knowledge, corresponding to mages, warriors, assassins, alchemy, and divine arts. Although there are no alchemy sages in the Dawn Federation, there is a master of alchemy technology among the members.
That one was at the gold level.
When the legendary swordsman brought mechas to guard the frontier from the Federation of Stars, he also brought with him the manufacturing method of this knowledge palace. This includes the Badge of Dawn. And as long as it comes from the alchemist sage, there is nothing that is not strong. For example, here, if someone tries to get free prostitution or wants to rob knowledge. So as long as the power exceeds the ultimate endurance of the Palace of Knowledge, the tower will directly enter self-destruction, using all its power to let the enemy know what is the work created by the alchemist sage.
Okay, just a second.
The short mechanical lifeform in front of him stretched out a hand and gradually built a screen. The data stream flashed on it, and an endless catalog of knowledge appeared in front of Bai Bian's eyes.
There are knowledge points for each profession, including elemental mage, space mage, and even necromancer.
As long as the knowledge that has appeared in the Federation, except for some taboos, will be placed in the knowledge palace for people to buy. In the age of the gods, all intelligent beings are in a great crisis.
Continuing to block knowledge is no longer a means of rule, but a means of suicide.
The top management is eager to have a few more super geniuses, so that in the absolute crisis in the future, the creatures of Xia continent can have some hope. Screen the profession, alchemist, and bring out the knowledge Bai Bian already possesses.
Bai Bian said calmly. Okay, just a second.
The mechanical sound continued, and the data flow crossed the large screen. Soon, information about the white epidemic appeared on the screen.
Name, White Plague. Occupation, Alchemy Mechanic. Rank, Silver lower level. Potential assessment, S, originally a level, updated.
Purchase knowledge, all basic knowledge of bronze alchemy, material knowledge of silver alchemy technology, poison knowledge of silver alchemy pharmacy, elementary combat knowledge, elementary assassination knowledge, elementary combat knowledge, special alchemy knowledge, high explosive energy. Looking at the potential evaluation, Bai Bian had a smile in his eyes. Although it was impossible for this thing to detect the panel, the class potential was already in the third echelon.
As long as you reach S level, all knowledge purchases will be discounted at 20%, and SSS level talents will be directly discounted at 50%.
The stronger the talent, the better the treatment in the Federation.
Wait until next time, maybe this talent will increase.
Taking out the Daybreak badge and looking at the 530,000 points inside, Bai Bian started shopping.
Silver alchemy technology, energy knowledge, 40,000 contribution points.
Already 20% off, silver alchemy, pharmacy, curse knowledge, 24,000 contribution points. Already 20% off, silver alchemy and pharmacy, knowledge gain, 40,000 contribution points. Already 20% off, silver alchemy transformation, flesh and blood knowledge, 18,000 contribution points. Already 20% off, silver alchemy transformation, mechanical knowledge, 56,000 contribution points. Already 20% off, silver divination spiritual training method, 2,800 contribution points. Already 20% off, silver dot. After making a random selection and looking at the zeros behind the contribution points, Bai Bian's mouth twitched, and he suddenly felt that he had lost the piece of soul essence he had given to Al, 30 gold coins.
If you save more, won't it be 100 gold coins?
If you continue to save, you may have tens of thousands of gold coins. Sure enough, we should talk less about salary increases in the future. Bai Bian, who looked heartbroken, paid a total of 200,000 contribution points, and his assets were directly halved.
200,000 points have been deducted from your contribution points.
Your knowledge is being printed, please wait. The data stream on the screen in the hand of the short mechanical lifeform flashed crazily. On the far right side of the first floor hall, which was full of metal texture, silver light flickered slightly. A small high-level transmission device was activated, and the sound of some mechanical gears turning was very small, but there were no people in the Hall of Knowledge now, so it could still be heard clearly. As time goes by, a book is sketched out from scratch, and you can even see the material transformation process of book construction, which looks very magical. When the silver light extinguished, boxes of books appeared in the corner. Each category of knowledge was stored in 1 or 2 half-person high boxes. 8 boxes have been filled with knowledge about the 5 subcategories of pure alchemy. This is basic knowledge for public use, similar to the kind you can read at random in a university library. This also explains why you need to specialize, because ordinary people can't master the knowledge of some small categories, let alone the 3 major categories, and there are 7 subcategories. Walking to the silver device next to the box, Bai Bian counted a total of 9 1-meter-high wooden boxes. He took out the Dawn badge, put it on the screen of the device, then set the parameters of his own teleportation device, and decisively chose teleportation. 27 of your contribution points have been deducted. The item transfer is about to start. Please leave the transfer area within 10 seconds. The mechanical sound sounded, and Bai Bian returned to his original position. Watching these books worth 200,000 gold coins slowly disappear, he wanted to complain, but he didn't know where to start. Although knowledge seems to be less expensive than expected, after all, after buying it once, you don't need to pay a second time. It is something that is always useful. But for alchemists, money is never enough. Knowledge is indeed not as expensive as imagined, but knowledge is just knowledge. To turn knowledge into combat power, you need materials. And with the average alchemist's failure rate approaching 90% at the beginning, no amount of money can withstand failure. A set of worker bees costs about 30,000 yuan. The level of difficulty is such that even the White Plague failed twice. Even if the White Plague can recycle some materials and continue to use them, the cost of this set of worker bees will be close to 70,000. In addition to the things for sale, there are also things that need to be made in daily life. Looking at the remaining 300,000 contribution points, Bai Ying felt that he still had to save some money. Recently, it is better to mainly focus on combat power. It will be easier to deal with the Scarlet Sect first. Thinking about these things, Bai Bian resisted the urge to continue to read more advanced alchemy knowledge, turned around and walked out of the door. A wave of teleportation flashed, cold air hit, and snow started to fall in the sky again at some point. Bai Bian tightened his windbreaker and turned around just as he was about to leave. A girl wearing shabby clothes and her face covered with dust looked at him timidly, as if she wanted to enter the Palace of Knowledge. Bai Bian ignored it and walked towards the outer commercial street. The reason why the inner city did not restrict civilians from coming to the inner city was because of the Palace of Knowledge. The current high-level officials are frantically squeezing the common people, but they also clearly tell the common people how to get out of their current predicament, that is to become extraordinary. Moreover, the most basic knowledge of bronze level can be purchased with only silver coins, and the thoughts of the federal high-level officials are already clear. The living beings in Shia continent need more extraordinary people, and whether they have talents or not, everything will show if they are above level 10. Just less than 5 meters away, a faint mechanical sound sounded. Miss Luoning, welcome to the Palace of Knowledge. This sound is, Layer 1? Luoning? Such a familiar name. Bai Bian stopped and thought carefully. He had traveled through time for 2 years. A lot of things had happened during this time. Although the whole situation was stable, it was impossible to completely remember every character in the game. And if you feel familiar, then this person must be famous in the game. Female, Luoning, civilian, Tobu City. Bai Bian was thinking, and suddenly he was startled. He remembered that this was a fortune teller in the capital city. It was said that he came from the broken Tobu City. What she is famous for is that she can actually calculate the location of the Black Rose members. It is obvious that 30 years later she is only a silver and her talent is not that good, but she can do something that even the gold fortune teller cannot do. The reason why Bai Bian didn't think of it immediately was that this person at the headquarters of the federal organization that specifically targeted Rose of the Night died inexplicably. At that time, large-scale tasks were released to the players. Unfortunately, as a newcomer at the time, Bai Bian was obsessed with moving bricks and didn't pay much attention. At most, he only watched the videos posted by the masters. Thinking of this, Bai Bian stopped walking, walked back, casually leaned against a street lamp, and waited silently. The fortune teller profession is relatively rare and requires strong soul and spiritual talents. Moreover, diviners are only good at seeking good fortune and avoiding misfortunes, and basically have no combat effectiveness in the early stage. Therefore, few civilians will choose this profession. The federal policy only requires strong combat power, and diviners are generally only found in big families. Therefore, Bai Bian had no reason to give up when he met a fortune-teller who was bound to achieve infinite success in the future. In Tobu City, there should be no civilians who would refuse the alchemist's recruitment. Bai Bian didn't have to wait for a long time. Following a wave of space fluctuations, a dirty girl appeared at the door of the Palace of Knowledge. She glanced at Bai Bi cautiously, then quickly lowered her head and left in a hurry. Judging from the fact that she subconsciously protected her chest, she must have purchased some knowledge. Etc. The sudden sound made Luo Ning pause in her steps. Her eyes were a little frightened, and she subconsciously quickened her steps and turned into the alley. Bai Bian was a little helpless. How could the fortune-teller whose reputation spread throughout the Federation in the future be like a rabbit before? Buzz buzz. A subtle sound of flapping wings sounded. In the alley not far away, the girl kept retreating with frightened eyes. Several mechanical balls that she could not afford at first glance kept approaching. A sense of danger made her heart go crazy. Tap tap tap. The sound of leather shoes hitting the ground sounded, and the wind and snow suddenly got louder again. The clear sound of footsteps made the girl's hair stand on end. Her innate sense of danger made her make the most correct choice. She turned around and fell to her knees with a plop, her little body shaking constantly. She carefully pulled out a thin book from her arms, lowered her head, and handed it out respectfully with both hands. Sir, this is the book I just bought. I don't have any money on me anymore. You can search me. Luo Ning's trembling voice was hoarse and somewhat deliberate. He looked very weak and pitiful. With the dirty stains on his body, he looked like the most inconspicuous beggar in a civilian area. Bai Yi paused for a moment and looked at the words, Astrological Observation, on the cover of the book, his eyes thoughtful. Why do you want to buy this book? Bai Bian did not ask her to get up immediately, but asked with great interest. This is the introductory book for diviners. In the general trend of the Federation, the first choice of civilians must be warriors or assassins, because these two are the easiest to produce combat effectiveness and do not require much money to assist in the early stage. Among the most popular professions, at least for Aboriginal people. And civilians who are fortune-tellers may not necessarily know this profession. Back to my lord, this is cheap. It can help me know the direction of the night. Luo Ning's voice was still trembling, and there was a hint of pain in the extremely hoarse voice. Bai Bian nodded. Some books without magic inscriptions are very cheap, and they can even be paid with copper coins. However, simple observation of the stars, and simple boxing skills are all semi-open, but no one will choose this. It's just a book that doesn't have much fighting power at first glance. Raise your head. Bai Bian's voice was soft, with a slightly commanding tone. Luo Ning trembled, and there was despair in her eyes, but she knew that she could not resist in the face of a strong man, so she raised her head carefully, with tears accumulating in her eyes. Bai Bian was stunned. Her dirty face had an Asian appearance, black hair, and black eyes. And if you could ignore the stains, you could tell that this little girl was actually pretty good-looking, and was only 12 or 13 years old. Look like. The human race in this world is a bit complicated, of course, because there are many people who combine with other races, such as half-elves, half-orcs, etc. After being diluted by the human race from generation to generation, these people eventually transformed into people with different skin colors and hair colors, and their surnames and first names were also very changeable. And Bai Bian himself is of Asian descent, so of course he won't be surprised by this face. He looked at the girl who wanted to lower her head but didn't dare. He seemed to see a familiar feeling in her big watery eyes, and he was sure that the Luo Ning in front of him was really the Luo Ning in the future capital. There was a softness in Bai Yan's eyes. Let me introduce myself. My name is Bai Yan. I am the owner of Liming Pharmacy. Are you interested in working in my store? It will be paid. Luo Ning paused, and there was a hint of disbelief in her eyes. She had heard of this name. This man created a powerful energy gun half a year ago, and the entire inner city was talking about it. Of course, this was not the reason for her shock, but the uneasiness in her heart dissipated when the young man in front of her said these words. I do. Luo Ning's voice subconsciously became crisper, a little immature, but nice to hear. Bai Bian was stunned. Are the stains on this girl's body and the unpleasant voice all disguises? Get up and come with me. Bai Bian nodded, without showing his happiness, and walked into the wind and snow. He also has to buy materials, and this is where the bulk of the cost is. Bai Bian subconsciously touched his pocket. There was only a huge sum of 330,000 yuan left in it. He didn't know how long it would last. Luo Ning's eyes were excited, and she followed Bai Bian step by step. She escaped many crises with her intuition, and her intuition in dreams also saved her many times. In her eyes, this seemed to be the beginning of a new life, and she finally no longer had to go back to that cold, dilapidated home.
Who else is there in your family?
Bai Bian, who was walking in front, suddenly asked, his tone a little curious.
No, it was too cold the past few days. My mother didn't hold on, and my father died a long time ago.
The light in Luo Ning's eyes dissipated a little, and there was a little sadness on his dirty face.
My condolences.
Bai Bian was stunned for a moment, then asked no more questions and walked a little faster.
Behind her, the sadness in Luo Ning's eyes disappeared very quickly.
She looked at Bai Bian's back with some hesitation. The deceased was gone, and the only way for the living to live a better life was to comfort the deceased. This was her mother's last wish. She hesitated for a long time. The streets around her were changing and gradually becoming more crowded.
She was preparing to go to the commercial street. Looking at the various people hurriedly walking in front of her, she asked softly, "Are you really Mr. Buying?"
"Yeah." Bai Bian responded softly, already thinking about what materials to buy. There was definitely a look of struggle in Luo Ning's eyes. She believed in her intuition, so she said in a very soft voice, "Mr. Bai Bing, I had a dream.
Half of Tobu City will turn red."
Bai Bian paused in his steps and suddenly turned around. "Scarlet?
What's wrong?"
Luo Ning was frightened and stuttered subconsciously. Bai Bian paused for a moment to calm down his surprise.
The Luo Ning in front of him was just an ordinary person. Could he actually have precognitive dreams?
No wonder even the night rose couldn't stop her peeking.
"Can you tell me more about that dream?"
Bai Bian's tone was still gentle. Coupled with his rather elegant temperament and delicate appearance, he changed from a cold and handsome guy to a warm guy next door. Luo Ning was stared at by Bai Bian, and his face turned red subconsciously, but he could not be seen under the cover of the dirt. 3 days ago, after I was busy with my mother's funeral, I had a nightmare that night. In the dream, I saw a place becoming scarlet. The scarlet spread quickly, and half of the city was dyed in an instant. The color changed, and it revealed a strong sense of foreboding, and then I woke up with a fright. Luo Ning spoke quickly, and at the end his voice was a little low, as if he was ashamed. There was a strong thought in Bai Bian's eyes. He did not doubt Luo Ning's words. First of all, Luo Ning was able to survive the crisis of destroying the city a year later and has survived for 30 years.
This is enough to show that her premonition was accurate.
Sex. Secondly, the current situation in Tobu City is a bit complicated, and it is very likely that everything in her dream will happen. The Will family, a member of the House of Representatives, clings to the Scarlet sect.
There are 2 reasons for this.
Either the Scarlet sect has robbed something of the Will family, or there is some hatred between the Will family and the Scarlet sect.
Now, the second point can be eliminated.
There is no hatred that requires direct lineage to go, and it is obviously a direct lineage of genius. It is too dangerous to face a sect. Based on this, it can be inferred that what the Scarlet sect robbed was so great that it was so valuable that they would not hesitate to fight against the Federation. And this can be known from what Quartermaster Sabo found. The huge and secretive Night Rose is actually targeting the Scarlet sect.
Coupled with that unknown attitude, the old city lord couldn't even understand by B.
Chaos, very chaotic, but in the chaos, you can faintly feel that except for the old city lord, other powerful forces or individuals are fighting for a treasure. Sabo had asked about this treasure when he paid out the 500,000, and it was obvious that he had already confirmed it, and the scarlet color in Luo Ning's prediction was most likely this treasure.
Mr. Plague. Some people who knew Bai Ying saw the young man on the roadside and couldn't help but say hello.
Bai Bian came back to his senses, nodded politely, and turned Luo Ning in a different direction. "Go back to the store first, I have something to ask you." Luo Ning followed step by step, until it reached the height of Bai Bi's chest, which looked like a small tail, attracting strange looks from some people.
But no one said anything. Instead, they all greeted Bai Bian enthusiastically and asked if they had any new equipment. They just saw Bai Bian's busy steps and didn't bother too much. Now the city is going crazy.
This alchemist broke through silver at the age of 18, and silver represents power, especially for technological alchemists, which means that they can easily buy more powerful equipment.
Safety is also better guaranteed, so we respect White Epidemic even more.
After returning to the pharmacy smoothly, Bai Bian quickly took Luo Ning to his laboratory under the gaze of Warna's scarlet soulfire. After finding an empty seat and sitting down, a worker bee flew out from the hem of Bai Bian's windbreaker, projecting a holographic projection with a map of the entire Tobu city on it. If you think about it carefully, where did the scarlet you mentioned first appear? Bai Bian asked in a slow tone, trying not to put pressure on Luo Ning. Luo Ning looked at the unprecedented high technology with bright eyes, and pointed to the civilian area to the east without hesitation. Here. She can remember her precognitive dreams very clearly, which is her life-saving ability. Otherwise, she would not have bought the book, Star Observation, in the first place. She believes that the stars will guide her just like dreams. A smile appeared on Bai Bian's face, and he didn't dislike Luo Ning's dirty look. He reached out and touched his head. You are now a clerk here, with a monthly salary of 100 gold coins. The salary will be paid on the 30th, remember all right. Luo Ning was stunned and asked in disbelief, 100 gold coins? The book in her hand is worth 0.08 contribution points. She has used up all the savings she and her mother had saved, and here is a direct 100 contribution points. My God. I am going to become a rich woman. Bai Bian was very satisfied with Luo Ning's performance. This was in sharp contrast to the elves. For the same salary of 100, the elves were greedy and the humans were satisfied. Sure enough, the same race was still reliable. Okay, you follow this ball out. Someone will take you to change clothes and take a shower, and introduce you to the work. I have other things to deal with. Bai Bian couldn't help but touch the head of the future store mascot again. The little girl lowered her head, a little shy, as if she was shy, and followed the worker bees out of the laboratory. When the door closed, Bai Bing said calmly, connect with Mr. Sabo. Okay, please wait. A mechanical sound sounded, and a burst of mechanical sound appeared in the lining of the White Plague windbreaker. About 2 seconds later, Sob's high-pitched voice sounded, Oh my friend, what do you want from me? I have a piece of news here, but it requires 1 kilogram of mithril and 100 soul crystals. Are you interested? Bai Bian smiled. This dwarf was very rich. God knows how much he had been cheated during the 6 months of cooperation. Money, how can it be done without ruthlessly squandering it? Let me guess, it's about the Scarlet Cult, right? Sabo's tone was a little helpless. My friend, I have been squeezed dry by you. I don't have that much money now, and you have already collected 300,000 gold coins. I think this money is what I asked you for help this time. The cost, at least the information about the Scarlet Cult must be included. Bai Yan paused, a trace of unnaturalness flashed in his eyes. After thinking about it, he gave in and couldn't go too far. You have convinced me, but 100 soul essences and helping me buy a kilogram of mithril are enough. You know the rules. There is no free information here. Soul crystal is an advanced version of soul essence. It costs more than 300 gold coins each, while soul essence only costs 30 gold coins. As for mithril, 1 gram is 10 gold coins, and 1 kilogram is 10,000 gold coins. They are both big spenders, and both are consumables. In 10 minutes, your transmission device will receive what you want. Sabo's tone became treacherous again, with a sense of expectation. My friend, is it time for you to share your news? There is an 80% chance that the Scarlet Sect's home base is in the civilian east area. Bai Bing said warmly, Okay, Mr. Sabo, you need your things as soon as possible, and I also need to prepare them. My friend, your news always amazes me. Don't worry, I will take care of it. Although Sabo's voice is still a bit treacherous, it gives people a solemn feeling. After speaking, he took the lead in cutting off communication. He is the quartermaster of this city, and he needs to successfully transfer all the personnel investigating Rose of the Night to investigating the Scarlet Sect, otherwise he will die. Bai Bian sat in front of his seat, his eyes full of thoughts. Currently, there are still 320,000 contribution points left. These wealth must be exchanged for combat power as quickly as possible. Scarlet is not easy to deal with. After sending some messages to some people, Bai Bian began to wait silently. He needs to use some connections in Tobu City to help him get something that he can't get on the surface, and then just wait quietly. 3 days have passed since the calm period. During these 2 days, the store's revenue has been particularly good. However, White Plague has not had time to replenish low-level potions, and the revenue from potions has dropped slightly. But this was not a big problem. Bai Bian looked at his empty wallet and sighed deeply. He did not go to the city lord's invitation, but spent 2 days to arm himself. Of course, he didn't do anything, but he always felt that Master Fa was really nothing, especially the old guy with a golden position in the capital. He was really evil. A gold-level spell scroll actually costs 250,000, while a silver-level scroll only costs 40,000. Sabo's 10,000 contribution points were suddenly gone out to 300,000. I hope the Scarlet sect can recover its losses. However, in addition to having a strong trump card, Bai Pei has done nothing in the past 2 days. After taking a look at the information on the panel, his heart was slightly relieved. You have developed a silver-level Barrett energy gun, which has an experience value of plus 2,000 points, a skill point of plus 1, and an alchemy technology experience value of plus 70. Extra experience points plus 1,000. You have created 12 worker bees, with experience value plus 2,400, skill point plus 1, and alchemy technology proficiency plus 36. Extra experience points plus 2,000.
After acquiring 2 skill points here, White Plague already has 3 skill points.
He decisively added skills to the formulas of Nervous Poison and Chaos Alchemy among the alchemical poisons, and the last one was also added to the poison called Potion of Desire.
This is considered an attempt.
Extra desire on the battlefield is also very fatal and difficult to prevent. However, this also shows how powerful and cherished skill points are, because after adding skill points, the proficiency of a single potion is also fully increased. For example, these 3 are Nerve Poison, 1000, not upgradable, but Bai Bian didn't care. He had so much knowledge to learn that he didn't have to worry about running out of things to learn. The reason why White Plague put all its points in alchemical poisons is also very simple. Alchemists rely on machinery and drugs to deal damage, and he has never thought of using flesh and blood distortion and technological transformation on himself.
Mechanical ascension is not Bai Bing's idea, nor is turning into a monster.
Unless he encounters very suitable materials, otherwise, his transformation science will only be used on customers.
You created Nerve Poison X3, test value plus 2,500, alchemy potion proficiency plus 80. Extra experience points plus 1,800. You created Chaos Alchemy X3, experience value plus 2,100, alchemy potion proficiency plus 60. Extra experience points plus 800. These 2 poisons are very difficult to master in the silver level, and their effects are explosive. Name, neurotoxic. Quality, silver, high quality. Effect, through breathing and skin invasion, brain nerves are destroyed within 0.3 seconds. Enemies who are not dead after 1 second will continue to suffer mental damage until the opponent's thinking stops. Introduction, the fastest acting poison, below a certain resistance level, even the giant dragon cannot withstand it. Price, 100 gold coins. If the enemy can hold this one up, it doesn't matter, the next one is more interesting. Name, chaotic refining medicine. Quality, silver, medium.
Effect, invasion through the skin and breath, blocking the senses of the body and consciousness, causing the enemy's brain to send incorrect and distorted information to the body.
Introduction, want to watch dancing?
The kind that twists off one's own head. Price, 100 gold coins. In addition to these 2, Bai Bian also refined a large amount of silver-level potions. He even directly rose to a level just because of the refining. The price was that his inventory of materials was used up, and there were only 10,000 left.
Contribution points. You created the Transformation Potion, the Desire Potion, the Invisibility Potion, the Concealment Potion, the Mind Control Potion, the Experience Value plus 18,800, the Skill Point plus 3, and the Alchemy Potion Proficiency plus 1,730. Additional Experience Points plus 11,300. Your Elementary Alchemy and Pharmacy is upgraded to Intermediate Alchemy and Pharmacy, and the bonus skill point is plus 1. Bai Yi was very satisfied with this series of information and looked at the panel. The level has reached 33,11400/80,000. The additional experience value has also reached 24900. With the addition of 4 skill points, the current growth is quite rapid.
The only thing that is more disappointing is transformation in physical attributes, but breakthroughs in physical attributes require potions or skill points that permanently improve attributes. However, potions that permanently improve attributes require extremely precious materials, and the formula is firmly controlled by the Federation.
One such formula is enough to buy a branch of silver-level knowledge, and the current White Plague is still reluctant to part with it. But you can prepare. You need to pay attention to those high-level materials. Otherwise, if the body cannot break through the extraordinary, the attribute points will always be stuck at 10 points. That is the limit of ordinary people. To break this limit, you need to pay some effort. The cost is normal.
As for transformation, he is not in a hurry.
As long as the level is enough, when he needs something, he can point one skill point and his comprehension will be maxed out. Normally, it's better to read and practice slowly.
Although there will be a failure rate and it is more expensive, skill points are too precious, so just save them if you can. This thing always feels more precious in the later stages. After looking at the materials, the point that can enhance oneself now is technology. The space clothing of Tianchi Curtain is very interesting. Its description is, it can store inanimate objects with a diameter of no more than 1 meter. There are many things that alchemists can modify, such as the potion storage box, invented by players. As long as the mechanism is done well, the potions inside are filled up, and all the buckles are locked, then this space item will be treated as a whole. Like a beehive of white plague, his windbreaker looked a little thin, but he could pull out a lot of things from it. But now, the apocalypse curtain is still in 3 of 5 condition. Inside are beehive, medicine box, and life-saving box. The value of the third box exceeds 300,000 contribution points. It contains various spell scrolls of Master Fa, which can be regarded as a storage place for trump cards. Fortunately, as the strength increases, some unused scrolls can also be sold, and the price will not be discounted. Bai Bian looked at the remaining high-level materials. In addition to knowledge, there are many things he can improve now, such as alchemy explosives and more technological equipment. What is an alchemist? It's obvious that he is a technical geek. As long as he still has money, he can stay there forever and level up like crazy. It's just that the fantasy is plump and the reality is skinny, before Bai Bian can pick up the materials. The communication device rang. This communication device, White Plague, only connected 2 important people. One was the quartermaster Sabo who could bring him money, and the other was the city Lord Eric. Bai Bian connected, and a high-pitched voice sounded, "Hey, my friend, I found them, are you ready?" Bai Bian breathed a sigh of relief. The previous bombs were almost enough. "I know, see you at the same place." After packing everything that needed to be packed away, Bai Bian's mental energy surged, and he swept away the dust and fatigue from his body. He walked out of the shop and was stunned for a moment. A white-haired OL elf with a perfect iceberg face was sitting at the counter. Next to the elf was a lowly maid who was dozing off. The maid's head was moving little by little, and she looked a little cute as she wanted to sleep but didn't dare to sleep. That's Aaron and Luwaning. Perhaps out of concern for safety, Aaron has always lived in the conference room, which has now become an exclusive room for the 2 girls. However, Bai Bian didn't look at this seductive scene and walked out quickly. Although he had some objections to dressing up his future mascot as a maid, it was obviously not the time to talk about this now. There were still many things to be busy with tonight. Stepping into the wind and snow, it is almost the end of December, and this period is also the coldest time. In addition, it is now 10 o'clock in the evening, and the snow in the sky is gradually getting heavier. Bai Bian had no intention of taking a car. This was the core commercial street in the inner city, not far from the place agreed upon by Saab. After walking about 500 meters to the left, Bai Bian turned into a small alley. A worker bee flew out from the hem of his windbreaker. After every step he took, the worker bee would emit a special force field and pull him away. The snow cover returned to its original state. After twisting and turning all the way and crossing 4 streets, the place began to become lively and the flow of people increased significantly. In the entertainment area, there are game halls, pubs, casinos, brothels, theaters, and many other entertainment facilities. Even though more than 30 people died on the streets here in the past few days, it still couldn't stop the adventurers yearning for entertainment. Walking to the back of a casino called Golden City, a dwarf about 1.2 meters tall was already waiting here. When Sabo saw the White Plague, he called out very enthusiastically, "My friend, you are finally here. Come on, let's go to the show first." Sabo took White Plague into the back entrance of the casino, passed through a dimly lit road, and came to a secret basement. He turned on the light in the basement, and a 6-pointed star array appeared in front of Bai Bian. "Teleportation circle? Where did you get this thing?" Bai Bian was a little surprised. The teleportation circle was a high-end luxury item. Because of the disappearance of the gods, the spatial structure of the Xia continent was not as stable as imagined. This makes it difficult for mages and alchemists to create a stable teleportation array, and every array that can stably set coordinates is called a miracle, something that can be encountered but cannot be sought. I didn't expect Saab to have such a good thing. You don't have to worry about it. Let's go. Dongchang is very lively now. Sabo rubbed his hands with a smile, and after pressing a switch, the formation started to activate. The 2 stood on the teleportation formation. As the mysterious purple halo began to flicker, the surrounding space structure changed rapidly. Almost instantly, Bai Bian felt his head buzzing. When reality appeared under his feet again, he stumbled forward and almost half knelt on the ground. Ugh, vomit. There were sounds of vomiting, and Bai Bian turned his head with a pale face. He immediately saw Sabo squatting by the wall, vomiting crazily, and an unpleasant smell spread in the darkroom. Where did you get the inferior product? Bai Bian was speechless. With such a strong space shock, he might as well have taken a car. Looking around, Bai Bian walked toward the door with somewhat frivolous steps. Wait a minute, wait for me, my friend, Sabo said intermittently, taking out a bottle of mental recovery potion from his arms, drinking and vomiting while talking, looking extremely embarrassed. Bai Bian quickened his pace in disgust and pushed open the old wooden door. Hoo ho ho! The cold wind and snow blew in through the door, sobering up Bai Bian's groggy mind. He leaned outside the door, watching the heavy snow and waiting silently. About 5 minutes later, Sabo walked out of the door with even more frivolous steps. The cold wind blew by, and his pale face improved slightly. Damn goblin, damn Potter, that bastard lied to me. Sabo cursed angrily. There are many kinds of space teleportation arrays, and this kind of space array does not require high technology, and its principle is also very simple. To find the weak point in the space, use magic to forcefully penetrate the space, and take the user to forcefully break through the turbulent flow of space and reach the destination. This is a teleportation array that has been lost, but few people study it. After all, teleportation comes with a stun buff, and if you are injured, your injuries will be aggravated. Who can withstand this? The only advantage is that it is cheap and can train space resistance, and it is not easy to block. The more magic power is injected, the more violent the space teleportation becomes. In the end, it can be called a space railgun. Without a body like a cannonball, it will be directly torn apart by the teleportation array. Unexpectedly, such a thing actually exists now. Stop complaining and tell me what's going on now. Bai Yi calmed down the buzzing in his head. He always felt that the surroundings were noisy, but it was clear that there was only the sound of wind and snow. Wait a minute, I need to calm down, Sabo said, once again taking out a bottle of potion from nowhere, and drank it in large quantities. His overall complexion improved a lot after drinking the potion. As the effect of the potion continued to take effect, Sabo's mental outlook completely recovered in a short period of time. He looked up at the sky, and his face regained its excitement. Let's go, this time we will make the final appearance. The two walked into the wind and snow, and Sabo's voice was slightly lowered as he explained the current situation. There is gold in the Scarlet Sect. There are hundreds of blood mages discovered so far, and they are a force that can overturn this city. They are preparing some terrible evil rituals in an attempt to establish contact with the Scarlet Lord. Once this connection is established, the blood mage will become a dependent of God, and the Scarlet Lord can also invest more power into the continent of Shia. This is troublesome. And that invisible force seems to be even more terrifying. I have been constantly causing accidents in the past few days, and then I reluctantly turned their attention to the Scarlet Sect. This may be due to the fact that the Scarlet Sect grabbed something that many people want. And now the follow-up members of the Wool family have also come to Dongwu City. The 500 energy guns they bought from you can exert the greatest effect, and they are also a considerable force. However, there is something strange. Sabo rubbed his chin, his eyes full of thoughts. My friend, what do you think our lord of the city is thinking about? There is an undercurrent surging in the city right now. He still stays in the city lord's mansion all day long and has no intention of coming out to try to scare Xiao Xiao. I don't know. Bai Bian sorted out the information revealed by Sabo and responded, but the role of the city lord is not big. He is about to retire. Now he is waiting for the leader of the Apocalypse army to grow up. Therefore, the city lord will only be a spectator in this incident, and the Apocalypse army may be involved. In Bai Bian's mind, a map of the entire Tobu city appeared, in which the Scarlet Sect occupied the Dongqing district, and the Apocalypse army would surround the Dongqing district. Those who entered were the forces of the Wool family and the elites of the Apocalypse Legion. Unseen in the dark was Rose of the Night. However, the forces that Rose sent out this time were unknown, and it was possible that they were the most dangerous. However, as soon as this map came out, the dynamics of all parties became very clear. Now it was 3 against 1. The Scarlet Sect was at an absolute disadvantage, but the fanatical believer represented uncertainty. Once he really borrowed the power of God, then all disadvantages will be reversed. Yes, it is said that Commander Mawson has been stuck at the Silver Peak for 3 years. He needs more experience, but this does not affect our plan. Sabo's voice became even lower. The two of them had already reached the center of East City in the outer city area, which was very close to the future battlefield. Sabo pushed open the door of a 2-story building, reached the second floor, took out a table and chairs from somewhere, and placed them in the corner. He took out a tea set and poured wine into it, intending to be elegant. Some hidden magic formations around them flickered slightly, and subtle magic fluctuations hid the two of them. A worker bee made a buzzing sound and flew back to the hem of By Bee's windbreaker, erasing the traces of the two people outside. Outside, the wind and snow are getting heavier and heavier, and the windows of the houses are covered with a thick layer of snow. The low temperature of -30°C may make many people unable to withstand the cold winter tonight. Bai Bian glanced at Seibo's wine, silently walked to the window, and gently pulled the window latch. Suddenly, a blizzard poured into the room along with the snow, and a cold breath filled the air. You are taking the lead this time. I need to know, which step do you want to achieve? Bai Yi asked calmly. At the same time, some worker bees flew back from the outside world. Bai Bian put on a pair of sunglasses. Under the moonlight, some pictures gradually appeared in the sunglasses, which seemed to be Dongqing district from multiple angles. We just want money. Seibo took a sip of wine and said with a smile, the mysterious organization investigated by the Apocalypse Legion, and they and the Wolf family learned the location of the Scarlet Sect at the same time. The Wolf family is on the side of the Apocalypse Legion, so the mysterious organization is not an opponent. In a rage, he ransacked the mansions of many wealthy merchants in the inner city, and stole the things that the Wolf family was after, as well as the Scarlet Sect's treasure trove. My friend, what do you think of this script? Bai Bian looked at the sudden appearance of some soldiers on the border of Dongqing district through his glasses, and was a little surprised. This dwarf's mobility still made him feel terrified. It had only been 3 days. He observed these soldiers carefully and couldn't help but joke, but you don't seem to be well prepared. They won't do things according to your will. So I spent 300,000 gold coins to invite you to help me. Seibo took a sip of wine with enjoyment, and unconsciously groped his ankle with one of his overly long arms, and his tone became serious. You will make them succeed. Yes, right? My friend. Anyone who is familiar with this dwarf knows that this is a small subconscious action when he is nervous, which proves that he is not too sure about this plan. There are variables, but since everything is here now, it shouldn't be a big problem. Bai Bian nodded, quickly going through the arrangements of all parties in his mind. 30 worker bees flew out from the hem of the windbreaker and lined up in 5 rows in front of Bai Bing. He took out a bottle of light blue potion and poured it on the worker bees one by one. Their slight fluctuations completely disappeared after the liquid entered. Bai Bing put the empty test tube back into the medicine box. Suddenly, 30 worker bees suddenly spread and flew silently high into the sky along with the blizzard. Bai Bian took out a soul essence from his windbreaker pocket and threw it directly into his mouth. Soul Gourmet, this specialty was activated, and he immediately felt refreshed, and then the panel also issued a prompt. When you consume 1 piece of soul essence, your soul strength will increase slightly and your spirit will increase by 1. His mental strength is now close to 3 times his intelligence. During this period, he was working to the limit to eat the soul essence. Only a dozen of the 100 soul essences were left in 3 days. The mental power brought by this specialty has exceeded 20 points. Unfortunately, from the first one at the beginning, it has only increased by 1, and now it has only increased by 1 for a dozen or so. Although soul essence can still be eaten unlimitedly, as the spiritual power continues to improve, it becomes more and more useless. And it takes a lot of time for the soul to absorb the soul power, but now the mental attribute of White Plague has reached 232 points, and it has reached the top level against SNP Alchemist Silver. We can see the power of this specialty. As the worker bees continued to stay away from the White Plague, more pictures appeared on his sunglasses. The technology of the extraordinary world can observe farther places. As long as you don't look directly at a strong person who is much higher than yourself, then there is no problem. Risk of exposure. Bai Bian rolled his eyes slightly, looking for his target in his sunglasses. Soon, 2 familiar figures came into view. He just glanced at it, and Bai Bian looked away, but more than 30 worker bees were conscious. Get closer that way. He now needs to wait for some time. And at this time, Cammy were suddenly frowned. The sharp aura around her disappeared in a flash. She searched around and found nothing unusual. What's wrong? Sister? Arnado asked with some confusion. Behind them, warriors or assassins who exuded powerful waves followed them. These people quickly dispersed when they entered the area, walking forward in a semi-enveloping posture. There are about 500 of them, and their overall strength is above level 15. They are more elite than the people of the Apocalypse Legion. From this, we can see how powerful the Wolf family is.
This is just an advance force sent to the border. Someone is spying on us.
Cammie's tone became cold, and the long sword behind her trembled faintly.
Some snowflakes flew close and split automatically.
It could be seen that her sword intention was about to become powerful.
It's not surprising.
It is said that people from the Apocalypse Legion are also here.
Maybe it's them. Arnado said in a serious tone, Mosin of the Apocalypse Legion is very powerful. Will he compete with us?
Cammie raised his hand. Suddenly, Arnado was silent, and the two of them looked back at the same time.
Behind them, more people came out.
These people also had energy guns in their hands, and everyone was a transcendent. A young human with a feeling of oppression all over his body, carrying a huge sword that was more than half a meter wide and nearly 2 meters long on his back, came over riding a lion exuding black energy. He glanced at the two of them condescendingly, and finally paused for a moment at Cammie, nodded, and the demon lion under him led him deeper into the Dongqing district. A plain command began to spread: clean up the site and let the Wuqing Legion help to minimize civilian damage.
Yes, Legion Commander.
Not far behind him, Garrett and Muguth, who had followed the Wolf family in the past few days, nodded, and orders were quickly spread.
Alchemy technology played a huge role in the Legion. Things like walkie-talkies made half of Tobu City move in an instant.
From a macro perspective, the Apocalypse Legion, composed entirely of extraordinary beings, surrounded the entire Dongqing district. The larger Wuqing army quickly interspersed everywhere. They were the first line of defense of Dongwuqing. Although they were the weakest of the three legions, their number reached 200,000. The East City Gate is connected to an undeveloped area from the outside world, so the number of people in this gate has reached 80,000. Such a terrifying number of people. Under the order of the commander of the Apocalypse Army, half of the soldiers who had been prepared were withdrawn and began to clean up.
Civilians in this city.
Soldiers of all races carry cold holy water in their hands, which can detect believers in the ancient gods and the abyss. All those who are baptized by the holy water and are not harmed will be temporarily expelled from Dongqing district. Because the military-civilian ratio in Tobu City reached a terrifying 1:5. Therefore, most of the soldiers in Dongqing were related to the residents. They were even said to be not only their family members but also the family members of their comrades. Although there were some who were stubborn, they were forcibly removed. But some gamblers and drunkards coming out of pubs or casinos were particularly irritable and tried to take action. When facing these people, some soldiers showed no mercy, and blood still began to infect the land.
The bloody spread made the evacuation operations faster and faster.
Most civilians were very cooperative, just grabbing something and running away.
After all, family members can't harm others, right? Isn't this person a little too arrogant? Seth said unhappily.
Since arriving in this border town, the Wolf family has been hitting a wall.
This feeling is really uncomfortable. Shut up.
Arnaldo scolded, then turned slightly to Cammie and said softly, the purpose of the 50-level magic swordsman is probably to break through his own limitations through the Scarlet Sect.
Cammie didn't say much and decisively followed Mawson's footsteps.
Since the goals were different but the same, then this legion leader should not mind being her pathfinder.
Arnaldo waved his hand, and the elites belonging to the Wolf family quickly approached.
They did not disperse, and followed the commander of the Mawson army, moving forward steadily. This city has great potential. These legions are enough to attack the capital from here. The Scarlet Sect should not be able to make waves.
Cammie suddenly spoke.
Although he did not deliberately lower his voice, the wind and snow still limited his voice.
Around them.
Border cities are like this, otherwise the first law among the members would not be to restrict the members' families from doing business on the border. Arnado looked back and saw that behind the 500 people they brought, there were 1,000 and almost all 15 members of the Apocalypse Legion above level 1. The positions of these members are very subtle.
Most of them are 2 warriors and 1 assassin.
One warrior holds a shield and the other holds an axe.
The division of labor is very clear. Defense, attack, assassination.
The 3-person battle formation vaguely protected the assassin in the middle, and most of Barrett's group were carried by shield warriors. On the battlefield, survival was the most important thing. Although there are not many magic professions, there is a mage group with close to 100 people, which still gives people a strong sense of oppression. Their position is in the middle of the 1,000 people, and they are not afraid of backstabs or strong attacks. This kind of configuration is difficult for the MP family to come up with, which also has to be said that the border city is terrible. Once something unexpected happens to the legend, the Counselor family and the border city lords do have the ability to change the dynasty.
Wait until they start fighting. Let's go to the Scarlet Sex Lair first. Don't throw away that thing. Everything else doesn't matter. Cammy calmly ordered. Seth will stay and command. Don't conflict with them.
Seth answered respectfully, looking at the faster and faster movements around him, his eyes full of solemnity. I understand.
Hoo ho ho.
As if to adapt to the situation, the wind and snow at the end of December became more and more severe, and only 2 strong men at the peak of Silver were not surrounded by snow. When the soldiers were advancing or expelling civilians, they would pat the snow, and the cold breath was infecting their bodies.
Damn it, if you do this at night, you might freeze to death? Stop talking and pack up quickly. When they come, there won't be time to clean up.
Whispering conversations came from the wooden house. The splendor of the outer city and the inner city were incomparable. Even if the temperature was more than 10 degrees below zero, civilians could still only live in wooden houses.
This was the inevitable result of the law.
Only geniuses can climb up in this era, otherwise civilians can only remain civilians for life.
Bai Bian, who was wearing sunglasses, turned around and walked towards a more central area.
Although the alchemist is also a civilian and does not have much combat effectiveness in the impression of other professions, since Bai Bian has taken over this large order of 300,000 yuan, it means that he is confident that he can complete it. Through observation, Bai Bian has not discovered the existence of gold for the time being, but even if there is, Bai Bian's trump card is still very likely to win, not to mention, his target is not those gold bosses.
He needs to bide his time.
As for the entertainment area in front and the basement of Jinhuan Casino, it's hard to imagine that they actually hollowed out such a large area. The faint sound of mosquitoes and flies came from the headset, and Bai Bian said softly, I know, please contact me anytime. Bai Bian touched the headset lightly, and the communication with Sabo was immediately disconnected. Looking at the heavy snow drifting in the sky, Bai Bian tightened his windbreaker and walked to the back door of the five-story casino.
Boom, boom, boom. He knocked gently on the iron door, and curses suddenly came from inside. Which bastard is knocking on the door at this hour? Don't you know how to use the main door?
Cursing sounds sounded, and several orcs opened the door in displeasure, ready to teach the guy who disturbed their interest a lesson. But as soon as the door was opened, their eyes became confused.
Bai Bian walked in leisurely.
When the door was blown shut by the wind and snow, the 4 orcs were so excited that they reopened the door and looked outside. He cursed and closed the door again.
Damn it, who is playing a prank? I'm afraid they don't want to die. Let me catch him and let him know what a punch the size of a sandbag is.
Bai Bian listened to the curses from behind and the lively sounds in the casino, and silently walked to the corner box. The casinos in the outer city are all old-fashioned, and the main currency for gambling is copper coins. From the perspective of the rich in the inner city, this is just a small game. Of course, no matter how small a mosquito's legs are, they are still meat, so these places are still established by the rich in the inner city.
In the eyes of extraordinary people, this is the value of civilians.
Bai Bian put on his hood and pushed open the box door. The gamblers who were playing poker inside instantly turned their heads. One of the orcs with scarlet eyes shouted in displeasure, "Who let you in? Get out!" Bai Bian wasn't angry either, so he took out 10 gold coins from the panel and tossed them in his hand.
Do you mind if I join in? It's my first time coming out of the inner city and I want to have a little fun.
As soon as he finished speaking, the eyes of more than 10 people in this small private room suddenly changed. Those greedy eyes stared at the gold coins shaking in Bai Bian's hand. The expression of the orc who just spoke suddenly became flattering. "Oh, my noble and handsome young master, please take a seat, you are always welcome here." As he spoke, he kicked a guy who had copper coins all in front of him. "Go away and give up your seat to the young master." At the same time, the casino was underground. A cult ceremony is being held here, and many mages wearing red robes are putting their hands on their chests and chanting words. The chaotic sounds formed a powerful spiritual pollution in the empty underground, causing drops of blood to flow from the rock walls, as if this underground cave was alive. In the center of these mages is a scarlet altar. On the altar, various internal organs and limbs are placed in an extremely messy manner, which looks extremely bloody. The extremely thick blood rushed to the center. In the center, a young human mage was also wearing a red robe. He sat cross-legged and had a glass-shaped square crystal in his hand. Inside the crystal was a blood-colored crystal of orbs. The surrounding blood continued to circle around the crystal as the young man muttered, forming a shape like a genetic chain, which looked extremely strange. Tap 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 tap. A very discordant footsteps sounded quickly, but they stopped at the door of the empty sacrificial hall, pacing back and forth anxiously. The ritual of summoning the great ancient god cannot be interrupted, but the army is about to overwhelm it, making this member of the Scarlet Sect very anxious. "Hurry up, Lord Priest, it's almost too late," he muttered in a low voice, and more footsteps sounded around him. People wearing blood-colored robes entered the underground from the passages on both sides. However, amid the chants of many mages, they could only pace anxiously. They didn't know why they were exposed. They had obviously been hiding well for so many years in Tobu City, but the exposure this time was too unexpected. "Qifeng, is Qifeng here?" Suddenly a strong man shouted in a low voice, and other companions also spread the word in a low voice. Soon a pot-bellied bronze mage with a panic face responded, "What's wrong?" The strong man turned back quickly and said quickly, "The casino above is your family's property. You go up and hold them back and buy as much time as possible. You are a noble. They don't dare to do anything to you. They will wait until the ceremony of worshipping the Lord is completed, alright." Qifeng was a little hesitant. It was obvious that he was going to die. But the strong man's words are not over yet. If it cannot be delayed, the blood will become the carrier of scarlet. Qifeng was startled. He remained silent for a long time, then gritted his teeth and murmured in a low voice, "For God, for scarlet." The faces of the surrounding members also became serious, and they followed Qifeng in a low voice, "For God, for scarlet." Qifeng walked back without hesitation and soon followed a secret passage outside the casino. Standing at the entrance of the casino, he took a deep breath, calmed down, and walked in directly. "Boss, why are you here at this time?" As soon as he entered, a discerning waiter came to greet him. Qifeng's expression could not return to its original pleasant expression, and he said coldly, "Nosy, I'm on the second floor. If you need anything, just call me." After saying that, he quickly went up to the second floor under the waiter's stern gaze. The cleanup of the outside world was still going on, and the voices of complaints began to spread because of the speed. However, the cold soldiers did not give him too much explanation and forcefully asked them to leave. When they meet family members, they will say sternly not to ask any more questions, then give them some money and take them away quickly and resolutely. Emosen rode the demon lion and advanced step by step. The fighting spirit in him gradually emerged. The demon swordsman, a swordsman who practices magic, the magic power in his body is boiling. Although the news this time came rather strangely, the photos and evidence still convinced him to attack with all his troops. When will he be able to get gold? When will this city belong to him? The border cities are the most demanding, but when you reach the Golden Peak, legendary breakthroughs have nothing to do with resources, but more like understanding the rules. So once he understands the meaning, the city lord will get rid of the shackles of his identity and find his own legendary way. The position of city lord is both a help and a constraint for the strong. It can bring countless resources, and it can help the strong grow very quickly in the early stage of gold, but in the end it will also tie the strong to this city. He knew that his master wanted to leave here, and he also wanted to help his master. So this time when gold appears, he will not hesitate to take the lead and confront gold directly. The other party's path will also be a guide to him. The fighting spirit on his body became stronger and stronger, and the giant sword on his back began to tremble, but the lion under his crotch became more and more excited, and his low roar was faint, as if he was suppressing something. The snowflakes in the sky were falling more and more densely, and the last snowfall of the year was particularly heavy. Snowflakes that were even 1 meter away from Mosin would be instantly vaporized. The powerful and oppressive power made the 2 silver orcs who followed him couldn't help but stay away. There was admiration in their eyes. The strength of the Legion commander made them feel proud. Behind him, Kami looked at the man riding on the lion, his eyes gradually becoming serious. This magic swordsman was very strong. He is not weaker than her. This may be because he is older, but geniuses never pursue fairness. The stronger the other party, the stronger. He is gathering momentum. He should be here soon. Arnaldo said calmly, raising his hand, and the 500 soldiers behind him took Barrett off his back. Not so fast. The properties of those small nobles are spread all over the civilian areas. He needs to negotiate. If the information is correct, he will be the future city lord. Kami said calmly, the sword intent around him looming. Although the current continent of Shia also has the system of eldest son inheritance, talent is more valued, because the necessary condition for entering the parliament is to be in a golden position. This system, in which everything depends on strength, makes the wealthy families less intrigued. So even though Kami is a girl, she was raised as the head of the family from the moment she revealed her extraordinary talent. A lot of information, as long as you know a little bit, you can easily deduce more.
For example, the kindness of the White Plague? After all, if he went directly to Barrett, Seth would be dead with one shot, so there would be no need for so many arguments. It was this move that seemed strong but actually showed weakness that made Cammy pay the 10,000 gold coins to expose the incident. You can tell by the fact that he evacuated civilians immediately. Arnaldo responded in a low voice. Suddenly, a slight sound of falling to the ground clearly reached his ears along with the wind, snow and chaotic footsteps. Boom! A huge gunshot rang out, and a strong sense of crisis hit. Buzz Zhang Dang at the same time as the magic shield was raised, a clear sword sound sounded, followed by the sound of metal collision. Arnaldo saw with his own eyes that a bullet was cut in half before his eyes. In the brief moment when he was stunned, Cammy suddenly rushed out, the long sword in his hand flashed with cold light, the extremely powerful sword intention disturbed the wind and snow, and the target was a soldier of his family. The soldier's eyes, which seemed to treat everything as a game, disappeared, and he looked at Cammy solemnly. At this moment, the wind and snow became more and more powerful, and a worker bee stained with a silver-level secret agent floated into the distance along the disturbed wind and snow. The lion walking at the front also stopped, murderous intent suddenly appeared in this snowy night. Flush, take all, give money, give money. Bai Bian threw his cards on the table and collected the chips with a smile. The arrogant rose will also take off its beautiful appearance and reveal the sharp thorns inside, right? Chapter 25. No. No one is different. Boom! The soldier raised the Barrett in his hand without hesitation and fired a shot in the direction of Cammy. Zheng the gorgeous sword light illuminated the surroundings, and Barrett's huge bullet was cut in half in an instant and embedded deeply into the ground. A touch of coldness appeared on Cammy's beautiful face, and the moment the soldier drew his sword, his figure disappeared instantly. The powerful sword intent caused the surrounding swords to tremble, and the wind and snow seemed to freeze at this moment. Emosen, who was riding a lion, looked at his slightly trembling sword blade with a little surprise in his eyes. It seemed that he did not expect that the lady's sword intention could actually affect his sword. As the sword light dissipated rapidly, Cammy looked down at the soldier lying at his feet and asked in a cold tone, "Tell me, who are you?" The soldier's hands and feet were bleeding with a dazzling crimson color. The broken sword was right next to his head, and his whole body couldn't help but convulse. He once smiled and watched as all the arrogance in the world was crushed by absolute strength at this moment. When he heard the question, he could only moan in a low voice without saying a word. The surrounding extraordinary beings looked at Cammy with admiration. This was the eldest lady of their Will family, a 23-year-old top swordsman and a super genius in the Federation. The demon lion under Mawson stopped. Just as he was about to say something, Cammy's cold voice sounded, "Arnado, let him speak." "I understand." Arnaldo nodded, and the terrifying energy fluctuations around him continued to flash, as a magic inscription descended on the soldier's body from the void. A spell called Consciousness Control began to take effect. Cammy spoke again coldly, "Who are you?" The soldier, who fell to the ground in an extremely embarrassed state, no longer trembled at this moment. His eyes were extremely empty. When he heard the question, he subconsciously answered, "Sire, a level 30 swordsman, from the capital, yes." His mechanical voice had just arrived, and a black energy suddenly rose from his body. Then, before anyone could react, he died directly. Cammy, Arnaldo, and Mosen paused at the same time, solemnity flashed in their eyes. Is this the annihilation of souls? This looks very much like a powerful being's method of restricting its subordinates. When a certain medium is triggered, the soul will be directly annihilated. It's just that few people would use such a cruel method, and it is also explicitly prohibited by the Federation. Once it is found out, the clan will be exterminated directly, no matter who it is. The fear is that those civilian geniuses will be enslaved as soon as they emerge. Seeing this method rooted in the soul here, the first thing the three people thought was that some evil organization was infiltrating their team for an unknown purpose. Moreover, this organization's methods are extremely cruel and its power is not small. Emosen's eyes became sharp. He looked around and said calmly, "All soldiers conduct self-examination, holy water encryption order." The two silver orc brothers behind him looked at each other and immediately took out their walkie-talkies and started issuing orders. In the snowstorm, the soldiers followed orders, and under the supervision of their squad leaders, they reached into the holy water that was originally used to inspect civilians. The captain of each team will say a complex password. These passwords are different, but the soldiers answer them extremely smoothly. Especially the soldiers of the Wuching army. As a city defender, preventing infiltration is their first rule. In the era of technology, orders were conveyed extremely quickly. More than 50,000 people, including the Will family and the Apocalypse Legion, conducted self-examination extremely quickly.
The holy water brought a chill and made the soldiers shiver. Listening to the voice from the walkie-talkie, Garrett and Magath looked a little ugly.
They knew what it meant.
As an older brother, Garrett stepped forward and said in a slightly trembling voice, "Master, no one is different."
Buzz the demon swordsman's powerful magic wave caused the increasingly raging blizzard to suddenly calm down.
He looked up at the sky, the murderous intent in his eyes undisguised. That mysterious organization has penetrated into the Will family's ranks, but the weaker and more scattered soldiers on the periphery are all normal.
This incident itself represents abnormality.
It's just that now I don't know the other party's enslavement methods at all, let alone find a way to target them.
As for whether this is the only one who was enslaved, there must be an enslaver.
If he dares to violate the laws in his city, he will be caught and killed. Miss, there is nothing abnormal about him, and there are no traces of disguise or transformation.
He may really be Captain Purcell.
At this time, next to Cammy, a lean soldier stood up and answered in a low voice.
Cammy's eyes became darker and he asked coldly, "Who was the one who died just now?"
The soldier lowered his head and replied in a low voice, "He is also one of ours, but he was not injured by the sword. At present, it is briefly investigated and speculated that he should be poisoned or cursed, and he is just comatose and not dead." I asked, originally, Barrett was supposed to point to the spy, but I don't know why he ended up pointing to you.
Maybe it was a coincidence?
A young man with a smile appeared subconsciously in Cammy's mind, but then she ignored him. Because Bai Bian has no motive to do this. He is very famous and will definitely have smooth sailing in the future. Whether he is a dead soldier or a reminder, there is no need for him to take risks.
Legion Commander boom.
Cammy's voice had just sounded when a familiar explosion interrupted her words. She and Mawson turned to look at the same time, and immediately saw a trembling soldier on the edge, his eyes full of fear, pointing a gun at an assassin holding a dagger. The assassin was covered in white, and if you didn't look carefully, he looked like a ghost hidden in the snow, and he was extremely clever at concealing his presence.
The most important thing is, another bronze peak.
That is, a level 30 assassin.
Roar! A lion's roar sounded, and Emosen stepped lightly on the lion's head. Magic power flashed in the sky.
The giant sword behind him suddenly came out of his body and quickly passed through the sky. Emosen grabbed the hilt of the sword in midair, and with the 1,000-meter distance approaching in an instant, he stabbed down hard. With a soft sound, the half-meter-wide huge sword blade instantly sank into the snow and inserted into the stone ground under the snow. But the assassin has disappeared.
Emosen turned his head and looked to the left.
There was a wooden house there. The magic power fluctuation just now seemed to mean that there was a teleportation array underneath the house. He looked up again, and what he saw was still the snow and wind in the sky.
He frowned.
He felt a sense of peeping when he was high in the sky just now. But the continuous appearance of dead soldiers was enough for him to ignore this sense of voyeurism. He pointed at the house and made a gesture. Behind him, a group of about 30 soldiers instantly raised the barrets on their hands, followed by a group of about 10 mages, slowly pressing towards the house.
Wooden house.
At the same time, he turned around, looked at the soldier who was on the verge of death and asked, "Tell me how you discovered the assassin."
"Yes, Legion Commander."
The trembling of the soldier's body had disappeared at this time, and the fear of death could not prevent him from executing the order, because this was the first military order when joining the Apocalypse Legion. "My name is Tiny, and I am the captain of the Shimmer team. A minute ago, I felt danger behind me. When I turned around, I saw a person rushing towards me. Since this is an emergency military situation, I abide by wartime military orders and do not do anything. Without hesitation, I launched my most violent attack on the unknown creature that posed a threat to me." Report completed.
Emosen nodded and looked up at the sky silently.
This operation seemed to have more than 3 parties and was even more complicated. Cammy approached with an expressionless expression, and had the same suspicion after hearing the soldier's words.
This situation is very much like 2 invisible parties fighting each other.
One party is trying to infiltrate their team, and the other party is preventing them from infiltrating.
Tobu City is really getting more and more complicated.
Legion Commander, there is a teleportation circle below, but it is one way. It seems to have been installed a long time ago, and we have found the original residents, who know nothing about the basement. A soldier quickly approached, holding some damaged materials in his hands and raising his hands above his head. "Do you need to interrogate that resident?"
Cammy looked at Emosen and said calmly, "It's not necessary.
No one is more dangerous than the Scarlet Sect now.
Let them fight in the dark first. If the power of God comes, Dongwu City may be wiped out. Remove. Emosen closed his eyes, and when he opened them, the fighting spirit in them began to gather again. He turned around and walked towards the front of the army. The demon lion rushed towards him quickly. He jumped up and waved his hand casually. Go forward quickly. The Dongcheng district must be cleared before 2 o'clock. Yes, our brothers will do it ourselves. Magath responded, holding the walkie-talkie and starting to issue orders. The 50,000 strong army that had been stagnant and waiting for orders suddenly began to move and speed up. Now even if they were cleaning up family members, they were inevitably a little rougher, but there were fewer curses. Tobu City has laws. These laws are promulgated by the city lord's palace, and there are clear provisions in the first few articles of the decree. No person or unit may disobey military orders, and violators will be executed. Therefore, while the curses are reduced, some killings are inevitable. Garrett and Magath looked at each other. One of them held an axe and the other held a sword. They rushed out without hesitation, and their targets were the shops in the wealthy areas. In the entire Dongcheng district, those are the only places that are still bustling with entertainment. TSK? No money? The smile on Bai Bian's face disappeared a little, and he looked at the orc with red eyes in front of him and asked. Not only did those people not stop to investigate the anomalies in their own legion, but they also accelerated their march, which was indeed unexpected. The power of Rose of the Night in Dongwu City was stronger than he imagined. There were at least 30 members of Rose of the Night who invaded the 1,500 people. This is a terrible number. You must know that it has only been a total of 3 hours since Saab delivered the news. This level of intrusion proves that there are at least 200 people involved in Night Rose in Tobu City. Moreover, the berserker who attracted him in front of him had Dark Knight Invitation on him, which showed that there was also a golden presence in the Rose of Dark Knight. The most ideal value is for the Scarlet Sect to have full combat power and collide with all 4 parties. That would be the greatest benefit to him. For example, being able to enter the Scarlet Sect more safely and exposing the dangers of Rose of the Night to the sun will increase the value of some of the information he has. So, it still takes some time. Bump! An angry knock on the table interrupted Bai B's thoughts. The orc gambler stood up with scarlet eyes, pointed at Bai B and shouted, "You are a cheat. Otherwise, how could you follow the trick and win together?" Bai Bian spread his hands helplessly. "Do you have any evidence?" The orc's eyes became increasingly scarlet. He was breathing heavily and staring at Bai Biao, as if he was about to take action. If there was evidence, he would have turned the table over. At this time, some noise outside the door attracted Bai Bian's attention. The picture on the inside of his sunglasses changed, and he took out the half sack of copper coins he had just won and shook it in his hand. "If you're not technically good, don't make these excuses to buy you late-night snacks." As Bai Bian spoke, a trace of extraordinary fluctuation appeared in his hand. In an instant, copper coins were scattered everywhere, and a dozen gamblers who had already lost were stunned. Including the orc, they rushed to the gambling table and frantically grabbed money, several hundred copper coins. In the eyes of the White Plague, they can't even buy the leftovers of those waste products, but in the eyes of the common people, this is their wages for several months. A city wall divides the 2 worlds. Bai Bian stood up and walked out. On the way out, he took out a bottle of bronze-level invisibility potion and drank it. Bai Bian thought for a while and walked to the 2nd floor. A pot-bellied guy was carrying a handful of barrets and came downstairs angrily. His face was full of displeasure at being interrupted, and the bright red lip marks on his face represented what he had just been doing. Bai Bian went up to the 2nd floor and lay down by the wooden guardrail, waiting quietly. He remembered that this fat man was in the casino business and the profits were pretty good. Even though his barret was a limited purchase product, he still paid extra to buy 5 of them, so he was considered a moderate customer. Unexpectedly, this guy is actually from the Scarlet Sect. It seems that the Scarlet Sect also has a lot of hidden strength. Who is it? Don't you know where this place is? Do you want to die if you dare to cause trouble in my place? Chifeng picked up Barrett, pointed at Magath's head, and shouted impatiently. Magath grinned, the sword behind his back flashed slightly, and a strong killing intent was looming. Not everyone has the influence of the White Plague. If you point a gun at the head of the Apocalypse Legion general, you will really die. I am a general of the Apocalypse Legion, and the evacuation is the Legion commander's order. Are you sure you want to disobey the order? Magath suppressed his emotions and asked coldly. Chifeng's hand shook, and the muzzle of the gun subconsciously deviated a little. He shouted loudly with some sternness, "Approval. I need an approval with the seal of the city lord's palace, otherwise you are illegal, and you will bear my losses. As he spoke, grief and anger appeared on his face, and he pointed at the lip marks on his face and whispered through gritted teeth, "You idiot, come as soon as you come. Why are you making such a big fuss? I'm scared to death by you. If my brother comes out, if you solve the problem, I will definitely sue you and bankrupt you." Magath grinned, and the orc's 4 sharp teeth were exposed. He reached behind his back to hold the hilt of the sword, and said softly, "Are you going to bet whether your gun is faster or my sword is faster?" Shifeng trembled again, with a clear look of anger on his face, and shouted loudly, "Come here, we have a hard time." Suddenly, on the 5th floor of the casino, 4 barrets were aimed at Magath. Bronze-level hands appeared on the 5th floor one after another, looking at Magath below with a ferocious expression. "Damn it!" The smile on Magath's face slowly diminished, and he cursed in a low voice. White Plague's energy gun has indeed improved the low-level combat effectiveness of the Dawn Federation. But these middle-level people can also be threatened by the bottom, which is very unpleasant. He glanced up in displeasure, turned around and walked into the snow. Shifeng's eyes relaxed a little, and now he could just wait a little longer. The 4 people upstairs looked at each other and touched Barrett with some admiration. How could they dare to be so presumptuous as bronze-level people in the past, but now they have forced a silver back? All I can say is thank you, Bai Bian. But Bai Bi's eyes on the 2nd floor were not very friendly, because he seemed to realize that he could not find any more rows of the night members. It seems that their arrogance was defeated by the worker bees in a short time. It seems I updated too early. Now it's pushed to 8 o'clock. Kenkong as a burst of heart-stopping smoke flashed by. The anger in the eyes of Mawson and Cammy turned to heaviness. Now, they can clearly see the game between the 2 forces. Under their noses, many people have invaded their side, and they don't know who they are yet. And even the 2 top leaders don't know it, but another, more mysterious force knows it, and is using a very secret method to remind them to find out the mole in the team. The 2nd member of the Will family and the 5th member of the Apocalypse Legion have been killed. Sister, something is wrong. A perfect penetration, a perfect intelligence. These 2 organizations are too scary. I suggest reporting it to the Parliament first. Arnaldo said softly and took out the communication device. Although magic can also be done, machines are obviously more efficient in magic power. Although he is a mage, he is not pedantic. Cammy didn't object, just scanned the crowd. Bump! The familiar sound of gunshots sounded. Cammy and Mawson subconsciously put their hands on the hilts of their swords, accumulating power in the direction of the sound, but stopped at the same time at the next moment. At the same time, the 2 began to observe the expressions of the soldiers around them, and they both found confusion and panic. Even the Apocalypse Mage group, which was not in trouble, had similar expressions. Cammy's mind was spinning rapidly and he raised a hand without hesitation. Behind him, many members of the Will family stopped moving forward and looked around with vigilance. Mosen also made the same move as her, but he added, "The Wuching army continues, the Apocalypse army stops." When the orders from the 2 men came out, those cleaning up the civilians were still cleaning up, but those preparing to fight stopped. 2 of them, one is the heir of a big family and the other is the commander of the army. From the moment the 2nd spy appeared, both of them could imagine that the mysterious spy organization wanted them to move forward quickly, while the mysterious intelligence organization wanted to stop them from moving forward. Their target is the Scarlet Sect. When the traitor cannot be found quickly, or even when the traitor cannot be found, quickly resolving the battle is also an option. But now, this confused and fearful military spirit is no longer enough to support a normal war. The soldiers need time, and they also need to report some news to calm the somewhat chaotic military spirit. Dee at this time, an electronic voice sounded. Arnaldo looked at it and thought in his eyes, "Sister, the Federation does not have similar information." Cammy came closer, looked at the word file creation in the reply, thought for a while and replied, "These 2 organizations are too secretive. Let's report it first and explain the characteristics clearly. I will give it a try when I get back. Talk to Dad." Arnado nodded, lowered his head and began to operate the instrument. These 2 organizations were a bit scary. If the nature could not be confirmed, Tobu City would definitely have to conduct a self-examination. Although it may not necessarily be useful, an organization of this level should be put on file and distributed to all cities in the Federation. Ominous black energy will appear after death. If this feature appears frequently in the Federation, it will definitely attract attention. Cammy looked at the sky. According to the omens of the previous 7 reminders, the 8th time should have passed by now, right? Or noticed something?
Cammy looked at what the guy sitting on the lion was giving instructions, and turned to Seth and said, "Go and appease them, just tell them that it was the invasion of the Scarlet Sect, and now all the intruders have been destroyed. Killed inner city and underground base." The group of people watching the magic projection fell into silence. A man wearing a clown mask stood in front of many members and said solemnly, "Someone is targeting us." The man wearing the angel mask said with a slightly older voice, "Our goal is Scarlet, Will and Apocalypse's goal is also Scarlet, no one can stop tonight's action." "No, what I'm saying is that someone discovered us, maybe an individual, or maybe a force. They discovered us, and we are no longer absolutely secretive." The clown's tone became more serious. The entire underground was silent. Everyone understood what this meant. Anyone who discovered the rose of the night would pass away. The angel looked at the clown and said calmly, "I have already reported to the headquarters. A powerful diviner will come over soon, but now, don't disrupt our rhythm. Scarlet's priority must be higher than that organization at least tonight." The clown nodded slightly. "Do you need us to take action?" The angel looked at the many members. The dozens of people here were all silver, and they were most of the mid-level members of the Night Rose branch in Tobu City. He is also the captain of each small intelligence unit. Because there is no betrayal, most of them actually know each other. The reason why they wear disguises is just because the night represents mystery. If there is mystery in belief, then they have to follow the mystery, otherwise their gods will be unhappy when they wait for the sacrifice. And if God is unhappy, that means someone will die. After looking around, he replied, "Yes, we need to be more conservative." This time they came to Tobu City with a total of 2 pieces of gold. They didn't need to mobilize all together for tonight's matter. The exposed power would be too conspicuous. The old sword master is still alive, and his intimidation is still there for a day. Gold cannot be touched lightly, at least on the surface, it cannot cause trouble. "I know goblins, night elves, and black goats, follow me." The clown ordered decisively, stood up, and walked out without any hesitation. There were more than 40 people in the field, and 3 people wearing goblin, elf, and sheep head masks stood up. The goblin was an assassin, the elf was an archer, and the sheep was a mage. Wearing masks, they followed the clown and quickly disappeared underground. Rose of the Night never delayed time. The angel watched them disappear, turned around and asked, "Who is in charge of the quartermaster? Please explain." A tall figure wearing a dwarf mask stood up and responded respectfully, "It's me." The quartermaster didn't find anything substantial. Instead, all his power was directed at Scarlet. He was the one who got the news from Apocalypse and Will. Sent, but we cannot rule out the possibility that it is diverting our attention. My suggestion is to kill him directly. The current situation is a bit complicated and it is not suitable to investigate the cause. There was thought in the angel's eyes, and instead of answering his words, he asked again, "Where is the alchemist?" Another thin man wearing a fat man's mask answered respectfully, "The alchemist's physical age is 18 years old, and he has reached the lower level of silver. 2 of our members were killed by violence, and his potential assessment has reached SS. My suggestion is to continue to win over." The angel nodded, but did not respond directly. Instead, he looked around and said calmly, "Today's plan has changed. There were too many people in the army who died just now. Let your people hide themselves and all operations are suspended. After tonight, there will be no Qiangwei in Dongwu City Casino." Shifeng waited anxiously at the door for about 10 minutes but did not see the orc come back. He breathed a sigh of relief and waved to the people upstairs. Immediately, the 4 strong men on the 5th floor put away the barrettes in their hands. The 4 of them looked at each other and walked to their private rooms with proud smiles. Bai Bian, who was on the 2nd floor, had doubts in his eyes. He looked down, sighed, and walked upstairs. "Time has been stretched to the limit, let's see again." Boom! An explosion sounded at the door, and many gamblers who didn't know what happened screamed in surprise. Shifeng, who was about to walk back, paused. The next moment, a bucket of cold holy water was poured on him, and in this moment of confusion, he was already approaching. Due to the suddenness, he had no time to dodge, and the holy water soaked his clothes. Hot as if fire had encountered snow, a violent scream came from his mouth. He lay on the ground and twisted crazily, and a large amount of mist with a burning smell began to float away. Sure enough, anyone who dares to disobey the orders of the Apocalypse Legion turns out to be a bastard of the Scarlet Sect. Magath held a long sword and his tone was mocking. Behind him, a large number of soldiers lined up neatly and poured the holy water in their hands onto the crowd without hesitation. In just an instant, all the gamblers in the casino on the 1st floor were splashed wet.
2 or 3 more fell to the ground wailing, rolling, and squirming.
The other gamblers were frightened and shrank back in panic.
Since ancient times, pornography and gambling have always been inseparable.
The panic on the first floor immediately stopped the umming and awing sounds of those on the third and fourth floors, and the wailing became more and more clear. Magatha's eyes flashed with indifference. He stepped forward and drew his sword across. Zheng Dang, the cry of the sword suppressed the wailing, and there was a collision of fine iron. Chifeng's entire body seemed to have turned into steel, and he was directly hit by the sharp sword blade, which severely knocked down several tables. Magath frowned, but the next moment, in Chifeng among the ruins, his fat body suddenly twitched, and a pair of bloody hands pierced the fat face. Amid the sudden screams, a short mage emerged from inside. On his body, a shattering energy shield was very conspicuous.
"I didn't expect you would come so soon."
Some sharp sounds sounded. The rare dwarf mage raised the fat man's head, and terrifying blood magic waves suddenly exploded. Blood was pouring out from the eyes, ears, mouth and nose of each gambler crazily, and the blood continued to gather towards Chifeng along the air. A blood mage is a mage who specializes in blood magic.
He has absolute control over blood.
The more blood he has, the stronger his explosive power will be.
Obviously Magath also knew this.
He did not look back for help. These people from the Wuchang army only helped the Apocalypse Legion to quickly clean up the civilians. This kind of army rarely carries bulky weapons, especially those that can only be used by elites.
Barrett.
Therefore, for the time being, only he can go up. Magath lowered his body slightly, held the sword in both hands, stepped on the ground, and rushed out like an arrow from a string. The silver swordsman's powerful physical strength brought him to Chifeng's side in an instant, but the next moment, his pupils tightened, and an extreme sense of crisis came. Without attacking, he rushed past Chifeng, slashed out with his sword, and cut in half the 2 minions who were still wailing on the ground.
Zhang boom!
As a large amount of blood poured out, 2 loud gunshots were heard. Where he was about to swing his sword just now, 2 deep pits as big as bowls appeared.
As the bullets exploded, the entire casino trembled slightly.
Magath looked up and saw that on the 5th floor, 4 guys with weak breaths were now experiencing bronze-level energy fluctuations, and 2 of them were holding 2 red-hot barrets, and the other 2 were holding aim. Maid, damn the white plague. Cursing in a low voice, Magath looked to the far right, where was the barret originally held by Chifeng. Picking up that one also gave him an additional means of attack. He remained motionless, staring at the muzzles of the 2 men's guns, all the strength in his body already gathering momentum. The blood around him was still gathering, and evil things like the blood mage would not give him any preparation to delay.
Ahoo!
Thump, a low moan sounded, and the gamblers around them began to fall one by one, and their bodies turned into mummies, exactly like the more than 30 corpses that died on Xingwu Street. With this tiny sound, the floor under Magatha's feet suddenly cracked, and he instantly jumped out and rushed towards the energy gun. Boom! A gunshot rang out, and a bullet with strong kinetic energy slammed into the stone ground against his back, without hitting him. Magatha's face was slightly happy, and he quickly stretched out one hand to try to get the energy gun, but the next moment, an extreme sense of crisis hit him, and his stretched out hand turned into a slap on the ground. His body turned with difficulty in the air, and the second bullet passed by his eyes and directly hit the energy gun. Boom! Boom! Only then did 2 explosions sound. The first one was the sound of the second bullet, and the second one was the sound of the energy gun's alchemical engraving being destroyed and exploding directly from the middle. Strong blue light sprayed out from the energy gun, causing some airwaves and pushing his body far away. Touch's body hit a gaming table hard, but the moment he landed, he supported the gaming table with one hand, quickly stabilized his balance, and then threw it upward with both hands, and the long sword flew out instantly, straight into the blood mage's chest. Without the threat of the energy gun, all the people present together would not be enough to kill him.
What is the use of destroying energy guns?
The sword entered his chest, and the blood mage's magic suddenly stopped.
He stared blankly at Magatha's smooth movements, somewhat unable to react.
On the 5th floor, the 4 thugs were a little at a loss. The gun was clearly pointing and hitting anywhere within 1,000 meters.
Why didn't the 4 consecutive shots hit a single swordsman? Just because he is a swordsman? Magath had no intention of talking nonsense with the villain.
The moment his body landed on the ground again, his feet exploded with force and rushed straight towards the blood mage. Chifeng's eyes changed from blank to determined in just an instant as he looked at a silver swordsman who rushed towards him in a daze. His eyes were fierce. Not only the blood in the entire lobby on the 1st floor, but even his own blood began to surge out and condensed into a huge blood mass. Magath came closer, and his right hand had already grasped the giant sword that had sunk into Chifeng's chest. Chifeng, who quickly turned into a mummy, had a large amount of blood pouring out of his eyes and converging into his hands. As Magath's long sword moved upward, preparing to cut him in two, he only had time to say one word loudly: God. Zhang boom! Powerful energy fluctuations and blood exploded at the same time. Magath felt something bad in his mind and quickly retreated while grabbing his sword. But then he looked at his hands blankly. Why does everything seem to be fine? Tap tap tap. The sound of rapid footsteps came from outside the door. Magath held a long sword in one hand and looked outside with some confusion, where a male lion with magic flames was already approaching. Behind him, hundreds of mummies were lying on the ground. A mummy that had been split open from the chest to the head also fell at this moment. There was not a drop of blood in the entire hall. 5th floor. Bibian looked at what had just happened, with a slight smile in his eyes. No wonder some gamblers asked what happened, but Chifeng was unwilling to tell. It turns out that these gamblers are also sacrifices. A silver-level secretion and invisibility potion appeared. After drinking it, all the aura of the White Plague was immediately hidden by the medicine. He reached into his windbreaker and took out the Black Rose Assassins, Poison Blade, and jumped down from the window on the 5th floor. In the sky, in addition to the 2 necessary monitors, 28 worker bees descended along the wind and snow, and entered the hem of White Plague's windbreaker the moment it fell to the ground. Leaning against the wall, waiting silently, trying to get God to come to the continent of Shia, the resources needed are huge, and to strengthen God's influence on Shia, the resources needed are also huge. After tapping the communication device in his ear, a subtle sound of electricity flashed through, and Sebo's high-pitched voice came from inside: "My friend, I'm ready, don't worry." Along with the sound, there was also a strange fluctuation. Bibian felt that there were some changes in his body, as if he was connected to a certain place. This is the blessing from Sebo. Sebo is very interested in space and contracts. The contract signed by White Plague and/or was learned from Sebo. It is a kind of folding contract. You can hide some things you don't want the other party to see on the second page of the contract. Once signed, the contract on the second page will also take effect. Everyone has their own opportunities, and Bibian himself has many secrets, so of course he won't explore other people's secrets. He only deepened his cooperation with Sebo. He had a hunch that as long as Sebo escaped the disaster of Rose of the Night when he was still weak, his future achievements would definitely not be low. Bibian walked to an abandoned factory not far from the casino and stood still in the corner, waiting silently. At this time, Magath breathed a sigh of relief, and hot air spurted out from between the naturally exposed fangs. He quickly ran out, came to Mawson and whispered, "Legion Commander, I killed a level 30 warrior here. Blood Mage, and there are already 7 Scarlet Sect members here, and there are 4 more on the 5th floor that I haven't had time to kill yet." Mawson nodded, raised his hand, and made a fist. Immediately, the 1,400 soldiers behind him, under the command of Garrett, quickly surrounded the area. Only the Mage Group was still on standby. The Mage Group has always been different from other teams. Their role is greater and their destructive power is stronger. Mawson silently ordered, "The Wuching army will do the final cleanup. In 10 minutes, all people in Dongcheng district who are not Tianchi and will be enemies." Kami did not refute his order, and waved his hand, and the 500 soldiers of the Wu family also ran to the outside, and even went behind the Apocalypse Legion. They just need to play support. Will's goal is always the stolen item, and other things are not the first factor. Yes. A silver-level human nodded, turned around, took out his communication device and gave orders very quickly, and followed the Wuching army to sweep all the houses except the casino. Buckets of holy water were violently poured on civilians. Time was running out and they had no explanation. This kind of assault battle should not last 10 minutes, but Mosin is the future city lord. The old city lord has taught him, and the city lord has responsibilities and benefits. The advantage is that you can get a large amount of resources from the Federation, and the entire Tobu city is also your asset, which allows you to grow quickly. The responsibility lies with the people in the city. Nobles can be more important than civilians, and nobility can be favored in everything, but respect for life is the most important trait of a city lord. Squeezing the common people gives them the motivation to look up to the extraordinary. As long as the Palace of Knowledge does not collapse, as long as schools in civilian areas do not charge fees for children under the age of 11, and as long as civilians can survive, then you will be the best city lord. Because if you are literate and have a life, then you have the capital to see hope. So these 10 minutes are his kindness and responsibility.
When some Scarlet members hidden in the periphery are discovered, gunshots will be fired.
Although the 200,000 strong Wuchang army is only equipped with 500 energy guns, those less powerful firearms are very common. As for such a large-scale operation, the commander of the Wuchang army would also send elite troops there, so those individual members of the Scarlet sect had no chance to resist. When 10 minutes were approaching, the soldiers of the Wuchang army led the last wave of civilians, ignored their resistance, and left quickly against the cold winter. The chaotic footsteps gradually subsided, and the demon lion that was lying on the ground stood up, looked up to the sky and roared, "Roar!" In an instant, a low-pitched spell sounded, and powerful magic waves cleared the snow. No one was allowed to come out, and no explanation was given. Nearly 100 fireballs lit up the night sky, forming a curtain and hitting the casino directly. Boom, boom, boom. Violent explosions and hot breath suddenly began to spread, and some screams just rose, but quickly dissipated, and the flames began to burn, making the soldiers feel warm. Earthworm. Emosen opened his eyes and ordered calmly. In an instant, the spells of the mage group sounded in unison again. Their Apocalypse Legion was never afraid of the enemy hiding underground. It was the tomb that the enemy was looking for themselves. As the fluctuations of magic power gathered again, each magic inscription lit up on the uniformly dressed mages. With them as the center and the Apocalypse soldiers as the end, the earth with a diameter of more than 2,000 meters suddenly began to tremble. The earth cracked, the earth dragon turned over, and the terrifying magic destroyed all the buildings within the area in an instant. Endless smoke and dust began to fill the air. The heavy snow outside became heavier, but it could not break through the chaotic magic. The white plague followed the collapsed ground under its feet and directly followed the earthquake into the ground. The bottom of the casino was hollowed out, and some formations to prevent prying eyes were also destroyed by the earthquake of the mage group. The earth began to sink crazily, and the huge fire in the casino also collapsed with the earth, and various rocks and sand were drowning the flames. Bai Bing shuttled through the rocks with the strength of his body alone, and some caves and buildings also caught his eye. Now that the rocks have fallen, White Plague can even see clearly the layout of these places, which are as complex and rugged as ant nests. On the easternmost side, that is, the side closest to the city gate, the earthquake was not strong, and there was a flash of blood, as if some kind of sacrifice was about to be completed. Without the assistance of the secret formation, the blood-colored energy fluctuations blocked the earthquake. Considering that they did not move when the army was approaching, it meant that most of the members of the Scarlet sect were there. A judgment was made. Bai Bian quickly shuttled between the rocks, and soon came to the west where the earthquake was felt. He chose a passage, jumped in, and disappeared into the encirclement of the Apocalypse Legion. Mawson obviously also saw the abnormality in that area, and he looked at the energy level there. The fighting spirit that had originally subsided due to various variables suddenly soared to an upper limit at this moment. The terrifying fighting spirit even caused the mage group to stop the transmission of magic power, and the shock below gradually subsided. The various buffing magics of the demon swordsman were silently released, and his aura suddenly soared, and the strong sense of oppression made the demon lion restless. The mage group seemed to know what their legion commander was going to do. The magic wave flashed and the floating ground quickly flew towards the edge of the giant pit. Carmice's eyes flashed slightly, and he stopped Ronaldo who wanted to cast a spell, and shook his head slightly at him. Roar the demon lion roared loudly, and the terrifying demonic power overwhelmed everything. With Mawson on his back, he jumped directly into the huge hole about 300 meters deep, and ran on the ruins as if he were walking on flat ground. Mo-sen's fighting spirit became stronger and stronger. The giant sword behind him trembled slightly, and the terrifying pressure caused the smoke to quickly dissipate. When the demonic lion jumped up, Mo-sen's aura finally reached its peak, and various buffs and the fighting spirit in his heart gave birth to a tall and looming shadow. He raised his sword, and the shadow behind him synchronized with his movements. Without any preamble, the ruins under the demon lion's feet suddenly became tight, and with a fierce force, it sent Mawson into the air. The fighting spirit of the phantom behind Mawson became more and more terrifying. He raised his giant sword high and did not shout out the name of the move, but he used his magic power to the limit. The demon swordsman's signature move, Shiragane's ultimate move, Devil Slash, was released. With a huge shadow, he fell suddenly and suddenly collided with the blood-colored light shield. A violent buzzing sounded, and the ground that had stabilized began to tremble again. The 300-meter huge crater had already made the edge of the crater unstable. Many soldiers retreated in an orderly manner, expanding the encirclement. 1,500 people and 700 energy guns all raised up and aimed at the direction of the collision. The rest of them held the giant swords or daggers in their hands and lowered their bodies, preparing to go up directly to touch up after the fire was suppressed. Powerful energy is constantly vented, and the ruins on the ground quickly solidify under this blow. The blood shield in front of Emosen began to have some cracks. From the cracks, he could see hundreds of blood mages inside still chanting spells, and the large hall inside was almost filled with so much blood. The fighting spirit in Emosen's eyes became more and more horrified, and the shadow behind him raised his sword again and slashed down fiercely. Boom! A violent roar sounded, and with the superposition of power, the fragmentation of the shield suddenly intensified. In the cracks, the blood inside has begun to gather. It can be imagined that the people inside are sensing the outside world and are trying to interrupt or complete the sacrifice. Attachment! Emosen roared, and the huge shadow behind him raised the giant sword high, and suddenly collapsed when it was slashed, and crazily poured into his body. A strong buzzing sound came from Mosen's body, and the huge power was trying to find an outlet to bulge his body. Cut! Emosen roared, and the powerful fighting spirit in his eyes caused the giant sword to buzz. He raised the giant sword in his hand and struck with such force that the space rippled. Boom! Buzz click, a huge roar sounded, and the blood began to break. The endless smell of blood rose into the sky, seeming to dye the clouds in the sky red, making people feel a little red even looking at the snowflakes. Roar, an inhuman roar sounded, and at the center of the sacrifice, a young blood-robed mage suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. The absolutely evil aura of terror disappeared in a flash, and boundless divine power enveloped the entire Dongwu city. It was as if a majestic being was preparing to approach, but was unwillingly rejected by an unknown force. But that force was extremely unwilling and rushed towards the young blood mage crazily. Roar, a bloody beam of light rose into the sky. In front of the young man, a transparent crystal covered with cracks fell to the ground. Endless blood tried to adhere to the orb in the crystal, but it was all blocked by that layer of crystal. As if they were helpless, they followed the fluctuations of divine power and swarmed towards the young mage crazily. More power rushed out of the young mage's body, his eyes turned red, and he suppressed a painful and angry roar, bump, while along with the low roar came a huge wave of energy. At this moment, the earth shook, the breath surged, and everything except the scarlet sect was being pushed outward. The blood-colored shield that had already broken a hole shattered directly. The huge impact made Mosen's fighting spirit rise, and he had to temporarily avoid the edge. Together with the demon lion, he was pushed away by the force. A trace of solemnity flashed in the eyes of Kami, who was watching the show on the edge. The blood mage's power was increasing. I wonder if it was because of the use of the ancient god's flesh and blood. If the flesh and blood of the ancient god really merged with his followers, the consequences would be disastrous. Be prepared at any time. You only have 3 chances. Don't let him lose so quickly. She looked at Arnaldo and whispered. She took out something like a compass and walked to the edge of the giant pit without any hesitation. He jumped down hesitantly and disappeared into a passage. Arnaldo's eyes were full of solemnity, although the plan should be for him and Kami to go inside and search together. But now the blood mage is about to reach the golden rank, and only the 2 siblings can use the items of the Will family, so he must stay. In the shadows outside the encirclement, an inexplicable wave flashed through. It stopped approaching and silently waited for something in the corner. Is he so strong? Bien murmured and quickly opened a room. The scan of the panel quickly scanned all the valuable items in the room. Finally, he took a bronze-level weapon, quickly tapped the headset, and then let go. The weapon disappeared directly. In place. White Plague quickly went to the next room. The gold was in the middle and was still improving. If the old city lord doesn't come out now, once he reaches the golden level, with the current strength of Tobu City, he may really have to activate the Gundam at the East Gate to get through the difficulty. He began to abandon some low-value items and quickly scanned the rooms. Perhaps the 2 forces, Will and Apocalypse, made too big a move, causing everyone from the Scarlet Sect to run to the east, leaving the west empty. After walking through more than a dozen rooms, one of the lenses in Bien's sunglasses suddenly stopped, and Bien's eyes were filled with thoughts. The Scarlet Sect seems to be centered around the casino. The underground of all buildings has been hollowed out, forming a small underground city. This shows that the Scarlet Sect's time in Tobu City is not short, but those wealthy businessmen don't care much about the civilian areas. As long as there aren't too many unnatural deaths, no one cares why there are basements in civilian rooms. Coupled with the hiding of some wealthy businessmen in the inner city and the mission mode in the Adventure Union, they finally allowed them to settle down safely in Tobu City. The worker bees in the sky began to rise rapidly, and a map became increasingly clear under the sunglasses. Bai Bing locked the place of sacrifice just now and kept looking at the surrounding buildings from here. If this was just the residence of members, then high-level guys would not live with ordinary members.
So the treasure house is not here.
If it were him, the location of the treasure house could only be near the residence of the strongest person, and a large number of traps would be arranged, so he would have to go to the east. Thinking of this, Bai Bian turned around decisively and started traveling along the map in his sunglasses. At this time, the power of the Scarlet Priest had reached its peak, and a low murmur sounded. Blood will eventually come to the world, Scarlet will cover the world, a group of poor godless people, you will pay a heavy price for your disrespect to God. The powerful being in the golden middle suddenly arrives. Blood energy and divine power enveloped the entire place, and the blood mage in midair looked down at all the creatures below. In the sacrificial hall, nearly 300 blood-robed mages knelt on the ground, shouting something excitedly. They're just a bunch of losers. When gods are still there, they can only huddle in the dark sewers.
Is this kind of thing worthy of being called gods? Mosen responded calmly. He patted the demon lion behind him. The demon lion rubbed its master's hand, turned around and left here quickly. It knew that it was not fully grown up and could not participate in this level of battle. The fighting spirit in Mo-sen's eyes was very fierce, and the terrifying magic power in his body suddenly became violent, and his whole person disappeared in an instant. When he reappeared, he was already behind the blood mage, and the giant sword slashed down without hesitation with all the momentum in his body. Buzz! There was a burst of blood, and the blood mage suddenly turned his head and raised his hand. Endless blood was gathering. Push down. Boom! There was a strong shock, and the golden mage's powerful magic blasted Mawson away like a crusher. His body seemed to have turned into a cannonball and crashed directly into the ruins. The violent smoke and dust had just risen, and were suppressed by the terrifying pressure of the golden center. Now your god is gone, but my god is still alive and well. Scarlet will rule this world. Mages, the gods of the Scarlet Lord have arrived. Come with me to create more blood and welcome the great Scarlet Lord. A chant-like voice came from the mouth of the Scarlet Priest. The 300 blood mages below stood up and enthusiastically echoed, "Welcome the great Scarlet Lord, the world will eventually belong to Scarlet." Strong magic power fluctuations were faintly connected to the Scarlet sacrifice, and a thin layer of blood began to spread. If Luoning had been there, she would have been surprised to find that this was the terrifying Scarlet in her dream. Boom! Mawson jumped out of the ruins and looked at the Scarlet Priest who was gathering magic power while standing high in the sky. The fighting spirit in his eyes became more intense. However, the power of this priest is a bit illusory. This time, he has at least enhanced the divine favor by 10 or even 15 levels at once. He cannot directly apply this level of enhancement to the whole body, so he will not be directly killed instantly, and this is enough. If God treats all living beings as entertainment toys and plays with the world wantonly, then God will be meaningless. He shook the giant sword in his hand and ordered loudly, "Apocalypse, assist." When the voice fell, his figure disappeared again. This is also the signature skill of the demon swordsman, a short-distance flash. The demon swordsman's swordsmanship is not as brilliant as that of a normal swordsman, but he has more powerful mobility and explosive power. The Scarlet Priest raised his hand, and the terrifying magic power gathered, along with the energy of the 300 mages below, and he clenched his fist. After the blood gathered for a short time, it exploded with a bang. A shadow appeared behind Emosen, who had just emerged from the flash state. The powerful power of the demon collided with the blood. Boom! A strong explosion woke up the night, but gold is always gold. After a moment of stalemate, Mawson flew out again, but was instantly absorbed by blood and froze in midair. So what? Our God will treat believers well. People cannot live without gods to stop the coming of Scarlet. Then you will be the first sacrifice, so that you can see what it means to be a loved one of the gods. A ferocious smile appeared on the face of the Scarlet Priest. A magic spell appeared in his mouth, and traces of blood were drawn from Mosen's body. Boom! But at this moment, more than 100 Barretts fired at the same time, and strong thermals filled the battlefield. Barrett's powerful kinetic energy hit the blood shield that suddenly appeared. Caught off guard, the Scarlet Priest's shield was not charged much, and cracks appeared directly on it. The mage group belonging to the Apocalypse Legion began to exert force, and a series of buff magics were blessed on Mosen's body, causing his momentum to skyrocket. He swung his sword down expressionlessly, and the shadow behind him raised his sword high, and the demon swung down fiercely. Boom! Bai Bian avoided the collapse of an underground passage and looked outside along the cracked gap. There was a slight flash of solemnity in his eyes.
Sin is indeed very powerful, but it is still a bit reluctant to fight through so many levels. Apocalypse's assistance can only allow him to remain undefeated for a short period of time. The scarlet color began to spread. Bien hesitated a little and reached out to touch the scarlet mist. There was no negative state at all. He quickened his pace. There were many underground passages here, and they were also very complicated. However, there are no longer so many problems for the White Plague. There are worker bees following in the sky, and the Scarlet Sect built the underground city using the buildings above as cover. This eliminated the possibility of him getting lost. When he reached a corner, Bien paused slightly. He immediately stood against the wall, holding his breath and waiting silently. Tap tap tap. The sound of complex footsteps suddenly sounded, and some people of various races wearing red clothes were moving quickly into the distance. When they passed by Bing, they took off their red suits, revealing the regular clothes underneath. After these people disappeared at the end of the passage, Bien thought for a while and continued to approach the east. As a secret organization, the Scarlet Sect certainly does not only have mages. The blood mages may be the backbone, but if they want to maintain such a large dungeon, the number of people will probably not be small. As for Scarlet's growth, in addition to weird distortions, blood is their theme. That god will not be a good thing. In other words, there are no good things from the ancient gods. Belief in gods requires the faith of all living beings, so they will protect all living beings, but the ancient gods do not need that. They are powerful beings from the original era. Gods who do not need faith have power beyond gods. Ancient god is just a title given to these losers by the present god, and those powerful creatures just acquiesce. Zheng, a strong sword cry sounded, and Bien paused. A quick and short scream sounded in front of him, and then the smell of blood began to spread, seeming to make the surrounding scarlet mist even richer. Card secret. Bien recognized the energy fluctuation just now, and his heart sank slightly. He looked at the map and followed her leisurely. Looking outside, the battle outside is getting stronger and stronger, but Sin is always at a disadvantage. The gap of more than 10 levels is crushing, and it is difficult to have the support of the Legion. Need to act faster. The subtle sound spread, and the 28 worker bees on it spread out along the passage. Cammy wanted a certain treasure, so her purpose was very strong. As long as she didn't look at it or show any malice, even the swordsman with the sharpest sense wouldn't be able to detect him. Zhang, the sound of swords in front became faster and faster, and Cammy rushed straight into the center of the battlefield at extremely fast speed. The White Plague is still following them, and they are heading in the same direction. It would be nice to have someone help clean up those members of the Scarlet Sect. Tuck tuck. After tapping the headset twice, a voice suddenly sounded. Oh, my friend, I feel those bonds again, they are coming. Benedict. After a light knock, Bien did not speak. Boom. There was an explosion, and Sin crashed directly into the underground city. The terrifying energy fluctuations were less than 30 meters away from the White Plague. Boom. Another loud noise sounded, and the strong fighting spirit disturbed Scarlet. Sin disappeared into the underground city and launched an attack on this opponent who was much stronger than him. Barrett's familiar voice sounded, and it was a volley. If the weak wanted to fight against the strong, they could only use external forces or work together. The chants of the mage group and the murmurs of the blood mage group began to spread in the passage, and the situation above temporarily reached a balance. Sabo seemed to understand the meaning of the White Plague, and his voice became as thin as a mosquito. I understand, my friend, your secret will be blessed, but this is the limit of how much I can help you. Bien touched the headset lightly, cutting off the communication. A special wave came along the last contact, and a dirty feeling made Bien feel uncomfortable. However, he could feel that his disappearing aura had changed slightly, and seemed to have merged with the surrounding scarlet. There was some surprise in his eyes, but his pace quickened a little, and he soon reached the underground ground to the east. A slight sound was lost in the violent collision above. Bien raised his head and stretched out his hand. One worker bee dragged another broken worker bee and flew back. On the broken worker bee, there was a scarlet aura flickering. Bien's eyes lit up. He looked at the direction in front of him where the sword energy was coming from, then turned around and walked towards a passage. Boom! The collision outside has reached a new level, more guns are firing, and the aura belonging to Sin is weakening, but the fighting spirit is getting stronger and stronger, making people shudder. Bing ignored it and carefully put away the broken worker bees, and the other 26 worker bees quickly flew back. He has already recognized that the thing just now is the aura of some kind of protective barrier. Although this kind of barrier has many uses, at this time and place, the only one that can still contain such powerful power is the barrier arranged by the Golden Mage himself. The pace quickened, and Bien soon came to the passage where the worker bees were destroyed. This passage was different from other places, with such strong earthquakes and destruction, but there were not many gravels on the road of this passage. In other words, this passage is much stronger than other places. Bien squatted down and observed carefully. There were traces of alchemy here, but the guy who set up the alchemy trap didn't seem to be very advanced. The two legends of the Dawn Federation are the Juggernaut and the Berserker. Influenced by the top patrons, most of the extraordinary people in this federation are still warriors, followed by assassins and mages. Except for the Federation of Stars, alchemists have never been a choice for civilians, not only because of the cost, but also because the early combat effectiveness is too low. Therefore, there are few civilian alchemists, and even fewer are living abroad. Those who join the Scarlet sect are not very powerful alchemists. Bien stood up, and his powerful mental power began to spread. The alchemy formations were invisible in his eyes. He stepped forward, and arrived in front of a closed steel door without incident. From the perspective of spiritual power, this door is densely covered with alchemical formations and spell inscriptions. The defense is outrageous. Even the power of gold is unabashed, and it seems that certain identification is required to enter. Bien thought for a moment, knocked on his headset, and asked in a low voice, "There is a blood magic barrier here, is there anything you can do?" Sebo's voice was a little helpless. "My friend, as I said just now, I have reached the limit of what I can do to help you. If I can do everything now, I don't need to spend 300,000 gold coins to hire you, right?" Thoughts appeared in Bien's eyes, and he asked in a low voice, "If there are a lot of treasures inside, how long will it take you to complete the transmission?" "The treasure house I can see so far covers an area of at least 1,000 square meters." There was surprise in Sebo's tone. "Really? My friend, if that's the case, then please turn on the camera and let me take a look. Maybe I will have some ideas." White Plague. Didn't you see the benefits of co-authoring just now? He took off the headset, operated it, and then adjusted his sunglasses to camera mode. Finally, he synchronized with Sob's terminal and transmitted the images here. "Ah, I see it. Your technology is really amazing. Let me observe it first," Sebo said enthusiastically, carefully looking at the steel door and operating some equipment there. About 30 seconds later, Sebo's tone became solemn. "Sorry, my friend, this thing was probably built by the Scarlet sect themselves." His tone became weird as he spoke, but precisely because of this, he has almost no technological content. He seems to rely entirely on the protection of a blood mage, and the blood mage, my friend, I will send something over in a moment. Please don't panic. These are normal items. Bien was a little surprised and said in a low voice, "Just hurry up. Judging from the fluctuations above, there may not be much time left. Don't worry, my friend, but I have to remind you that you'd better protect yourself first. This is my advice," Sebo said, and a special wave began to flash. Bien thought for a while and took out a silver-level protection scroll. Although he had the specialty, spiritual defense, and his defense was very strong, he had always been a boss who listened to advice. As that special wave flashed by, light ripples appeared in the space, and an extremely filthy green smoke began to fill the air. An extremely strong feeling of palpitations came, which shocked Bien. The spell scroll he held in his hand opened directly, and a shield instantly enveloped his whole body. Then a black, unknown thing suddenly stuck to the door of the treasure house. Immediately afterwards, in Bien's shocked eyes, the magic array of this door was rapidly becoming exhausted, and the blood magic was being polluted, making the scarlet red no longer pure. Even the scarlet that filled the surroundings left the passage instantly when this thing appeared. Bien couldn't help but take a few steps back, and subconsciously asked, "What is this?" Sebo seemed a little embarrassed. "A piece of the evil god's large intestine." White Plague. He was shocked. This little dwarf actually had something divine? That is God. However, Bien immediately thought of some of the dwarf's cool moves, such as the foldable contract, some notarizations that bypass the abyss, and another example, although he obviously has no strength, but he has the ability of space. It all seemed reasonable at once. Sebo seemed to feel that he had said too much and said quickly, "My friend, this door has been opened now. Come closer. I need to take this thing back, otherwise the materials inside will be contaminated." Bien hesitated. "You don't need me to touch this thing, do you?" He doesn't want to touch anything related to evil gods, ancient gods, abyss, and hell. These things represent disaster and distortion,
and silver is not qualified to resist anything. Don't worry about this, you just need to get closer. Sebo's high-pitched voice was slightly nervous, as if he was afraid that Bai Bian would take possession of this black thing. Bai Bing resisted a little, but still listened to Sebo and took a few steps forward. As he got closer, green traces began to appear on the silver mage's shield, which seemed to be contaminated. When he got close to a certain point, Bai Bian suddenly felt a little dizzy. It was obvious that he was not breathing, but he did feel the smell. The extremely polluted aura flickered for a moment, and the dark mass stuck to the door disappeared from sight. It's just that the green mist has not completely dissipated, and is almost sticky floating in the corridor. Bai Bian shook his head. The player panel can show what he was attacked by, but the boss panel seems to be more realistic, without so many displays. Tsk, a subtle sound sounded, and the silver-level magic shield was gradually dissolved. Bai Bian's eyes widened, his specialty, spiritual defense, was touched at this moment, and he felt the flow of mental power. Without daring to delay, Bai Bian's eyes were filled with spiritual power, and the alchemical magic power came out of his body. He fiddled with several alchemy formations a few times, and the door was slowly opened. Next time there is something like this from the evil god, teleport it yourself and use it. Bai Bian said coldly, and when the door was open enough for one person to walk together, he quickly entered sideways. After arriving at the door, he quickly operated it and the door slowly closed, blocking out the green smoke. Don't be so fussy, my friend. Silver-level protection scrolls can be defended for a long as the magic level of the maker exceeds 40. This only means that you bought a parallel import. Sebo got something from God, and his tone of voice became a bit teasing. Bai Bian was speechless. This is a magic scroll belonging to Bai Yin. How could it reach level 40? After fiddling with his glasses and cutting off the sharing of vision, Bai Bian turned around and carefully looked at the treasure house belonging to the Scarlet Sect. There was a little surprise in his eyes. This place was different from what he imagined. There seems to be a huge altar here, and the altar is densely covered with various broken limbs, including those of humans, orcs, elves, and other races. And in the center of the altar, a pool of blood occupies 60% of the area of the hall. Occasionally, a bubble would appear on the surface of the extremely calm blood pool. When the bubble burst, it would cause faint ripples, somewhat like a volcanic crater. Bai Bian took off his sunglasses, and his black pupils revealed a blue light. His eyes were covered with mental power, and he looked at everything around him carefully. It seems that because this is the lair, the only protective magic is on the door. However, as a gold-level boss, it is normal to have such arrogance. After all, judging from some alchemy inscriptions on the door, someone often enters here. If there is trap magic, it will be a little inconvenient. After making sure there was no danger, White Blight walked to some shelves at the edge of the altar. Apart from the pool of blood and the broken limbs, the only thing valuable about this altar is what's on it. As he got closer, Bai Bian's eyes suddenly burst into surprise. On these shelves, azure crystals the size of fists are shining brightly, and just looking at them can make you feel a refreshing feeling in your soul. The scan of the panel swept across the shelves, and the information about this thing suddenly appeared in front of me, just as Bai Bai had guessed. Name, Soul Crystal Core. Small, properties, material. Quality? Introduction, a gift from the world, a treasure for the soul between heaven and earth. It possesses the gentlest highable energy in the world, and it can match and favor energy of any level. Price, 9,999 gold coins. It is indeed this thing. Bai Bian counted a total of 8 shelves here, and each shelf contained a soul crystal core. The value of these 8 crystal nuclei alone was already more than 1 million gold coins. This is simply a great harvest. As for the price of the panel, just look at it, whoever sells it is mentally retarded. There is a series of the purest soul materials in this world. The most elementary and common soul essences are similar to slag. You can buy a small piece for about 30 gold coins. Further up are the soul crystals, and the soul crystals are divided into small, medium, and large, from the beginning. The small soul crystals are about 300 gold coins, the medium ones are 2,000 gold coins, and the large ones are 10,000 gold coins. There is still no market price. As for the soul crystal core, this is a material that even legends want, because everyone has a soul, and its purity is purer than that of all living things, so it has no professional barriers and can be used by any profession. In addition, the method of use of this thing is very simple. It can directly absorb magic power to enhance the power of the soul. It can even be used to break through the limits of the body or magic power. It can also be used by mages or alchemists to create potions for the soul.
This resulted in almost all soul crystal cores being gathered into the federal treasury, and only those who had made great contributions could redeem them. On the black market, each piece starts at 100,000 gold coins, and there is still a price but no market, and the price is crazy. Therefore, just from these 8 soul crystal cores, this trip has already made a lot of money. What's more, the other materials don't seem to be that weak. Such as this. Name, Dragon Soul Grass. Properties, Material. Quality, Gold. Introduction, the new life that grows in the breath of the dragon represents an unyielding will, and its will seems to be combined with the dragon. It looks like a dragon, doesn't it? Price, 2,000 gold coins. In the world of magic, it is not easy to be related to dragons. In addition, dragons are now very rare, which greatly enhances their value. After carefully looking at the shelves and confirming that there were no trap spells, White Plague decisively took out his medicine box, took out more than 20 medicines and put them into his windbreaker pocket, and then 27 worker bees appeared. And quickly changed into various tools. I quickly started renovating the box. If it was something else, he would have passed it on to Sabo, but the soul crystal core was different. Money and silk were so touching. That greedy dwarf would most likely give up other things and ask for this one to be taken away. How could that be possible? It was agreed that he would occupy 80% of this operation. This thing is an extremely scarce resource and cannot be given away, and other things can be divided. My friend, what's wrong? Why is nothing coming? Sabo's tone was a little strange, as if he was confirming something. Oh, it's nothing. Wait a minute. I'll put the soul crystal core in place first. Bien didn't hide anything and said in a calm tone. Soul crystal core? Sabo's voice changed, and he asked excitedly, my respected and friendly friend. Bien interrupted ruthlessly, the soul crystal core belongs to me, and I take 60% of the other 46%. Sabo, that. Bien interrupted again, no need to discuss. Sob. Boom. Boom boom, the roar from the outside world is getting stronger and stronger. One time just now, it even shook the treasure house. However, this could not stop Bien from wanting to make a fortune. He carefully placed the 8 soul crystal nuclei in the modified medicine box. When the box disappeared under the hem of the windbreaker, Bien was completely relieved. Okay, Sabo, if you need it in particular, let's continue with the 28th. Bai said seductively, but you can check the quality of other materials first. I believe you are not indispensable for the soul crystal core. Bai Bing said and began to plunder the items on the shelves, all of which were sent to Sabo. Oh my god, dragon soul grass? There is actually a earthly evil stone. Amidst bursts of exclamations, Bien quickly plundered the 8 shelves of materials, and finally looked at the blood in the center of the altar. He noticed from the moment he came in that the pool of blood with a diameter of more than 10 meters in the middle was full of magic, like the blood of an extraordinary person, or as if some special magic materials were added to the blood. Bien avoided the broken limbs and walked to the edge of the blood basin. The scan of the panel was turned on, and a pleasant message appeared in front of his eyes. Name, Blood Essence. Properties, Material. Quality, Silver, High Quality, Improving. Introduction, the blood extracted from various races and the blood essence combined with various rare materials contain a lot of magic power. Price, 5 gold coins 1L. His eyes suddenly lit up. If the panel quoted 5 gold coins, its value would be at least 20 gold coins, or even higher. Such a big pool, why is the Scarlet Sect so rich? Get the liquid containers ready. There are also good things here, and there are a lot of them. White Plague's breathing was a little rapid. The accumulation of a big force really shocked him. If these materials were exchanged for gold coins, he might become the richest person in the city besides the city lord. Liquid? Please wait, my friend, give me a minute. Sabo's tone was filled with excitement. He was rummaging around in his headset, and the explosions from the outside became louder and louder. White Plague could clearly sense that the aura belonging to Mawson fell into the air again. Downwind. Moreover, the roar of the energy gun no longer sounded, which showed that Apocalypse's advantage was disappearing. When he developed the Barrett, he abandoned all functions of the firearm and only pursued the ultimate lethality. This resulted in the gun having a terrifyingly long cooldown time, and it could fire up to 2 shots a day. The kind that can be scrapped with 1 more shot. Therefore, even if Apocalypse's fire support is fired in batches, the gunshots just now are almost used. If the City Lord and City Defense weapons do not join the battle, the Scarlet Sect will soon win. That's it, my friend. Sabo's excited voice sounded, full of anticipation. The white plague approached, first filled a small part with a test tube, and then covered the pool of blood with his mental power. With a flash of extremely filthy aura, the huge pool in front of him disappeared in an instant, leaving only a smooth rock hole, which looked a little desolate. Oh my god, what is this? Why does blood contain such powerful magic? Sabo's exclaimed voice came again. My friend, what else is there? Turn on the view sharing, I want to see it. Bai Bian looked around. Except for the broken limbs on the altar, the place was empty and a bit eerie. No, so have you thought about it? Should you give up 46 points of the soul crystal core, or 28 points? Bai Bian scanned it again with the panel. After finding nothing more valuable, he decisively walked towards the door. The value this time has exceeded his expectations by a lot, but for an alchemist, no amount of materials is too much, so he plans to continue to develop it. These accumulations of the Scarlet Sect are obviously prepared for the Scarlet Lord. He had never heard of this method of nurturing blood, but no matter how much he thought about it, he knew that it was not something that a gold-level blood mage could master. Really? That's really a pity. Sabo was a little disappointed, but then he hesitated and said, let's go with it. After all, as my best friend, I can't be so selfish. Bai Bian's mouth twitched, a little surprised. Do you have a way to buy the soul crystal core? According to Bai Yan's understanding of this product, if he had no channel for this kind of priceless thing, he would definitely ask for one or even two of them. After all, the soul crystal core is a top-level material. In the current federation, all the soul minerals have been mined. If you want this thing, in addition to enough credit, you can only go out to open up wasteland. Sabo decisively denied. How is that possible? I just think you need them more, and the 20% of the materials are much more valuable than a soul crystal core. The white epidemic was confirmed instantly. There is definitely a channel for this product. However, he did not continue to pester. He opened the giant steel door and took a look outside. The green mist had dissipated. He walked out, his eyes full of thoughts. These materials are obviously prepared for the Scarlet Lord. What do you think they are fighting for? I always feel that in their eyes, these materials are not as good as those things. I found some. Sabo's voice also became a little solemn. It is most likely the flesh and blood tissue of the ancient god, or part of the power of the Scarlet Lord. Bai Bian was stunned. Are you sure? I can't be sure, but there is a high probability. Sabo analyzed. My people have seen it. This is an image. I will transmit it to you. Sabo said. The sound of some gears turning over there was heard, and soon, a somewhat blurry photo appeared on Bai Bian's sunglasses. It was something held in the hands of a young man. There was a scarlet orb in the octagonal glass container, but there was nothing magical about it from the picture. That glass-like sealing container is a common sealing method used by the gods, and it can be sealed by the gods themselves. Coupled with the purpose of the Scarlet Sect and their desperate actions, this is enough to explain something. During the rise of the new gods and the decline of the ancient gods, the Scarlet Lord also had a description. In that description, he was beaten out of this world by the god of war. Sabo finally concluded, so, whoever gets this thing will not have much impact on us, but it cannot be the Scarlet Sect. Bai Bian thought for a moment, turned around, and ran to the west quickly, away from the battlefield very quickly. Sabo was stunned for a moment and asked in surprise, my friend, where are you going? Bai Bian calmly analyzed, if it is the flesh and blood of the Scarlet Lord, then there is no need to worry about this matter. This is Tobu City. Everything now is just to train Masen, nothing more. So, before the city defense measures are activated, we have to do other things. This place is too close to the East City Gate. Zheng a loud sword sound sounded, and Bai Bi, who had already walked along a passage to the ground, looked back. I just happened to see the scene in the battlefield where Kami slashed through Scarlet with his sword. At the same time, I also noticed that between the Scarlet Priest and the many blood-clothed mages below, there was a crystal that was emitting red light. This might be the flesh and blood of the ancient god. At the edge of the battlefield, the mage group was surrounded again. 1,000 Apocalypse soldiers and 500 were fighting with some members of the Scarlet Sect. Although there didn't seem to be that many people in the Scarlet Sect, it still made the battlefield look extremely chaotic for a while. Bai Bian withdrew his gaze, quickly shuttled between the buildings, and asked, how many teleportation arrays have you deployed? I need to go back to the inner city now. Are you going to rob those wealthy businessmen? This is really a good idea. Sabo said with some surprise in his tone, the teleportation array that was sent to us can still be used, my dear friend. Bai Bian asked, what do you think of my image? My friend, of course you are an unprecedented genius.
If you talk about the public image, you may be a little bit greedy for money.
Saab said with some caution, but my friend, believe me, this is a very good quality.
Bai Bing nodded as he should, it's indeed very good. If I became one of the victims when those wealthy businessmen were robbed, do you think it would be reasonable for me to go to the battlefield and rob something as compensation? Sabo paused and was a little surprised, is this necessary? If you want, you can use the transformation potion and the concealment potion to participate.
Bai Bian quickly came to the outside of the teleportation array building and said softly, acting requires a complete performance.
The only thing I can turn the tide of the battle is a golden scroll.
Although that thing comes from the black market, it is not completely untraceable. And Bai Bian said as if he had seen the first scene of a promotional video, where the 77th level city lord disappeared inexplicably, Tobu's city was destroyed, and everything was reduced to ruins. I have a hunch that if the ancient god's flesh and blood is taken away by that mysterious force, Tobu's city may not continue to be peaceful.
Then we can only bear a little risk.
Bai Bian said, opened the door, and was immediately hit by a strange smell.
Ignoring some filth in the corner, White Plague's magic power surged out and began to charge the teleportation array.
In fact, he never understood how the old city lord, who was almost considered to be the top echelon under the legend, was captured by the old wolf.
Even if the city defense artillery shot down, the old wolf would be semi-crippled.
It would make sense if Knight Rose was also involved. But now that he has changed a lot of things and made the Federation aware of the existence of this power, Bai Bian wonders whether the time point for the destruction of Tobu's city will be advanced. The safest thing now is to temporarily hold the ancient god's flesh and blood in his hands, or expose it to the spotlight. Because reputation is a double-edged sword, and it is targeted by Rose of the Night, so before gold, no one can escape from Rose of the Night. Okay, my friend, if you wish, I will help you do it from beginning to end.
Sabo did not refuse.
After all, the more things he got, the more he would share. Naturally, he wanted Bai Bian to do more things.
Okay.
Bai Bian responded, lightly touching the headset and cutting off the communication, his eyes full of thoughts.
Another point is, why does the Wolf family want the flesh and blood of the ancient god so much? This family is still very famous.
In version 3.0, they were still standing, and there was no news that they were members of Rose of the Night. This can rule out the fact that they summoned the ancient gods, and neither Sealing nor Collection can rationalize this pursuit across half of the Federation. Thinking about it, the charging of the teleportation array had been completed. He made several mental preparations before standing on the teleportation array. Buzz, when the magic circle was activated, he felt a strong sense of dizziness, and then he felt as if someone had hit him with a sap, and he staggered a bit. When he shook his head and looked around again, the dirty smell had disappeared. From the many potions in his pocket, I picked out the only mental recovery potion and drank it.
I immediately felt that my mind was much clearer.
Stepping out of the streets, although the fighting in the outer city was fierce enough, it could not stop the luxury in the inner city. In the early hours of the morning, the casino was still buzzing with shouts, and the brothel not far away was even brighter. The expensive monitor was placed in the lobby, and some beauties of various races in cool clothes flashed on it, making people's hearts itch.
Bai Bian quickly walked to the pharmacy and opened the door.
The two little girls must have gone to bed, and now the doorkeeper was a level 50 lich.
Al seemed to feel something.
The atmosphere in the entire store suddenly dropped, and the blue flames under his hood turned scarlet.
The White Plague dispelled the secret effect of the potion.
In Al's cold eyes, he whispered, Mr. Al, summon some ghosts to come out and help me move some things to the treasure troves of some wealthy merchants.
I will split it 28%.
Really? Al was stunned, and the scarlet ghost fire in the hood showed a surprised emotion, and slowly turned back to blue. The contract they signed had a great effect. The contract that was originally relatively loose almost made him a slave after it was folded. If it hadn't been for only 10 years, he would have been separated from the White Plague fish long ago. He was surprised when Bai Bian was willing to pay him wages a few days ago, and now he can actually share it with him, of course. Bai Bian nodded, casually pulled out a piece of white paper from the counter, and the magic of his fingertips began to write illusory words. You move according to the list above, and try not to be discovered. Don't worry, I hope the share you said is not false.
Or's tone was slightly excited.
With the resources, he has hope, and he will not be stagnant for 5 years in vain. Although for undead creatures, it takes more than 5 years to sleep, but it is a squeeze that is so severe that they have not had a good night's sleep in half a year. He knew what Bai Bian was afraid of. When the contract between the weak and the strong came into effect, The greater the strength gap between the two parties, the looser the contract became. Within half a year of signing the contract, his magic power was not enough, so it was impossible to break through to gold. The reason why the squeeze contract is 5 years is because it is a period of time in which he will not die together. Squeezing is actually a kind of protection against white plague, but now, this protection is relaxing. The reason is that or knows that now that white epidemic has broken through to silver, the gap in strength between the two sides is narrowing. Now that his strength has grown, he can no longer threaten by epidemic for the time being. Although he still had to be squeezed, Al was not as disgusted by this squeeze as he had imagined. The magic power on Bibian's fingertips was changing, and a piece of white paper was already densely covered with words. The first name is the boss named Shifeng, and the rest are the names of some casino owners, or wealthy businessmen who made a fortune from human traffickers and loan sharks. Bibian is not that evil. When he has a choice, he still wants to be a good person, and it is definitely not because of the huge cash flow of these rich families. And this. Bibian took out a scarlet test tube and continued to explain. Boom! There was a violent roar, and a blue beam of light in the sky penetrated the sky and the earth, fiercely blasting the scarlet sacrifice into the earth. The whole earth was shaking continuously, and the buildings further away collapsed crazily. In the center of the battlefield, Mawson and Cammy stood up in embarrassment. The expressions on their faces were not that good. The level gap between the high-ranking silver and the middle-ranking gold was too big. Whether it's snatching the golden treasure or a close battle, it has become a fantasy. The two people's joint attacks were directly crushed every time. If it were not for the protection of the powerful golden scroll, perhaps their demise would have been inevitable. Arnaldo on the edge retrieved a spell scroll. Below the high-end battlefield, Mummy showed the cruelty of this battle. The powerful magic power fluctuations in his body continued to erupt. While paying attention to the battle situation, he quickly cleaned up the members of the Scarlet Sect. The roar of war continues, and Arnaldo can clearly see that whether one's own soldiers die or the other party's personnel are slaughtered, the corpses of both sides will become mummies in the scarlet mist, rendering the scarlet color even more intense. Killing will strengthen the enemy, but in the face of the desperate counterattack of the Scarlet Sect, not killing is not feasible. Boom! Blood-colored light pillars rose into the sky, and the falling snowflakes were completely rendered scarlet. The Scarlet Priest floated up from the pit. He was now a little embarrassed. 2 attacks from the spell scrolls caused damage to his robe. It was just the surge of scarlet mist around him that quickly restored his injuries. The Scarlet Priest looked at the people on his side dying rapidly, and the more intense scarlet meaning surged. The eyes of more than 200 blood mages also turned blood red, and their magic power was rushing towards the sacrifice crazily, making the terrifying power more and more terrifying. The sacrifice instantly appeared in the sky above Cammy and Mawson, and the terrifying power of blood gathered, forming a huge skull in the sky, pressing down fiercely. Boom! Huge power descended with great pressure, and the terrifying aura changed the color of the sky at this moment, turning the sky bloody. The surrounding scarlet became more concentrated and began to spread into the city, seeming to submerge the entire city in scarlet. Zhang, 2 sharp sword sounds sounded, and magic power collided with pure sword intent. The two combined forces to tear apart the scarlet shroud. The terrifying power began to crack the edges of the pit, and it continued to spread into the distance. Many soldiers were overturned in the aftermath of the battle, and quickly fell into the cracks, bursting out into bursts of wailing. At this time, the nature of the blood mist seemed to have reached a limit. The originally harmless blood mist suddenly became extremely corrosive. All living creatures in it could sense that their own blood seemed to be being manipulated. Some minor injuries that were just ordinary bleeding turned into fatal hemorrhagic collapse at this moment. The blood continued to gather at the Scarlet Priest, recovering his injuries and strengthening his strength at the same time. A faint sense of transformation appeared, bringing an extreme sense of oppression and uneasiness to the whole city. His strength has exceeded the limit of the trial. If you have any trump cards, don't hide them, Cammy said in a solemn tone, and she took out a jade talisman from her arms. As a member of the counselor family, if they could agree to pursue the people of the Scarlet Sect, they were fully prepared. As the jade talisman shattered, the shadow of a long sword loomed behind her. Emosen was a little surprised. This was actually the shadow of an artifact. The Will family actually had an artifact? He felt the few magic powers in his body and looked at the magic lion in the distance. This was his border city. How could he suffer in this city? A terrifying fighting spirit filled his eyes, and at some point the demonic lion climbed to the top of a brothel and let out a powerful roar.
Roar after this roar, dots of red light began to streak from the outside inward. All creatures touched by these red lines would feel fear from the bottom of their hearts, as if they were being targeted by some predatory beast. The Crimson Priest, who was madly increasing his power, suddenly froze and stared at Cammy with a pair of crazy eyes. The aura of God felt very bad. The almost crazy aura continued to rise, but the scarlet hidden in the mist slowly illuminated the sacrifice. The next moment, a shocking buzz sounded from outside the venue. The ultimate sense of crisis enveloped the Scarlet Priest. He raised his hand, and the terrifying blood mist instantly gathered into a shield. Boom! A violent explosion sounded, and the blood shield gathered by the Scarlet Priest exploded instantly, but this also bought him time to dodge. Boom! The whole earth began to tremble, violent magic power fluctuations roared, and some blood mages below were affected by the energy. In an instant, they became scorched corpses and were annihilated in the terrifying magic flames. The Scarlet Priest turned his head and looked in the direction of the source of the attack. On the distant city wall, four high-tech cannons were slowly adjusting their orbits. Those red lights were the impact points of the cannonballs. The city defense railgun is a city defense method developed by the alchemist Sage. It can accurately hit targets hundreds of kilometers away, and its impact level is a super powerful weapon with a high level of impact. This thing is only found in border cities, and each border city has 8 gates, making it extremely rare. Boom! Before the Scarlet Priest could react, the sound of the second railgun sounded, and the fatal crisis enveloped him again. The surrounding scarlet suddenly cleared away, and his body disintegrated into blood mist. Cannonballs fell to the ground from the blood mist. The shells that were not weakened hit the ground. A violent buzzing sounded, and Cammy followed Mawson and quickly evacuated the battlefield. Intense firelight illuminated the sky. Since the location of the explosion was a deep pit, the pure white light pillar stood like a holy sword in the center of the city. The aftermath of the energy caused the pit to continue to expand. Apocalypse and Will's soldiers continued to retreat, but some soldiers were blocked by members of the Scarlet Cult. Both parties followed the collapse of the ground and fell into the expanding pit. Then he was annihilated in the world by the aftermath of energy. In the sky, the blood energy gathered again, and the Scarlet Sect was left alone. The Scarlet Priest's face was a little pale, as if the move that disintegrated into blood mist had a great consumption on him. An extremely special wave flashed across his body. Buzz blood energy roared, and a burning feeling suddenly erupted. All members of the Scarlet Sect who were entangled with the army had a red inscription on their foreheads. Their eyes became extremely hollow, and they whispered in their mouths, "For Scarlet, for the great Scarlet Lord." After the mechanical sound, they all raised their daggers or swords to wipe their necks. Scarlet suddenly began to spread. Boom! The third cannon shell hit the Scarlet Priest. His speed accelerated to the extreme at this moment, and his body that was instantly raised barely escaped the attack of the shell. The endless white light made the earth tremble crazily, but it was unable to harm the terrifying sacrifice. Cammy frowned, and the next moment, he stepped on the ground violently. The sound of a sword that stung people's senses rang out, and a wave of divine pressure suddenly descended. A flash of sword light took away all sight. Boom! The fourth cannon shot sounded, followed closely by Emosin. A huge shadow loomed, and the Demon Slayer reappeared. Chapter 37 Silver. Lower position? The Scarlet Priest was completely angry. It was just 2 silvers. He couldn't kill them instantly. Now he was still in such a mess. Even if all the members were sacrificed, he still couldn't get rid of the entanglement. This suffocating feeling made his sanity disappear, and the murmurs that seemed to come from another dimension kept ringing, tempting him to fall into the unknown abyss. They shouldn't have been discovered so quickly. The detection methods of divination and perception would be ineffective in their barrier. Tobu City is so big, unless the entire Tobu army is mobilized to conduct a blanket search, there is no way they will be exposed within 3 months. But now everything has changed, unknown forces have participated, and they also want to get the flesh and blood of God. This is simply unforgivable. He is the one favored by God. Boom! In the scarlet, the light of the artifact flickered, and the sacrificial magic power, which had reached level 68, exploded violently. A terrifying wave directly knocked away the 2 silvers, but the light of the artifact also scratched his body. Feeling the flow of blood, he felt that he needed more blood. There was still a gap of 3 levels before he could reach the golden level. Once he reached the upper level, he would be able to re-establish the connection with the Scarlet Lord, and everything would be fine. Get back on track. He set his sights on the military, and that's where it started. Apocalypse, retreat. Emosen's expression changed, and he gave the order decisively.
The demon behind him was shattered into pieces and integrated into his body.
Flash, chop.
Buzzed the terrifying blood froze in an instant, and the Scarlet Priest stretched out his hand and showed an almost cruel smile. The blood energy that shrouded Dongqing district was resurrected, and the terrifying power compressed the demon swordsman to the extreme. He planned to quickly deal with one of them. Many soldiers quickly retreated in an orderly manner, and a sword light quickly approached, the extremely sharp sword energy carrying divine power. But the Scarlet Priest completely ignored him. Every time he was about to kill someone, another attack would come to distract him, which led to the current stalemate.
Trading injuries for lives is now acceptable.
But suddenly, the ultimate sense of crisis struck, and the Scarlet Priest's blood energy instantly collapsed, forming a bloody shield that suddenly blocked him.
Boom!
A violent energy collision erupted, and the powerful magic power of the city defense railgun instantly destroyed the blood shield. The shell struck with a strong sense of crisis. The Scarlet Priest moved forward with difficulty for a distance, but was still touched by his arm. Forehead with a muffled groan, the Scarlet Priest's arm collapsed into particles, and even the shoulder was crystallized by the energy of the cannonball. But this was just barely avoided. The cannonball fell in the distance, and a terrifying wave of energy surged wildly.
Many buildings were destroyed instantly, and the earth began to crack.
Emosen escaped from the trap, and the demon slash followed closely behind him. Along with the phantom of Kami's artifact, he slashed hard in front of the Scarlet Priest. The frenzy of energy began to vent, and in an instant, the powerful existence in the Golden Center was violently defeated. The city defense railgun developed by the alchemist Sage does not have any cooling skills. The only limitation is that the shells are relatively expensive, and the material cost alone can reach 50,000. But this is nothing to the disciples of the City Lord. At least in this battle, the City Lord promised him the capital to be undefeated. Therefore, once the Scarlet Priest loses the attribute of experience, his downfall has become inevitable. Huge plumes of smoke covered the sky and the sun. Kami swung his sword and went up against the frenzy of energy. He swung out the artifact and tried to seize the flesh and blood of the ancient god on the Scarlet Priest's chest. Boom! But the next moment, the Scarlet Priest disintegrated into blood. While avoiding the attack, he was already above the retreating army. His body, shoulders and arms are rapidly filling with blood. With the blessing of the gods, it is difficult to kill him as long as he does not attack a fatal place. The chanting of the mages reached a climax at this moment, and the magic was madly vented into the sky, but the next moment, it was directly wiped out. The huge level gap makes numbers useless. At most, it only consumes some of the magic power of the strong. The Scarlet Power pressed down crazily, trying to kill these soldiers so that they could draw blood and continue to grow, although this growth was only temporary. But in this battle, as long as he can reach the golden level, this temporary growth will become eternal with the help of the ancient god's flesh and blood. Disperse! The moment Emosen gave the order, his whole body flashed quickly, spanning thousands of meters in an instant, and the giant sword in his hand swung out with some trembling. The magic power collided, and Emosen was violently knocked down. In the battle with the Golden Center, every attack he made was a big move to open the way. This made the recovery of magic power in his body completely unable to keep up with the output, and now he was already somewhat powerless. The terrifying magic power pressed down crazily, and hundreds of Apocalypse soldiers were about to die tragically. A strong beam of light directly penetrated the scarlet that was pressing down like a continent, and went straight to the face of the Scarlet Priest. Boom! After a strong collision, the two sides briefly separated again. The spell scroll in Arnaldo's hand completely dissipated, and a gorgeous staff appeared in his hand. Now the 3 opportunities have been used up, changing the outcome of 3 battles, but it seems to have returned to the original point. Under Mosen's order, the soldiers spread out quickly in groups of 4. Facing the powerful mage, spreading out could truly reduce casualties. Emosen stood up, panting slightly. The magic power in his body had bottomed out. The level gap of more than 15 levels, although the pressure was enough, did not give him a chance to temper himself, so this trial should have been transformed into a vindication. The Scarlet Priest flew up again in the sky. His face didn't look good at the moment. The blood mist around him was frantically repairing his injuries, causing the blood mist covering the entire Dongqing district to become thinner. He looked at the soldiers spreading crazily below. The chance just now was gone, but the Scarlet Priest looked at the big pit not far away, where there were gifts they prepared to give to the gods. If they had to, they could use it to turn the tide of the battle to welcome the Scarlet Lord's divine followers. Buzz suddenly, in this brief silence, subtle sounds sounded, some like the flapping of bees' wings, or the friction of tight gears, which made people a little uneasy. The four people in the field looked up, and suddenly more than 20 objects fell from the sky towards the Scarlet Priest. There was some confusion in the scarlet eyes of the priest, because he did not feel threatened by these things. But the next moment, blazing white light swept across the sky, and more than 20 explosives set off powerful airwaves in an attempt to kill this terrifying existence. Buzz, the blood flashed slightly, and the fire and shockwave dissipated instantly. There was a hint of anger in the priest's eyes, and before he could make any move, a slight tingling sensation hit him. The priest raised his hand, and scarlet covered his front. A bullet with strong kinetic energy penetrated the defense of the shield, and completely lost its kinetic energy not far from his head. The Scarlet Priest's hand clenched slightly, and the bullet was crushed into pieces. He looked expressionlessly at the source of his attack, where a thin young man wearing a windbreaker was approaching expressionlessly. Beside him, 3 worker bees distorted the air with a little heat. Mawson, Cammy, and Arnaldo were all a little surprised and couldn't figure out what this alchemist was doing here. Was he going to die? Silver. Lower position? The Scarlet Priest murmured in a low voice. The next moment, he was angry. Forgetting the 2 level 50s, this one in the 30s also wanted to bully him. Did he not take him seriously? The Scarlet Priest's figure flickered. In the Scarlet Realm, he could shuttle through the mist at will and burst out at unnatural speeds. He came to the sky above the young man, stretched out a hand, and a 6-pointed star array flashed in front of his hand. Buzz, a dazzling bloody beam of light erupted, suddenly descending with a strong sense of crisis. Boom! A violent explosion sounded, and the boy disappeared together with the ground under his feet, without the slightest resistance. Projection? The Scarlet Priest turned his head sharply and looked around. The 3 worker bees that were destroyed just now have the ability to create images. Although I don't know why the alchemist can even forge the breath, he doesn't have a second chance. The alchemist is more fragile than the mage. If he finds him, he will die. Buzz, a subtle buzzing sound sounded, and explosives fell from the sky. The Scarlet Priest raised his head, gathered his blood energy, and detonated them in the air. He narrowed his eyes slightly, raised his hand, the 6-pointed star formation appeared, and a bloody light beam suddenly spurted out, instantly annihilating 2 or 3 worker bees, but the other worker bees escaped his perception. He tried to sense the breath in the blood mist, but the sense of crisis suddenly came over him. The Scarlet Priest turned around instantly, and a sword light was approaching. The blood energy gathered and exploded. Zheng, the sword energy with the aura of the gods cut through Scarlet, but the explosion of blood energy still interfered with the forward trajectory. The sword light was embedded deeply into the ground, and the neat cuts were almost reflective. Dots of scarlet gathered, and a stronger sense of crisis suddenly struck. The Scarlet Priest retreated frantically, and a black crystal-shaped cannonball landed where he originally was. Boom! The terrifying energy frenzy continued to vent, and Emosen also recovered some of his magic power at this moment. He was holding a giant sword, his figure flashed crazily, and the giant sword slashed down fiercely. Cammy followed closely behind, constantly entangled with the Scarlet Priest. Buzz, the sound of the worker bee swarm sounded again, and explosives continued to fall from the sky, but their power was too small to affect the battle situation at all. The 3 people flashing around in the field gradually ignored this weak alchemist. Suddenly, a cold breath flashed through, and a weakening power came, causing the Scarlet Priest's figure to stagnate. Cammy's eyes lit up, and the power of the artifact exploded, instantly appearing behind the Scarlet Priest. Zheng, the sword energy cuts horizontally with absolute sharpness. Emosen followed up in an instant, and the remaining magic power exploded directly. A huge shadow suddenly appeared behind him, following his movements and slashing down. The Scarlet Priest's eyes flashed with rage, and Arnaldo's curse magic was directly shattered. The blood frenzy gathered again, but this time the timing was a little too clever, and the curse came just when Mawson and Cammy were about to launch an attack. Therefore, the blood craze has slowed down a bit, and the powerful sword edges of the 2 are already approaching. The Scarlet Priest didn't have time to think too much. He chose the lesser of the 2 injuries. The scarlet mist gathered behind him and shielded him, blocking the cutting of the artifact. At the same time, the priest turned sideways crazily. The demonic slash landed on his shoulder violently, causing blood to flow out. The huge force sent him flying backwards, and the sound of broken bones was covered by the sound of collision. Boom! At this time, the sound of cannons sounded, and a shell from a city defense railgun fell to the ground following the scarlet sacrifice. The white light of the cannonballs shot up into the sky, instantly clearing away a large area of scarlet. The scarlet mist had reached an extremely thin state and was almost invisible to the naked eye. The worker bees in the sky were still working tirelessly to drop bombs, but they were detonated before they hit the ground. Cammy and Masen landed. The energy of the shells was still venting. Cammy rushed forward instantly. This time the Scarlet Priest would be seriously injured even if he did not die. This was the best chance. The shockwave could not stop the level 50 swordsman, and Cammy rushed into the endless white light. The world was silent for a moment. Boom! The violent energy exploded violently, and the newly disappeared Cammy flew out instantly, and the scarlet magic power instantly cleared the white fire. In a huge pit blasted by a cannonball, the Scarlet Priest with a tattered body slowly flew up. The scarlet mist, which had been thinned to an extreme, was all rolled back at this moment, quickly repairing the blood mage's body. Cammy, who was about to fall to the ground, was caught by the gentle force. Arnado came to Cammy's side and looked at the Scarlet Priest with solemn eyes. Now the Scarlet Priest's divine followers seem to have been exhausted, but on their side, both level 50s, Mosen and Cammy, are in poor condition. The gap between him and the Scarlet Priest is too big, and they can't make much difference at all. Effect. The only deterrent city defense railgun could not accurately hit the Scarlet Sacrifice without anyone's intervention. Trouble. Emosen felt the breath of the Scarlet Priest, and his tired eyes were still calm. Retreat. A button appeared in his hand. When he pressed it, a subtle electric sound passed through, and the three of them quickly flew away into the distance without stopping at all. 3 seconds after they left, the ultimate sense of crisis came. Even the dozen or so worker bees left in the sky stopped throwing bombs and rose crazily. Scarlet Sacrifice, who was recovering rapidly, paused, and his body instantly began to flicker, trying to escape into the huge pit. However, it's a little late. Boom! Boom boom, there was a violent roar, and 3 cannonballs formed a triangle shape and exploded in the direction where the Scarlet Sacrifice was just now. The blazing fire filled all the fields of vision. The power of the salvo of 3 artillery shells was so huge that it directly enveloped half of Dongcheng district, and the frenzy of energy destroyed more buildings. The outer city was originally planned as a battlefield. Except for the houses built by wealthy businessmen in the inner city, most of the houses here were wooden structures. 90% of these buildings collapsed in this round of attacks. The ground in the center began to crack, and white light filled all vision. Tonight, Tobu's city is destined to be sleepless. When the energy of the explosion began to subside, Cammy stood on the edge against the shock wave. She was ready to rush in at any time. She knew very well what that thing represented to the Will family. It was something that had to be obtained at all costs, a key item regarding whether Will could become the first counselor's family. Ahem, as the white light continued to decrease, a figure whose whole body was scorched, completely devoid of clothing, and extremely embarrassed stood up with difficulty. His arm where the bones could be seen was still clutching the ancient god's flesh and blood, and there were more cracks on the crystal that sealed the flesh and blood, as if it would break at any time. The Scarlet Priest's voice became extremely hoarse, with strong anger and hatred in it. Scarlet. Scarlet will definitely come. No matter what the cost, Shia cannot live without God. Low murmurs sounded, and magic power flickered on the Scarlet Priest's body. Cammy, who was about to rush forward, paused and stopped. The 3 of them looked at the first battlefield at the same time, which was the huge pit. A huge 6-pointed star formation rose from there, like some kind of sacrifice, or some kind of sacrifice. Great Scarlet Lord. I will use my actions to change your gaze. Your humblest believer cannot protect your sacrifice, and your most devout believer will spend his whole life. Whispered prayers began to spread, and Cammy rushed out instantly, trying to forcibly interrupt the Scarlet Priest's dying struggle. But suddenly, an extreme murderous intention emerged suddenly, and the terrifying power of shadow caused the 3 people's expressions to change drastically. Is there gold in ambush? As soon as this idea came out, another terrifying aura rose. In the sky, a magical hand reached out, descending on the city with the terrifying pressure of the top gold master. Emosen's face suddenly sank. More than one. Cammy stretched out her hand, and the purple bracelet on her wrist emitted spatial fluctuations, as if she was about to take out something. Emosen also made similar movements. The aura of the space kept flickering, and the space between the 2 people felt faintly distorted. But the next moment, their hands stopped at the same time. The shadow, which was trying to compete with the mage's hand for speed, also paused for a moment.
Because that terrifying mage's hand changed the target of its attack and quickly approached a rapidly advancing shadow. Buzz, a strong buzzing sound sounded, and the mage's hand grew bigger and bigger, gradually covering the sky and the sun, and the trembling breath was vented crazily. The scarlet red in clouds in the sky instantly collapsed, revealing a bright galaxy. Under the moonlight, the shadow looked particularly panicked. The common people seemed so small under the giant hands. The top golden mages have already stood at the pinnacle of the world. In the current world, there are only a few legends standing above them. Who is it? Some sharp explosions appeared in the shadows, and a clown mask poked out from the shadows. The terrifying shadow turned into a deep black hole, exuding a chilling aura. He is running away madly, and he is unwilling to give up. A month ago, no one could find Rose of the Night, and everything they wanted to do was successful. But this time, an organization even more mysterious than them appeared and spared no effort to target them. This made the senior leaders of the Rose of the Night Dongwu City branch feel how helpless others were when facing them. Very hopeless and powerless. There was no answer, and the increasingly huge mage's hand fell down in an instant. It covered the entire Dongcheng district, seeming to erase everything. The clown in the shadow stared at the whereabouts of the giant hand, and a gloomy aura filled his somewhat crazy eyes. There was no movement that destroyed the world. The extremely huge mage's hand passed by, and the terrifying energy fluctuations only took away a shadow. Everything else, including the half-melted snow beside some ruins, remained unchanged. Tap tap tap. The sound of footsteps sounded clearly amid the crazily chanting of the Scarlet Priest. Cammy, Arnaldo, and Mawson turned their heads at the same time, and immediately saw the young man who had been torn into pieces, approaching the crazy priest unhurriedly. Cammy frowned, the space fluctuations in her hands dissipated, her legs slightly bent, and she rushed towards the Scarlet Priest. Arnaldo raised his staff and chanted a spell in a low voice, and the magic around him was gathering. Emerson hesitated for a moment and made no move. He just looked at Bai Bian with something strange in his eyes, as if he was meeting this famous alchemist for the first time. Great Scarlet Lord, your humblest believer cannot protect your sacrifice, so let your humble believer blend into this sacred sacrifice and become the nourishment for your coming. As the frantic prayer came to an end, a powerful phenomenon suddenly erupted over the huge pothole in the distance. Many broken limbs and arms were like the dismemberment scene of a cruel murderer, making people feel shuddering and physically sick. Cammy was suddenly startled, the long sword in his hand was filled with shaky divine power, and he was ready to swing the god's last sword. Buzz, suddenly, a worker bee appeared in front of her. Before she could react, the worker bee emitted a dazzling white light, and its hot breath suddenly expanded in front of her. Although she didn't feel any danger, the powerful magic power in the distance and the explosion in front of her still stopped her steps. Arnaldo's magic power took shape at this time. A sharp cone exuding extreme cold was formed on his head, and instantly split into countless small sharp cones. Without thinking, it directly covered the direction of the Scarlet Sacrifice and White Plague. Dang 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 dang, the sound of metal colliding sounded, and the powerful impact blew away the flames left by the self-destruction of the worker bees, exposing everything in front of them to their sight. A huge shield on White Plague's body was full of cracks, but it was not broken. He looked at the Will siblings with a pair of cold eyes, and said calmly, "Want to kill me? Are you sure I only have one spell scroll just now?" Boom. At this time, the extremely embarrassed Scarlet Priest behind him spurted out a mouthful of blood. He looked in disbelief at the deep pit in the distance, where countless stumps and broken arms continued to fall like rain. A huge six-pointed star formation dissipated very quickly, and it seemed that it did not have the effect it was supposed to have. How could it be? Where are the sacrifices? Where are the sacrifices of the great Scarlet Lord? How could it fail? Who stole the altar belonging to God? Who is it? Hysterical roars rang out from beside Bai Bian. His ulcerated palms tightly grasped a cracked glass crystal. Inside the crystal, there was a dazzling red orb that was very eye-catching. There was a hint of complexity in the eyes of the Will siblings, but they still looked at Bai Biao indifferently. They wanted to say something, but were interrupted by the Scarlet Priest behind them. He looked at the flesh and blood of the ancient god in his hand with great madness, and shouted hysterically, God, someone stole your sacrifice. No, I am also your sacrifice, yes, sacrifice, you guys, they are all sacrifices, follow me to see the Scarlet Lord." He frantically activated his magic power, trying to kill the ants in front of him that were driving him to a desperate situation. As long as there was blood, he would still have a chance of winning, and as long as there was blood, he could still recover. Bai Bian said nothing, and a special aura appeared.
Suddenly, the Scarlet Priest who was nurturing energy in front of him trembled and fell to the ground instantly. A shrill scream came from his mouth, ah ah. He was twitching and convulsing wildly, and his flesh and blood, which had been burnt black by the city defense orbital cannon, now leaked out a dark green liquid. The moment these liquids hit the ground that had been crystallized by the city defense railguns was quickly corroded into pits. Bien squatted down and easily took the evil god's flesh and blood in his hand. The eyes of Cammy and Ronaldo became even more gloomy. Cammy raised his hand to stop Ronaldo, who was about to speak, and looked at Bien calmly. "Give me what you have in your hand, you will be Will's friend. Will has paid so much just for you. With what you have in hand, don't doubt Will's determination." There was obvious surprise in Bien's eyes, and his face that originally looked very cold now turned very interested. He asked as the Scarlet Priest beside him wailed less and less, "If I guess correctly, this is the power of the so-called Scarlet Lord, right? And it can still be used." Terrifying murderous intent burst out from Cammy's eyes, and he suddenly clenched the long sword in his right hand. The powerful sword intention soared into the sky, even more terrifying than when he fought with the Scarlet Priest. Bien did not panic. The Scarlet Priest behind him stopped twitching at this time, and his whole body was quickly turned into a pool of blood by countless alchemical poisons. The Scarlet Priest uses the blood mist to restore himself infinitely, but the White Plague drops bombs down again and again. Is it really just a bomb? How is that possible? Various alchemical poisons were mixed into the bomb and spread into the blood mist. The moment the Scarlet Priest was injured, he was already destined to perish. Others were poisoned, but he used alchemical poison to construct the missing body. If he didn't die, who would die? At the same time, the aura on Bien's body surged sharply, the panel began to vibrate, and the extra experience value column actually increased by 100,000 experience points. The level jumped directly to level 36, one level short of the middle level of silver. The sudden upgrade suddenly made the atmosphere in the field become more subtle. The murderous intent in Cammy's eyes became more and more intense, while Mawson mounted the oncoming demon lion and approached the White Plague unhurriedly, and the situation in the field quietly changed. In just 1 month, this alchemist is about to reach the middle level of silver from bronze. What this represents is clear to everyone present. Although this seems like some kind of one-time opportunity, a strong person never looks at any process, only the results, and now he is a super genius. And they know better what a super genius in alchemy technology can bring to the Federation. Bien paused for a moment, and many thoughts flashed through his mind. A trace of joy appeared in his eyes. Between making a fortune and becoming famous, he chose the latter from the beginning. Now he doesn't mind making this reputation even higher. After all, in the Federation with this background, you can either remain unknown and develop in a corner. As long as your extraordinariness is not exposed, no force will target you, and you will be safer than you think. Either you shine so brightly that all the eyes of the world will focus on you. As long as you are dazzling enough, your light will be enough to protect you. The extra experience value of 124,900 was cleared at this time, and the calm atmosphere suddenly surged. The terrifying mental power was looming around the White Plague. It was distorting the surrounding space, making the White Plague look incompatible with reality. The expression on Cammy's face became more complicated, and a gentle gaze suddenly appeared in the field. It was obviously just a vague gaze, but it could not be ignored by anyone. Cammy waved her hand, and the long sword was instantly inserted into the scabbard on her back. She looked at Bien with extremely complex eyes. If the feeling just now is true, then the rated talent of an 18-year-old silver mid-level alchemist will reach SS. The highest talent may be a bit reluctant, but the second echelon is still acceptable. S-level talent already represents the possibility of becoming a legend. Major cities will not let anything happen to such a talent. At least, within the capabilities of a city, or in other words, within the capabilities of the city lord, a genius of this level is not allowed to die by bullying the small, nor is he allowed to die by accident. Bien also felt this gaze. He glanced in the direction of the inner city, looked at Cammy and said softly, "It seems I guessed it right." His body relaxed, and the cracked crystals in his hands disappeared into the hem of his windbreaker. He turned around and looked at the 3 remaining items in the blood of the Scarlet Priest. Raising his hand, powerful mental power surged out. While holding up the 3 items, he violently restrained an invisible thing. That is the soul of the Scarlet Priest that is escaping crazily. As a soul gourmet, he will not give up such a high-quality soul. The mental power is extremely compressed. After upgrading 3 levels in a row,
The mental power has reached 279. This strength is already considered powerful. A normal alchemist with a main spirit of level 50 has a mental power of 300. Those with more than 350 are generally gold level. The big boss. Soon, an extremely transparent, illusory pink ball appeared in his hand. This was only possible after he used 2 skill points, Silver Divination Mental Training Method, and Psychic Power Control, and these 2 skill points were full. IBN still has many ideas on how to develop the specialty of Soul Gourmet in the future, and after making a big profit this time, he can start making preparations. Tell me your conditions. You can't keep this thing. Cammy forced herself to calm down. Her blue eyes, long scarlet hair, and slightly damaged black warrior suit made her look uncomfortable at this moment. Not as aggressive as before. Buzz, a worker bee, flew over from outside and rapidly changed its form in the air, while Bai Bing was modifying the alchemical inscriptions on it unhurriedly. Giving you this thing actually has no impact on me, but do you know why I came here? Bai Bian said gloomily, there was a large-scale robbery in the inner city. And half of my material library has disappeared, and the loss is close to 200,000 gold coins. Do you know how much harm this can cause to an alchemist who is not well off? Cammy looked relaxed. She had been in Tobu City for almost a month. She had heard a lot about the reputation of the White Plague, and the most talked about thing was its extreme stinginess. It is said that he received customers with large orders of 10,000 gold coins, and served coffee with dozens of copper coins. This is just like when someone talks to you about a big project worth millions, and you treat the customer to spicy hot pot. It is extremely cheap and weird. It is normal for such a person to go crazy if he has been robbed of so many things. 500,000. Cammy said directly. Although the amount was huge, Bai Bian didn't even raise his eyelids. After entering Baiyin, his horizons had been wildly broadened in the past few days. Although 500,000 was still a lot, it was not enough to cause him much emotional fluctuations. The magic scroll I had just now was worth 300,000, but now I only have 3 pieces of gold equipment in my hand, and I'm still losing money. Bai Bian said calmly. That magic scroll is indeed precious. It came from a top golden mage. It is something that even money cannot buy. If Bai Bian had not had a good relationship with those wealthy businessmen, it would be difficult to buy it for 200,000 yuan. 600,000, this is all we have. Cammy twitched the corner of her mouth. From this sentence, she discovered some of Bai Bian's character. He was stingy and held a grudge. He had something worth 200,000 yuan stolen and spent 300,000 yuan to kill the unknown murderer. Bai Bian finally finished the formation. He carefully placed the soul in his hand on the core of the worker bee. With a buzzing sound, the worker bee that unfolded into a patch turned back into a round ball and swooped into the hive. Bai Bian then turned his head, first nodded friendly to Mawson, who was already standing next to him, and then said, since you have already bid 600,000 yuan, it means that the value of the Scarlet Lord is higher than I thought. Higher. He thought about it, and there was magic in his voice, as if he was saying to Cammy, or to some invisible people, in 1 month, I will open an auction in Tobu City. At that time, various technologies that I call a new era will appear, and even soul crystal cores will appear at the auction. I will announce the news to the entire Federation, and this thing will be the finale of the auction. Cammy paused and said with gritted teeth, excessive greed will only harm you. Bai Bian nodded seriously. He thought for a while, and the magic power in his mouth began to spread with his voice. In the meantime, I will put the power of God in the city lord's mansion. Those who want to use force to snatch it away should not come, lest everyone it was an unpleasant scene. After speaking out his plan loudly, Bai Bian threw the ancient god's flesh and blood he had just collected to Emosen, who was standing next to him. Then he bowed slightly to Cammy and said, in 1 month, I hope Miss will reward you. Seeing Cammy and Ernado turn around and leave without saying a word, Bai Bian's smile faded slightly and he turned around and walked towards the inner city. Emosen followed up slowly, looking at the cracked crystal in his hand, and said in a kind tone, you made the right choice. There are at least 3 parties who want this thing now, and you really can't hold it. Bai Bian said gently, I'd like to thank the Legion commander in advance. I just want to recover some losses, but I still cause trouble for you. There was a look of approval in Emosen's eyes. He bent his legs, jumped lightly, and immediately jumped to the top of the demon lion. He stood steadily on it. I just hope you can remember that you grew up in Tobu City, and nothing else matters. The demon lion under him slowly accelerated, surpassing Bai Bian by several positions. The giant sword in Emosen's hand was thrown upward by him, and fell accurately into the scabbard behind him. He said calmly, if you need it, You can come and live in the city lord's mansion at any time. No one can extend their claws there. With that said, he didn't wait for Bai Bi's answer. The demon lion under his feet roared. He stood on the lion's head, holding the flesh and blood of the ancient god in one hand, and rushed straight towards the inner city. The magical voice spread throughout Dongcheng district: apocalypse, clean up the battlefield, Wucheng, rebuild the housing area, within 3 days, I want to see this place restored to its original state. Yes. 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 Tremendous sounds rang out from the outskirts of Dongcheng district, and the army suddenly began to move. Even those who had originally participated in the battle joined in cleaning up the battlefield. The deserted Dongcheng district suddenly became busy. Bai Bian's steps paused slightly, and a trace of softness flashed in his eyes, but it quickly disappeared. This era is the best era for geniuses. As long as you have talent, fame, fortune, and everything you can think of will be at your fingertips. For example, if Emosen holds the ancient god's flesh and blood in his hands and goes straight to the city lord's palace, his troubles will disappear completely. The targets of Night Rose and Wool are the ancient god's flesh and blood, and as long as the ancient god's flesh and blood is not in his hands, Wool and Rose's murderous intention towards him will disappear. The two will focus on drawing together rather than erasing. Unless White Plague explicitly showed hostility to them, it was obvious that White Plague did not. At least White Plague still doesn't know about the existence of Black Rose. As for everything White Plague did tonight, isn't that the intelligence organization's fault? I doubt it will happen, but Will and Night Rose's powerful intelligence system will help Bai Bing give a clean answer. Because, before today, he has always been innocent. Gigi, there was a screeching sound of brakes, and a soldier from Tianqi stopped a sports car not far from White Plague. An elf soldier got out of the car and bowed slightly and asked gracefully, Mr. White Epidemic, do you need a vehicle? Bai Bian did not refuse, knocked on his headset, and sat in the back row. Mr. White Epidemic, please sit still. The elf said, stepped on the accelerator, and the vehicle sped out very quickly. It seemed that he had been notified in advance, and the soldiers in front had already made way for a road, and walked slowly from both sides. And walked towards the ruins. They had 3 days. Although the eastern area of the outer city was very large, the city's roads were mainly filled with an alchemical product similar to asphalt, which could dry within an hour after being paved. Including the 40,000 people who took action, it is really not difficult to restore this place within 3 days. After all, civilians live in wooden houses, and with the power of extraordinary beings, it is not difficult to repair the land and buildings. In other words, the most essential function of the residence of civilians is to prevent the war from reaching the inner city immediately, because 90% of Tobu City's wealth and combat power are in the inner city. As long as the inner city is not lost, Tobu City it's not lost. In the headset, Seibo's voice was very thin, with a slight electric sound. My dear friend, some beginnings and ends have been done. Tomorrow the entire Tobu City will know that an 18-year-old silver-level alchemist has been born here, and knew that the alchemy genius had captured the flesh and blood of the ancient god and was taken away by the commander of the Apocalypse army. Seibo paused slightly, and his tone was somewhat mysterious. Moreover, many rich people in the inner city were robbed at the same time. It is suspected that there are more than one mysterious organization hidden in Tobu City, and there are quite a lot of them. Bai Bian put his head on one hand, looked out the window, and tapped the headset again with his fingertips. Seibo and Bai Bian have been working together for half a year, and the two of them have benefited from the city lord's mansion. There is a tacit understanding. His voice became a little sharp. Hey, I know, I heard everything just now, but my friend, this matter is a bit difficult to handle. After all, the Federation is quite big, and the communication devices rarely cross the city. Thoughts appeared in Bai Bian's eyes, and soon after, he spoke softly, I will give you 20%, but you will take care of everything. Oh my friend. Seibo hesitated a little. He knew nothing about this auction. It was just something an alchemist took out. Even if it contained the promised soul crystal core and the flesh and blood of the ancient god, it was still. It is not enough to attract the real capital of the Dawn Federation. If there are just some dispensable things, then if he uses his connections to invite them, he may completely use up this layer of connections, which is not worth the gain. What I need is a grand auction. I will give you the confidence to invite people at dawn. Bai Bian said, cutting off the communication, casually pressing a few times on the backrest of the passenger seat, and a cup of hot milk suddenly appeared. Next to my hand. Bai Bian took a sip and thought appeared in his eyes. The auction was indeed something he came up with on the spur of the moment. Originally, his purpose was to make a big deal on the ancient god's flesh and blood. The competition between Will and Night Rose could bring him very large profits. But now Bai Ying has discovered that there seems to be a lot that can be exploited in this auction. Some things that will only appear in the future, or even things that will not appear in the future, can actually enter this era in advance. And these things are something that one force or even Bai Bian cannot eat at all. Therefore, Bai Bian thought of a word, cost-free investment. That is, sell technology, but you must occupy shares. Imagine that if Bai Bian was a partner of all wealthy businessmen, then he might directly become the richest man in the Federation, and money would no longer be a problem in the future. And alchemists without the shackles of money will grow extremely quickly. Thinking of this, ambition appeared deep in Bai Bian's eyes, but then he was forced to calm down. You can't just think about the benefits, you have to think about what you want to release. In the future, due to the emergence of players and their weird ideas, the thinking of the three federations will be in the Big Bang period. At that time, there were many things that spanned the era. This is an extremely huge wealth, but how to use it to maximize benefits is what Bai Bian is now considering. Bai Bian thought about it for a while and postponed his decision for the time being. He could rest assured and make plans when it was absolutely safe to return to the pharmacy. He turned his attention to the panel, where a lot of information had been accumulated. After checking it, golden subtitles popped up immediately. You used alchemy mixed poison to leapfrog and kill the level 69 boss Scarlet Priest. The experience value was plus 50,000. Because the level gap was too large, the experience value was increased by plus 300%, and you gained 150,000 experience points. Boss bonus, experience value plus 50,000, gold coins plus 10,000. Boss bonus, gold coins plus 5,000. Gain plus 5 skill points and plus 20 free attribute points. Gain additional experience points plus 100,000. Bonus for leapfrogging boss, optional boss expertise plus 1. Bai Bian's eyes lit up, and he killed monsters at more than 30 levels. Although this could only be regarded as grabbing monsters, the rewards were still ridiculously high. Not to mention his expertise, the free attribute points and skill points were very good. This shows that White Plague no longer has to deliberately buy potions that break the limits of the body, or try to transform the body with flesh and blood, because attribute points can easily break the shackles of flesh and blood. Let his endurance, strength, and speed all exceed the upper limit of 10. Because the alchemist is a profession that pays more attention to external forces, every time he upgrades, the magic power in his body does not increase much, and the alchemist's magic power is mainly peaceful, which is not suitable for physical training. It is difficult to break through the limits of ordinary human power through the natural nourishment of these magical powers. Before gold, it was basically achieved through potions or modifications. In addition, skill points are used to increase a certain piece of knowledge and proficiency to full value. It can be regarded as saving a lot of time during the white epidemic. Continuing to check the messages, the complicated information mainly talks about the items obtained, which are basically obtained from the altar of the Scarlet Cult. Among them, what surprised Bai Yi was this. Your legend level exceeds 50 and you will receive the title, Future Star. Name, Future Star. Attribute, Title. Quality, Wearing Effect, Charm plus 3. Any NPC with an official position will have a high initial favorability towards you. Wearing requirements, Legend level 50 plus, Charm value 5 plus. Introduction, the young man has become famous in the Federation. You will be the star of hope within the Federation. Do you see it? The stage that belongs to Shia is handed over to you. Titles are even more difficult to acquire than specialties. Because of the abnormal level of realism, the panel's role other than upgrading and restricting players has been reduced to a minimum. And the power of this kind of title is one of the few things that can have an impact on the Shia continent. At least before the late 2.0 period, no one had ever used it. Even in the end, it only had the highest 3-star title. Although this low-level title is not useless, it is not that useful. Therefore, players will not particularly strive for titles other than showing off. This is actually the reason why players suspect that the continent of Shia is a real world. Everything is too real. However, the title reward inexplicably appeared for White Plague this time. Perhaps this means that although the boss template cannot accept tasks, it can draw on the power of more panels. After wearing the title, Bai Bian didn't feel any changes. The charm attribute was not important to the alchemist, it was mainly the main attribute of the summoning system. However, those are rare professions, and there are currently very few in Shia. However, every special profession is the focus of the Federation. Either it belongs to the Federation, or it belongs to the parliamentarian family.
There are almost no people living outside the country, because the benefits provided by the Federation and the congressman's family are so good that basically all the resources needed for cultivation are helped by someone. Just like the current Bai Bian who has taken refuge in a parliamentarian family, he doesn't have to worry about anything except his talent. Any alchemy knowledge he needs will be sent directly to him. The reason why SS-level geniuses also need a 50% discount to purchase knowledge is because the Federation wants these geniuses to join the Federation. Of course, these restrictions are not a problem for the white epidemic that has begun to snowball. Bai Bian looked at the distance and found that he could reach the inner city in about 10 minutes. He decisively began to choose his specialty. You have activated the optional boss specialty X1. Please choose one of the 3 specialties. Boss Killer, active, there will be a special energy in your body. When the energy is activated, the damage caused by your body will be marked on the target. After the accumulation reaches 30 layers, the mark will explode. Causes a lot of extra real damage. Cooling time, 1-5 natural days. Bai Bian was stunned. Active expertise was not uncommon, but Bai Bian had no interest in this thing. Let an alchemist deal with it face to face? Are you afraid that you are not crazy? Eye of illusion, your sight will separate yin and yang, and see things you can't see originally, such as spirits, illusions, and curses. Bai Bian was a little hesitant. In fact, alchemists can't see things like souls. For example, Bai Bian captured the soul of the Scarlet Priest just now, but that requires active spiritual power or soul power. And this thing is equivalent to adding an attribute to the eyes, just like the yin and yang eyes, which can be seen at any time. However, Bai Plague feels that this thing is very useless, because whether it is medicine or equipment, it can do the same thing. The only thing that appeals to the White Plague is that it can see the curse. If you can see the power of the curse, then you have the possibility of avoiding it or even counteracting it. Overall, it's not bad. Bai Bian looked at the third one, his eyes completely brightened, and he made a decisive choice. Light and darkness, unique. As an alchemist, you will have 2 faces. Your dark side will turn into blood and awaken in your body, becoming the madman behind the genius, the madness after elegance. Just choose the one with the unique logo, regardless of the effect, because it is something that is unique to you and cannot be obtained by others, and it will also be the most suitable thing for you. Feeling the sudden coldness in his heart, Bai Yi felt that he seemed to have something extra, but this was not the time for research. As the vehicle slowed down, the tall city walls of the inner city also appeared in front of us. After taking a look at the panel, the attributes and the like have changed a lot, at least a little more luxurious. Host, White Plague. Race, human. Template, alchemist. Occupation, alchemist. Level, 37, 11900/150000. Experience, 0, gold coins, 69231. Personal attributes, Strength 10, Agility 10, Endurance 10, Intelligence 109, Spirit 279, Charm 8, Luck 1. Free attribute points, 20. Legend, 51, continuing to rise, you will be the brightest star in the Federation. Rank, Silver Middle. Title, Future Star. Skills, Intermediate Alchemy and Pharmacy, 2756/3000, expand, Intermediate Alchemy Technology, 3611/5000, expand, Elementary Alchemy Transformation, 1005/3000, expand, Spirituality, expand. Skill points, 7, Personal Expertise, Highly Focused and Profiteer. Boss Template Expertise, Alchemy Demon, Spiritual Growth, Spiritual Defense, Soul Gourmet, Light and Dark, only, Boss Growth. You can choose a boss specialty every 10 levels. Now the number of feats you can choose is 0. Evaluation, the rising shining star, the general trend may be about to take shape, and alchemy will finally set off a craze at dawn. Thanks to Pipipin's helmsman for the reward. Hee Mr. Bai, we're here, do you want me to take you in? The elf driver asked gracefully. Bai Bian thought for a while, but did not refuse. 2 gold coins appeared out of thin air in his hand and bounced to the passenger seat. Send it directly to the door of my store. Okay, please sit tight. Seeing the gold coins, the elf's tone became more respectful. He lightly stepped on the accelerator, took out the badge of the Apocalypse Legion, and drove smoothly into the inner city. Unlike the panic among people in the outer city, although many explosions broke out in the inner city not long ago, many people died. But this still cannot resist the entertainment district's lively entertainment district. On the roofs of taverns, karaoke bars, casinos, and brothels, silver-level powerful supernatural beings released their auras one by one, covering their own entertainment venues, clearly telling the drunkards, gamblers, and prostitutes that this place was safe.
Colorful lights even illuminate the entire city, making night no longer night. Luxurious cars drove in from all directions and entered the protected land of silver. The chaos in the inner city has made these protected places prosperous. Especially the brothels are the most prosperous, and the wealthy businessmen want to continue to feel comfortable in tonight's chaotic night. The silver master of the brothel directly moved the surveillance monitor to the door. The girls in cool clothes and dreamy beauty were played on it, attracting many creatures to stop there. They seemed to be elves. These guys who were loyal to love seemed to be unable to resist the pull of the world of mortals. The strong man, the beautiful woman, and the brothel also became a winner tonight. Only the real rich can afford the elves, because the elves are the top extraordinary races in the Shia continent. They seem to be perfect creatures created by God, with extraordinary genes that made them bronze when they reached adulthood. Even when the gods were still there, the elves were adults and silver. They have the capital to be proud, but now in this broken continent of Shia, this pride is also disappearing. But the good thing is that as long as the elves don't want to, at least they won't openly expose these filth. Because, there is more than one elf in the parliament. Buzz, the sudden acceleration of the vehicle made by Bien turn his head and take a look. The elf driver's eyes flashed with anger, and through the rearview mirror, Bien saw sadness in the anger. Although it is infuriating to have to do this kind of thing, it is sad to do it voluntarily. Bien lowered his head and did some manipulations, and then took out 3 bottles of packaged milk. This kind of milk is produced from the cross between a herbivorous extraordinary species and ordinary cows. The milk contains a touch of magic, which Bien prefers. Of food. Inserting the straw, Bien took a sip of milk with a smile on his lips. In the eyes of the current white epidemic, this world is a real world, and only in the real world can there be so much real helplessness. The flawless race in legend will also be stained with dust in reality. As the vehicle stopped, Bien opened the door. There was no comfort, and there was no need to comfort him. Any intelligent creature that had not fallen into corruption in the civilian area could control his emotions. After taking a sip of milk, Bien looked towards the Dawn Pharmacy, which was shrouded in a cold atmosphere. Perhaps sensing his aura, Or's magic power suddenly withdrew, and even concealed his own aura, making it impossible for anyone to discover that there was a level 50 lich inside. Bien walked into the pharmacy. In the brightly lit store, there were only 2 employees behind the counter. They looked outside uneasily. When they saw Bien, the eyes of the 2 girls lit up. "Welcome back, boss." ×2 Bien paused and his eyes wandered a little. The OL was dressed as an elf and the maid was dressed as a Lolita. This felt surprisingly good. Luanning's clothes should be changed. "You are an employee, not a servant," Bien said, looking down at Irene, and said in an incomprehensible tone, "Take up." He placed the other 2 bottles of milk at the front desk and walked to the workshop. He needed to divide the interests of all parties. The current white plague has restricted Or enough. Therefore, if Or can break through to gold, at least in the next 10 years, his role will be great. Erin's eyes lit up, and she quickly took down the 2 bottles of milk and gave one to Luanning. She just inserted the straw, and when she was about to drink, her expression suddenly froze. She looked down, then looked at Luoning, and couldn't help but curse in a low voice. "Damn it, who are you looking down on? We are not even adults." Luoning was a little confused. Why did this sister suddenly curse? She asked cautiously, "Sister Eileen, what's wrong?" Erin glanced at the closed door of the workshop bitterly and said angrily, "That stingy boss just laughed at us." "Mockery? No." Luoning gestured to the milk in his hand doubtfully, and said in a friendly tone, "The boss also brought us gifts, and did you notice? The boss has become more handsome, and I like the boss even more." Irene paused, looked at the thin Luoning, and waved her hands feebly. Yes, the boss is the best, it's time for you to make up for it." She suddenly recalled Bien's gaze just now, and it seemed that he had looked at her figure, which meant that the compliment was addressed to her alone. "Damn it, what should I do if I get even more angry?" Erin bit down on the straw bitterly, as if she was biting someone very hard. "Is that all?" In AL's exclusive room, Bien looked at nearly 20 boxes of things on the ground and asked in an inexplicable tone. Al nodded, "Yes, but this is more." As he spoke, the aura of the undead continued to flicker, and dawn badges appeared out of thin air. There were more than 40 in total. Bien's mental power flashed, and he checked the amount inside slowly, and finally nodded with satisfaction. He put away the badges and said in a calm tone, "There are about 350,000 gold coins in these badges, and the materials and equipment in these boxes are also worth about 50,000 gold coins. According to the original division, you can get 80,000 gold coins this time. A gold coin, but Al, who had begun to relax, paused. The soul fire under his hood suddenly turned scarlet, and he stared at By Plague. It seems that if something goes wrong, they will die together. He has learned enough about the virtues of this capitalist in the past 6 months. Bai Bian ignored the threat and said in a cold tone, "Your magic power was restored in one night. This shows that the wealthy businessmen you went to rob today will basically not have any living people. You are creating death energy and collecting souls. You broke my rule about keeping it secret. A dead person will not reveal my existence."
This is not a violation.
Al couldn't help but interrupt and defend himself.
In his opinion, he killed everyone who saw the ghost and absorbed all the souls into energy.
How could he be exposed?
Even those who might have seen it, but actually didn't, were killed by him and all traces of themselves were erased. According to Bai Bian's request, he completed the task perfectly. How could there be so-called punishment? Bai Bian was unmoved and his tone remained indifferent. "So, you can only get 50,000 gold coins for this action, and the 30,000 will be regarded as the price for causing trouble to me." After saying that, Bai Bing walked out amid Or's sudden outbreak of murderous intent. "Tomorrow I will give you a treasure list.
You can choose 50,000 gold coins from it. I will bring it over for you. No order from me, you still can't leave the pharmacy, just keep working."
Bai Bian's words came out very calmly.
But it made the scarlet flames in Or's eyes keep beating, and finally broke out, "Ah, damn alchemist, damn capitalist, you will go to hell, I curse you to go to hell."
Listening to the voice behind him, there was no movement in Bai Bian's eyes, and Alban became restless. When he was asked to go out this time, he was prepared for this guy to cause trouble. Fortunately, if it was just a killing, it didn't exceed his expectations. Otherwise, 80% of his list would not be rich people who open casinos and brothels.
Cash flow is one thing, and understanding Or is another.
Of course, he won't touch the wealthy businessmen who are truly friends with him.
"Boss, what kind of milk is this?
It tastes really good."
"Is it expensive?" When Bai Bian walked towards the laboratory, Luo Ning asked happily with little stars twinkling in his eyes.
There are still some milk stains on her mouth, and she looks very cute. If her face were rounder, she would be a perfect little loli. Eileen next to her looked at him with resentful eyes, biting the straw crazily, trying to kill him with her eyes.
"If it tastes good, drink more. I will send it to you starting tomorrow. Each of you can receive 2 bottles per day." Bai Ying said happily.
"This kind of milk costs about 5 silver coins a bottle.
For the current white plague, it can already replace 50 copper coins of coffee.
As the income has increased, of course, I can't wrong myself. The price of drinks has increased tenfold. By the way, I need to take good care of Luoning.
She is too thin."
Although her piece of news was not the most critical, it did help him a lot. From this external conflict, he gained at least 3 million gold coins, which was a huge fortune. Before the auction comes, he can improve himself unscrupulously and without any scruples, and upgrade the defense of the entire pharmacy by several levels.
Luo Ning's eyes suddenly lit up.
She looked at Bai Bian with unabashed admiration. "Thank you, boss."
"You are so kind, boss."
And Eileen's eyes were a bit incredible. This stingy boss actually started to be generous.
Something was wrong with the boss.
She asked hesitantly, "Old boss, the store was robbed just now.
Are you going bankrupt? Is this the last party?
What about our wages?" The white plague just getting ready to leave, he glanced at her speechlessly. "Slander the boss, 2 gold coins will be deducted."
Aaron Sigma, degree winky face, huh? No, what the hell, this is all my hard-earned money, boss. You can't do this.
Bai Bian ignored this guy's jump and walked to the laboratory.
This guy didn't look like an elf at all. He is obviously an elf from the Moonlight Clan with a cold personality, white hair, and pretty face. But it happened to grow into the character of Era, the sadness of the elf. Damn it! Blackheart capitalist Eileen, he actually did it, as expected.
Bai Bian withdrew his mental power and glanced at her. The white-haired OL elf immediately shut up and stared at him, biting the milk straw hard, feeling aggrieved. Bai Bian couldn't help but glance at the aggrieved elf and Luo Ning, who was hesitant to speak and didn't know how to comfort him. He thought for a while, "But you have been working overtime these days, and you will receive a bonus of 2 gold coins.
It won't be the same next time."
With that said, Bai Bian walked into the laboratory with Miss Elf's suddenly warming expression. There are many books placed in the corner of the laboratory, which are the basic knowledge of alchemy.
Bai Bian thought for a moment. The most important thing at the moment was the auction.
He also needed a greater reputation.
At present, there were not enough eyes on him, which made him a little uneasy.
The main reason is that Rose of the Night has cast a big shadow on him. One of the more than 30 congressmen is a member of Rose of the Night.
This level is outrageous.
But now is not the time for that congressman to be exposed. The main reason is that exposing the congressman now will not bring any benefit to him except the loss of Night Rose. But holding this kind of news in your hand is different.
This is a trump card. When necessary, you may be able to talk to the legend.
Bai Bian took out a piece of paper and wrote something on the white paper with his fingertips. There were no words on it, but there were traces of spiritual power in Bai Bian's eyes. After a while of busy work, many familiar but unfamiliar ideas soon disappeared on the white paper. These are things that don't exist now, but will shine in the future, and they have directly affected the three major federations for a long time. Bai Bian picked for a long time, and finally, only 3 titles were left on the white paper, and they gradually eroded the paper and were revealed.
Alchemy Magic Network, Alchemy Intercontinental Railgun, Dawn Communication, these 3 things were all brought by players. They were combined with real-life technology and used stronger alchemy to produce these things.
Each of them can be said to have changed the pattern of war.
The first one is the network that has already begun to take shape.
Rather than studying these things, the alchemists of Xia continent prefer to study things with offensive or defensive power. But after his surveillance appeared, the alchemists quickly invented DVDs and began to make money in the Federation. Therefore, once the Alchemy Technology Network appears, various regional networks will be quickly researched by those alchemists within 3 months. This is also the reason why Bai Bian wants to set the auction for 1 month later. He must quickly find someone with enough qualifications to unify the network. Moreover, Leon Dawn Communications also requires a huge manpower to produce smartphones, and it also seems to be a headache to seize the market and other things. Therefore, these things can be used for publicity, but if Bai Bing wants to do it himself, it is not only a waste of time, but also unrealistic.
As long as his potential is SS or above, those who cooperate with him will always give him a share.
As for the alchemy missile, this thing was made by the Federation of Stars. Players only gave some ideas, but the alchemist sage thought it was good, and then he made it. In the end, the range seemed to be able to span the distance between 2 cities, reaching a precision guidance of thousands of kilometers.
He can also get this thing out in advance. When he can't see the real thing, at least when the 3 major federations are not connected to the internet, his ideas should be unique. And Barrett's ideas can also be applied to cannons.
Each missile can only be fired once a day or even more than 10 days. After thinking about it, Bai Bian took out a large screen and quickly painted the scene in his memory. He doesn't need to make these things as strong as he remembers now. What he sells is technology, he only needs samples, and now during the promotion period, he only needs pictures. With his current reputation and the magic on Seibo's side, the effect should be very good. And Bai Bian thought of something, his mental power surged, and he once again left 4 words on the piece of paper.
Maybe he could do something for the common people.
Steam train, because the various foundations of the world are different, perhaps many things on Blue Star need to be redefined, but there is one technology that is different, steam.
As long as steam trains connect major cities, the entire Federation will be closer and safer.
White Plague can't wait to see the players arrive.
When the Dawn Federation develops into what it will be 30 years later, the players will definitely be very happy, right?
Especially some inventive players may always feel like they are living in their own shadow. Thinking of this, the White Plague became more powerful. Steam trains were simply the cheapest thing in the extraordinary world. Railways, energy, and other things did not require extraordinary resources. But this energy will continue to bring huge benefits to those who pave the way.
As long as wealthy businessmen with a longer-term vision will definitely stick to it.
Forget about the principles, including the internet and intercontinental missiles, you just need to watch the film.
I am looking forward to it in a month. The next day, noon.
White Plague sent Seibo, who was shocked, greedy, and even worshipped Seibo, to the Dawn Pharmacy. Clearly, Saab can see the value in these creations. The Federation of Stars dare not say anything about these things, but in a federation like the Dawn Federation where 8 of the 10 extraordinary people are warriors, it can definitely be called a transcendent era.
After all, they cannot learn from the various Gundams, battleships, maglev trains, etc. of the Federation of Stars.
But the value these low-end versions and extremely low-cost products can bring is shocking.
These things are auctioned. What is the difference between giving them away for free? You can imagine that when the news spread, the entire Federation was in a state of excitement.
After Seibo left, Bai Bian breathed a long sigh of relief, glanced at the legend level on the panel, which had risen to 53, and walked to the laboratory.
Sabo came and took away most of the materials this time.
Except for the soul crystal core and some materials that were difficult to obtain, White Plague gave everything he got this time to Sabo. He was able to sell these items at a good price and purchase the materials he needed. That will be a huge batch of materials worth 1 million gold coins, which can meet all the material consumption of the White Plague this month. Boss, our potions have been sold out, and there are also a lot of reservations. The wealthy businessmen who reserved the equipment have begun to rush.
Eileen said quickly when she saw Bai Yi was leaving.
Originally, Bai Yi's store's pharmacy business was very good.
Although it was 20 to 30% more expensive than other places, it couldn't stand up to his popularity. Those wealthy businessmen didn't care about the dozens of silver coins or a few gold coins.
What they thought more about was making friends with this talented alchemist. Bai Yan paused and replied casually, "I know, I can make it up soon." As he said that, he walked into the laboratory and groped his chin. Maybe it was time to find some alchemists as disciples. Although those low-level potions were produced with experience points, it was obviously more cost-effective to make equal-level potions.
But don't worry about this matter now.
Now is the time to study the specialty of light and darkness, and you can put other things aside. Looking at Guangyang's description, Bai Bian closed his eyes and felt it carefully. According to the description, this should be a kind of blood power and a second face.
The activation should also be to find the cold breath that appeared in his body yesterday.
As the mental power wandered around the body, Bai Bian found a drop of blue blood, which lurked near the heart and remained motionless under the wash of surrounding blood. Bai Bian tried to touch it with his mental power. Dong dong, at this moment, his heart suddenly began to beat rapidly, and Bai Bian's pupils suddenly contracted to the extreme. He felt as if his heart was caught by something, which made him very uncomfortable. Bai Bian gasped for breath and clearly felt the drop of blood entering his heart, and then his whole body became extremely cold, and an extremely weird aura loomed. As the breath gradually stabilized, the abnormalities on Bai Bian's body began to fade away. He panted heavily, stretched out a hand and looked at his palm. It's still fair and doesn't seem to have changed much. He calmed down, and at the hem of his windbreaker, a worker bee appeared, and quickly brought a mirror. The boy inside was still wearing a black windbreaker, with a fresh hairstyle, except for a pair of scarlet eyes that brought him a little evil intention.
It seems like nothing has changed?
Bai Bian had some doubts in his eyes. He stood up and immediately felt a difference.
He seemed to have become weaker?
He looked at the panel subconsciously, and now the panel had completely changed its appearance.
Host, White Plague, Dark, Race, Human. Template, Alchemist. Occupation, None. Level, 1, 0/300. Experience, 0 gold coins, 69231. Personal attributes, Strength 3, 10, Agility 3, 10, Endurance 3, 10, Intelligence 0, 109, Spirit 3, 279, Charisma 6, 8, Luck 1. Free attribute points, 20. Legend, 0, Obscure, Rank, None. Evaluation, an unknown ordinary person with nothing to say.
Bai Bian fell into silence as he looked at this series of nothings, sharing expertise and souls, and completely cutting off the rest.
Is it equivalent to a body that has nothing to do with the subject? Not even a career.
Bai Bian clenched his fist.
This was just an ordinary 18-year-old man's body who rarely exercised.
His strength was pitifully weak. Only his soul and spirit were connected.
If it is like this.
Excitement gradually appeared in Bai Bian's eyes, but he quickly suppressed it. The weird aura on his body gradually faded away, and his whole person returned to his original appearance. He walked over to some materials and began to analyze and study his body. He cut off the flesh and blood tissue from his two bodies and observed the similarities and differences between them. As time went by, excitement gradually appeared in Bai Bian's eyes. The more he studied it, the more terrifying he felt about this specialty. Light and dark. These two simple words brought a huge surprise to White Plague. Perhaps when players got this expertise, they thought of double player, such as mage plus alchemy or swordsman plus alchemy. With the help of a large hero, this kind of thing can indeed be done.
The long-range alchemist and the melee magic swordsman are very interesting. But if you do this, you will be sorry for your status as boss. Retraining one's profession not only consumes countless resources, but also consumes immeasurable time, which is obviously not cost-effective.
After confirming that nothing on the dark side could affect the main body, Bai Bian decisively set his sights on alchemical transformation in alchemy. The reason why alchemical transformation can be classified as an equal subject to science and technology is because it is no worse than science and technology in potions. Some alchemists who follow the science of transformation will transform their bodies into fully mechanical or fully mutated ones. Their pure combat effectiveness will not be weaker than that of warriors and assassins of the same level. Even because of the weirdness of the transformation, in addition to easily turning into a madman, in terms of combat, it has to surpass warriors and assassins. The only losers are those professionally understood rules. However, the advantage of alchemical transformation is that there are no barriers. As long as the materials are sufficient and the host can withstand it, it can continue to transform into a stronger state. The reason why Bai Bian has never dared to transform himself is because of this. After the mechanical transformation, although you can see for a long time, you can no longer be called a human. After you lose all kinds of physical desires, your thoughts will gradually become mechanical. Flesh modifications are mostly evil things that can easily affect thinking, and White Plague feels that brains are more important than muscles. Without a brain, in this era it will only be death, and there is no second option. And now, Bai Bian's eyes unconsciously looked at the city lord's mansion. The dark side cannot affect the thoughts of the light side when it is not summoned. So, can we take a peek at the power of the Scarlet Lord? Use God's flesh and blood to transform your body. Pity. Bai Bian shook his head with some regret. Expertise is talent, and in this kind of double-sided talent, there is always a balance between yin and yang. If the yin side is really invaded by the power of God, Bai Bian doesn't think it can affect the yang side. That is a god. A god who transcends levels cannot be limited by a small talent. If you want to have a glimpse of the power of a god, you must at least be a legend. Bai Bian bowed his head. He needed to plan the yin side carefully. The alchemist's shortcoming was close combat, so the transformation of the yin side must also be in this aspect. Now he needs more data to accurately control this transformation. Thinking about it, Bai Bian started bloodletting and self-examination again. 3 days later, Bai Bian, who looked a little pale, walked out of the laboratory. His eyes were full of thinking. He casually placed a few large boxes next to the cashier. He said calmly, "These are bronze-level potions. You can collect them, good." The worker bee picked out one of the boxes and placed it in front of the metal door on the left. White Plague's voice contained a little magic. "Al, your things." With that said, he walked out in a hurry. Eileen, who was serving customers, said sorry to the customers, and then took Luo Ning and started to work together. The invitation from the city lord's mansion arrived the next day, but Bai Bing was in the middle of exciting research at the time, so it was postponed for 2 days. In these 2 days, he completely planned the transformation of the dark side and mastered all the information about the dark side. It can only be said that it is the only expertise. This expertise is the most valuable among all the expertise, except Soul Gourmet. Moreover, Bai Bing was not completely delayed by research in the past 2 days. He still needed some time to spread his reputation and increase his value. For example, now, when he appeared, many people on the street paid attention and some familiar faces greeted him warmly. They even wanted to come forward to talk, but were stopped by Bai Bian's hurried demeanor. Now was obviously not the time for small talk. Bai Bian responded to the greetings around him perfunctorily, feeling that he should get a car. And this world is too big, maybe you have to ask Sabo for a way to arrange the teleportation array. If the dark side is successfully transformed, it will be able to withstand ultra-long-distance teleportation circles, and everything will be much simpler by then. Thinking about it, Bai Bing came to another street. Perhaps due to the recovery of the outer city, this street of official institutions also became a little lively. Many people hurriedly shuttled through various institutions, especially the number of adventurers, which was a bit unusual. Without peeking too much, I walked all the way to the middle of the road section. The building of the city lord's mansion was not very luxurious, but it was a large place with a diameter of more than a kilometer. All the institutions on this street were built on the outer walls of the city lord's mansion. In other words, the city initially only had the city lord's mansion, and it was continuously expanded from this one building. Of course, most of the city lord's mansion is made of natural elements, and the building area is not large. Only the area close to the street has buildings. This is said to be a place for discussion, but it is more like a place for the city lord to retire. Because the city lord does not care about things, the Apocalypse Legion is responsible for the security of the inner city and is also responsible for handling all trivial matters. Of course, as a cultivator, Mawson didn't take care of things very much. He just let the people in those positions perform their duties. This was also the reason why Sabo was able to crazily reap the benefits of the city lord. Mr. Plague. There were 2 soldiers from the Apocalypse Legion standing guard at the door of the city lord's mansion. They greeted Bai respectfully when they saw him. The human soldier on the left stood up and made a gesture of invitation. Mr. Bai Bing, the city lord and the Legion commander are waiting for you. Bai Bian nodded and followed the soldiers in front of him inside. The front hall of the city lord's mansion is an office building, and the overall style is a bit serious. Passing through these buildings, the view in front of you suddenly broadens. The natural features are still preserved here, including rockeries, artificial waterfalls, pavilions, small lakes, streams, and some pavilions. Only in very remote places do walls appear, blocking off the paradise from the outside world. Mr. Bai Yai, the city lord is right there. The soldier gestured to a pavilion on the left front, then turned and trotted towards his post. Bai Bian looked at the pavilion, which was a building in the center of the lake. It looked very poetic, and Emosin was looking at something with an old man lying on a rocking chair. Neither noticed his arrival. Approaching the pavilion, some exaggerated voices sounded, as if they were performing a drama. The white plague did not disturb the peace of the 2 of them, and they quietly waited for the end of the drama. Time passed slowly, and the tablet-like thing in their hands began to play a new video. These technologies are actually what other alchemists made by imitating his monitor, which is the prototype of the tablet. As long as there is an idea, what the alchemist can create will be beyond imagination. As the second video played, Bai Bian was stunned for a moment. The number 1 genius in Tobu City, Bai Ying, an 18-year-old silver median technology alchemist, will start an auction called the New Era in mid-January. This auction will change the structure of the Dawn Federation. Among the things revealed by White Epidemic, there are already controllable ancient god flesh and blood, city defense artillery that can accurately hit targets thousands of kilometers away, and it is said that the network covering the entire Dawn can prevent the transmission of messages without any lag. And a train that covers the whole daybreak and is extremely cheap to build. Currently, the people invited include all the parliamentarian families. The number continues to increase. Alchemy Master Sunu has already left for Dongwu City. It is said that he is very interested in the White Plague. Next, as the video continued to play, Bai Bian came back to his senses. He didn't expect Sabo to move so fast, although he had this intention himself. Oh, being young is good, and you are very creative. The old voice sounded, and the city lord said with emotion. Emosin turned off the screen, put away the tablet, and looked at Bai Bian expressionlessly. There was a smile on Bai Bian's face, but his slightly pale face looked like he was not in that good condition. The city lord's name is Eric. He is a level 77 magic swordsman. He is one of the top 5 powerful beings in the entire Federation. He is also the closest to a legend among the 4 border city lords. His eyes were full of kindness when he looked at Bai Bian, and he said with some emotion, "Don't be too tired, Mo Senator, you go ahead and do your work. Bai Bian can just chat with me." Emosin nodded, without hesitation, and walked towards the outside world with his giant sword on his back. The city lord closed his eyes and rocked the rocking chair gently. The creaking sound had some sleep-inducing effect. When Emosen's footsteps disappeared, Bai Bian asked softly, "Lord City Lord, what do you want from me this time?" The breeze blew by, and the wind chimes hanging under the eaves sounded a pleasant sound, bringing some peace to people's impetuous hearts. Seeing that the city lord didn't reply, Bai Bian didn't continue to speak. He just sat on the stone chair in the pavilion and looked at the swaying wind chimes, waiting silently. Time passed slowly, and the city lord finally opened his cloudy eyes. He turned his head slightly and looked at Bai Bian, his eyes still showing the kindness from before. But opening the mouth made Bai Bian's blood flow slow down a little. The voice was obviously kind, but at this moment, it sounded like thunder in his ears. The strategy of the past few days was very good, and your response was also good. How much do you know about that organization? The slight fluctuations in Bai Bian's eyes were quickly suppressed, and he remained calm on the surface, even with some doubts. What organization? Lord City Lord, I don't understand something. There was a smile in Eric's cloudy eyes, and he nodded. Yes, I'm just confused. You can go back. Bai Bian paused, a little surprised, but still stood up without saying anything and respectfully replied, "Okay, Lord City Lord, I'll take my leave." After saying that, he stood up and took 2 respectful steps back before walking onto the wooden passage. This is Tobu City. There won't be any big problems here within half a year. Young people should dare to rush forward. You are the genius of Tobu City, so you don't need to have any big worries. After half a year, be careful. An old whisper sounded behind him. Bai Bian paused slightly, regained the frequency of his steps and walked towards the gate of the city lord's mansion. There was solemnity in his eyes. It was obvious that in Dongwu City, nothing could be hidden from the eyes of the city lord, and everything he did was known to him. And there must be something wrong with the old city lord. He came to find him 2 days ago, and these 2 days gave him time to prove himself. And these technologies are enough to change his status, so the original knot turned into support. Half a year Bai Bian once again thought about the original trajectory. A 50-level old wolf could lead monsters from the mutation zone into Dongwu City, or even destroy the city. This in itself is incredible, and this half-year should be a very critical time point. The gold of human warriors and assassins has a lifespan of 500 years, and the old city lord is said to be over 400 years old. Once he reaches 400 years old, a warrior's energy and blood will begin to decline. So does this 6 months refer to the duration of his peak combat power? Or will he leave Tobu City in half a year, or even try to break through the legend? If it's about duration, then it's okay to say that a city lord at level 77, no matter how much his combat power drops, still has enough deterrence. If it is the latter too, it is impossible to leave Tobu City. There is no new goal to take his place. According to the rules, he cannot leave until he dies. That is the rule set by legend. If you eat enough resources, you will die in this position. So, he will try to break through to legend? The 50-level old wolf will break through the city in 1 year. Even if the old city lord's blood drops for another 50 years, it will still be very simple to kill a wolf in the early golden stage. Therefore, he planned to break through the legend while his energy and blood did not decline, and failed. Then with the help of Night Rose, the city was broken. This is the most reasonable conjecture and the most logical conjecture. Half a year Bai Bian's heart kept sinking. The time was too short. Without the deterrence of the old city lord, how could the scarlet sect shrink to that extent? How could Rose of the Night be so sneaky? His pace quickened a little, and he entered the Palace of Knowledge. Transformation was more important than anything else, and this was now the first element. It is December 1536 in the Dawn calendar, and the player has arrived on March 1, 1538 in the Dawn calendar. Time is still very long, and the day of breaking the city is also very long, but many things are different now. Maybe there is a new boss being nurtured, or maybe it is something else. The White Plague must enter the Golden Middle within this year. Only in this way can it have enough self-preservation capabilities and be completely unafraid of the Night Rose. It can also be regarded as entering the federal stage. Dear Mr. Buying, are you selling knowledge or buying knowledge? The small mechanical life form quickly crossed over, and its tone seemed to be more respectful than before. Purchase and screen for alchemical transformation, flesh and blood transformation, taboos, and evil thoughts. Bai Bian said calmly. Hold on. A light curtain was projected on the mechanical life form's face, and gradually, a piece of special knowledge appeared in front of its eyes. Name, evil thoughts. Attribute, knowledge. Grade, growth transformation. Materials required, unlocked after purchase. Transformation method, unlockable after purchase. Introduction, destined to become the transformation of a madman, all reformers die of their own desires, but there is no denying its power. Buy it, are you ready to die? Price, 60,000 contribution points, S-level talent, 40% off. Note, if you want to create a killing machine that is destined to go out of control, or want to study the alchemical knowledge of negative states, the Federation will mark you after you purchase it. Note, all geniuses have pride, but none of his creators can control this power. I don't want to kill the out-of-control genius, the law enforcement Captain Agna. Bai Bian took out a Dawn badge, in which he kept nearly 300,000 contribution points, all of which would be spent on this transformation. This is a taboo type of transformation, but the Federation is not afraid of geniuses causing trouble. There is no shortage of geniuses in the huge Federation with a population of hundreds of millions, and only the absence of taboos can give birth to real hope. Therefore, they will only make the various city lords pay more attention to those who purchase forbidden knowledge, instead of blocking this road and prohibiting the emergence of knowledge. It is this Federation with 100 flowers blooming that can completely stand firm in the Dark Age. The only thing restricted by the three federations is the negotiation between living beings, ancient gods, and the abyss. Buzz Bai Ing chose to purchase knowledge, but the contribution points were not deducted immediately. The introduction on the projection disappeared instantly, and was replaced by a panel with a final warning. Name, White Plague. Occupation, Alchemy Mechanic. Rank, Silver Middle. Potential Assessment, SS.
Dear White Plague, are you sure to purchase forbidden knowledge, alchemical transformation, evil thoughts?
Yes. Bai Bian replied calmly. The light curtain in front of him quickly disappeared, the mechanical instrument on the edge trembled slightly, and a paper book was quickly created in the void. Bai Bian walked forward calmly, and when the book was completed, he reached out and grabbed the thin book. The book, which only has 7 pages in total, was originally worth 100,000 gold coins. The fact that knowledge is money was once again revealed in the Palace of Knowledge. Taking the book in hand, Bai Bian quickly left the Palace of Knowledge and returned to Dawn Pharmacy. Entering the laboratory, Bai Bian opened the book and began to seriously study the transformation of this evil thought. As long as he gets started, he can directly use skill points to increase his proficiency in this thing. It doesn't take any time at all, but he was a little confused when he looked at the column of materials. Materials required: tentacles of the desired demon, eyes of the violent demon, teeth of the abyss crawler, and stomach of the abyss devourer. Alternative materials: succubus's tail, vampire's teeth, dragon's eyeballs, and the heart of the most evil person. Bai Bian fell into silence. Ah, this is such a high request. He thought for a while and called Sabo. What he wanted was the strongest transformation, which was about potential. There are many growth-producing transformations, but this one has the strongest potential assessment. In a disaster in the future, an evil thought almost destroyed a city. If it hadn't been for the arrival of the legend, then that evil thought might have become the next legend.
Oh, my friend, what do you want from me now? I'm a little busy and may not have much time.
Sabo's voice sounded, and there was a trace of fatigue in it, as if he was busy. Bai Bian didn't waste any time and said decisively, I will send you a list later. You can help me find these materials. The higher the level of the materials, the better. I understand, friend, but if something is particularly difficult to find, it is not suitable to look for it now, because our attention should be on the auction in a month.
Sabo's tone was somewhat consultative, and he felt a little out of his depth.
After all, Sabo had been the quartermaster for 3 years, but what really took off was after Bai Bian came to Tobu City.
He was quite unknown in the previous time.
I wonder if he was digesting the inheritance. Bai Bian said calmly, 100,000.
Sabo's tone suddenly became energetic. My friend, are you really just looking for something?
Right.
That's no problem.
As long as it's not God's thing, there will be news within 10 days.
Send it to me.
Sabo's tone was full of treachery, and there was no hint of fatigue. Bai Bian cut off the communication.
As long as this guy is given money, he can unleash unimaginable potential.
There is no need to worry about whether he can do it. Otherwise, White Blight would not have regarded a bronze-level dwarf as a true partner of interest. This guy had escaped the killing and was already on his way to take off. Send the materials list to Sob. Dee. As soon as he sent it, the communicator suddenly rang a rapid ringtone.
Bai Bian glanced at it and saw that it was Sabo.
Ignoring it, the badge with more than 200,000 contribution points left was also passed on through the transmission device, and the ringing suddenly stopped. Because those materials are all negative things and even sources of pollution, the price is not as high as expected. Roughly speaking, you can get them all with about 100,000 gold coins, and the grade is not low, but it is more difficult to obtain. It might take him several months to collect it on his own, but it shouldn't be difficult for Sabo to explode his small universe. Bai Bian picked up the book and continued to turn the pages. Now he was waiting to fully understand the transformation of evil thought. As long as it was revealed on the panel, the 7 skill points were prepared for him. Time passed quickly, and 5 days passed by in a blink of an eye. Bai Bian looked at the pile of flesh and blood tissue exuding a very evil smell on the test platform, his eyes full of joy. Because this bloody mass is still squirming, this shows that the experimental subject has resisted the malicious intrusion and successfully survived. Even if he didn't use the things on the materials list, the effect of the practice was not much different. Buzz, a trembling sound seemed to come from another dimension. The furless flesh and blood tissue of the white mouse trembled violently, and even more extreme evil thoughts suddenly emerged. In Bai Bian's spiritual eyes, he saw things that ordinary people couldn't see. He saw the soul of the white mouse struggling, and he also saw the whole process of the pure soul being polluted. When the blue soul turned completely black, the mutation began. A pair of eyes and tentacles poked out from the small mass of flesh, peeping at the outside world with absolute malice and greed. They were waving wildly. The tentacles struck on the operating table, making a clicking sound. There was no consciousness, and there was no kindness anymore, only incomparable greed, evil and a trace of lust. Bai Bian looked thoughtful in his eyes and casually grabbed the flamethrower near the test table.
The hot flames instantly swept across the operating table. Wow, wow. Wow. It was as if a baby's screams suddenly exploded.
In an extremely strange scene, a mass of frantic flesh and blood slowly stopped struggling. You killed a level 1 extremely evil creature, and your experience value +1. A message on the panel floated by, and the thoughts in Bai Bian's eyes receded. He rummaged through the alchemical transformation on the panel, and soon he found a separate piece of knowledge.
Evil Thoughts January 3000 plus. Bai Bian was a little surprised. His proficiency could reach as high as 3000? This seems to mean that this transformation science has not yet been perfected.
The upper limit of proficiency does not mean that the higher it is, the stronger it is.
As long as it is a complete system, the proficiency level should be 500. No matter how difficult the skill is, 1000 should be the full value. Because proficiency is not a skill upgrade. For example, if you fry egg fried rice 100 times, you will become proficient. It cannot become super egg fried rice just because you fry it too much. There are only so many steps to make egg fried rice. Once cooked, it can only be fried faster and taste better, so proficiency in these skills is literally what it means. Unless you reinvent and break through, but that may develop new skills, it won't be of much help to the original skills. And this thing can be as high as 3000. According to the proficiency increase of 1 to 3 for each repeated potion, it seems that the panel believes that he cannot completely control it even if he makes this modification 1000 times. This is the one with the highest proficiency among the White Plague panels. But it doesn't matter, he has skill points, he just needs to appear on the panel, he doesn't have time to slowly practice this transformation. Add a bit.
Bai Bian felt his mind buzzing, and then a terrifying scene came into view. The arrogance of looking down on everything, the greed that wants to swallow up the world, the created anger, the desire for reproduction, and the jealousy of beauty. Many malicious thoughts appeared in front of Bai Bing's eyes, but they were captured and spliced together at will as Bai Bing's transformation progressed in his mind. The transformation surgeries, the splicing of flesh and blood, the wailing of the transformed, the tentacled worms, everything are repeated over and over again. Finally, after an unknown amount of time of this mental torture, when Bai Bian felt a little numb, the scenes in his mind began to fade away. Bai Bian's body swayed, and his face became even paler. He took out a bottle of silver-level mental recovery potion and drank it. The effect of the medicine took effect, and the whole person's spirit was slowly replenished. Soul. There was some trembling in the low murmur, and he seemed to understand why those who touched the taboo went crazy. This collection of malice seems to destroy the host's spirit, and then pollutes the host's soul through the spirit, releasing all malice into the world. But these contaminations are all due to the fact that their souls are not strong enough to resist evil thoughts, or that their bodies are not strong enough. Alchemists are not known for their strength, and those who can be transformed by alchemists are destined not to be very powerful. Therefore, this transformation of evil thoughts has produced nothing but madness until now. However, even if the soul is strong, under the attack of evil thoughts day and night, the creature will still fall into extreme evil in the end. It seems that this thing is destined to fail in the transformation, and because it is extremely destructive and growth-producing, it has been passed down as a taboo. Bai Bian looked at the description of light and darkness, and thoughts appeared in his eyes. The two bodies and souls are symbiotic, but completely isolated. This evil transformation may still have some impact on him. But if it doesn't affect you for a long time, it shouldn't be a big problem. Because Soul Gourmet has been raising the upper limit of the tolerance of evil thoughts, as long as the soul continues to be stronger, he can exert stronger power. Bai Bian looked at evil thought, and there was a hint of surprise in his eyes. Evil Thoughts 1001/3000 plus is the upper limit of a skill point equal to 1000 proficiency levels? Bai Bian thought, and continued to click the plus sign. Only when he was 100% proficient would Bai Bian transform himself. Once he made a mistake, perhaps his perfect expertise would no longer be perfect. In a blink of an eye, the time has come to the last day of December. A lot of things happened during these days, and luxurious caravans came to Tobu City one after another. Some of them came through teleportation arrays, some came through Warcraft, or ordinary caravans, or even came in steel spaceships. In the past few days, the inner city of Tobu City has been quite lively. The Apocalypse Legion, which originally guarded the inner city in groups of 2,000 people, has been directly replaced by 2 shifts, each with 5,000 people, strengthening the control of the inner city. Management. The Federation has laws, and the city has laws.
If there are more powerful extraordinary beings, some conflicts will also increase. However, these people will give face to the old city lord and try not to cause trouble. After all, the old city lord's power is recognized. However, some violations of the law are still unavoidable. Of course, Emosen will not give anyone face. All his law enforcement is in accordance with the law, whether he is a member of the family or a powerful and extraordinary person. As long as they cause trouble in Tobu City, they will be sent to jail. If there is no bail, they will either be killed directly, or they will be sent to work as coolies to open up wasteland. In short, after killing the chicken to scare the monkeys, Dongbu City has regained its peace again. DDDD. Dawn Pharmacy, Laboratory. Mechanical beeps kept ringing. At this time, 30% of the instruments in the laboratory were destroyed, and 70% of the places had varying degrees of damage. Various materials were scattered on the ground, and some potions or special pharmaceutical liquids fell on the ground, making this place look less like a laboratory and more like a battlefield. Bai Bi, who had been sleeping for 3 days, was covered in blood, and looked extremely pale, had his eyes moving slightly. He opened his eyes in a daze and looked at the ceiling quietly, a flash of scarlet in his eyes. After a long time, he finally seemed to remember what happened. 4 days ago, Sabo found most of the materials he needed, including the best materials and alternative materials, and the grades of these materials were not low. At that time, Bai Bian had already reached full proficiency in the transformation of evil thoughts, and had completed the orders scheduled by the wealthy businessmen. He was replenishing the pharmacy's potion reserves and preparing to strengthen various institutional guards in the pharmacy. After seeing the many materials sent by Sabo and the returned Dawn badge, Bai Bian first checked the Dawn badge and found that there were actually 40,000 contribution points in it. Therefore, Bai Bian decisively began to transform his dark side. After all, Sob could refund the money, and the money would be refunded on the 9th day. This means that it is impossible to find all the materials in the short term. Most of these materials are gold grade, such as this one. Name, Desired Demon Tentacle. Properties, Material/Stump. Grade, Gold. Introduction. The tentacles from the 58th level Demon of Desire in the Abyss are highly polluting and seem to be the perfect material for making some kind of sex drug. Price, 30 gold coins. The proportion of gold level things like this is not too small, because in the Abyss, although gold cannot be said to be everywhere, there are really not many Abyss creatures with lower gold levels. And why are gold level material panels quoted at 30 gold coins? Quite simply, the value of this thing is not high. Apart from evil transformation and evil potion, it has no use at all. Digging a hole and burying it will pollute the land. Bai Bian turned his head slightly, the scarlet red flashing in his dark pupils again. He turned his consciousness into his body. Around his heart, a drop of dark blood was trying to penetrate into his heart, but it was blocked by the flow of blood. Just by peeking through his mental power, Bai Bian even felt the unwillingness and anger of this drop of blood. Bai Bian rubbed his brows and sat up. The material level given by Sabo seemed to be a bit too high. His current soul power and expertise limitations were not enough. He thought for a while, stood up with a somewhat frivolous step, and while swaying, he took out a soul crystal core from the medicine box. There is some hesitation, because this thing is obviously worth more when it is made into a potion. But now there is not so much time, and even because of the too powerful influence of the dark side, he may not be able to develop a potion that exceeds the level. After thinking for a while, he put the fist-sized soul crystal core to his mouth and took a bite like an apple. Suddenly the expertise of Soul Gourmet was touched, and azure crystal fragments suddenly appeared where his teeth were in contact with the soul crystal. An extremely delicious feeling came, causing all Bai Yi's movements to stop for a moment. A message crossed the panel: you eat the soul crystal core, your mental power plus 18. Bai Bian felt that his mind was a little clearer, and the sublimation of his soul allowed him to suppress some of the influence of the dark side. He drank a bottle of energy potion to replenish his body's needs, and then drank a bottle of mental recovery potion. Only then did Bai Bian answer the call from outside. "Ha boss, you finally made some noise. A powerful alchemist came just now. He bought all our potions and said he wanted to see you alone. Now he is resting in the reception room." There was obvious relief in Erin's voice, and she quickly explained everything. Bai Bian was stunned for a moment, then turned his head subconsciously. On the box where the gold coins were stored, there was an extra Dawn badge at some point. He stepped forward and checked. There were 80,000 contribution points in this badge, which was exactly the total price of the medicines that Bai Plague had replenished some time ago. "I understand, I'll go out in a moment."
He finished the soul crystal core in his hand in 2 or 3 mouthfuls. The first crystal core he ate directly added 40 points of spiritual attributes to him, which was undoubtedly a huge improvement. Bai Bian thought for a while, and from the hem of his windbreaker, 30 worker bees flew out. 28 of them began to clean up the laboratory, and the remaining 2 sprayed out water vapor and began to clean the blood and stains on his body. The information on the panel is jumping, most of which are messages about increased mental power. These are all the attributes he gained by constantly eating soul crystals. After carefully sensing the impact that the dark side might have on him, he added the last 20 attribute points to his spirit. Suddenly, the vague uneasiness completely disappeared. At this moment, the sublimation of his soul allowed him to take control of his body again, and the drop of dark blood next to his heart was completely calm. Bai Yen breathed a sigh of relief. Now that everything was completed, he truly had the attributes of a boss. Now it was time to develop the economy and find time to level up. Seeing that the worker bees had piled the completely damaged instruments into the corner, Bai Bing had almost cleaned himself up, and his clothes were quickly drying under the magic power. He took the worker bees back, admired his luxurious panels again, and walked out. The current white epidemic panel does not even look like the height that any professional existence can reach. It can only be said that boss is worthy of being boss. It's only in the middle of silver, but some of its attributes have reached the low level of gold, and it's also divided into breadths, which is very comfortable. Host, White Plague. Race, Human. Template, Alchemist. Occupation, Alchemist. Level, 37, 41900/150000. Experience, 15124. Gold coins, 68993. Personal attributes, Strength 10, 405, Agility 10, 431, Endurance 10, 300, Intelligence 109, 63, Spirit 392, 10, Charisma 9, 2, Luck 1. Free attribute points, 0, Legend, 61, continuing to rise, you will be the brightest star in the Federation. Rank, Silver Middle. Title, Future Star, only the bright side can be worn, negative charm will conflict with the future star, causing the bonus to become invalid. Skills, Intermediate Alchemy and Pharmacy, 2856/5000, expand, Intermediate Alchemy Technology, 3811/5000, expand, Intermediate Alchemical Transformation, 1005/5000, expand, Spirituality, expand. Skill points, 4, Personal Expertise, Highly Focused and Profiteer. Boss Template Expertise, Alchemy Demon, Spiritual Growth, Spiritual Defense, Light and Darkness, Unique. Boss Growth, you can choose a boss specialty every 10 levels. Now the number of feats you can choose is 0, Evaluation, all attributes exceed the level, Silver Boss, Undisputed. Pushing open the metal door, Bai Bian looked at the empty shop, feeling a little confused. Ah, this is your own pharmacy? What about those models? Boss, you're finally out. This is Mr. Sonu. He just bought all the models in our store. Irene's voice attracted Bai Bian. He turned around and immediately saw Irene and Luo Ning with complicated expressions. In front of them was a middle-aged dwarf with a kind face. He is about 1.3 meters tall, has a big brown beard that reaches his knees, and wears 7 sparkling rings on his hands, which are worth a lot of money at a glance. His eyes lit up when he saw Bai Bian, and he walked over enthusiastically. Are you Bai Bian? Your idea is very good. My name is Sonu, and I currently work for the Koman family. I came here to ask you for advice. Click, Alchemy Magic Network. Regarding this, I have my own independent subject, and the final product is almost the same as yours. You also got the inspiration after reading the Sage Network mentioned by the adventurers of the Federation of Stars, right? Can you discuss this with me? His eyes grew brighter when he looked at Bai Bian. The young genius had the same idea, but his technology had never been able to achieve a breakthrough. So after he saw the video of the effects of the white epidemic, he rushed over without thinking, just to discuss his ideas with this genius and try to speak for this magic network. After hearing Sonu's introduction, Bai Bian immediately thought of who this person was. The magic network covering the entire Federation was heard by him when players in the capital were chatting. Then he discussed it with those players for an afternoon. It didn't take long for the magic network to appear, sweeping the 3 federations in an instant. Even the alchemist sage found the idea of Sunu's network operation very novel, and replaced the Star Federation's current network with Sunu's magic network system. Bai Bian plagiarized this person's work and was regarded as a confidant. Bai Bian felt a little embarrassed, just like a time traveler in the Tang dynasty who read under the moonlight before his bed,
and then Li Bai heard the sound and came, feeling a little ashamed. Senior is joking. I just have a superficial idea. It cannot compete with a famous alchemist like Senior. Bai Bian said hesitantly, in that case, Senior, come with me. I'm happy to talk to you in detail. Please come this way. Bai Bian walked to the reception room, turned around and said to Irene, who was holding the Dawn badge in her hand, go to Xinggu Winery and buy some of the best wine. I want to entertain the distinguished guests. Okay. Irene was a little surprised. The best wine, thousands of gold coins a bottle, is this boss crazy? No need to bother, I just want to discuss it with you. If it's inconvenient for you, you just need to listen to my current research results. I can wait until half a month, not a few days. Sonu was a little bit excuse me. From his perspective, this was regarded as spying on other people's research results. Although he believed that the two were close friends, it still felt a bit immoral. Although at certain moments, he had some doubts as to whether his works had been stolen, the problem was that he had not overcome those difficulties yet, but they had overcome them, so there was no such thing as theft. It's okay. To tell you the truth, in the entire Federation, apart from the two legends, you are the one I admire the most. I still remember that when I was a child, your deeds were all in the textbooks. You were my guide to the path of becoming an alchemist. You must not get drunk this time and never come back. Bai Bing pulled Sonu towards the reception room and blew a rainbow fart. He didn't think of this person at first. He only knew that the alchemy magic network was of great value and could change many things in the Federation. And now that the real owner has come to the door, Bai Bian will not take all the credit on himself. Of course, the most important reason is that this alchemist is worth winning over. Turning to Luo Ning, he said, closing business temporarily. If anyone asks, just say that I am preparing for the auction and all the goods are sold out. Okay, boss. Luo Ning, who had become a little more mellow, nodded, ran to the door, turned off the neon lights outside, and put a temporarily closed sign on the glass door. She turned to look at the two people who had already entered the waiting room, thought for a moment, took out 2 bottles of milk from behind the counter, and took out 2 glasses from her in Irene's room, poured the milk and sent it in reception room. Bai Bian's eyes were slightly bright. Although he had just eaten a delicious soul crystal core, he still couldn't resist his favorite drink. Glancing at Luo Ning with approval, Bai Yan put a glass of milk in front of Sunu and said with a smile, Mr. Sunu, please continue. I didn't expect that in the huge alchemical knowledge system, we can actually study the same topic. This I have to say it's fate. Sunu's face was full of smiles. Yes, I also feel that you and I. No, it's because you and I have exactly the same idea, that's why we can't wait to come over. Although you are a little younger, you are the master. First of all, I still hope to become friends with you. Just kidding. Bai Bian glanced at Luo Ning, who quickly walked out so as not to disturb the boss's mood. Bai Ying was even more satisfied. He asked, shall we continue? I roughly understand your idea, but please tell me the details. If possible, I would like to ask you to do something. Sunu was stunned and his eyes lit up. It seemed that Bai Bian's thoughts coincided with his again. They were really close friends. He nodded quickly, no problem, as I just said, the magic network is when we create a terminal to radiate a special force. This force uses the magic in the air as a medium to connect to the network emitted by another terminal, and finally weaves a one sheet covers the entire couplet. This kind of network allows various instruments that are pre-approved by the terminal to be connected to the terminal network anywhere under this large network, and ultimately by the regional network. The production method is a bit complicated, but it is also simple, that is, Sonu didn't have any hidden thoughts and expressed his thoughts completely. Since his subject has been studied by others, he will not refute other people's theories, but will take out his own theories for comparison and verification. As for whether he would be cheated, the auction was being publicized more and more widely, and almost half of the high-level forces in the Federation were involved. For an event of this level, no one would dare to do it unless their lives were at stake. The concept of network existed in the Federation of Stars 100 years ago. Unfortunately, the timeline when the old swordsman went to the Federation of Stars was too far away. He only brought back the city defense system and some knowledge. After the internet came out, the old sword master's age no longer allowed him to cross countless distances to other federations, and it was impossible for another legend to leave the Federation now. This has resulted in the 3 federations having their own attributes, and the differences are getting bigger and bigger. Bai Bian listened to Sunu's thoughts and nodded repeatedly. Even some of Sunu's thoughts were not in his current thoughts, or were redundant.
Because White Plague, the Alchemy Magic Network, is something that the player master summarized based on the optimization done by the alchemist sage. It's only a little more impressive because some players have modified this and gotten very high rewards. This alchemist is very good, especially when it comes to technology. For example, 3 of the 7 rings on Sonu's hand are space rings. The spatial knowledge of alchemical technology is more expensive than forbidden knowledge, and can only be produced by gold alchemists. White Epidemic cannot manufacture high-end things, but as long as the relationship is in place, everything will be easy to talk about. As Sunu narrated, the idea in Bai Bian's eyes gradually became clearer. Perhaps the auction could bring him a lot of things. But it seems more appropriate for Sonu to become the spokesperson of the Alchemy Magic Network. Behind Sonu is the Koman family. This family is a family of members. It is very powerful and has enough strength to operate the network. The most important thing is that the dwarf Sonu is not as cunning as the humans. At least according to the summary of some celebrities, this person is evaluated as a pure master of alchemy technology with a very persistent pursuit of technology. Bai Bian nodded frequently, as if he recognized Sunu's ideas, which undoubtedly made Sunu's desire to speak more intense. When Irene brought in 2 2-liter bottles of wine, the dwarf's natural love for wine was aroused, and the reception room suddenly became more lively. It started as Bai Bing used the ideas of the alchemist sage to point out the shortcomings of Sunu's ideas. Sunu's eyes changed when he looked at Bai Bian. It was a feeling of surprise, gratitude, and a feeling of dying for a bosom friend and meeting a bosom friend at the end of the world. There is no jealousy, pure academics and technology are the easiest things to impress this dwarf. If coupled with the enthusiasm of the wine dwarf, it will be difficult for you to sell. He took out Sonu's badge for purchasing store inventory and threw it to Irene, signaling her to continue buying wine. Bai Bian took advantage of the stimulation of alcohol and the warm atmosphere to quickly get closer to the master of alchemy technology. When night fell, Bai Bian shook his head and walked out of the reception room. His face was paler than in the morning, and he felt a little sick. Looking back at Sonu, who was already lying on the table in the reception room and snoring, Bai Bian had a smile in his eyes. Although the idea of success in the future will help Sonu overcome the problems that he has not overcome, Sonu will not do that as a person, and he does not have time to do that. He will only feel Bai Bian's profound research on science and technology during these few hours of conversation, and he will also feel Bai Bian's sincerity. After all, except for the most critical step, Bai Bian has completely mastered everything else. The Alchemy Magic Network is broken down and explained. He breathed a sigh of relief and closed the door to the living room. Looking at the empty pharmacy, he staggered towards the laboratory. "Boss, are you okay?" Luo Ning was a little worried. She had changed her clothes at this time. It was no longer a maid outfit, but a normal black skirt, but it was a little too big. It should be Irene's skirt. "You drank the Fire Dragon wine, experience value plus 10, a prompt on the panel flashed, and Bai Bian didn't pay much attention to it. Of course, the wine with 1,000 gold coins cannot be just wine. The magic power in it is enough to make an extraordinary person drunk. However, Bai Yi's drinking capacity has always been very good. Of course, it is also possible that the drinking power has been converted into experience points. After all, converted into soft sister coins, he has never enjoyed it at 10,000 yuan a bottle. It's okay. It's the end of the month and it's time to pay wages. You all should come over." As soon as Bai Bian finished speaking, with a swish, Irene was already standing upright in front of her. Her well-behaved look was completely different from usual. Bai Bian was speechless for a moment, stretched out his hand, and Aileen took out 2 small bags under Luoning's doubtful eyes, and said with a smile, "This belongs to Luoning, I'm ready, boss." "Well, you're quite active then," Bai Bian said, and the sound of gold coins colliding was heard. 200 gold coins quickly disappeared from the panel, filling the 2 small bags. "I'm not active in collecting money. I have a problem with my thinking. Ah, I can buy beautiful clothes again." Irene stuffed Luoning's salary into her arms and said happily. Luoning held the bag with some difficulty, looking a little overwhelmed. It seemed that she didn't expect that she had a whole month's salary even though she didn't do much. Eileen seemed to have thought of this too. The happy expression on her face stopped and quickly calmed down. She stared at Bai Bian with resentful eyes. "Boss, Shaoluaning has only been here for half a month, right? Why is her salary different from mine? The same amount? Instead of 50 gold coins?" Bai Yi paused, then spread his hands innocently. "Bonus, didn't she tell you that she is a fortune teller?" Eileen turned her eyes and stared at Luoning with a resentful look. "I thought we were friends. But I didn't expect that you didn't tell me anything.
Luo Ning was even more at a loss. She said weakly and uneasily, well, I don't know, I just dream.
As soon as she said this, she seemed to be hit by something, her eyes instantly became empty, the heavy gold coins in her hand fell to the ground with a clatter, and her whole body was shaking.
Eileen immediately panicked.
She hurriedly stepped forward but didn't know how to comfort him.
I could only explain in confused words, what's wrong with you? I was joking. I like you very much, and the boss is also very good.
Really, otherwise I wouldn't dare to joke with a strong person, right?
Don't cry. Don't touch her.
Bai Bian said in a deep voice, and terrifying mental power surged out instantly, covering the entire hall. His slightly drunken eyes suddenly became sharp, and a flash of scarlet flashed in his eyes, making his temperament become monster for a moment. The door to the left of the front desk slowly opened, and Al, who was no longer weak, stood in the shadows, silent and silent. Time passed slowly, calm, still calm, and nothing bad happened.
Irene was inexplicably panicked, and she asked in a trembling voice, what happened?
At this time, Luo Ning finally came to his senses. She trotted up behind Bai Bian in a panic, grabbed Bai Bian's clothes tightly with her small hands, and said in a trembling tone, there is a woman whose face I can't see clearly who is looking for me. There is a red flower behind her. Flower. Bai Bian's eyes flashed with solemnity, flower, this is a sensitive word. Glancing at Eileen, he comforted calmly, it has nothing to do with you.
You go and rest first. I'll talk to Luo Ning.
Irene was a little uneasy, but she was still obedient. She would talk back to Bai Bian when nothing happened, because although Bai Bian was usually stingy, he was still a kind and strong person, and she was very timid when something happened. Irene walked back to the lounge 3 times, and she mustered up the courage to whisper, if anything happens, you must tell me, boss.
Bai Bian waved his hand.
After Irene disappeared, Bai Bian looked around, and sent a piece of soul essence into the portal on the left side of the counter with his mental power, and closed the metal door.
This was regarded as paying Al's salary.
After doing this, with Luo Ning's nervous look on his face, Bai Bian took out an invitation letter from the lining of his windbreaker, pointed at the dark rose pattern on it and asked, is that the sign behind the woman?
Luo Ning's pupils shrank and nodded, yes, she looks like this. She makes me feel very dangerous. She is trying to get close to me.
Bai Bian quickly put away the invitation, and his heart sank a little. He was not surprised that Luo Ning could see the night rose, but he didn't expect that they would dare to show up after he made the auction so big. Bai Bian thought of something and suddenly asked, tell me everything you just saw.
Luo Ning nodded with some fear.
The candle-lighted night shone on the two of them, making their faces, one big and one small, pale. Luo Ning's subtle voice sounded, only flowing between the two of them, just now, I suddenly felt very uneasy.
The woman was approaching me.
She seemed to want to see who I was, but I turned around and ran away. Come on, I regained consciousness after getting rid of her.
Bai Bian was stunned for a moment, a little incredulous, you mean, you got rid of her?
Yes, she didn't run as fast as me. She seemed to be held back by something. Luo Ning nodded, his voice trembling slightly. Bai Bian looked thoughtful in his eyes and touched Luo Ning's head, I understand. You can't tell the third person what happened just now.
Do you understand?
Luo Ning clutched Bai Bi's clothes tightly. In her premonition, it was only safe to be close to Bai Bi, which made her dependence on Bai Bi even deeper. Growing up, she had never experienced any kindness except from her mother and the neighbor's aunt. Especially after these two people died, she felt that everyone was evil, including her classmates in school, her neighbor's elder brother, and passers-by. They all had ill intentions towards her, so she would deliberately make herself dirty and never talk to those people. When they talked to her, she would only answer in a hoarse voice. Because in her premonition, only by doing so would she be safe and survive in that extremely competitive but extremely corrupt civilian area.
She nodded uneasily, I understand.
Bai Bian looked thoughtful in his eyes. To be the fortune teller of Rose of the Night, if he wanted to track down his fictitious organization, he would have to be at least a high-ranking Baiyin, or even higher.
It's outrageous that a fortune teller of this level couldn't predict Luo Ning. She must have awakened some incredible precognitive expertise.
Judging from her reputation 30 years later, this expertise should be as outrageous as light in darkness.
Just wait for me here. Don't worry, it's safe here. I'll go buy something for you.
After touching Luo Ning's cold face, Bai Bian walked out of the door.
Luo Ning stared blankly at Bai Bian's back.
After the back disappeared, she quickly picked up the money bag that fell on the ground, then hugged the gold coins, which were a bit heavy for her, and quickly ran behind the counter and sat on a stool. He stood up, holding his knees with his arms, looking at the door uneasily. The woman almost caught her, and she was still terrified. She had a premonition that as long as she was caught by that woman, she would die. The new year is approaching, and the heavy snowfall has long since stopped, but the sub-zero temperature still leaves traces of white snow on the eaves of every roof. In the cold night, there were not many people on Xingwu Street. Bai Bian was walking on the way to the Palace of Knowledge, his eyes full of thoughts. Luo Ning's talent must be developed ruthlessly. It was clear that the people at Rose of the Night were looking for him, but because Luo Ning was in the store, the prediction was eventually avoided by Luo Ning. Luo Ning's talent seemed to have the function of becoming a prediction blocker. If this function is activated, the enemy will try his best to predict his white disease, and once he predicts it, he will be silent. Thinking of this, Bai Bian's pace quickened a little, and the mascot must be heavily armed. Outer City, Xiqing, underground. There was a sound of suspicion, and a woman with a veil on her face and purple pupils opened her eyes. She was a little confused, but there was also some understanding in her confusion. She said to the person wearing an angel mask next to her, "I can't find it. The other party has a way to transfer precognition. My precognition cannot fall on the target, but I can be sure that those people are still in Tobu City." Angel nodded. As you can imagine, an organization with such a strong intelligence network must have the ability to prevent predictions. He turned to look at the somewhat weak clown. The clown was sent into the space turbulence by the hand of the mage and the White Plague spell scroll. If it were not for the shadow power arranged in advance, he might not be able to come back. The angel said calmly, "The Federation has noticed us. It is not appropriate to attack White Plague now, and he is worthy of our win over many times. When this period of time passes, you will be responsible for this." There was some hatred in the clown's dark eyes. There is definitely something wrong with that alchemist, and he is even related to that organization. Why don't you continue to investigate? The angel was very calm. He took out a file from a drawer, threw it to the clown, and said calmly, "This is the trajectory of Bai Bian's life. Apart from the wooing we had half a month ago, there is nothing unusual about it. Moreover, his talent broke out half a month ago. This only shows that his abnormalities are all due to for what opportunity, and now that I have got the opportunity, it makes sense." The clown reluctantly picked up the file and opened the first page, which clearly recorded everything about a man named Bai Bian from his birth to the present. Born on March 1, 1518. His mother died in childbirth and his father died in 1523. He begged at the age of 5. He began to lie to his classmates at the age of 8 to get more meat. At the age of 10, he was among the best in grades and received a place to enter an aristocratic school. He deceived his aristocratic classmates and made a qualitative leap in his life. At the age of 12, his classmates tried to retaliate, but were continued to be deceived. Bai Bian began to gain access to the lowest level of alchemy knowledge. At the age of 13, he continued to deceive his classmates to get resources. At the age of 14, he became an alchemist and deceived his classmates. At the age of 16, he began to change the trajectory of his life. Lots of fantastic ideas. He became famous at the age of 17. He came to Tobu City from the capital to open a pharmacy. His behavior was a bit strange. Maybe he had a premonition of some opportunity. He reached the bronze level in 1 year. In the last half month, he got the opportunity in the mountains and broke through the silver level, potential assessment SS+. The clown looked at this resume with very unwilling eyes. It was indeed clean, and even the acquaintances around him commented on it. The deceived classmate, Diane Tifun, the young lady of the congressman family, "This person is a liar, a pure liar, and he is playing with amnesia for me. Wait, I will kill you. Neighbor, this young man has been smart since he was a child. Judging from how promising he is now, my hunch is always right. I even gave him bread when he was a child." Teacher. Clown, it's possible that he changed after coming to Tobu City. Didn't his life trajectory suddenly change when he was 16? Start checking here. The angel's eyes were full of calm, and he pulled out detailed information from the thick file, which even recorded all the words Bai Bian said in public. The clown kept reading, getting more and more irritable. Finally, he slapped the information in his hand into confetti. Then that slap I received was in vain? I almost died. The fifth rule, all geniuses with S-level potential and above must be recruited first. After confirming that they cannot be accommodated, pray to the Supreme and wait for the Supreme's instructions. The veiled fortune teller said with a smile. Suddenly the clown stopped talking. Mortals like them, no matter how powerful they are, can only abide by the rules given by God. His eyes were full of unwillingness, and his body was gradually swallowed up by the shadow. I know. The angel bowed to the fortune teller. Sorry, he just can't bear the loss, but you still have to make a trip to the headquarters. I know, the Federation is already investigating. It will be more troublesome when the White Plague Network is established. TSK, why isn't that old juggernaut still dead? In the inner city, on the west side, Cammy looked at the thin information in his hand with thoughtful eyes. It seemed that there was no problem with the white epidemic. Hey, why do you want this guy's information? Cammy looked away and looked up to see a sweet-looking human girl walking in, looking very unhappy. Cammy smiled and said hello, Miss Diane, long time no see. Bai Bian returned to Liming Pharmacy. It was getting very late at this time. Luoning did not press the call bell to ask Al to change his shift. Instead, he curled up on the stool uneasily and timidly looked at the street outside the glass door. When she saw Bai Bian push the door open and come in, her eyes lit up, and she quickly stood up and said, "Hello, boss, you are finally back." The uneasiness in her heart was fading, as if as long as she saw the white plague, the unknown danger no longer existed. Bai Bian approached, took out a few books from his arms and handed them to Luoning. Practice hard. Luoning took the book with some confusion. The cover of the book clearly said, Introductory Spiritual Exercise Method, Astrology Divination, Breath Divination, Destiny Survey. She raised her head in surprise and looked at Bai Bian with bright eyes. Boss, are these all for me? Yes, you are very talented. If you practice hard, you will definitely become a fortune teller that shocks the world in the future. Bai Bian nodded and encouraged seriously. Thank you, boss, I will pay you back in the future. Luoning thanked her happily. In the past half-month since she came to Liming Pharmacy, she had watched the astrology observation, she bought with money several times, and she also knew her own dreams are related to divination. Her original plan was to use the 100 gold coins to buy relevant knowledge. Once she got started, she could open a divination window in the store. She believes that as long as all the money is given to the boss will definitely agree. But she didn't expect that Bai Bian would go out to buy something for her. Her eyes became brighter when she looked at Bai Bian, full of attachment and admiration. Bai Bian felt a little uncomfortable with this look. He waved his hand and said impatiently, go away, don't you know if you will grow taller if you stay up all night? Oh. Luoning happily hugged the books and rushed to the lounge without even caring about the gold coins on the table. Wait. Bai Bian said speechlessly. The little loli immediately stood still and turned her head in confusion. What's wrong? Touch. The sound of gold coins falling to the ground sounded. The gold coins are for you to buy things. If you like anything, let Eileen take you to buy it. If you wear someone else's clothes, you should also give someone else a set. Bai Bian looked at the wall of the shop and said casually. There are various defense systems inside. Now they have to be dismantled and upgraded. It is a big project. I have been busy with this for the past few days. As for the samples for the auction, he had already prepared the materials and only needed a few steps to complete them. Okay. Luoning responded obediently, holding the book in one hand and dragging the gold coins to the lounge with the other hand. She doesn't have extraordinary attributes yet, her strength is that of an ordinary 12-year-old girl, and a gold coin weighs 50 grams or 10 kilograms, so it still takes some effort for her to pick it up with one hand. Bai Bing thought for a moment, then a worker bee flew out, and special waves touched the mechanism. Gun barrels stretched out from the wall, pointing at Bai Bing with the shock of technology. Barrett gave up everything. There is a big gap between bronze and silver Barrett. Name, Energy Gun Barrett. Arms, quality, silver. High quality, durability, 30/30ths. Equipment effect, it has powerful power beyond the level. You can choose bullet enchantment, armor piercing, burning, blasting, and poison. Number of bullets, 1/1. Cooling time, 12 hours. Equipment requirements, 40+ in anyone of strength, endurance, and intelligence. Introduction, the ultimate aesthetics of violence, this is the limit of the material, not my limit. White Plague. Price, 800 gold coins. Bronze level energy guns can only penetrate, while silver level ones can be enchanted. This enchantment can easily destroy spirits. It still continues to focus all its power on the aspect of power, which can make this gun more outstanding. For example, if the power of an energy gun of the same level is 10, then Barrett's power is 100, or even 150. The advantages and disadvantages of both sides are also obvious. Those that can fire continuously are only single shot.
30 worker bees came out and frantically dismantled the bronze-level Barretts and some defensive or restrictive instruments in the mechanism. Silver-level Barrett, with his current alchemy level, has a 30% failure rate and cannot sell in large quantities like before. However, if the silver-grade Barrett is priced at 4,000 gold coins, it can still be sold, because its cost is very low, only 200 gold coins, and the main technology is an alloy from the future. The reason why others cannot imitate him now is because of the ratio of this alloy. The store must be rectified. From now on, only the high-end route will be suitable for the current white epidemic. The low-end route is a waste of time and resources, maybe. Thinking about the future, the worker bees have already demolished the mechanisms on one wall, leaving numerous holes on the wall. Mr. Orr, move out the prepared materials and move these back. There was magic in by Bee's voice, and not long after, the door to the left of the counter opened, and the sound of the collision of skeletons was heard. Skeletons with weak soul fire shining in their eyes appeared one after another. They held various polished parts in their hands and piled them aside. Then they picked up various mechanisms on the ground and walked back. During these processes, several of these skeletons occasionally fell apart, but were reassembled by a force. It seems that the bones have become brittle due to working day and night. But no one cares. 30 worker bees quickly assembled into a temporary manufacturing platform in front of Bai Bee, with various mechanical arms extending out, emitting traces of electric arcs. The previous instruments were almost destroyed, and new ones would have to be made after a while. But the good thing is that these can gain experience, especially the silver-level equipment, which still has a lot of experience. After everything is finished, you may be able to level up. As the firearms on the ground were cleared, the White Plague had begun to produce silver Barrett. His unparalleled proficiency and understanding of Barrett allowed him to produce extremely quickly. Although there were occasional failures, it was generally pretty good. You created the silver-level energy gun Barrett, experience value plus 1,000 extra experience value plus 1,000. You made it. The continuous panel messages gradually increased his enthusiasm for creating the White Plague. Being highly focused on this specialty allowed him to ignore some insignificant things in the outside world, and his concentration was extremely concentrated. When an energy gun suddenly emitted high heat, another golden energy directly enveloped the half-spliced energy gun. Boom! The roar of an explosion was confined within a small shield, and Bai Bian stepped back from his intense concentration and looked to his side. It was still dark outside. Sunu smelled of alcohol and looked at him with bright eyes, which made Bai Bian feel a little uncomfortable. Brother, what's wrong with you? Brother, your talent is very high and your future prospects are limitless. Sunu wanted to pat Bai Bian on the shoulder like an elder, but because of his height, he just patted Bai Bian's arm to express his approval. Bai Bian responded with a smile, I'm still confident about this, brother. Since our matters have been discussed, I've been very busy recently. How about you go back first? Sunu shook his head in disapproval. You chose me for such a big endorsement, so you are my biological brother. Your place is too unsafe and does not meet the requirements for an alchemist's residence. Brother, please help you transform it. Bai Bian's eyes are slightly bright. If he can get the gold-level Barrett in advance, then this wave will be stable. Really? Thank you so much, bro, I'm so generous. Little things, little things. Brother, I want to ask you a question. Say, you don't have to be polite to me. Let's see if the storage capacity of this piece of clothing can be modified. It can only store 5 items. Let me see, the idea is very good and can be upgraded, but why not use a space ring or bracelet? That is more cost-effective. Bai Bian lowered his head, a little disappointed. You obtain golden equipment, the space mysterious ring. Bai Bian immediately smiled, thank you, brother. 2 days passed quickly. With the help of Sunu, Bai Bing updated the defense system of Dawn Pharmacy. However, with Sonu's help, he did not upgrade in manufacturing equipment, but it was not a loss in exchange for a stronger sense of security. Sonu's endorsement still needs to wait for the auction, because he said that Saab's 20% profit was too much, and he did not want the Koman family to directly get huge profits in vain because of Sonu's relationship. The shares, gold coins, and resources by Bian all had an expectation in his mind. Under this expectation, no one could come without discussion. As Sonu went back to discuss with the Koman family, Dongwu City is becoming more and more lively, with young but extremely powerful figures wandering around Xingwu Street. Their eyes were looking at the pharmacy intentionally or unintentionally, but the commander of the Masan army also knew what these people were thinking. The two brothers Garrett and Magath worked shifts not far from Liming Pharmacy,
and together with some soldiers and a closed sign at the door, "No one disturbed by plague in the past few days." While admiring the bustling Bai Bing, he felt a strong gaze. He turned around and immediately looked into the eyes of a 17 or 18-year-old girl wearing a blue princess dress with long, slightly curly hair. Next to the girl, Cami, Arnaldo and some other young boys and girls wearing extremely gorgeous clothes also followed the girl's footsteps and stopped, all looking towards the pharmacy. White plague. Something occurred to him. Excluding legends, there are a total of 29 members of the Dawn Federation, and there are as many as 20 member families, and their tentacles have spread to the entire Federation. Among the 20 families, the Tiefeng family ranks among the top 3 in strength and ranks first in wealth, because they occupy more than half of the Soul Series resources in the entire Federation. After Bai Bing traveled through time, Bai Bing in this world actually had a complete life trajectory. From some fragmented memories, Bai Bing had a rough understanding of his identity and some of his previous suicide deeds. For example, he deceived the youngest daughter of this super family. At that time, little Diane's pocket money was basically defrauded by him. The most important thing is that silly Loli, every time her deception is exposed, she comes angrily and comes looking for trouble, and then continues to be deceived, and has been deceived for several years. So after obtaining this information, he decisively chose to leave the capital and come to Dongwu City. After all, if the eldest lady reacts one day, if you want to target him, then he won't have a chance to grow. Unexpectedly, this eldest lady from the Tiefeng family came this time, and Bai Bian felt a little guilty. After confirming his eyes, Diane's eyes instantly ignited with anger, and he led a group of second-generation people towards him. Bai Bian decisively locked the door, slapped the out-of-business sign on the glass door, turned around and left. If he had known better, he wouldn't have come out to see Sunu off. How good would it be to do research in peace? White plague. Stop. Otherwise I will smash your shabby shop. An angry voice sounded, and Bai Bian walked faster. He opened the door of the laboratory and walked inside under Irene's teasing eyes. Behind him, there was a faint sound of arguing, which seemed to be an argument between the city's law enforcement team and the eldest lady. Bai Bian rubbed his brows with a headache. He still had to find a way to fill the gap, but now was not the time to think about that. He still had some unfinished items in the auction and had to work overtime. Looking at his brand new laboratory, he secretly thanked Sunu, and then he devoted himself to research. Time flies, and in a blink of an eye, January 15th is here. Bai Bian rubbed his brows tiredly and glanced at the panel, which contained some tips for gaining experience points. Your level reaches level 38. You made it, it has been upgraded to a level in the past few days. I can only say that having a panel is convenient and there are no bottlenecks. This is really a big plugin. My friend, are you ready? Seibo's voice sounded, and he looked excitedly at the field outside. There was already a masked person sitting in the corner, although it was not yet time to start. This venue is very large, with an ancient-style building that seems to have been renovated from a casino. It has 6 floors in total. Starting from the second floor, there is a row of specially designed gorgeous seats on both sides of each floor. On the wooden door behind the seat, there are names of some families posted on them. It can be seen that these are prepared for the parliamentarian families, and they are arranged in ascending order according to the recognized power. The hall on the first floor is a stage, and behind the stage is a large screen with a diameter of more than 2 meters. There are many seats in front of the stage, with about 200 seats. The venue is currently with the lights turned off and is a bit dark, but people have already entered the venue and are waiting. How many people did you invite this time? Bai Yayan drank a bottle of mental recovery potion. He has been researching and making various things these days. No matter how strong his mental power was, he was in a coma for 3 days for a month. The rest of the time, I didn't sleep and was a little tired. Seibo became even more excited when he mentioned this. 16 of the 20 counselor families responded clearly. There are more than 600 cities in the entire Federation, among which I have invited the top 300 wealthy businessmen, and the ones who responded accurately include 100 people, but I guess not that many came. But my friend, you don't have to worry about this. I have opened an online auction. As long as you pay enough deposit, not only the scene, but also almost all wealthy businessmen can see the scene through video communicators. They can also bid. And these people, I'll cast to some little screens on the left, and I'll have a loudspeaker for them. Also, Seibo looked around and said in a low voice, I also arranged for some people to raise prices. When entering the venue, some people were afraid of offending the members' families and took the initiative to hide their identities.
I sent everyone the same masks, and the venue will be full today.
Bai Bian frowned. You should take good care of those people and don't let things get into your hands. Don't worry, I know where their maximum price is, and Sabo said in a low voice with a treacherous smile, those online and those wearing masks will not give face to the congressman's family. As he spoke, he patted his pocket. I have also prepared some auction items.
You can replace me with them after you finish there.
Don't worry, there is no rich businessman who can walk out of the venue intact today.
The corner of Bai Bian's mouth twitched, but before he spoke, Sabo said as if he understood, don't worry, if you give me 20% of your auction, then I will also give you 20% of my auction. After all, this is your idea.
From. Sabo was extremely excited and said with a sly smile, don't worry if you leave the matter to me.
My friend, nothing will happen to you. We will definitely make a lot of money this time.
Hope so.
Boss, this is the milk you asked for.
Mr. Sabo, this is yours. Aaron came from the backstage carrying 2 glasses of milk.
Luo Ning didn't come.
She had been practicing mental power recently, and her talent was extremely good, and she had already improved a bit.
Bump! At this time, the door was kicked open and a very unhappy voice sounded. Bai Bi, come out and let's talk. Sabo looked at Bai Bing strangely. His people went to the capital.
It was obvious that Bai Bing had polarizing opinions in the capital, and this man was the source. The conversation outside was unbridled.
Both Sabo and Irene looked like they were having fun.
Sabo even teased, your image in the capital is, if you open a store there, you will definitely have no customers. Bai Bian was a little helpless, but since this was an auction, he couldn't let the eldest lady cause trouble, so he still walked out.
Miss, is this not good? The head of the family said shut up. I'm just talking to him. I'm not trying to kill him. Why are you two so nervous?
No, it's just the head of the family.
If not, just shut up. Diane's sharp eyes were scanning the venue.
The moment she saw Bai Bing showing up, her eyes suddenly lit up and she walked towards Bai Bing menacingly. Mississippi behind her, a middle-aged man with a strong aura wanted to say something, but was interrupted impatiently by Diane. Don't follow me, you guys, go find your own seats. The people of the Tiefling family are helpless. Their young lady has always been willful and cannot be controlled by them at all. And she is the only direct descendant here this time. This powerful being in the golden middle position wanted to grab Clan Chief Tifeng by the collar and ask him harshly why he was giving him difficult problems, but he didn't dare. They could only stand there, watching Diane's back quietly with a few of his subordinates. Waiting for some waiters to come, they could only follow the waiters upstairs. Bai Bian glanced behind Diane, without giving her a chance to speak first, and pointed to the nearest room. Classmate Diane, go in and chat. Diane didn't want it, and there were some things she was embarrassed to say in public. After all, it would make her look stupid. Kicking open the wooden door, she looked back and urged in displeasure, hurry up, don't force me to do it. Bai Bian followed helplessly. He didn't have many memories of the original body in his mind, and they were still fragmented. This was why he hurriedly ran to Dongwu City after he was stabilized. Therefore, he has prepared some plans in the past few days that should be able to solve this matter. As he walked into the room, the door behind him closed with a bang. Then, a magic shield appeared, covering the door to prevent outside prying eyes. Bai Bian found a stool and sat down, as did Diane. She was wearing a black outfit today and had a capable temperament. However, the magic power fluctuations on her body did not break through to silver, but they also reached the bronze level.
Disciples from big families are basically very talented. Tell me, why did you pretend to have amnesia? Why did you leave without saying goodbye? Why did you lie to me?
Diane stood in front of Bai Bian, looking down at him. His eyes were very oppressive.
Bai Bian asked curiously, I told you that I have lost my memory, so what did I lie to you about? Diane immediately became angry. Are you pretending to have amnesia again? Okay, then let me remind you that you clearly said that after your great project is successfully developed, you will let me endorse it and give me shares.
In 5 years, you have failed more than 70 times, and I have invested more than 70 times.
I still bought everything you need. Now that you really have an invention, you don't recognize it, right? Bai Bian continued to be curious. What great invention? How do I know what your invention is?
Diane crossed her arms and said unhappily, every time you are mysterious and don't let me see the progress.
White plague. He was a little speechless. She actually invested in an 11-year-old baby? And the kind that lasts for 5 years after one investment, and no amount of advice from others is of any use?
Bai Ying sifted through the things he had prepared and the projects he was about to do but couldn't do, and immediately smiled. If you said that, then I remembered, yes, there must be, and they are all done, just waiting for you to invest.
Diane snorted disdainfully. Huh? Really? Do you still think of me as a child?
Let me tell you, you today brush. Bai Bian raised his hand, the ring in his hand flashed, and several pieces of paper appeared, with very elegant handwriting written on them, which seemed to be an introduction to something.
What is this?
Diane was a little suspicious. He grabbed the papers and glanced at them casually. When she saw the writing on it, her big eyes were full of suspicion.
Name, Soul Lantern. Quality, not defined yet. Durability?
Equipment effect, it can capture the surrounding soul energy, remove its impurities, and compress it into soul essence.
Cooling time, 1 natural day. Equipment requirements, none. Introduction, can the dead just lie down and not have to show their value?
White plague.
Price.
Note, the higher the level of the compressed soul, the higher the quality of the soul essence. As a young lady from the Tifeng family, although she usually looks a little not very smart, this does not affect her ability to see the value of this piece of paper. But she didn't believe it at all.
This was something a silver alchemist could come up with. Is this true? Is there a real thing?
Bai Yi spread his hands helplessly. I told you that I have lost a lot of my memory, but this thing has been studied long ago. It should be something I studied through the materials of an ancient god sect.
Diane flipped through the papers.
There was no manufacturing method in the 5 papers, but the effect of this soul lantern was simply too important to their family.
The Tifeng family also has a treasure with a similar effect, but that one cannot be copied.
It is a thing left over from the era of Faith God.
It is very important and will basically not leave the capital. If they have this, their family's potential and strength will be even higher. You can really make this thing? Diane's tone was full of doubts. Has it been done a long time ago?
That means before silver.
How is that possible?
Although the back of the first chapter is full of illusions and the appearance of the finished product, are the other alchemists just doing it for a living? In her impression, Bai Bian was thin, didn't like to smile, and was very good at pretending, which was very different from the current appearance where he looked like the chosen one.
It's difficult.
I'm not strong enough, but I have prepared samples, but I didn't bring them over this time. Although my memory is lost, my instinct tells me that this thing cannot be given to others.
Bai Bian nodded, looking a little heavy.
I, Bai Bian, never lie to others. As soon as these words came out, Diane's eyes when she looked at him changed and became extremely soft, as if the anger from the past few days and just now were all fake.
This lady is indeed right.
Boom! Outside the door, a strong roar suddenly sounded, and a huge steel battleship landed directly.
At the door, its extremely domineering appearance attracted exclamations from the onlookers.
Bai Bian looked at the time, and it was half an hour before the auction started.
He said gently, "We can talk about the soul lantern after the auction."
Don't worry, although I have lost my memory, this thing is definitely a collaboration with you. Diane thought for a moment, put the paper away, and walked out. I know, I need to show this to my father.
Random.
Bai Bian breathed a sigh of relief. He knew that the eldest lady still didn't believe it, but it didn't matter, because the soul lantern was real, and that was enough. However, the method of making a soul lantern requires legendary power. It is something from the Sun Federation. Some players have popularized it, but because the manufacturing conditions are too harsh, it is regarded as a background story. But for the Tifeng family, it shouldn't be a big problem. He might be able to get a piece of legendary resource equipment through the eldest lady.
The lights outside gradually turned on. Within half an hour, many people wearing masks sat silently at the auction booth.
High-profile teams entered the venue one after another, and the venue gradually became lively. As the trailer started on the big screen, White Plague also stood up.
The auction begins. I'm very happy that everyone can come to participate in the New Era auction. I believe you have seen the promotional video. I won't say any more nonsense. I invite you directly.
The founder of the New Era, Mr. White Plague, will appear.
On the stage, a thin young human race spoke enthusiastically.
All the 200 seats in the venue were filled, but only about 30 people showed their faces. The others were all wearing uniform black cloaks and faceless masks. Coupled with the cloak's own hidden aura spell, as well as their own hidden spell, the auction looked a bit spooky. Upstairs, only 4 representatives of the parliamentarian families were sitting in the corridor seats, and the others had entered the room. There are corresponding screens and bidders inside, so you can participate in the whole process without showing your face. On the left side of the stage, there is a huge screen.
On each of the split screens, only the corresponding number and a green speaker light up, indicating that it has been connected to the wealthy businessman in the distance. On the right are densely packed cameras, representing the members' rooms, as well as connections on the big screen. Although this venue does not seem to be very large or luxurious, at this moment it has gathered the entire Federation, more than half of its capital. This is the energy of Saab, and it is also the weight of what Bai Bian has put out. Bai Bian walked in from the side of the stage, and the moment the camera focused on it, his legend level rose directly from 63 to 66. The auction he held was destined to change this era and push back the technology of the Dawn Federation by at least 30 years. The human youth respectfully handed a loudspeaker to Bai Bian, but Bai Bian waved his hand and motioned for him to get down. Bai Bian glanced back, and his appearance was clearly reflected on the big screen behind him, showing him to the capital and the Federation without any blind spots. Looking up, the left side of the 6th floor is the Tiefeng family. Diane looked at him with complicated eyes. She was deceived, left without saying goodbye, and had broken trust. A series of negative states disappeared after she contacted her father. Because her father's order is to obtain the method of making the soul lantern at all costs. As for the agreements she mentioned, her father did not mention them at all. Perhaps in the eyes of big shots, agreements, integrity and the like are all nonsense, and only interests are the top priority. The person on the left side of the 6th floor is not Will. Although Will is from a parliamentarian family, he is not at the forefront. That was the seat of the Koman family. Sonu looked at him happily, and nodded when looking at him, indicating to him that everything was settled. The Will family is on the right side of the 3rd floor, and on the left side of the 4th floor is a family named Lot, an elf family. The other counselor families were in the room and did not show up. But Bai Bian is certain that the eyes of the entire Federation are now on him. There was magic in his mouth, and Bai Bian was about to say something when he suddenly sensed something unusual. He looked at the door. Not only him, but everyone present looked at the door. The closed doors were all opened at this moment, and young second-generation people came out followed by some waiters and strong men, all saluted with attention at the gate. "Keep going, I'm just here to take a look. IB, please arrange a seat for me." The old voice sounded. At this moment, the legend of White Plague directly exceeded 70. You can imagine the weight of the old city lord. "City lord, why are you here?" Bai Bian was startled and walked over quickly. Behind the old city lord are a night elf, orc, and Mawson, the 3 legion commanders of Tobu City. "It's okay, I'll bring them some insights." The old city lord seemed a little weak, so he naturally put his hand on Bai Bian's and let him help him walk backstage. When they entered the backstage, Saab, who was originally here, had already disappeared. However, everything in this room was quite luxurious, and there was also a large screen broadcasting everything outside in real time. The old city lord sat down, patted Bai Bian on the shoulder, and said kindly, "Young man, there are still 5 months." Bai Yan paused and nodded, "I understand." He walked out with some solemnity. This time the old city lord came to help him stand up. After all, Bai Bian is also a super genius who settled in Tobu City. It is normal for the old city lord to show kindness. However, it is difficult for White Plague to repay. Breaking through the legend can only be achieved by oneself, without the help of any external force. Walking to the stage, this time, the parliamentarian family upstairs basically let their subordinates sit in those seats. Since the old city lord is here, there will be no room in the corridor on the floor. This is for the top 5 strongest players in the Federation. Respect. Bai Bian spoke in a deep voice, his voice amplified by magic power and clearly transmitted to everyone's ears and all communication devices. "Since Mr. Eric is here, there is no need to explain my family history. I believe no one is interested in knowing it." Bai Bian first opened his mouth to calm down the atmosphere, and then said directly, "Without further ado, the first auction item is the flesh and blood tissue of the ancient god, the Scarlet Lord." Bai Bian raised his hand, and a box of broken crystals appeared. The blood-colored orbs in the crystals shone brightly, exuding a heart-stopping aura. Wow! The auction seats and big screen downstairs suddenly became noisy. Everyone understands that the first item in an auction is the warm-up, and the last item is the finale, so the value of the first item will not be too high, but now it is directly a god's thing. This means that in this auction, the value of those items that are not detailed in the list will be much higher than they expected. Because in their expectations, God's things should come last. Cammy on the 3rd floor stood up directly, her eyes a little uncertain. Next to her was a gold-level middle-aged human. He also stood up at this time, looking at Bai Bian thoughtfully. Of course, there will not be only one gold among the 20 counselor families. On the surface, everyone has 2 or 3 gold-level people in charge. In the capital, the number of gold-level people has already exceeded 100. Almost all of them are members of these families, or are worshippers who have been absorbed into them, such as Sonu, who is the honored guest of the Corman family. Most of these golds are civilian geniuses, recruited by these big forces. Bai Bian explained with a smile, there was a big change in Dongwu City a few days ago. The Scarlet Sect tried to use this piece of flesh and blood to summon the Scarlet Lord. Although they failed in the end, during this time, I discovered that this thing has been used for a long time. The power of the righteous God has eroded away the distortion and weirdness of the Scarlet Lord. This shows that this thing is a piece of controllable ancient God's flesh and blood. And the value of ancient God, plus the word controllable, I believe does not need to be introduced too much by me. Bai Bian glanced at Cammy, and 2 worker bees flew out, holding the crystal and suspending it in midair, so that every camera position could clearly capture the flesh and blood of the ancient God. And he walked behind the auction table with a smile and said gently, okay, without further ado, the starting price for this piece of ancient God's flesh and blood is 1 gold coin. Auction begins. After the words fell, the scene became a little quiet for a while. Everyone knows the value of the ancient God's flesh and blood, but these people still subconsciously raised their heads and looked to the right side of the 3rd floor, where the Will family's seats were. They also knew the relationship between Scarlet and Will, so no one gave the price for a while. Bai Bian raised his eyebrows and looked at Cammy. The magic power in his mouth spread his words clearly to everyone's ears, is there no one to give a price? If not, the ancient God's controllable flesh and blood will have to be paid for. The gold coin was sold at a low price. Cammy glanced around coldly, finally looked at Bai Bian, and said calmly, 100,000. Bai Bian was not surprised. He continued to go through the process and looked around, 100,000 gold coins, is there anything higher? After the words fell, the venue fell silent for a while. When White Blight was about to speak for the second time, a wealthy businessman in a corner said loudly, Mater, you are a bunch of cowards. Don't be afraid if you want them. They are all wearing cloaks. Why are you cowards? Miss Cammy, 100,000 is enough. Want to buy something from God? 300,000. Bai Bian raised his eyebrows, looked at Cammy whose face suddenly sank, and asked with a smile, 300,000 once, do you have it? 500,000. Bai Bian turned his head instantly. On the big screen on the left, number 28 lit up in red, with the words 500,000 marked on it. I was given 500,000 online. 800,000. Cammy glanced down coldly, silently interrupting Bai Bian's words. Without waiting for anyone to bid, Cammy calmed down and raised the price indifferently, 1 million. 1 million is easy to say, but it is equivalent to the price of 4 top magic scrolls, and it is enough to buy all the basic knowledge of gold. It is a very high price. Some people who were just about to raise prices silently shut up, and the only sound in the venue was Carmy's silent voice of raising prices. She was telling the people present that the Will family was determined, and was also discouraging the bids of other counselor families. Bai Bian didn't panic at all. He took out a small hammer from nowhere and asked with a smile, 1 million times, is there anything higher? 1 million taels. 1 million and 1 million. In the field, a hoarse mechanical voice sounded. Those were wealthy businessmen in black robes. The mechanical voice did not want others to recognize their identities. Bai Bian looked at Cammy and said happily, 101,150,0000. Cammy didn't hesitate at all, and a cold voice sounded. She lowered her eyes and looked at the person in the audience, her eyes full of silence. In this federation, the value of the ancient God's flesh and blood is indeed great, but it is not worth that much, because even if White Plague has been emphasizing controllability, when Cammy is so strong, there should not be too many bids. Because no matter how controllable the flesh and blood of the ancient God is, it will still have the characteristics of its owner, and these characteristics cannot be eliminated, and few people can ignore it. And with 1 month of preparation time and more than 1 million in cash flow, it is not easy to come up with it. Unless she thought of the 2 mysterious organizations that night, and stared at the black-robed figure. 1,800,000. A hoarse mechanical sound sounded, and another wealthy businessman gave his price. Cammy's eyes became colder, but he didn't hesitate and made a direct bid, 2 million. However, there was obvious anger in her voice when bidding this time. The other members of the family looked like they were watching a good show, but looked at the people in the seats below with more or less incomprehensible looks. One sentence rang in their minds at the same time, how dare they? But this is of no use. 2 million and 1 million. The mechanical sound sounded.
This time the bidding was done online, but it was obviously much slower.
This price actually exceeded Bai Bian's expectations. He looked at the shadow not far away.
At the beginning, he noticed the sob there. Sabo reached out and gestured, then shook his head. Sob signs were 1 and 3, which meant that the first and third individual bidders were Sob's people, and he shook his head to indicate that the subsequent ones were not his people.
Bai Bian thought for a while and waited quietly. 2,200,000.
As soon as Cammy finished speaking, the mechanical voice sounded again without any hesitation, 2,300,000. Bai Bing also seemed to feel something was wrong. He also thought of Rose of the Night. It seemed that this organization also needed the flesh and blood of the ancient god. But it's all money. He raised his head and met Cammy's eyes. Her eyes were cold. Bai Bian's excited eyes faded slightly, and he asked with a smile, 2,300,000 once.
Cammy's eyes became colder, and she said calmly, 2.5 million.
As soon as he finished speaking, in less than a second, a mechanical voice sounded, 2,700,000. Bai Bian looked around and found a very interesting scene. The congressman's family was all watching the show, and the wealthy businessmen who showed their faces were also silent.
They all seemed to have guessed something. Cammy still looked at Bai Bian and said calmly, 3 million, my bottom line.
Bai Bian thought for a while, but still didn't speak.
300.
Cough. At this time, a mechanical sound and an old cough sounded, reaching everyone's ears.
The mechanical sound suddenly disappeared and there was no follow-up. Bai Bian glanced back.
It was the old city lord's voice, which seemed to remind him that enough was enough.
Bai Bian smiled and waited for 3 seconds.
The mechanical sound never sounded. He said calmly, 3 million once, 3 million the second time, if no one increases the price, 3 million.
Bai Bian knocked the hammer on the table, deal.
After the words fell, violent coughing sounded in the corner, and a guy in black robe and white face gasped loudly, as if he had been strangled by the neck just now. The people present were all human beings, and they seemed to know what had just happened. They all watched with eyes, nose, and heart, and remained silent, even those on the line.
Cammy looked at the man coldly, waved his hand, and a daybreak badge with various gems inlaid on it flew towards White Plague.
She herself first bowed to the room where the city lord was, and then left decisively with others. Their only goal was this. As for the new era, it had nothing to do with the Will family. Bai Bian looked at the black-robed figure walking out while coughing, and then at the Will family who were coming downstairs, with the faint smile still on his face.
He put away his smile and said, it's a good start. The first lot can reach the height of 3 million.
This undoubtedly confirms the value of this auction.
Let's start the next lot.
Please watch the big screen. Woo-woo. On the screen, a row of giant steel snakes several hundred meters long were shuttled. Each time the whistle blew out a large amount of black smoke, shuttled through the wild mountains and forests.
This thing is called a steam train. I believe everyone has seen it in the trailer. Let me explain its benefits first.
First of all, the first point is that all the materials used in the whole vehicle are ordinary, which means it is cheap to build.
Secondly, non-professionals can fully control it.
From paving to using, from starting construction to business operation, it can be completely left to non-professionals to take full responsibility. When the railway is opened, its speed can reach 100 kilometers per hour, and each carriage can reach a load capacity of 100 tons. It can basically connect the entire federation, including military, supplies, and even non-professionals.
The handling is unparalleled.
Bai Bian fumbled for the badge in his hand, and the smile on his face became more sincere. What we are selling this time is an opportunity, and the starting price is still 1 gold coin.
Calling the price, let's begin. 5,000, 8,000, 9,000.
The steam train White Plague did not propose a share because this thing had no technical content and the alchemists did not study it. Mainly because this thing was not an extraordinary item. If the technological alchemists ponder the word simple steam for a few months, various steam products will appear. Alchemists and mages are both scientists in their respective fields. Therefore, as Bai Ying said, this thing is just an opportunity to sell.
How much market the wealthy businessmen can seize will determine how much money they can make in the future. The White Plague only needs this quick money. If you add 1,000 to 1,000, I will look down on you.
Just shut up,
100,000.
A fat man with rings on his hands and jewels all over his body raised the price mockingly.
The members of the counselor family upstairs did not move.
This thing is indeed valuable, but they can still use it when others make it, so it is a waste of time to fight over it. Even if they want their own steam train, they can build it themselves.
There is no copyright in the Federation.
Those who can imitate and become strong are still strong.
Bai Bian answered with a smile, once 100,000, are there more? I have calculated it. It will take at least 3 months for other alchemists to come up with a steam train.
These 3 months are the time to seize the market. The more roads you pave, the more you can earn.
Twice 100,000.
150,000 in the corner, the metal mechanical sound sounded again, and 50,000 was added directly. The fat man exploded immediately, go and find out, I own the largest iron ore resource in the entire Federation.
Why don't you go to me to get the goods after you bought it? Don't add 200,000 more. Bai Bian was not angry at this guy's threat.
He still smiled and asked, 200,000 times, yes. 500,000, fat man, if you don't have any money, go down and don't beep so much. The figure in black robe said with a smile, and the mechanical voice was full of ridicule. There was some noise around, 3 months of head start, 500,000 gold coins, this is indeed a big deal.
Not everyone has the family background of a congressman. It's scary to have such a huge amount of cash flow.
You know, the wealthy businessmen looted some time ago only had a cash flow of 350,000 yuan. Even if there are some missing ones, they are but a cash flow of 500,000. And most of those wealthy businessmen are in places like casinos, and the number has reached more than 20. What I am buying now is only a 3-month head start, and it may not even have a 3-month head start, because the benefits of the steam train are still displayed on the big screen, and the appearance and railway have been exposed. There was hesitation in Fatty's eyes.
Although he had mines at home, because those mines were ordinary iron ores, the cash flow was not as much as expected.
It's just that the compatibility between iron ore and steam trains is too high, so he wanted this thing. Even half a month ago, when he saw the blurry steam train, he was already smelting iron ore and was fully prepared. Although the current price exceeds his expectations, he still doesn't want to give up. After thinking for a while, he said hesitantly, 51 million, no more.
The mechanical voice in the corner sounded again, really? Okay, 580,000. Boss Luo must keep his word. This is mine.
Boss Luo hesitated for a moment, but Bai Ying had already begun to confirm, 580,000 for the first time.
580,000 for the second time, boom.
At this time, a slight sound came from the outside, and everyone present paused and looked outside. The White Plague is not in charge, Night Rose will not give up the ancient god's flesh and blood, and the Wolf family members are also prepared. There will be some commotion between the two sides, but it will not be too big. He glanced in the direction of Saab, and his tone did not change, 580,000%.
600,000.
Boss Luo gritted his teeth and shouted again. Bai Bian breathed a sigh of relief.
Sabo almost lost it, but it was okay.
He still waited for 3 seconds, then smiled and said, 600,000 for the first time, 600,000 for the second time, are there any more? After waiting for a moment and seeing no one speaking, he gently lowered his hammer, 600,000, deal. As the worker bees flew out, carrying a pamphlet and bringing back another Dawn badge, White Plague happily started the next one. The next lot is a set of gold-level mage equipment.
There are 3 pieces in total, including a necklace, a staff, and a robe.
I put their effects on the big screen. The origin is still the sacrifice of the Scarlet Sect. The staff can increase the casting speed by 20% and the adaptability of blood magic by 20%, and it also has the gold-level solidification spell blood on it.
Draw dot.
The bidding starts at 50,000 gold coins, and each bid must not be less than 10,000 gold coins.
Calling the price, let's start.
After Bai Bian finished speaking, the reaction on the scene was mediocre. In the New Era auction, everyone came mainly for the technology, and did not react much to other things. Unless it was something legendary or divine, otherwise, given their status, they would really I don't like these things. After waiting for about a minute, Bai Bian still had a smile on his face.
He originally only wanted to sell it for 60,000 gold coins.
Stop wasting your time, Bai Yi, I'll give you 100,000. You can use this thing to play with yourself, continue to learn about technology, and just put the other things in the store to look at.
On the 6th floor, Diane said nonchalantly and dropped a Dawn badge directly from above.
Bai Bian's expression didn't change. The worker bee flew out and picked up the badge. He had a new concept of the richest man in the Federation. 100,000 gold coins, he just lost it. It's a pleasure to pick up 100,000 for nothing.
Since no one is interested, let's move on to the next one.
Bai Bian took back the 3 pieces of golden equipment and silently marked some items off the auction list. Smiling, he continued, the soul growth potion formula is currently not available in the Hall of Knowledge. I obtained it from a ruins.
It can permanently strengthen the soul. It is just a magic potion that can only be made by a mage. Starting price.
Before Bai Bian finished his introduction, Diane, who had just sat down, stood up. 500,000.
Bai Bian's mouth twitched and he looked at Diane. Isn't the money? 500,000 for a potion formula? Is this crazy?
Others also looked at each other in confusion, and even the mouth corners of the members of the congressman's family twitched a little. Ah, this is indeed the richest man in the Federation. Mississippi, the golden man next to Diane, felt helpless and reminded in a low voice, the formula is not worth $500,000. Shut up, at worst, it will be deducted from my pocket money next month.
The auction is too slow. I will speed up the process. Diane said impatiently. $500,000 once, is there anything higher? 500,000 twice, $500,000 is a deal. Bai Bian took out a pamphlet and flew up with a worker bee.
And Diane didn't even wait for the worker bee to catch the dawn badge before throwing it down, and bang, 500,000 fell to the ground.
Buying, the feeling of being humiliated by money seems pretty good.
He calmed his mind and said, the next lot is still the mage potion, and the source is also the ruins.
Diane, 50 million. Next one.
The golden powerhouse of the Tiefing family, Mississippi. Diane, shut up, it will be deducted from my pocket money next month.
Strong, white plague. Humiliated again.
He quickly asked around if anyone had increased the price, and then made a decisive deal. Although he was a little unhappy at having his rhythm interrupted, the corners of his mouth were still raised crazily, and his smile was extremely sincere. No wonder the original body just stared at her and lied to her. This is really brave.
The next auction item is a helicopter. This is an aircraft that is like a steam train.
It does not require any extraordinary materials to be manufactured, and each helicopter has a load capacity of 5 tons.
The starting price is still 1 gold coin.
I found that everyone may be like me and have difficulty getting up in the morning, so the update time is adjusted to 12 o'clock, which is the beginning of publishing chapters every day.
It will be the same after it is released. Deja thanks some readers for their tips and votes.
It's just that Deju is currently double editing, and the old book is almost finished.
After it is finished, more updates can be added here.
Sorry, there are thousands of posts every day, but I still can't add updates. This is the first time Deju has written an original story, but I will write this story carefully.
Thank you everyone for watching. Compare your heart.
As the helicopter appeared on the big screen and various capabilities were demonstrated, there was finally some movement in the field. Diane originally wanted to continue bidding and skip these uninteresting items, but was stopped by the gold man.
The Tiefing family is indeed rich, but they cannot be unscrupulous.
The people who came and were connected this time were wealthy businessmen from various cities and the same family of congressmen. Those potions don't matter, the profit is not big, and they are happy to speed up the progress, but if they keep doing this, it will offend people. Diane curled her lips and sat back in her seat to watch silently. When the helicopter effect is finished playing, a black-robed figure in the field directly gave the price, 80,000. Before he finished speaking, the second price appeared, be happy, 200,000.
21,000. 220,000.
After the price reached 200,000 yuan, it became a bit slow, because there was no shortage of wealthy businessmen in aircraft, and they valued the commercial value. The performance of this thing is too poor compared to other aircraft. The only advantage is that it is cheap. Although the market is huge, it cannot stand up to the followers. Therefore, the helicopter may be widely circulated, but the auction price of the technology will not be too high.
230,000. 240,000. 250,000. The bidding gradually came to a deadlock, and Bai Bian smiled and said, 250,000 a time, is there anyone who wants to increase the price?
This helicopter, like the steam train, can be manufactured, controlled, and transported by non-professionals. Bai Bian looked around, 250,000 times.
260,000.
Bai Bian looked at the source and raised his eyebrows. It was the wealthy businessman who bought the steam train again. Those who have iron or at home just can't let go of such cheap things.
After all, this is the rule of the world. The mages have transformed agriculture. The output of a staple food they developed is extremely exaggerated.
Only one food base is needed, and the food production capacity can easily supply the entire city. Even for 3 to 4 months in a year, the land in the food base is used to grow some agricultural products that mainly taste delicious. The profit of those plants with low yield is more than the food for the 3 million people in the city. Even higher. Because it is clearly stated in federal law that the price of civilian food cannot exceed 2 copper coins per pound.
This eliminates the risk of civilians starving to death or even starvation.
Correspondingly, their labor force will be quite cheap, and the monthly salary of an ordinary person, no matter how good he is, will not exceed 10 silver coins. The Federation wants ordinary people to live easily, but if they don't live well, they can only look at the rich and envy them, and turn this envy into the motivation to become extraordinary. Therefore, this boss can hire ordinary people at a small price to lay railways throughout the Federation, and can also easily set up countless helicopter production lines.
This is all money. 270,000.
The fat man turned to look at the person next to him, thought for a while and continued to increase the price, 280,000. After this price appeared, the market fell into an eerie silence.
280,000 a year, Boss Luo's cash flow seems to be very abundant. Bai Bian smiled and said, "Is there anything higher?"
The wealthy businessmen in the field were silent. It was obvious that the price had reached the limit. Twice for 280,000 yuan, the transaction was completed for 280,000 yuan.
Congratulations to Boss Luo.
Bai Bian said with a smile, sent the helicopter manufacturing process over with worker bees, and brought back a dawn badge from there.
White Epidemic's next few auctions all received mediocre responses. Although some people bought them, the prices were not too high.
For example, motorcycles, jet solo aircraft, steam trucks, and other cheap items that have little effect but some effect. During this period, none of the members of the congressman family opened a bid, and Diane looked at Bai Bing impatiently. Many times, he wanted to bid and skip these trivial matters. But he was persuaded by the people around him. Everyone knew that these things were actually for remote connections and people present, and the members of the congressman family were waiting for the last things. As the items went up one by one, and nearly 1 million gold coins arrived, Bai Bian waved and a glass of milk was brought over by a worker bee. He took a sip and began to introduce the next item. General technology has been auctioned off, next is extraordinary technology. As usual, let's start with the one that everyone is interested in, the alchemy magic network. I have introduced this thing before, so there is no need to introduce it further.
The starting price is still 1 gold coin.
Bai Bian smiled, it's just that this thing is different from other auction items. I need 2 conditions for the appearance of this thing.
First, 20% of the shares, and second, Mr. Sonu will be the supervisor.
As soon as these words came out, everyone in the venue immediately frowned, including the congressman family.
Everyone knew how valuable this thing was, but didn't the second condition have to be something from the Corman family?
Bai Bian also knew what this would bring, so he said calmly, of course I have already discussed the second point.
Mr. Sonu will open a magic network company and serve as the boss of this company.
Who took the magic network? Then I can get 70% of the company's income, 20% of which is mine and 10% is Sonu's.
As soon as the words fell, those questioning eyes suddenly became meaningful. Sonu was born as a civilian genius.
If he established his own company, it would be tantamount to becoming independent from the Corman family. And this seems to mean that there is a chance to win a gold-level alchemy technician. Of course, the relationship is somewhat complicated, and they need to think about it carefully. On the other hand, the Coleman family has nothing to worry about. As a leading family, although it is not as wealthy as the Tiefeng family, it is not a problem to win a lot. As for Sonu, he was angry with the Coleman family in advance. The Coleman family also knew that there would be a bloodletting today. Although it was a bit painful, the subsequent income from this thing was ridiculously high. For example, the internet will be free for a year first, and after the content in it has completely attracted the extraordinary people, the internet fee will be charged decisively. Even if it is 1 silver coin a month, then the federal population base and the extraordinary base will be huge. This income is enough to support the Coleman family to the next level. They never thought they would lose, so they had nothing to worry about Sonu's independence.
As for dividing the white epidemic into 20%, no one cares about this. An S-level alchemy technology genius is a talent that will definitely reach the top of gold as long as he doesn't die.
It's always good to make friends with geniuses of this level. It seems that everyone does not object to these 2 conditions, so let the auction begin.
Bai Bian smiled and said, this thing is long-term income, and anyone can take the photo. If he brings this into reality, it can be regarded as occupying 20% of Penguin's shares, right?
As soon as he finished speaking, the place immediately became lively, and the price soared to 1 million without even needing help arranged by Saab. None of the congressman's family moved, and even Diane didn't bid, because that was not her goal, and for something like this that many congressmen's families were involved in, even the Tiefing family could only take 2 to 3 pictures. In other words, by default, the Tiefing family can only capture the one with the biggest interests.
Sometimes, you don't just have money to do whatever you want, the rest is just human nature. 3 million. 3 million and 1 million. 3 million and 2 million.
3,300,000 prices have been soaring, and the White Plague has gradually spiraled out of control without even saying a second word.
As long as the internet is spread, there will be no worries about making money.
Just think about the difference between ancient times and modern times, and cooperate with what was released before the White Epidemic. It can almost bring the Dawn Federation from the Middle Ages directly into modern society.
3.5 million. 3.6 million. 3,700,000. The price has not stopped growing yet.
Compared with the importance of the Alchemy Magic Network, gold coins of this level are not worth mentioning yet. Not even a single member of the Counselor family spoke, quietly waiting for those wealthy businessmen to reach their limit.
4 million. 4.5 million.
5 million prices have gradually slowed down, and the amount of cash flow that can be produced is already the limit. Rich businessmen have their own industries, and these industries also require huge amounts of money to operate. For example, in an alchemy workshop, first of all, the accumulation of materials and the alchemist's time are the costs and fixed assets. Only the potions or equipment sold are considered assets. These assets are considered to be working capital after the cost is removed, so 5 million has reached a very high level. 5,100,000, 5,200,000, 5.3 million. Bien smiled and waited for the purchase price. In his budget, this magic net could only be sold for 10 million at most. No one present except 2 on the 6th floor and 3 on the 5th floor could come up with it.
Much higher value.
Seeing that the bidding in the venue gradually stopped, Bien smiled and asked, I was offered 5.5 million on the internet, is there anything higher?
The market was a little quiet, and everyone was hesitant.
Everyone wanted something that was 100% profitable, but if liquidity disappeared too much, there would be risks.
They're thinking about it.
On the right side of the 6th floor, Noel, the young master of the Corman family, smiled and said, give me some face, 8 million.
The not loud sound attracted everyone's attention.
From the 1st to the 5th floor, the members of the family frowned. Before they could say anything, the person online called out the price, 8 million and 1 million. On the 5th floor, a member of the parliamentarian family named Lot calmly increased the price, 9 million.
Noel paused, then continued to smile and increased the price, 10 million.
As soon as this price came out, many wealthy businessmen below fell silent, and there was no sound online. Although the Federation has no copyright awareness, the technological barriers to this thing are quite high, and once someone takes the lead in covering the Federation with the network, then if someone develops the magic network in the future, there will be no market. Intelligent creatures have a comfort zone effect.
It is difficult to change something they are used to.
Therefore, this thing is quite profitable, but unfortunately, the cash flow available in 1 month is a flaw for wealthy businessmen.
Bien smiled and said, 10 million times, is there anything higher?
In the Lot family room, the mechanical sound sounded, 1,001 million. Noel frowned, looked at the closed door on the left side of the 5th floor, and said calmly, 13 million. Lot family, 13 million and 1 million. Noor looked at Sonu with questioning eyes.
Sonu said softly, the Corman family won the battle for the mithril mine. Noel's brows relaxed, and he just said, how could a big family be so arrogant? If it was just to get angry, it wouldn't be surprising. He said calmly, Master Lot, everyone has an estimate. It's 18 million. If the Corman family leaves, it's just a matter of your anger. How about that?
There was no more noise from the 5th floor. Bien smiled, the excitement in his eyes no longer suppressed. From now on, he no longer had to worry about resources. He could even say that things that could be solved with money would no longer be a problem.
Looking at Noel on the right side of the 6th floor, he asked, 18 million times, are there more people? Chang Nian was quiet for a while.
There were many federations with assets of over 100 million, but the only ones with a cash flow of over 10 million were parliamentarian families, and they had to be parliamentarian families with relatively large business empires. The only ones who can ignore tens of millions of dollars are the Tiefing family.
That family is really rich. Their sole resources are hard currency and they don't have to worry about selling them.
Diane stood up with a look of excitement on his face, but then he was pulled back by the strong man next to him. Auntie, don't make trouble, the price is already very high.
Hey, Coleman boy, come here. Let's make it up to 19 million. Diane said jokingly.
The calm smile on Noel's face suddenly collapsed, and he looked at the young lady helplessly. Since Miss Tiefling has said it, I can do whatever I want. 20 million. Diane looked down at Bai Bian and raised his eyebrows, as if to say, give you some pocket money.
Bai Bian's heart began to beat violently. 20 million times, is there anything higher? Whether hidden or not, there was silence. 20 million times 21 million.
Suddenly, on the left screen, number 1 spoke, and the entire auction house suddenly looked at the big screen.
The originally hidden number 1 now clearly appeared in several large characters, Luowa family. This is the family with the most extensive equipment business in the Federation.
Seeing these words, a feeling of reason arose in everyone's heart. Only this family has the strength to compete with the Tiefling family to become the richest man.
Noel's heart sank, he was almost reaching his limit.
But he still decisively called out the price, 25 million.
26 million.
Bai Bian's heart began to beat violently. This price was the price at which an artifact could be purchased, and the price at which the huge cash flow could directly buy a first-class family. Bai Bian looked at Noel, who still smiled and said very calmly, the Coleman family only needs this one thing today, so I can give it a try with you.
He directly quoted the base price, 30 million. I will accompany you to the end.
Silence began to circulate, and communication number 1 also fell into deep thought. Noel's eyes were a little nervous, and a hand behind his back was clenched into a fist, but his appearance remained calm. Really rich, worthy of being the biggest capital.
Bai Bian's heart was beating loudly and he started to go through the process. 30 million once, is there anything higher?
Silence, endless silence, this is a very high price. Everyone present was silent except for Diane, who was eager to give it a try, but was held tightly.
30 million times.
Bai Bian looked around expectantly, his hand holding the hammer trembling a little. 30 million deal.
Congratulations to the Corman family for acquiring the Alchemy Magic Network.
The sound of the hammer made Noel's clenched hand suddenly loosen. The dust has settled.
The new era of dawn has completely begun.
A dozen worker bees lifted a small box full of technology and flew to the 6th floor. The value of this thing made Bai Bian extremely cautious at this moment.
As the small box approached, Noel took it calmly.
Inside was all the information about the magic network. He handed a dawn badge to the worker bee, and then said calmly, as for the division, Mr. White Blight can contact Mr. Sonu. This time the goal of the Corman family has been achieved, so we will leave first. As he spoke, he bowed slightly to the city lord's room. Send hello to Mr. Eric for me. After saying that, he took the Coleman family and left without hesitation. Bai Bian received 30 million in his hands, but his heart was still beating. There were some high-value things behind him.
Will he become a billionaire this time? A new era has begun.
Next is Dawn Communications, which is matched with the Alchemy Magic Network.
It is commonly known as the Dawn brand mobile phone.
This only needs to be authorized by the Magic Network, so it is the most suitable client for the Magic Network.
Please look at the big screen. Noel paused slightly, but still didn't say anything.
Licensing this thing is good, it can bring extra profits, and it can be closely integrated with another family to reduce conflicts and share the burden of Coleman's network operation. Very good package. With the display of large screens, the value of mobile phones has quickly been valued by capital gates, but the value of this thing will not be as high as the internet because it is no longer a monopoly.
The authorization of the network directly limits the value of the mobile phone.
The value depends on the attitude of the Coleman family.
The Federation does not care about monopolies. In the eyes of legend, all competition is healthy competition. There are only so many functions of the mobile phone at the moment. The rest needs to be developed by the holder and the Coleman family. Okay, the starting price is 1 gold coin, and the auction begins.
Bai Bian said relaxedly, and the price suddenly began to soar again. Although it was not as crazy as the Magic Network, it reached 1 million gold coins in minutes. Those present are all real capital, basically the richest people in each city except the city lord. Only the councillor family can suppress them. Their goal is to obtain more resources and join the parliament. As the bidding started, the price kept rising. This kind of thing was not that attractive to the parliamentarian family, and finally stayed at 1.93 million. The next two lots are Extreme First Aid Device and Gravity Adjustment Room, which are very interesting.
The first aid device looks like a vest, but when life is rapidly disappearing, it will passively activate the pre-engraved shield inside and urgently inject the stored medicine into the user's body.
This is very practical, but the principle is not difficult. The lowest price was directly sold, which was 100,000. However, the gravity adjustment room was very practical. It was a valuable training place for assassins and warriors. It was eventually auctioned off by the Varro family for a high price of 2 million. According to the order of the auction, a few more indifferent items passed, and the total price of gold coins was only 500,000.
Then everyone sat down silently.
The wealthy businessman below looked excited but had no intention of bidding.
The second generation of the parliamentarian family also came out one by one, staring at Bai Bian.
Bai Bian drank up the milk in his hand, and there was a hint of excitement in his eyes. The gold coins in the auction have now reached 39 million gold coins, which is an extremely huge number. This means that he can buy all the basic knowledge of alchemy at any time, and based solely on the size of the soul crystal cores, nearly 400 soul crystal cores can be purchased in this auction.
The first soul crystal core added 40 points to his mental attributes. If there were 400 soul crystal cores, he couldn't imagine that there might not be that many in the entire Federation, right? Next is the finale, the last lot, Alchemy Intercontinental Railgun. Please look at the big screen. On the screen, a human was adjusting some data in front of a huge instrument, and then pressed a button.
But there was a huge noise, and a super large steel missile with a diameter of 2 meters and a height of 10 meters was launched from a thick barrel. The angle of view immediately followed the missile as it flew high into the sky and continued to fly in a higher direction. The row of numbers in the upper left corner represents the current height, 1,000 meters, 10,000 meters, and still rising. When the original large missile bases on the ground were reduced to the size of sesame seeds, the number in the upper left corner had reached 1,000 kilometers. At this time, the missile's direction shifted and began to move laterally. The scenery on the ground was extremely blurred, and a strong hum became the only sound in the auction house. This time, the speed display appeared in the upper right corner. The beat here was very fast, Mach 3, Mach 5, and finally stopped at Mach 30. When the missile began to approach a mountain, the screen suddenly stopped, and the missile dropped suddenly at a speed that was difficult to see with the naked eye. Boom! White light filled everything, endless shock waves destroyed all plants, and fire covered a mountaintop. The ground with a diameter of 5,000 meters suddenly sank, and the earth was shaking. The shock wave swept to 7,000 meters before it began to weaken. When the firelight began to disappear, the mountain was like an apple that had been bitten. A large part of the mountain had disappeared, and the originally lush mountain now turned black, and the trees were directly vaporized by the high temperature. Although everyone has seen this terrifying power, it is still shocking to see it again.
Bai Bian coughed lightly and said with excitement, I believe you all know those values.
The strike radius of this railgun reaches 5,000 kilometers, and its speed is Mach 30, which is about 10,000 meters per second. Unless you defend yourself in advance, you won't have time to defend yourself when you see it. The effect of each cannonball is equivalent to the starfall technique of a high-ranking golden mage. And the artillery shells can change their own elements. The absolute ice with a diameter of 5,000 meters and the endless minefield can all switch the corresponding artillery shells according to the situation on the battlefield. The bidding still starts at 1 gold coin. Bid, start. Buzz. The venue suddenly became lively, but not before these people tentatively bid. There was a sudden crash, and the guardrail on the left side of the 6th floor was kicked to pieces by Diane. She lowered her head slightly and looked down at the audience, and said calmly, you don't need to scream.
This is what the Diffing family is here for. 50 million, you guys. Call one to try?
A clear voice sounded. It was the sound of the golden man covering his face feebly. He wanted to say something, but he felt the gazes around him. Suddenly, the other hand also covered his face, and a subtle wailing sound came from between his fingers.
It was said, Miss, do you know anything about auctions? Shut up. Diane waved his hands impatiently, looked around, and said coldly, does anyone want to bid? Who wants to compare their financial resources with my Tiefing family?
Silence, deathly silence. 30 million is the limit of the Corman family, and the Corman family is also at the forefront of the parliamentarian family. And this one, as soon as he opened his mouth, it was 50 million. The number one person on the line was a bit speechless. The Varro family's base price was almost 50 million, so it was difficult to bid for a while. Diane turned his head and raised his eyebrows. Continue, I have business to discuss later, don't waste time. The Luowa family, who were about to try calling, were silent, and the wealthy businessmen present were also silent.
There is also business. Aren't you afraid of being robbed when you bring so much money out?
Bai Bian stabilized his violently beating heart and asked, 50 million once, has anyone raised the price?
50 million twice. 50 million. The deal is done. Congratulations, Miss Diane.
The hammer fell, and the White Plague auction ended. After Bai Bian and Diane handed over the intercontinental missiles and money, some people were about to leave, but at this moment a high-pitched voice sounded throughout the audience.
Everyone, don't be anxious. A new era has begun.
I have something I want to auction, so I'll use the occasion to introduce the next item to you.
The Divine Kidney Potion.
You only need to bear a few side effects, but it can make all males bid farewell to kidney deficiency permanently. Disgust appeared in Diane's eyes. She threw the manufacturing information in her hand to the gold and walked directly downstairs.
Bai Bian, let's discuss our business in your shop.
The loud words brought Bai Bian back to his senses.
He looked at Sabo. The things this guy was selling seemed to be of some use.
You only have to bear the side effects of becoming bald in exchange for an indestructible kidney.
It's a bit sweet. Many wealthy businessmen also sat down again because of Sab's introduction.
Only the congressman's family left one after another and had no interest in doing these small businesses.
What are you thinking about? Diane walked to Bai Bian and asked.
Suddenly she thought of something, looked back at Sabo, and immediately looked at him with strange eyes. Bai Bian paused and was speechless. Wait for me here. With that said, he walked into the city lord's lounge. Eric looked at Bai Bian with kind eyes at this time. It's good, but sometimes, you need to be bold at the same time.
The Will family is a family of swordsmen.
Their family doesn't have much money, but they are very powerful. Sometimes it's better to sell a face than a few gold coins.
I've been taught a lesson.
Bai Bian bowed slightly and handed out a dawn badge in his hand. Thank you, City Lord, for coming here today. No, please pay more attention to yourself. Eric stood up and walked out slowly. Mosen, continue to maintain order. Badu and Eddie, no need to send them away, just go back. The 3 legion commanders behind them bowed their heads and responded respectfully, while the elves and orcs walked out in silence. Bai Bian looked at the dawn badge in his hand, then at the back of the old city lord, and couldn't help but sigh. This world is broken, the gods of good have disappeared, and the gods of evil are looking at them. Everything seems hopeless, but it has also given birth to a purer world. Except for a few people, most people still have hopes in their hearts, and these hopes are all transferred to the young man's talent. When the gods were around, geniuses would be stifled, and there would appear to be peace but constant fighting. But now, any gifted and intelligent creature will shine in this era. It can be said that apart from evil organizations, the only ones who can kill geniuses are geniuses of the same age, because the Federation only needs the most genius. Putting the dawn badge into the ring, Bai Bian walked out.
This auction yielded nearly 90 million gold coins.
These gold coins were enough for his luxurious growth. Gold coins were no longer something he needed to worry about in the short term. If you include Sonu's share, they will basically only pursue ultra-rare materials, such as soul crystal cores. As long as it is available on the market, he can buy it at will until gold reaches the upper limit. But when gold reaches the top, money is not as important as imagined.
The next item is an absolute filth. This thing has only one function. It can contaminate any elemental force.
As long as there are enough, the seal of God can be broken.
Think about those relics. Its only shortcoming is that it cannot get out of this box. Can't wait any longer?
Then Sob's auction gradually became more passionate, and Bai Bian was stunned for a while.
Aaron, let's go. Bai Bian shouted loudly and walked out.
Here you go, boss, wait for me. Aaron, who was hiding in the corner and watching with interest, trotted over quickly, her high heels making a very rhythmic clicking sound.
Diane also came back from her excitement.
She looked at Eileen, followed by Bien, and asked, that dwarf is interesting, but why do his things have side effects?
I don't know, it's a matter of inheritance. Bai Bian answered casually and walked out of the auction house with some joy.
After taking a look at the legend level, it has reached 76.
Waiting for the news of this auction to spread, maybe it can reach 80? I don't know if there will be any rewards.
Okay, can I see the effect of the soul lantern first?
Also, you can only sell it to me. I've already made so much money for you. Diane changed the topic.
Okay, I don't even need a share. I just need you to give me a top-level soul lantern, and then I can give you the manufacturing method for free.
Bai Bian thought about it and said seriously. Diane was stunned for a moment, and then became suspicious. How could you be so generous? When you were in school, you even had to pay for your meals. Aaron's eyes lit up.
Although she didn't interrupt, her pointed ears were already perked up. This was the boss's gossip.
Bai Bian was speechless. Isn't this a reward for you? Diane was still a little suspicious. Really? You didn't lie to me?
Of course it's true.
When did I lie to you?
What I said was for you is what I said it was for you.
Bai Bian came to the door. At this time,
a huge aircraft took off. This was the Corman family's spaceship.
They needed to build a network as soon as possible to cover the entire Federation. The faster this kind of thing, the better.
One after another, some wealthy businessmen who had spent a lot of gold coins in the previous auction also came out and left in their own vehicles. Especially the fat man taking pictures of the train. The tail of the aircraft drew a long trajectory in the sky. His thing was in the most hurry. The technical barriers to steam are really nothing in this era.
Diane thought about it carefully and asked very hesitantly, the material of this thing is very precious? The failure rate is very high? Or do you like me? Do you want to marry into our family?
White plague.
Somewhat helplessly, can it be a return for your previous investment?
Diane shook her head with certainty, impossible. I would rather believe that the gods suddenly returned than believe that your stinginess can be changed. Eileen next to her nodded in approval and muttered in a low voice, yes, he is very rich, but he still likes to deduct my gold coins.
Greedy capitalist.
White plague. He swiped and took out a thick stack of paper. This is how to make a soul lantern, take it. This time it was Diane who was shocked. She took the stack of paper blankly, then looked down at the paper, then at the white plague, and finally looked up at the sky.
Oh my God, someone else has changed? This is impossible.
Diane murmured and quickly turned to the materials column. The first one said, Source of Legend. There are only two things that can replace the Source of Legend, Power of the Soul, Soul Core, Large, X4.
Diane.
Her expression changed from shock to understanding, and then she looked at Bai Bian speechlessly. After thinking about it carefully, she nodded, I know, I just said you won't change.
I thought you had been changed.
Muttering, Diane turned around and walked towards her luxurious spaceship. She needed to discuss it with her family, because the Source of Legend was the original Power of Legend, so there was no need to consider this.
But you can still think about the alternative.
The power of the soul of a god is not available to a true god, but it is not necessarily a god-level one. Bai Bian stretched out and glanced at the particularly lively streets. Let's go back. The snow is melting, spring is coming and a new era is coming.
This auction is destined to change the world. Boss, since you are so rich, how about your salary?
Irene quickly followed, her eyes bright, and as she was saying something, she bumped into Bai Bian's back. She stabilized her mind, raised her head, and immediately looked at the always easygoing boss standing there with confusion, with a look of shock on his face.
The boss's gaffes were not uncommon. She quickly asked, Boss, what's wrong? Bai Bian came back to his senses, calmed his mind and asked, What did you just say? Eileen was a little hesitant.
She had just raised her salary, and her boss was so shocked.
If she continued to talk, would she be fired?
Working at Liming Pharmacy, her status has risen, and she likes Bai Bian's easygoing approach and doesn't want to change jobs. Bai Bian, on the other hand, quickened his pace. He looked at the things on the panel and fell into deep thought. The course of the times has been changed, and the countdown to the internal beta of the game is 9 days, 23 hours, and 59 minutes.
The game forum is open.
Players are welcome to enter the discussion.
Can changing the course of the world allow players to arrive early? Or is it the butterfly effect?
Bai Bian's eyes were filled with thoughts, and it seemed that he could enter the forum himself. He turned his attention to the forum, and suddenly a gray page appeared, and Bai Bian was shocked. Fuck! Like a series of shit hits the screen, making Bai Bian not even know where to start, but it feels very familiar, and he can tell that he is a player from the Great Celestial Dynasty.
Aaron looked at Diane's back, trotted to keep up with Bai Bian and asked, Boss, do you think there is a possibility that you will give me a salary increase after you get rich?
Bai Bian turned off the interface, looked at the people coming and going around him, and with excitement, he quickened his pace and said casually, We'll wait until you awaken your talent.
It's useless to ask for money now. 100 gold coins are enough. Eileen was very disappointed. Why is this?
I still have several years to reach adulthood. You are already a multi-millionaire, but you actually give us a salary of 100 gold coins. If word spreads, others will say you are stingy.
Bai Bian continued to quicken his pace. Yes, then it will rise. Aaron's eyes widened and she was very surprised, and she trotted to catch up. Really?
Bai Bian, of course, there have been a lot more destiny powers in the store recently, and Luoning's salary has doubled.
Aaron, what about me? When will you awaken your talent, or advance to bronze? You will also be promoted. Aaron, damn it. Back at the store, Bai Bian said hello to Luo Ning and then walked directly into the laboratory.
The players actually arrived early, and the world became fun.
Irene followed in gloomily.
When she saw Luo Ning, she immediately felt aggrieved and looked at Luo Ning quietly. Luo Ning, who was reading quietly, noticed her expression, quickly closed the book and asked, "Sister Eileen, what's wrong with you? Who bullied you?" Eileen couldn't stand it any longer, rushed behind the counter, hugged little Luo Ning, and complained aggrievedly, "This bastard boss won't give me a salary increase."
"Well, 100 gold coins is already a lot." Luo Ning patted the elf on the back to comfort him.
"But he said he would double your salary, but he would not give me any salary.
He is targeting me,"
Irene said angrily, feeling extremely aggrieved.
Luo Ning was stunned, and she asked tentatively,
Sister Eileen, how about I share half of it with you?" Erin shook her head decisively, "No, what's yours is yours. I just want that capitalist's money. You don't even know how much he made tonight."
White Blight doesn't want to pay attention to the accusations from outside. Irene's talent is about to awaken.
The elves have many opportunities to awaken their talent, but they basically all wake up before reaching adulthood. The reason why Irene doesn't practice much is because she is waiting for the elf's talent, which is expertise. Before adulthood, elves mainly focus on having fun and relaxing, and will decide their future path when they wait for the Kamingafage ceremony. This created the simplicity of the elves and the arrogance of the silver race. After all, when the goddess of life was around, they were called the purest race. In addition to their racial characteristics, there was also this reason. Of course, Bai Bian doesn't think he doesn't pay her wages for her own good. He mainly wants to tease this elf whose temperament is extremely inconsistent with her, so that Bai Bian can have a sense of joy. Occasionally, he wants to tease her, which can add some fun to life. After browsing the forum for 10 minutes, Bai Ying roughly understood the restrictions this forum had on him.
Can only read, cannot post. This actually doesn't have much impact.
As long as you can see, you can grasp the player's movements. However, it is quite surprising to Bai Biao that he can awaken this thing. After all, other bosses will definitely not be able to see the forum, and they won't even have a panel.
Because he has never seen any boss have any prediction of the player's movements.
In their eyes, this group of aliens who appeared out of thin air are a wonder of the world. While they cannot be destroyed, they also think about causing trouble all day long. After determining the characteristics of the forum, Bai Bian began to carefully search for useful information among the pile of shit.
What happened to Liming Company? I haven't heard of any internal testing? How many places are there for internal testing and how to draw them?
This is a post from a confused player, and it was filled with answers instantly.
First floor, there is a lottery on the page, each server has a quota of 50,000, I won, are you envious? Second floor, born on the first floor. Pick up on the third floor. Third floor, born on the first floor. Damn it, lottery?
I haven't smoked yet, so I slipped away. After a casual glance, Bai Bian thought in his eyes, does each server only have 50,000 places?
It's a bit short. There are 610 cities in the Dawn Federation. If each city has a spawn point according to the public beta, then if it is spread out, there will be 80 players in each city? It would be difficult to find it in Taboo City, a city with 3 million residents, right?
He continued to browse the forum, and soon, 2 posts attracted his attention.
Am I the only one who thinks this guy named Bai Ying is handsome? Would everyone choose Taboo City when choosing a city?
The one called White Plague is obviously the protagonist of the Dawn server. Bai Bian raised his eyebrows and clicked on the first post.
I was immediately attracted by a video.
The opening was very different from before, but it felt the same. Because this time the perspective is no longer God's perspective, but the old wolf's perspective.
The angle of view was completely white, and a severely injured wolf's paw could be seen.
The video was trembling, and it was obvious that he was walking staggeringly. The crunching sound of snow was the only sound apart from the wind and snow. The old wolf turned around uneasily, and the little bloodstains were particularly dazzling in the white snow. But the blizzard quickly buried the traces. The old wolf seemed to notice something and stared at the rear for almost 10 seconds before turning back and staggering forward firmly. Crunch! Another heavy sound of stepping on the snow approached, and the old wolf's perspective suddenly began to blur, and a familiar word sounded, "I found you." Then the screen gradually turned from blurry to clear, and a hooded young man with a handsome face and calm eyes appeared and reached out to grab the screen. Then the perspective zoomed out, a worker bee flew out, and the young man dragged the old wolf slowly away. The zooming out of the perspective continued, and in the direction where the old wolf was looking just now, several shadows were looming. It seemed that the angle of view was extremely far away, and the boy's body gradually became distorted, and the scarlet and blue energy flickered. And in the distance, in the direction where the old wolf was looking just now, there seemed to be a dark flower blooming in the blurry shadows. The picture freezes and the video ends. First floor, he is handsome, but it doesn't fit the theme? Why were the bosses shot in Mao's other two federal promotional videos? Are we going to take pictures now? Second floor, well, someone predicted that he would be the protagonist of the era, and analyzed the current situation. It seems that White Plague is being targeted by those people with flowers in the shadows. We need to help him get through the difficulties, right? Third floor, doesn't anyone think that this is a characteristic of our great empire? When have you ever seen us use villains for propaganda? Fourth floor, what the third floor said makes sense, but this is a server for all countries in China mainland, shouldn't it? Fifth floor, China is the best in China and will not accept refutation. Sixth floor, be sensible and patriotic, brother. Seventh floor, are you paying attention to me? What if I'm irrational about this matter? It was annoying if I couldn't get a spot. Bai Bian looked at the comment section where people were scolding for no apparent reason. There was nostalgia, emotion, and more of contemplation in his eyes. It smells familiar, but is the theme of this promotional video closed beta the Night Rose? It's unscientific. The old sword master still has some life left. Continue to the next post. In this post, Bai Bian saw a lot of things, including the characteristics of the three federations. For example, the Dawn Federation is mainly composed of warriors and assassins, because the two legends here are both warriors. The Federation of Stars is dominated by alchemists and mages, because the two legends there are alchemists and mages. In the end, the Sun Federation is dominated by magicians, because that federation is a legend, but it is a magician with a long lifespan. In addition to the fact that players cannot choose the federation, the city provides 5 options, with a quota of 10,000 for each city. According to Bai Bian's analysis, there is a high probability that the stories and major events in version 1.0 will take place in these cities. Bai Bian wrote down the names of the 5 cities: Danhua City, Beiping City, Chaiyang City, Yulong City, and Bai City. Of the 5 important cities, 2 are border cities. If the other 3 were brought into reality, they would be important cities of Shangguang high level. Close to Tobu City is Yulong City, which seems to need more attention. After looking at the promotional videos of the other 2 city-states, they were no different from the previous life. The only difference was that the cover of Sun City-State had been changed. But the most interesting thing about this city-state is the profession of magician. The magician, as the name suggests, is a profession that relies on gods, but this is not the case in this game. Magicians are generally believers of gods. Believers pray to gods, and gods grant believers specific powers, which are magical arts. This is the origin of the word divine magic, and the continent of Xia also thought the same way 1500 years ago. Even after the disappearance of God, the profession of magician almost disappeared. But at that time, a strange magician appeared. Although he was a magician, he did not believe in his god that much. After the god disappeared, because he was afraid that his power would disappear, he rushed directly into the temple of his god, knelt in front of the god and prayed, but the god always disappeared, and his power continued to decline. He broke through the defense, so he tried to use his few divine powers, intending to use the remaining power of the gods to smash the statue. But this touched upon the accumulated beliefs in the idol, for those beliefs came from the same source as his divine power. All his lost divine power came back, and it was even much stronger than before. This discovery directly brought the magician profession back to life and directly changed it. From then on, all magicians are shallow believers. They only need a little faith in God to leverage most of the non-professionals' faith in God. These beliefs will be guided to condense into power, and this power will no longer be a specific divine magic without God. Magicians can do more with their faith. For example, a frail body becomes stiff in the baptism of faith, and faith is stored and transformed like magic. Various professions of the divine magician appear: divine warrior, holy knight, golden armor warrior, divine elementalist, and a series of professions. These job transfers have propped up the Sun Federation and turned that area into a place full of faith. In his wild thoughts, Bai Bian began to research and explore the forum. Some players' guesses were quite good. He was also studying the panel. Since the forum and countdown can appear in the panel, are there more functions? Within a few days of White Plague research, the auction was completely spread. The auction that lasted for 2 days was very grand and spread far and wide at dawn. The transaction volume was as high as 120 million gold coins, which was shocking to people. The previous auction can indeed be called a new era, and some technologies are not even available in the Federation of Stars.
But the second half is the most exciting.
The things that a dwarf brought out were outrageous, but each of them could be called strangely powerful. For example, a critical hit potion can enhance all-round attributes 3 times within an hour, but the side effect is that the head will flash and no secret potions can be used. This potion can be called a magic potion, and it can be effective even at gold levels, and the side effects can only be said to be dispensable. After all, they drink potions that enhance combat power, so of course they won't hide in the dark.
There are also many items that are extremely powerful but have strange side effects.
Even a piece of clothing fetched a high price of 8 million gold coins. It was a piece of armor that functioned as an absolute defense. Even the legendary power could not break this defense, but the side effect was to sacrifice a part of one's body.
This item is of high value. After all, it was hammered by the legend. It's good to be alive, but don't expect it to be intact.
The other items on the lot are almost of this level, but with weird side effects, powerful and weird. In addition to the large number, the auction price was over 30 million gold coins. At an auction, 2 people rose to fame, the alchemy genius Buying, and the 18-year-old silver medium alchemist, a dwarf known for his weirdness and unpredictable methods. 2 days after the auction ended, which was the 3rd day after Bai Bian returned to the store, the discussion in the entire Federation exploded. Because Sunu has a high foundation, the alchemy magic network in the capital has been set up, and the Koman family began to build a network starting from the central city-state. Perhaps because Sunu is becoming more and more proficient, he is constructing the alchemical magic network faster and faster. It is expected that half of the city will be covered in 5 days, and the entire Federation will be covered in half a month. The steam train railways were also being rolled out crazily.
Fatty Luo was in the middle of the southeastern part of the Dawn Federation.
With the intense work of more than 300,000 people, railways began to connect various cities. If we continue at this pace, the entire Federation will be connected within 10 years. But it shouldn't take that long, because Fatty Luo was in a hurry, so he almost poured his own cash flow into it. Several cities were frantically laying railways together, planning to connect the southeast first, and it was expected to be completed in 1 month. The Tiefing family is also spending wildly, buying all kinds of materials. Although this family does not have a gold alchemy technician, it has construction drawings, plus a silver-level alchemy technician, and countless resources. It can still build the alchemy intercontinental independently.
Missile cannon.
It's just that the cost is a bit high, but that doesn't matter.
This thing is strategic and every city will want to buy it. There are many more changes.
The originally stable Federation has completely come to life at this moment, showing a prosperous reform landscape. At this time, the White Plague has arrived near the birth point released by the players.
Coincidentally, this is the new area rebuilt after the Scarlet Sacrifice battlefield.
Perhaps the buildings are denser this time, many houses are not full, and the player's birth point is in the corner of the house area. As for why Bai Bi himself could see the forum, he defined this as the sequelae of time travel and the reason why the player panel was not clean. Otherwise, there would be no other reason.
Hey, my friend, why did you invite me to meet here? Looking back at Sabo, Bai Bian asked with thoughtful eyes, what do you think of this area? It's just been built and no one has lived in it yet. What's wrong? Sabo was confused and asked in surprise. If I want this area, do you think I should buy it or apply for it? Buying asked. Apply. With your current status, why are you wasting that money? Sabo clasped his ankle with one hand and suddenly asked with a sly smile, my friend, is something good going to happen? Can you take me with you?
Bai Bian glanced at the countdown, 6 days, 13 hours and 56 minutes until the internal beta starts.
Smile, have you ever heard of Wonders of the World? Wonder of the World?
There was thought in Sabo's eyes. The wonders of the world refer to things that even gods cannot understand, and this thing does not have that great impact on the world, so it is called a surprising observation object. The reason why White Plague asked Sabo to come here is because his inheritance is rather weird. This world is the real world. Players come from another world to the wonders of this world in an unknown way. If there is anything that can influence from this world to the next, it is the power of God. Sabo's heritage happens to be that of the evil god. If it can truly affect players, then the 4th natural disaster will no longer be a natural disaster.
Even if it cannot be affected, it is still necessary to test the effect of the boss template on the player template.
Players can level up by killing NPCs, and if the boss can level up by killing players, then this wave will be really stable. Yes, the wonders of the world are different from other wonders. This wonder looks like intelligent creatures, most likely elves and humans.
Bai Bian thought for a while and said,
As for players, except for those who like to play tricks, most of them prefer to have a handsome or beautiful appearance. As for beauty, night elves, elves of various tribes, and humans are the most suitable.
It was the same in the previous life.
Perhaps after being a human for a long time, the number of elf players accounted for 60%.
You mean they will appear here out of thin air and can't be killed? Sabo was surprised.
He looked at the empty room in front of him and then at the white plague, his brain thinking rapidly.
Right. As soon as Bai Bian answered, Sabo couldn't wait to ask, do they have the potential to become permanent miners?
White plague,
it's unlikely, because their bodies will disappear and reappear in this area next time. Sabo was even more shocked.
He did not doubt Bai Bian's words because there was no need to deceive. He pondered for a moment and shook his head. The wonder can only be destroyed naturally if it is not destroyed by the power of God. Sabo said, his tone gradually becoming sharper. However, if it is the kind of humanoid wonder you mentioned, then it is not impossible.
What can I do? Bai Bing was a little curious. The players' fourth natural disaster was no joke. Their spawn point was bound to the city, so they couldn't move.
The spawn point could only be moved after the city was breached by monsters. Sign a supreme contract with them, allowing them to directly connect with the Abyss consciousness. The level of the Abyss consciousness can destroy the wonders, and even pull the wonders into the Abyss.
Sabo said with a smile, moreover, once such a contract is signed, the wonders will violate the contract. Before, they will also be enslaved.
Bai Bian thought for a while and shook his head. No, they are not allowed to sign any contract with anyone. The contract in this world is invalid for them. The smile on Sabo's face faded, and his eyes were full of thought. If this doesn't work, let me think about my friends.
Are you sure they came here, right? Bai Bian nodded. Yes, this is the news from my special channel. There are 5 wonders in the Dawn Federation.
Sabo became serious. Then you should apply for ownership of this land first.
I have to think about it carefully.
Bai Bian nodded, thought for a while, and took out a Dawn badge, which contained 12 million contribution points. He earned 90 million from the auction, and Saab earned 30 million from the auction.
Give each other 20%. This is the amount of money that needs to be given after the white epidemic is hedged.
Throwing the badge to Sabo, Bai Bian turned around and walked towards the city lord's mansion in his surprised eyes.
There are still 6 days left, and he really needs a position.
His current potential rating is at the same level as Mosen, and he should be able to get a good position. Emosen, the magic swordsman, is only 26 years old this year and has already reached the silver peak.
This also shows that those with S-level potential will definitely reach the gold level. This is the value of genius. Of course, the premise is not to die young.
And Sabo's eyes were full of excitement at this moment. It was a spectacle, it was fun. He pulled out something particularly twisted from an area of absolute filth and began to spread some green smoke around the area.
He planned to seal the wonders here first.
It would be difficult to resist this seal without the power of the Golden Master, and then he would slowly figure out how to use these wonders. The thoughts in Sabo's eyes became more and more intense.
If they were all elves, and if they were not strong, would it be troublesome to directly transform this area into a brothel?
As long as the wonders can't get out, it'll be fine. After Bai Bian came out of the city lord's mansion, he already had 2 more official documents in his hand. One of them is a land grant document, which means that the player's birth point has become his private territory, which can be surrounded by people at any time and a relatively closed space can be built. The other was a job recognition letter.
Bai Bian asked for the position of a glorious hero. This position is no different from that of a guest minister in a big family.
It enjoys the position and benefits 1 level lower than that of a legion commander, but does not have to take care of anything. It is specially prepared for some strong men who are not willing to deal with worldly affairs.
It has a position but no authority. However, Bai Bian's eyes were not on these 2 small certificates.
He was a little surprised and walked towards Liming Pharmacy, originally planning to discuss it with Sabo.
Because there is an extra column of shining text in the personal profile on the panel.
Obtained the position, Hero of Glory. The position task has been started.
Host, White Plague. Race, Human. Template, Alchemist. Occupation, Alchemist.
Level, 38, 21100/180000.
Position, Glory Hero, Acceptable Position Tasks. Experience Task. The boss actually has a mission too. And it's still such a hidden mission. Bai Bian's pace quickened. When he came to the pharmacy, he didn't say hello to Irene and the others at all. He walked directly into the laboratory, closed the door and began to study this task. In fact, players are no strangers to positions. Because the authenticity is too high, some players have also obtained official positions, but there is no bonus. On the contrary, the certificate is more important. Unexpectedly, becoming an NPC would have such tasks. His attention gradually focused, and with a flick of his eye, 2 tasks appeared in front of him. Please choose one of the 2 tasks, or give up. Task 1, the boss's ambition. Task characteristics, position tasks. Task description, get at least 1 promotion and greater rights within the specified time. Task time limit, 365 natural days. Fixed rewards, boss expertise times 1, legend times 5, skill points times 10, free attribute points times 10. Additional rewards are given based on position and power. Failure penalty, no reward. Introduction, can a single person be called a boss? After all, even God is not alone. Bai Bian raised his eyebrows slightly. The degree of freedom in this task was quite high, at least there would be no punishment. It's just that Bai Bian was lost in thought when he looked at the position of the glory hero. It seems that the one with a higher position than this is probably, maybe only the city lord? Because this position only requires the orders of the city lord, it is a special position. Look at another task. Task 2, the boss's arrogance. Task characteristics, position tasks. Mission description, refuse any official position and form your own force. Task time limit, 365 natural days. Fixed rewards, 7-star title, boss lord, legend times 20, skill points times 10, free attribute points times 10. Additional rewards will be given based on the strength of the force. Failure penalty, the Federation's favorability is greatly reduced. Introduction, how can a boss accept orders from others? You should be your own king and your own leader. Bai Bian thought about it, and the tasks of both positions were to build forces, but in different directions. One was to serve in the official position, and the other was to open up wasteland on his own. After thinking about it for a while, Bai Bian finally chose mission 1. After all, it is troublesome to build a power from scratch, and he does not have so much time to waste on such things. The position of City Lord is different. Although the old City Lord is very partial to Mawson, it doesn't matter. As long as he is the first to break through the gold, the Federation always depends on talent and strength. He doesn't even need to fight for anything. When he reaches the level of strength, he will naturally get everything he wants. And with his current legend of 79, the old City Lord is not necessarily unhappy. The worst-case scenario is just to serve as the city lord of some small cities. There are 610 cities. Not all city lords are gold. Therefore, when Task 1 must have rewards, the special rewards and punishments of Task 2 are not important. Task 1 accepted, task expiration countdown, 364 days, 23 hours and 59 minutes. Thinking about it, Bai Bian quickly put this mission behind him. There was no rush for this thing. Sabo was looking after the players' affairs for the time being. He just had to wait until the last day before going. Now let's renovate the store first and then think about other things. During the White Epidemic transformation, the terminals of the Alchemy Magic Network have been laid out from the capital to Tobu City. Now all that is left is for mobile phone manufacturers to start selling them on a large scale. The first intercontinental orbital missile was also successfully test-fired, with a range of 5,000 kilometers. With an error of no more than 3 meters. This was an exaggerated figure, and everyone in the entire federal system was shocked. Alchemy technicians below the gold level almost regarded White Plague as their idol, and the Tiefing family also began to manufacture intercontinental missiles on a large scale, first arranging for the 4 border city-states. And they only charge costs for these city-states. After all, they cannot lose money, but they cannot live without border cities. The missile cannon, which costs hundreds of thousands of gold coins, has been reserved in various cities. Just from these reservations, the Tiefing family has already earned back the money from the auction and started to make a lot of profits. But no one complained. With this thing in the city, everyone would feel more at ease. After all, this era is not peaceful. Boss, I'm dreaming again. One night, Luo Ning knocked on the door of the laboratory with a worried face. Bai Bian asked calmly, "What's wrong?" "What dream?" Luo Ning was very uneasy. "The sky is cracked. Something is preventing the sky from healing. It's very dangerous." Bai Bian was silent for a moment and glanced at the time, countdown to internal beta, 1 day, 10 hours and 30 minutes. Touching her head, Bai Bian comforted her softly, "Don't worry, you are almost reaching bronze, practice well, don't worry about other things, just leave the shop less, I will arrange everything." Luo Ning hesitated. She thought for a moment and asked, "But Sister Eileen said that she was going to live back in her original place." "Boss, can you stop her from leaving? We can pay the rent." Bai Ying shook his hands and felt helpless. "When will I drive you away? Stay here in peace. I will ask Al to open the lounge and guest room later. From now on, that will be your room. Don't think too much. But what if guests come? Then let them wait outside." As Luo Ning walked away step by step, Bai Bian also began to renovate the store. From now on, Liming Pharmacy will no longer do low-end business, and will only do scheduled business. After waiting for the players to arrive, he still needs some experiments to determine the store's restrictions on players. Sob's preparations are also very fast, right? Watching the final countdown, Bai Bian walked out of the store and started browsing the forum. The time for the closed beta is getting closer and closer, and the forum is now more lively than ever. Bai Bian saw some familiar figures. Those are his favorite anchors to watch. They are extremely keen on games. Many of Bai Bian's skills were memorized by them. Unexpectedly, these anchors are actually internal testers. Of course, this may be due to the influence of the game company on the game, or it may be due to transactions or other things, but the live broadcast throughout the city is very good, and White Epidemic can study players more accurately. Group. When Bai Bian came to Seibo's side, a high wall had been built on the land that belonged to him. Many people looked around curiously, but no one dared to approach because of the garrison of the Wuching army. "Are you all ready?" Bai Bian asked softly. "Don't worry, it'll be no problem." Seibo smiled evilly, and the two of them walked into the city within a city. And Bai Bian also set his sights on a top master anchor in his previous life. This live broadcast room is very popular, with more than 10 million people online, and there are dense barrage, but there is no lag at all. "I'm already modeling. My current feeling is no different from VR. Just wait." Anchor Weilu said softly. In the darkness before his eyes, a night elf's body was rapidly building up, and its facial features were being finely adjusted. As for why I chose night elves, it's not because they are handsome. Each race has its own advantages and disadvantages. Night elves are the fastest. Our federation has the most heritage of warriors and assassins, and I have already chosen the assassin, so I have to choose the race with the most advantages. I would like to take the advice of the magician to choose the human race. The human race is average, but it is also the most suitable race for the magician. The warrior recommends choosing the orcs. As for the goblins, Goblin Entertainment can do it, but the anchor will not choose it. This game does not have the option of deleting your account and trying it again. If you delete your account, your ID card will no longer be associated with this game. Please consider this carefully. Name? Maybe everyone doesn't understand the concept of 97% authenticity. If you choose a name that is too strange, it may have a negative buff. Yes, it is just that exaggerated. Don't question my professional vision. As a face that looked handsome but looked ordinary among elves was pinched, Wei Brigade decisively chose the option of waiting to enter. Don't worry, it's coming soon. Yes, I chose Tobu City. My intuition is that following the white epidemic will definitely lead to something. Don't be anxious. Don't be anxious to see what I do. When have I ever let you down? Wei Brigade said confidently. As the countdown in the corner gradually returned to 0, a huge vortex appeared, and then they all lost their perspective. When the scene appeared again, Weilu looked at his room, a wooden house with only a bed and desk, both in the color of logs, and felt his body. He immediately swore, "Damn it, the panel came out, I can't really wear it, right?" As soon as he finished speaking, a panel belonging to the player suddenly appeared, and the live broadcast continued on a small screen in the upper left corner of the panel. Seeing this, he breathed a sigh of relief. Mad, let me tell you, the game company must have falsely promoted it. The feeling of this body, mad, is absolutely 100% real. He jumped twice and sounded excited. Now I will show you how to experience it. Damn it! But as soon as he opened the door, he suddenly started swearing again, and everyone in the live broadcast room was full of shit. Because, on his panel, a series of messages flashed. You have entered a special field, with strength 980, speed 340, endurance plus 100, and your spirit has been absolutely suppressed. You have been subjected to multiple negative states such as imprisonment, curse, charm, poison, freezing,
burning, and dying. Fuck. Fake. A series of panic sounds came faintly. Wei Brigade reluctantly calmed down his emotions. Because he could not move his mouth, he could only mutter silently in his heart, "This is a cutscene CG. This is a cutscene CG." Tread clear footsteps came, and a shadow was cast. Wei Brigade, who couldn't move his eyes, became even more panicked. What's the situation? Isn't it CG? Why is it different from other games? Not only was he at a loss, but more and more people in the live broadcast room were also in a situation where people were flying all over the place, because the people in the game were from the first perspective, but the live broadcast was from the third perspective. They can clearly see what's going on around them. Before the audience could remind him, a familiar voice appeared. "Wizard, what do I call you?" Bai Bian knelt down, smiling, looking at the night elf who was only wearing ordinary coarse linen clothes, and asked in a gentle tone. Wei Lu's mind was empty. He had never thought that the opening scene of the game would be like this. His brain was thinking rapidly, trying to answer something, but he couldn't answer it. Okay, you seem to be speechless. Bai Bian said to himself, dragging him up and letting him lean against the door. Bai Bian said softly, "You are very interesting. The wonders of the world, the outsiders who can tear the sky apart in the prophecy, but now they don't seem to be as powerful as imagined." Wei Lu's mind became crazy and active. Bai Bian's words gave too much information. He couldn't speak, but he could understand many things. In the eyes of the NPC, they were outsiders, or outsiders who tore the sky apart and broke in. The NPC knew that they were coming and captured them at the point of arrival in advance. Wonder, perhaps, is what the NPC calls them. He wanted to say something, because he suddenly realized that this was a good opportunity to take on the task, but he was unable to speak because of the negative attributes of hundreds. The live broadcast room was also very lively at this time. There were 50,000 people in each federation, and among the 15 cities in the 3 federations, they were the only ones with special plots happening here. They were arguing over whether this was a bug, a special plot, or a necessary plot. There was a bottle of dark green potion in Bai Bian's hand. When he opened it, the disgusting smell began to waft away. Bai Bian gestured to the thing in his hand and said with a smile, "After drinking this, you can speak. You can answer whatever I ask. Otherwise, even if the wonder cannot be destroyed, you will lie here forever." As he spoke, a bottle of sticky stuff was fed into Wei Lu's mouth. As the liquid passed through his throat, Wei Lu felt that his head could move, but only his head. At the same time, the panel prompts also sounded. You drink the special filth potion to temporarily remove some of the negative states. The Wei Brigade tried it. "Dear Mr. White Epidemic, you know me?" Bai Bing interrupted Wei Brigade's words, raised his leather-gloved fingers, and 30 modified worker bees flew out. Countless small mechanical parts were scattered and assembled into a mechanical throne with the dance of his fingertips. Bai Bian sat down and looked at Wei Brigade expressionlessly. Wei Lu was shocked. This kind of science fiction thing, combined with the surrounding wooden houses, gave him an unreal feeling. The barrage of debates at this moment was silent for a moment, followed by a series of comments asking what kind of profession Bai Bian was and how he could be so handsome. Bai Bian glanced at it. If there were more alchemists, it wouldn't be impossible to open 2 assembly lines. Use the money you spend to make screws in real life to buy a game warehouse, and then run the game to make screws. Gee, it seems a bit fun. Wei Lu swallowed his saliva and said, "Dear Mr. Bai Bian, you are very famous. Everyone knows you by the wonders you mentioned." Thoughts appeared in Bai Bian's eyes. In other words, there are unexplorable channels between your wonders to obtain information about the Dawn Federation? Is it similar to the internet? The Wei Brigade was shocked, and the barrage erupted again. Damn it, it seemed that they did not expect that this NPC's thinking was so sharp. Thinking of the desktop computers and internet cafes, more and more people said that Rise of Dawn is alien technology. After all, although technology has exploded, it is still incredible to explode from zero to this level. It's almost the same. Wei Lu couldn't help but swallowed again. This inexplicable plot made this game expert slightly collapsed. Bai Bian put on a smile again and asked, "Once Chiku is conscious, he should know what he is going to do, right? Can you tell me something?" Wei Brigade was a little confused. He thought about the background of the game, Rise of Dawn, collected his thoughts, and said calmly, "I don't know. I only know that I want to integrate into the Federation and help the Federation. I don't know much about the rest." Help? Bai Bian thought for a while and asked, "How to help?" Wei Lu felt that he was despised by the NPC, but looking at the growing popularity of the live broadcast room, he still calmed down some of his dissatisfaction with the game.
calmly explained, "It's my hunch."
Touch a soft sound rang out, and wild laughter interrupted Way Brigade's narration.
Ha 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 ha. Game, ha 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 ha. Why can Mater only block the pain? I asterisk asterisk you asterisk 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 ha ha ha. It was a human player who was laughing so hard that he banged his head on the ground. In a burst of hilarious curses, his body gradually disappeared and magically turned into particles. Seibo's shrill voice sounded, "My friends, they call themselves players. They say that our world is a game.
They say that they will become stronger by accepting missions and killing us. They also say their bank card passwords and so on.
In the end, that's it." After Bai Yi paused, he was a little speechless.
He had forgotten that the realism of this game, except that it can block all pain and feelings when dying, can block up to 90% of the pain when injured, but other feelings are 100%.
"What did you do?" Bai Bian asked helplessly.
Well, he scolded me and said I was just data. I wanted to punish them, but I found that they were not afraid of pain and were quite upright, so I fed them some itch powder. Seibo spread his hands, they didn't resist at all, and that's it.
The information just now was said by the people next to them.
Good. The clear sound of swallowing was heard, and Bai Bian and Seibo turned their gazes at the same time. Suddenly, Way Brigade's hair stood on end.
If he hadn't been unable to move, he would have run away.
If it weren't for the fact that the number of people in the live broadcast room was close to 20 million, he would have just quit the game.
Well, I am a good citizen and I never curse anyone.
Wei Lu, one of the top 10 national servers in every game, looked pitiful and weak at this moment. Bai Bian was speechless. "Look, you scared others," he said softly and comforted. "Don't be afraid, I just want to get to know you and do some experiments. After all, the spectacle is somewhat special, and this is the first time in the long history of an intelligent spectacle.
I must ensure that you do not harm our residents."
Understood. Way Brigade nodded repeatedly, and at the same time a task popped up on his panel.
Task, experiment on White Plague. Mission characteristics, special mission. Task description, the arrival of the player is understood by the NPC as a spectacle.
For the stability of the city, please cooperate with the experiment of the White Plague. Mission reward, White Plague favorability +10, player curse disappears, skill point +1, gold coin +35, experience value +210.
Failure penalty, White Plague favorability 10.
Wei Lu's eyes lit up. He just said, 97% realism is better not to be mean, and also, how could the game go straight to a desperate situation? Aren't you afraid that players will stop playing the game?
Look, doesn't the task come now?
It was still the task of rescuing other players. He could already foresee the benefits that the live broadcast room would bring to him as it became more popular. But Bai Bian was a little stunned at this time. He didn't expect that his influence on the players seemed to be greater than imagined. You have issued a task to the player, Guard Brigade, your specialty, Profiteer, is activated, and the player, Guard Brigade's reward after completion has been deducted by 30%.
It will be issued when the task is completed. Bai Bian looked at the Profiteer. This specialty, which he didn't value at first, seemed a bit abnormal now.
No wonder such a generous boss like him was slandered as a Profiteer.
Is this also the residual power of the player template?
Bai Bian glanced at Seibo, smiled and said, "Unlock our friend, let's go for a walk."
Seibo nodded, feeling extremely dirty.
A bottle of pitch-black potion appeared in his hand, and he poured it directly into the guard. You drank extreme filth, and your negative state was neutralized. Wei Brig felt his body, and he tried to stand up. The short-term weakness made him a little uncomfortable. After he stabilized, he asked cautiously, "Mr. Bai Yi, how can I help you?" Bai Bian stood up, and the mechanical throne behind him automatically disassembled into small mechanical parts, quickly assembled into 30 worker bees, and quickly returned to the hem of the windbreaker.
He thought for a while and asked, "The wonder cannot be destroyed, but I feel that your bodies are very fragile. Are you immortal? Or can you be resurrected?"
Bai Bian walked out, and each player fell to the ground in a mess. They couldn't even move their eyes, and naturally they didn't make any sound. But with the help of the player forum, they all entered the live broadcast room of Wei Brigade and followed the progress of this strange game.
Players are arrogant, and if it really makes them unhappy, they will quit the game.
After all, everyone plays games to have fun, not to be abused. Bai Bian also knows this, but the virtual game with 97% realism is destined to be very popular. There is no need to worry that players will abandon the game collectively. There are still many people queuing up to make reservations outside. But despite this, he still plans to be more restrained. When cutting leeks, he must also remember to fertilize. Otherwise, if the leeks are afraid of him, it will be a bit troublesome.
Yes, you guessed it right. Every time we die, we will be resurrected here. Wei Brigade answered honestly.
He was confused about the resurrection point without protection mechanism, but now that it was like this, he wanted to go on. Bai Bing nodded, took out a bottle of potion and gave it to a player who was holding the door and was frozen, and asked patiently, "This wonder, can I kill you?"
"What are you kidding about?" Ding ding ding.
The sound of gold coins colliding sounded, and 4 or 5 gold coins appeared in Bai Bian's hands.
"Wonder will not die, this is the compensation," Bai Bian asked with a smile. The player named, he, immediately changed his face.
Players who know the background of this game know that copper coins have strong purchasing power in this era, and 1 gold coin is equal to 10,000 copper coins, which is equal to 5,000 kilograms of food. The exaggerated purchasing power for ordinary items is staggering.
And this is doomed.
Gold coins are very difficult to obtain before changing jobs, and it is even basically impossible. Therefore, given the popularity of the game, gold coins sold to anchors and some rich people should be worth a lot of money.
The most important thing is that he is only level 1. No cost.
Thinking of this, he changed his words and said, "Of course, no problem."
Mr. Bai Bian's research spirit is really admirable. Come on.
Bai Bian smiled and nodded, then put the gold coin into He's hand.
The gold coin disappeared immediately.
He should have saved it directly on the panel.
Bump!
You kill a player, experience value plus 10. It was clear in Bai B's eyes that only 10 points of experience points were added.
The prompt did not show the player level.
I wonder if every level of players only added 10 points. But this was not a big problem, and his thinking gradually became clearer.
It's a pity that players can quit the game, otherwise what kind of spawn point would this be? It's simply a holy land for baby experience. After about 10 seconds, the player's body reappeared and looked at Bai Bi happily. "Mr. Bai Bai, do you want to try again?" Ding ding ding. Bump!
You kill a player, experience value plus 10. 10 seconds later, the player was resurrected again, his eyes gradually brightening as he looked at Bai Bing. "Mr. Bai Bing, are you still going on?" The guards next to him looked envious.
Why didn't he choose him when there was such a big man next to him?
Bai Bian shook his head. "No need, thank you. No, it's my honor to contribute to science." White Plague took Sabo and the brigade and started hanging out at the player's spawn point, and then the questions gradually became friendly, and his attitude gradually became friendly. He unblocked another unknown player and issued the same mission as the guard brigade, only this time Sabo took him away. As Sabo left and returned with the player, he shook his head at White Blight, and White Blight ended the experiment.
White Plague made a summary of this experiment.
It cannot really harm players, but it can restrict them.
For example, if you put them in jail, as long as their bodies cannot move, then their resurrection point is the best prison. As long as the negative status is not reduced, their account will be useless.
Secondly, the player's tasks are easier to release than expected, and their role is very, very important. In addition, the level limit for both closed beta and 1.0 players is level 20, which eliminates the threat to players and increases their value again. Therefore, the original mentality of trying to enslave players is no longer there, because it cannot be enslaved, at least not by Saab. Mr. Sabo, this spectacle does not seem to be malicious to the Federation.
Please liberate them,
Bai Bing said softly.
Okay.
Sabo rubbed his hands, and an extremely filthy power began to spread, and a special domain power was recovered. In an instant, there were groans one after another.
The players either cursed or stood up silently.
The scene was extremely noisy. At the same time, a message flashed on Bai B's panel. 2 players completed the mission, gold coins plus 30, experience points plus 180. It can be imagined that the special mission for both of them was originally 50 gold coins and 300 experience, but when the mission was issued, one of them deducted 30%. Is it worthy of the specialty of profiteer? Bai Bian felt a little emotional, coughed twice, and the magic power in his mouth surged. He said apologetically, "Dear visitors from other worlds, I'm sorry for my behavior just now, but the spectacle represents all uncertainties, and this is a border city, and I must ensure the safety of the Federation. I will provide you with optional compensation to express my apology." Bai Bian said, suddenly feeling that the players were looking at him strangely, and subconsciously looked at the Wei Brigade's live broadcast room. In the live broadcast room, the screen was filled with the voice of F***CK, and at the same time, this White Plague is actually the boss.
S speech. Bai Bian rummaged around and a screenshot came into view. You were hit in the head by the demon hunting revolver, and you were killed by the silver-level boss White Plague. Come to think of it, this is the way players look at the boss. Do they want to start a group? Players have no resistance when facing a boss. When any player sees a boss, as long as the punishment mechanism is not particularly severe, they will want to go up and chop him twice. As a player behind White Plague rushes forward, other players are also ready to move. Bai Bian thought for a moment and didn't dodge. Boom, there was a collision sound, and the player was knocked away by a burst of spiritual power and fell heavily to the ground. Spiritual defense. Your mental power will naturally build a solid layer of defense on your body, and the defense will grow as your mental power increases. People at the same level may not be able to break Bai Blight's current mental defense, so first-level players should forget about it. But the player was a little collapsed at this time. Gone, what kind of crappy game is this? The boss can actually be an official? Is he still a hero of glory? At the same time, a name slowly appeared above his head and turned red. The appearance of this symbol means that he has attacked important federal personnel and will be captured by the law enforcement team or even expelled from the city. The White Plagues panel has also changed at the same time. You are attacked by the player, turkey-flavored crispy rice. The position, Hero of Glory, can mark the opponent as a violator. Do you want to mark it? Is there such a use for a position? Just want to pursue it or not? Looking at the confused players and the turkey-flavored crispy rice, with a fucked-up look, Bai Bian smiled and said, "It seems that you guys have some misunderstandings about me, but it doesn't matter. Forget it this time. I hope the people behind me can abide by the Federation law." As he spoke, the red name on the head of the turkey-flavored crispy rice cake slowly dissipated. He thought for a moment, and continued with a surge of magic power in his mouth. The compensation just mentioned still counts. The monthly salary of ordinary people is about 30 to 100 copper coins. I can give you 100 copper coins each, or something about the Federation. Basic knowledge, you can choose one. The players looked at each other, not knowing what to do for a moment. After all, this game made them feel like a magical real world. I want money. Suddenly a player weakly raised his hand and said. Bai Bian nodded, the space ring flashed in his hand, and in an instant, a money bag that had been prepared flew into the player's hand. The heavy amount of money made the player's eyes shine. The same goes for other players. The boss is tempting, but the friendly boss is so generous, which makes them like it very much. 10,000 people, that's 1 million copper coins, which is also 100 gold coins. TSK, I can't even think about it. Players raised their hands one after another. Even the players who were initially kicked offline by Sob silently came online after seeing this in the live broadcast room and raised their little hands. Let's wait for the complaint first. Money is something that no one wants too little. After all, anyone who has entered the game can understand that regardless of whether the game is based on alien technology or not, it is inevitable that the game will be popular. Whether it is for playing, as a career, or even for live broadcasting to gain popularity, it is the first choice. As the prepared copper coins were scattered out, Bai Bian estimated that the players' anger had almost dissipated. After all, looking at them holding the money and having fun, it didn't look like they were angry. Bai Bian looked at the few silent players, smiled and said, "Don't you want it?" Wei Brig thought for a moment and said, "Mr. Bai Ying, I choose the basic knowledge of the Federation." The same goes for several other people. Their eyes are full of thinking, and most of them are not anchors but also game masters, and their thinking is very sharp. 97% authenticity, they know what this means, and understanding the rules of this world first is the right way. Bai Bian nodded, the ring in his hand flashed slightly, and a dozen books flew out, and were sent to them by spiritual power. With these anchors here, as long as they quickly popularize the rules of this world for the sake of popularity, the jokes made by players will quickly decrease and they can quickly integrate into this world. You get the Federal Law Encyclopedia, you get the basic knowledge of life. One person has 2 books, and they all have the same look in their eyes. This game has an independent currency system and complete laws. Thank you, Mr. Bai Bian. Wei Lu bowed slightly, and immediately his panel prompt sounded again, Bai Bian's favorability +1. And Bai Bian really likes this kind of high-level play, because high-level play is the fastest to adapt to the rules of another world, and can guide ordinary players to quickly adapt to the rules of this world. As long as you don't break the law, you will no longer be restricted in Dongwu City. Bai Bian nodded with satisfaction, turned around, and walked out of the city. Sabo also followed suit, looking at the more than 9,000 people behind him with some pity. After Bai Bing and the others left completely,
the players quickly recovered from their sluggish state. They jumped curiously, banged their heads against the wall, or rolled over. There are even people who shout space after jumping. Looks like a crazy party. And as the complete story appeared on the forum also exploded. Some people reported the game company's sensory shielding system. Some people think this is quite interesting, at least the players from Taboo City are immediately involved. Unlike the players in other cities, everything is in a state of exploration, and there are cases where they are punched to death by the Aborigines because they are too weak. Bai Bian paid attention to it for a while and then ignored it. He looked at Sabo and asked in a low voice, "Tell me the specific situation." "It's very difficult." Sabo looked around. The two of them were very famous, but because they were so famous, the common people only dared to look at them. Some extraordinary people did not dare to disturb them too much and could only fight from a distance. Hello. There is an extraordinary world where the strong are respected in everything. Their blood and flesh are very strange. Once they leave the body, they will definitely dissipate within 10 seconds, and, Sabo said something strange, they have no souls. I'm beginning to understand your headache. If these things can grow without limit, they can destroy the world without evil gods. Doesn't there really need to be no restrictions on something that is more evil than the evil god? Sabo asked seriously this time. According to his idea, it is right to just let them sleep in that building forever. Intelligent creatures have desires, and when they have desires, they want more, and are easily deceived by others, and may eventually fall into the abyss. No, if the city lord asks, he will say that a prophetic genius appeared in my store, and she predicted the potential SS. Bai Bian thought for a while and said, let the soldiers withdraw later, there is no need to blockade here. It still has great use for players, and at the same time, he also needs to study the use of light and darkness. At least a name change won't work. As for how to change it, let's study it again. The white plague space ring flashed slightly, and a motorcycle appeared. He got on the motorcycle and thought of something. He turned around and said, by the way, give me the teleportation circle you used last time. Sabo's face darkened, and he took out a book from his arms and handed it to Bai Bian. If you don't tell me, I've forgotten it. That damn goblin kid, I haven't even gone to settle the accounts with him yet. It's actually quite easy to use. At least the layout is cheap. Bai Bian took the book and said, the motorcycle roared and drove towards the inner city at high speed. The quarrels on the forum are still going on, but this does not affect the players playing this game. Even if the players in Taboo City suffered such a huge change, no player has quit the game. This includes the player who was fed the itchy powder. Because the degree of realism is too high, no one wants to waste the spot that was finally drawn. However, for very real reasons, the players became hungry soon after. They quickly found the exit, and 10,000 players appeared in Taboo City with strange steps. Some were rolling forward, some were jumping forward, and some were inexplicably lowering their bodies and running with their hands hanging behind them. 10,000 players, 6,000 elves, 2,000 humans, 1,000 orcs, and some strange races made strange moves on the street, which immediately attracted the attention of the residents of Taboo City. But because of the weirdness, no one bothered them for the time being. Wei Brig looked at the actions of the players and whispered, the realism of this game is too high. When you come in, remember not to imitate them. You will be looked down upon. If you don't believe me, carefully observe those pointing fingers. Man, this detail makes me unable to believe this is actually a game. There are now many fewer people in the live broadcast room, but there are still millions of people watching. These are leftovers from the incident just now. It is obvious that everyone is full of curiosity about this completely virtual game. As the players walked out of the civilian area, some players happily went to buy food with copper coins in their hands, while others kept checking the surroundings to see if there were any tasks. Wei Brigade kept looking at the pamphlet in his hand. As time passed, he couldn't help but sigh, the currency in this world is a bit confusing, but if it is completely brought into the context of this world, it is somewhat reasonable. They are forcing let the common people make progress. Look at this law. He showed the people in the live broadcast room that no entertainment facilities other than casinos and pubs are allowed to be built in civilian areas. This means leaving the common people with no entertainment and making them more envious of the nobles. It also means making the common people go into debt or get addicted to alcohol, and then have a fight. TSK, this can happen in reality, and there are these too. Each urban area must have more than 5 schools, and subsidies will be provided based on credits. The schools are not allowed to charge any fees. The inner city shall not block civilians from entering in any form. The entry fee shall not exceed 10 copper coins, and no card shall be set up in the Palace of Knowledge.
These two are terrifying.
This federation will send you to hell, but it will clearly open a way for you to survive. With such a desperate background, the person who can come up with these laws is really a genius. Wei Lu clicked his tongue in admiration, suddenly noticed some barrages, and looked up. At a corner not far from him, a player happily came out of a food shop carrying a bag of copper coins. He also held two steamed bun-like things in his hand and put them into his mouth. But he had just reached the corner. As the guard watched, a goblin holding a dagger suddenly rushed out from the shadow of the corner and stabbed the player's throat hard. The next moment, the player's body suddenly turned into particles, and the steamed bun in his hand fell together with the money bag containing almost 30 copper coins. The goblin was obviously stunned for a moment, as if he was frightened by the disappearance of the player. Then he grabbed the two fallen objects and shrank directly into the shadows and disappeared. This series of smooth movements stunned the Wei Brigade. They were the only players who were always the ones to spawn monsters and explode things.
Now they were the ones being exploded?
He subconsciously touched his waist, decisively deposited the copper coins into the panel, and even firmly grasped the encyclopedia of laws in his hand.
The city is actually so dangerous. And how come this game is becoming more and more real?
Those people who were reminded in the live broadcast room refreshed their screens countless times.
Damn it!
This game has only been in closed beta for 2 hours now, and it has already caused them to grind countless times. And also in just 2 hours. Complaints from various players also exploded on the forum. Some said that they were deceived by NPCs, for example, they had equipment, and then the NPC ran away after giving money. It was even said that he accepted a mission and then followed the people around. When he got there, he did complete the mission, but was sold to the black market and locked in a cage. He committed suicide before escaping. The most common thing is that the mission items that I finally obtained were robbed or stolen before I even handed in the mission. And reporting it to the law enforcement team outside the city was useless. What they actually said was, "You're not dead, just grab it yourself without causing any loss of life." As these voices became more and more frequent, the players who entered Tobu City also began to cry out, gradually becoming more obedient and vigilant.
The game was much darker than outside. At least the outside world doesn't dare to be so open and aboveboard. Bai Bian looked at the forum happily.
The characteristics of this game had been talked about for a long time in his previous life. Very few games dared to be completely realistic. Of course, it's not all realistic. At least, the player's white underwear cannot be taken off, and the food and water in the mouth will also change the hunger, thirst and satiety levels, which prevents the occurrence of pornography.
It can also be regarded as protecting female players from being raped.
As for why it is talked about rather than complained about violently, players will soon find out. In the game Rise of Dawn, before the player's natural disaster attribute became famous, the Holy Thief attribute was the most famous.
NPCs destroy players, players are immortal, and of course they can steal NPCs.
Anyway, the laws of this world are quite open, except that they cannot kill people in the city. He looked at the attribute in front of him and became more and more happy. Your specialty, activation of light and darkness, can modify the name of the dark side.
The name has been changed to Alchemy Demon.
He has already thought of how to test his dark side and how to cut the player's leaks. Now it's time to wait for the players to grow up, and then it's time to harvest. After thinking for a while, he made a call.
"Mr. Bai Ife, what do you want from me?" A somewhat gloomy voice sounded, but respect could be heard in this voice. Bai Bian smiled and said, "Mr. Ma Yuan, are you interested in collecting a batch of Barrett from the black market?"
Ma Yuan paused, the gloom in his voice became less gloomy, and his respect increased. "Of course, I can eat as much as I want."
"How much does Mr. Bai Bian want to sell it for?"
"Just follow the price in my store, but the black market will help me find soul crystal cores. Also, I need some illegal things,"
Bai Yi said with a smile. "No problem, I have the goods now. Mr. Bai Bian plans to come over when he wants." Ma Yuan agreed directly without hesitation.
In the past, Bai Ying only came to him to buy things, but now his identity is different. Not to mention fawning, but he will definitely not offend Bai Ying.
"Now, just wait for me at home."
Bai Bing stood up and walked to the assembly line as he spoke. Barrett, who had been replaced by Dawn Pharmacy, just took care of it.
Moreover, some channels must also be opened.
For example, the equipment that players finally obtained with great difficulty, etc.
It will be released at 0.05 tomorrow.
It will be updated with 10,000 words first. After it is released, it will be updated twice, but it will be increased from 4,000 words to 6,000 words. I also hope that all readers can give me an initial subscription.
Wow, this game is too complicated.
After reading it for 2,000 times, it is not recommended.
Deju has already fainted in the toilet from crying. Boss, the amount of gold coins for some recent reservations has reached 80,000. When will you make it?
When Irene saw the white plague, she immediately handed over her work. Bibian approached, picked up the appointment form, took a look at it, and then put it back. I'll do it in a moment.
Okay. Eileen nodded and asked with bright eyes, Boss, do we really not need rent if we live here? Aren't the rooms all decorated?
Bai said, as if he had thought of something, how long do you have until you reach adulthood?
It's been almost a year.
Why don't you grow taller at all? I think so too, but I'm only 90 years old, and there are still 20 years left.
Irene was a little disappointed.
She once again began to hate the elf's long teenage period, and she didn't know when her talent would be awakened. She is obviously a genius too. Bibian reached into the front desk, took out a bottle of milk, and walked out. I don't go out much these days. If you want to buy anything, just ask the shops to deliver it to you.
Remember to ask or if you need anything.
After inserting the straw and taking a sip, Bibian went to the assembly line to put the barrettes into the space ring and walked out. It was daytime and Xingwu Street was very lively, but unlike the initial enthusiasm, the neighbors now looked at him more respectfully.
Bibian was also happy.
He walked into a small alley, turned left and right, and came to a quite lively street.
The distance between this street and Xingwu Street is not far.
It's just that most of the shops here sell various materials, as well as many strange and weird things, while Xingwu Street is mostly a place where finished products are sold. The two sides are only separated by a few streets.
Further to the edge is the entertainment district, then the houses of some wealthy businessmen, and finally the city wall.
On the streets where materials are sold, normal business is conducted during the day, but some shops turn into shady transactions at night. Of course, anyone with a little bit of strength can know this, but no one cares about it.
In other words, the three federations do not restrict the circulation of anything except evil gods, ancient gods, and abyss.
Therefore, the existence of the black market turned a blind eye, and most of the items sold there were stolen, murderous, and extremely rare things. Most of the murders and robbery occurred outside the city, because if they were inside the city, they would be traced.
He walked to a shop selling old machinery.
There was a small alley here.
Bibian walked in and soon saw a door.
He knocked twice and the door was opened. The person who opened the door was a young man wrapped in a black robe. From his eyes that exuded faint blood, it could be seen that this man should be from a dark race that could not see the light. The two of them did not speak, and soon came to a dark study room. There was a faint smell of rust in the study room, which was the smell of blood dripping but then being wiped dry.
How many soul crystal nuclei do you have? Bibian asked directly. 3, 2 small, 1 medium. Ma Yuan's somewhat gloomy voice sounded.
He slowly took off his hood and mask, revealing a handsome face.
He has a Western face, red pupils, and abnormally white skin. He looks like a drug addict.
Bibian thought for a while and said, I have a kind of blood essence here, which should be very helpful to you vampires.
How much is it worth?
Bibian took out a test tube and placed it on Ma Yuan's table. This person is a rare vampire. Although vampires are intelligent creatures, they come from the world of the dead and are not natives of the Xia continent. Therefore, their identities are not recognized by the Federation.
They can only hide in dark places in the Federation. Survive.
Ma Yuan directly picked up the test tube and opened it, and immediately the rich blood spread out in the study.
Ma Yuan took a deep breath, with an intoxicated look on his face.
He closed the lid and suppressed the bloodthirsty impulse with difficulty, because this test tube did not belong to him yet. 1 tube, 50 gold coins, as much as I want.
Bai Yifei nodded.
He received more than 3,000 liters of this stuff, and the test tube contained only 100 milliliters. This price was hundreds of times higher than the 5 gold coins per liter given on the panel.
I'll give you what you have in hand. I'll sell it to you if I have more in the future. Bai Yi is not in a hurry to talk about this business.
The blood essence has no shelf life, and it contains some precious materials. It is still being promoted and will wait for changes. After becoming a gold-level blood essence, its value will increase tenfold. Both Bibian and Sabo regarded this thing as the bottom of the box.
Then you're welcome.
The depression in Ma Yuan's eyes gradually disappeared. He did not drink the blood essence directly, but put it in the drawer on the left. Then he took out a box from the drawer on the right and placed it on the table. The official price is 100,000 gold coins for a small soul crystal core and 700,000 gold coins for a medium soul crystal core. Ma Yuan opened the box, and 2 pure crystals with a diameter of 10 centimeters and 1 with a diameter of 20 centimeters appeared in the protective cover. He said calmly, "The prices on the black market are generally at a premium. I regard Mr. White Plague as a friend. 1.5 million, you can take them. That's fair." Bai Bian nodded. The black market premium was already serious. Such extremely scarce items could usually be sold at a premium of more than twice. This was indeed a friendly price. Taking out 2 dawn badges and operating them, Bai Bian placed one in front of Ma Yuan, and then put away the 3 soul crystal cores. Seeing the strange look in Ma Yuan's eyes, Bai Bian said calmly, "Barrett has more than 200, and 100,000 gold coins will be deducted from this purchase." Ma Yuan nodded and stood up. "You said before that you need something illegal, what do you need?" Bai Bian smiled and started a new round of price negotiations. When Bai Bian came out of Ma Yuan's residence, his eyes flashed solemnly. The auction totaled 90 million gold coins, giving Sob 12 million. The total expenditure this time was also 2 million, leaving about 76 million contribution points. He didn't have to worry about money anymore, and the news he just found out still surprised him a bit. Outside Tobu City, about 100 kilometers southeast, a mutated area has appeared. The mutated area represents the erosion of the power of the abyss. The animals, plants, insects, and intelligent creatures in that area will be deformed into monsters. These monsters have no reason and only know the most instinctive killing. The existence of the abyss will give their flesh and blood to these monsters, and then use these flesh and blood as a medium to breed in the monster's body, a body that conforms to the current rules of the Shia continent. Finally achieved the goal of descending on the continent of Shia. And the more powerful the Abyss Lord watching that area is, the more terrifying the changes there will be, and the faster the body will be conceived. These places are the main dungeons for players. Abyss Lords that are successfully conceived will grow very fast and will accumulate a wave of mutations that will impact the Federation, which is very dangerous. No wonder the Adventurers Guild was so lively when I went to buy evil thoughts. It turned out to be because of this. Bai Bian thought for a while and ignored it for the time being. The mutation zone was still very short, and with the intercontinental railgun being built, it didn't pose much of a threat. What Bai Bian was thinking of was another very famous incident. It is a necromancer's cemetery, which contains powerful contract power. NPCs below the gold level cannot withstand this power. On the contrary, players can ignore the characteristics of the contract. In the previous life, a lucky player went in and found a large amount of undead equipment, a cooperation contract with a bone dragon, and took it all out without any cost. It's just that the Players Guild didn't get much profit, not only because the game didn't have a contract mechanism, but also because the things were robbed. And the forces that stole those things went to the tomb, and then the powerful Necronomicon opened the door and destroyed that force in one fell swoop. If there were no cities around, it would probably be very dangerous for ordinary cities. And that place has also been marked as a restricted area by the Adventurers Guild. Now that the player has arrived, he also wants this bone dragon, but he still needs some preparations. 3 days passed. During these 3 days, he sent out tasks to the players whenever he had something to do. The profiteer expertise accurately deducted 30% of the player rewards every time. After his continuous research, he gradually became familiar with the release of tasks. It seems that he can only release 3 tasks at most every day, and his experience points seem to be deducted for more than 3 tasks. Free tasks seem to be automatically generated based on his words. But if you use your own experience to post tasks, there will be 2 options, single-player tasks and multiplayer tasks. As long as the additional experience on his panel is enough, there seems to be no limit on the number of people. And the release of this mission seems to be related to his official position, because every time he uses his own money to release a mission, there will be a prefix of Publisher, Glory Hero White Epidemic. Bai Bing was lost in thought in the laboratory. At present, most of the players are still at level 2 to level 3. Because there are no wild monsters outside, they have been wandering around for the past few days, selflessly helping people in the outer city and completing some small things. This makes the reputation of the player group pretty good in the outer city. It's just that there are not 10,000 players at all times of the day. Their time is interspersed due to real-life events. The average number of people online is about 3,000. Of course, in a total of 4 days, no player quit the game. Putting aside the playability, some tycoons and anchors have already started collecting gold coins.
There is no need to search for the palace of knowledge. The anchors are here for popularity, the rich are for fun, and there are business opportunities in the game. Because gold coins are extremely difficult to obtain, one gold coin has now reached the height of 1,000 soft girl coins. It was revealed that Bai Bing was the boss. He sold 12 gold coins and made 12,000 a day, which made people look stunned. And everyone can realize that by the time of the public beta, this kind of buying and selling of gold coins will become routine, and various guilds, wealthy businessmen, anchors, or professional players will all join this game. Only fools quit traveling now. Bai Bian thought for a while, and first went to some wealthy merchants' homes to exchange cash for 2 million gold coins. This allowed him to visit almost half of the shops in the inner city. After all, it was still very difficult to come up with 2 million gold coins in cash. Fortunately, everyone gave him face, and it only took him 3 hours to exchange these gold coins. Looking at the 2.07 million gold coins on the panel, Bai Bian excitedly started his plan. He opened his forum, determined the location of the guard brigade, and found it without hesitation. When Wei Lv came out of the Palace of Knowledge, he sighed for an unknown number of times. TSK, really, this game is the real world. I believe it. Look at this. History of Ancient Gods of Xia Continent 1. They have a complete history, and every character has a story. It's outrageous. For example, in this book of Ancient Gods, every recorded ancient god has an independent story, and except for those who are confirmed dead, they have all become a threat of this doomsday means that in a certain version, the god recorded above will come to this world. He talked endlessly, trying his best to educate the viewers about the world in the live broadcast room, because this is the direction he chose to live broadcast, to really teach others how to play this game and live in it, so as to prevent the live broadcast from becoming boring. White Plague. As he talked, he looked at the barrage reminder and was a little confused. At the barrage reminder, he turned around and saw Bai Bian walking towards him. He quickly put the books into the lining of the windbreaker he bought. In this perverted game with no system space, he sold all the books in front of him at a lower price. He can only keep at most 4 or 5 useful books on his body, and he also needs to read and replay the others. Mr. White Blight. He bowed slightly, appearing polite. Although this world does not pay much attention to etiquette, it is always right to be respectful to others. When not watching the barrage, the Wei Brigade has been able to avoid treating the indigenous people as NPCs, White Plague favorability +1. Bai Bian nodded with satisfaction. He was indeed his favorite anchor in his previous life. Not only did he teach him a lot of knowledge, he was also a good player. Thinking of what he had to do, he felt a little guilty, but then he put the guilt behind him. Well, I remember you said that there is something similar to the internet for communication between your wonders, right? Bai Bian asked with a smile. Yes, we can indeed communicate. Wei Brigade nodded and answered honestly. Very well, how about you do me a favor? Bai Yi said, and a line of prompts popped up on the panel. It is detected that task conditions are formed, whether to release the task. Wei Brigade's face lit up. Of course, this is our honor. It's like this. I found a ruins that contains a lot of contract power. However, I found that the contract power has no effect on your wonders, so I want to ask you to help me go in and find something. Bai Bian said and started operating on the panel. Published by Glory Hero White Epidemic. Select mission type, multiplayer mission. Set task rewards, no experience points, gold coins +200. The setting is successful and the task is released. With the confirmation from Bai Bi, of the 2.07 million in his account, 2 million turned red and 70,000 came separately. This was locked by the panel. As long as the player completes the task, the gold coins will direct debit. At this time, the Guard Brigade also received the mission. Mission, Contract Relics. Mission Attributes, Multiplayer Mission. Task description, gather as many players as possible to help Bai Bing explore the mysterious ruins and bring out ancient cultural relics. Mission reward, gold coins +200. Failure penalty, none. Available players, 1/10,000 player gathering time, 2 days, 23 hours, and 59 minutes. Public method, you can invite other players to join in any form, and the player who has received the task can also send invitations to any player. Wei Lu's eyes lit up. Although he was only rewarded with gold coins, this amount of gold coins was unimaginable by current players. For players who were not very wealthy, this was 200,000 soft coins. Some people in the live broadcast room have already started to make a commotion. In addition to fuck the screen, it is the word White Epidemic awesome. Because in the past few days, Bai Bing has released an unusually large number of tasks. Basically, there are about 5 every day. Anyone who meets them can make a fortune. And now, there is a collective mission? Although it was a bit strange that he needed to be invited, he still agreed without hesitation. Don't worry, Mr. Bai, but where should we find you? Bai Bian smiled and said, 10 kilometers northeast of the East City Gate, there is a simple wooden house there. I will wait for you there in 3 days. Okay, Mr. Bai Bi, we will be there on time. Wei Lu said, bowed slightly to Bai Bi, turned around and left. He needed to find a corner to make a video, and try to find more players, so that all players could participate. Can participate. Because, he discovered that this might be an opportunity for the plot to officially start. After the guard left, Bai Bian thought for a while and walked back to Liming Pharmacy. After entering the laboratory, Bai Bian began to arrange the teleportation circle. As the teleportation array started, he felt as if someone had hit him with a sap, and his head felt dizzy. When his vision gradually became clearer, he had arrived at a small wooden house. After regaining consciousness, Bai Bian began to brew the potion. The cemetery of the necromancer is nearly 1,000 kilometers away from Dongwu City. Moving 10,000 players over such a long distance will undoubtedly require a high price. And this is also the reason why Bai Bian went to the black market to buy those illegal items. There is a liquid in the world of the dead that can allow the creatures who drink it to enter a short-lived phantom body, but the price is that the soul is contaminated by death. There are only 2 results for contaminated creatures, becoming undead or dying directly. This thing is an absolute taboo for all living beings. Basically, you will die if you drink it. The undead is actually dead, but it is not completely dead. Players without souls can perfectly avoid this negative effect, which allows a weak creature to ride on this violent teleportation array. In the past few days, he has not only studied the mission mechanism, but also made all kinds of preparations. A bone dragon, even if its level is not high, is still a dragon. In any world, as long as the word dragon is attached to it, it represents power and luxury. By the time White Plague had prepared everything, it was already the 3rd night, and 2.5 days had passed since the player's summoning mission was released. The deadline is tomorrow at noon. If everyone has 200 gold coins, the price of gold coins will definitely drop, but the value of gold coins in the internal test will still not be that low. After all, except for White Plague's mission, which was gold coins, most of the civilian missions were copper coins, and the copper coins were less than 3 digits. They have to complete dozens of tasks before they can get 1 gold coin from the system. In addition, the only recharge channel for this game is gold coins, and the price reaches 20 yuan per gold coin, so even in version 3.0, players' private transactions are still 10 yuan per gold coin, which is quite outrageous. As for the difficulty of obtaining gold coins in the internal test, 200 gold coins can be sold for at least 100,000 yuan, which is already a lot of money for ordinary game players. It is also for this reason that the game Rise of Dawn is becoming more and more popular. Countless players are asking for the open beta to start soon. Of course, the game company is still pretending to be dead and goes its own way without giving any response. Bai Bing follows the Wei Brigade through the forum. There are currently more than 9,000 players participating. There are still some that have not been online due to practical reasons, but by tomorrow, the number of players should exceed 9,800. This is a terrifying number, and it is enough to illustrate the popularity of this game. Bai Bian was boiling the potion and waiting. As time goes by, players have arrived one after another, and they continue to complain and sigh. Damn, I've never run this far in reality, I'm exhausted. Do you feel that this world is so real? If you look closely at these grasses, there are no saw teeth at all. Technology is really advanced now. It's so advanced, it must be alien technology. Otherwise, why are others still stuck in the VR stage? Stop complaining. Officials haven't said anything. There will definitely be no problem. Now that you're here, let's enjoy the extraordinary life. And it can also make money. Rich people are willing to give it up. 1,001 gold coins, TSK, that's a lot of money. The Wei Brigade is lucky. He was selected by Bai Bian. Bai Bian has the highest favorability towards him. This may also be a prerequisite for triggering the mission. Wei LV looked around. It was a grassland with no trees. There was only a wooden house on the lawn, which seemed a bit awkward. As the gathering time came, the players had basically filled the open space, the grass was stepped into the mud, and some complaints disappeared. Seeing that the time was almost up, Bai Bian walked out of the cabin and looked at the endless players. There was a little excitement in his eyes. Magic power surged in his mouth. It seems that there are many people willing to help me. I need to make it clear to you in advance. The magic power spread across the plains with the sound of the white plague, overwhelming the noisy voices of the players. What you are going to explore this time is a cemetery. You are responsible for bringing out all the ancient artifacts inside. With your strength, this is very dangerous and may even lead to a narrow escape. If you want to quit, you can leave now. Bien said and walked around for about 30 seconds. Seeing that no one left, he continued with satisfaction, since there is no one to quit, be mentally prepared. I will teleport you to a mountain. Halfway up the mountain, the entrance to the cemetery is at the top of the mountain. Only you wonders can enter there safely. I have placed some communication devices at the foot of the mountain in advance. When you complete the task, use the communication device to contact me and I will take you back. 30 worker bees flew out from the hem of his windbreaker and hovered over the player. Bien smiled and said, a liquid will be sprayed down in a moment. Don't panic. These are necessary conditions. After all, your bodies are too weak to ride on the teleportation circle. As Bien spoke, 30 worker bees began to spray mist downwards, and prompts appeared on the player's panels. Your body is eroded by ghost energy and is about to transform into a spirit state, lasting 5 seconds. Before the players could figure out the meaning of his words, Bing had already activated the deceptive teleportation array. Boom! Suddenly, the players felt like their consciousness was being thrown into a washing machine and spinning, and the whole world instantly became blurry. You entered the special teleportation array, you suffered a strong dizziness effect, your health was reduced by 30%, and you fell into a weak state. The prompt on the panel lit up, and before the players felt anything, their bodies that had become illusory solidified again, and then fell down with a plop. Gone! As the players gradually recovered, whispers of curses sounded, followed by a chorus of curses. Mad, I feel like my brain has been messed up. Stop talking, I want to vomit, but I can't. Is this the legendary space teleportation? It's something even a dog can't do. By the way, Bibby said they can't come in. Is that true? It must be dangerous, right? The NPCs in this game are too smart. Maybe they just use us as a pathfinder? Whatever, 200 gold coins, you don't want it? That's right. Bien said the entrance is at the top of the mountain. Let's go. Finish it quickly and leave quickly. Wei Lu shook his head and looked around with some uneasiness. There was no plant on this mountain, it was just a barren mountain. It was obviously broad daylight, but now it gave him a cold feeling. I looked at the top of the mountain. The top of the mountain was completely black, with rotten trees lying on the ground. It looked scary. Coupled with the occasional howling of crows flying over, this lifeless mountain range looks even more eerie. He waited quietly for about 5 minutes before the weak state slowly disappeared, but the vague pain in his body still told him that his injury was not that serious. Damn, there can't be a ghost, right? Why is it so spooky? Why don't we trick the 3 of them into going first? They can even kill lizards, ghosts shouldn't be a problem. Have we offended you Chinese people? The game has a translation system, don't go too far. TCH, so what? Have a fight? The players quarreled and quickly approached the top of the mountain in their own way. The guard brigade's uneasiness increased. He unconsciously slowed down a little and fell behind the players' army. The chatter and the nearly 10,000 players didn't give him much sense of security. The average player was level 3, with the most being level 5, and less than 1/10 of the weapons had broken bronze quality. There is some combat power, but not much. Those who have the same moves as him are those high-level players. They always feel that this dungeon is not something they can beat now. But considering that other NPCs' tasks are 20 copper coins, and White Plague's task is 200 gold coins, this seems to be life-saving money? The top of this mountain is strange. In addition to the chaos, there is actually a bronze portal. A force that twists the air hovers in front, giving people an uneasy feeling. A player carefully touched this twisted thing, and the prompt on the panel suddenly sounded. You have entered the special area, Tomb of the Undead, and you have shielded yourself from the erosion of the contract, the player said happily. Hey, White Plague really didn't lie. He really has the power of a contract. Why wasn't I signed into a contract? Silly dog, didn't you even read the introduction? Players can't sign a contract with the Aborigines, otherwise it would affect the balance too much. After all, the maximum penalty for the contract is death. Who are you scolding? Shut up, this door is not closed. If you don't come in, I will. I found it first, I came first. Players rushed to enter, their faces full of eagerness to try, and it was an expression of wanting to fight monsters. After all,
They had not killed a single chicken after entering the game for a week, which was simply unbelievable. Wei Brigade and a familiar Gao Wan looked at each other, and the two silently left the team and walked to a place with fewer people. How do you feel? Wei LV asked in a low voice. It's not that great. This place is either filled with human lives, or we are the Pathfinder. Demacia responded solemnly. Wei Brigade sighed, I know, but are you not tempted by 200 gold coins? It is 10,000 times the amount of tasks issued by ordinary NPCs. If those few are not really up to something, what comes today is not 9,905, but everyone is here. Demacia thought for a while and watched the players enter the gloomy and dark portal. I am now at level 5. I will die once at most. Even if everyone dies, I will still be in the lead. Wei Lu thought about it, and the uneasiness in his heart dissipated a little. Yes, it's just a game. I brought it too seriously. After taking a look at the dissatisfied comments in the live broadcast room, he stood up and whispered, then let's go, I'm afraid I'll die more than once. As the last group of high-ranking players entered the bronze gate, Bai Bian's hands were unconsciously stroking a tree not far from the gate, with an incomprehensible look in his eyes. He seems a little embarrassed about what he has to do. After the Wei Brigade and Demacia entered the giant bronze door, the monsters they imagined were everywhere, but they did not appear. In addition to the unusual coldness, there was no danger. Players seemed to have entered a haunted house, occasionally exclaiming at the skeletons. Some timid female players were even frightened and screamed by the sudden phosphorus fire and the noise of some rats, which added some fun to their trip. Something's wrong, something's wrong. Will the NPC give us money directly? 200 gold coins. These gold coins are enough to distance us from the players in other cities. It doesn't feel right even if we die 3 or 4 times. Wei Lu said in a low voice, as if talking to Demacia, and also as if talking to the growing popularity in the live broadcast room. Demacia thought for a while and said, be careful, but this is just a game. Doesn't death just mean losing a level? I have already hidden my equipment and I am not afraid of death. Yeah, it's just a game. Wei Lu said in a low voice. Damn it, brothers, look what I found. A luminous pearl as big as a fist. Is this thing going to be given to that white plague? It seems very valuable. Don't steal it. The mission of 10,000 people is here. If it cannot be completed because of you, then you are dead. I will tell you offline. Hee, just kidding. After the boss's mission is completed, do you still want to collect gold coins? If so, I will sell them to you. Don't worry, you can get as much as you want, but the price has dropped, 300 yuan a piece, sell it if you like. Hey, that's a good relationship, I'll sell you too. And me. With the exploration, the gloomy interior of the mountain gradually dissipated the gloom and fear because of money. The guards in Demacia gradually felt relieved, and they followed the large army and continued to explore inside. There are no mechanisms, no dangers, and even when some coffins are opened, there is obviously something wrong with the things inside, but there is no abnormality in these things. After about 2 hours, the players began to arrive at the main tomb chamber. There was nothing unusual during this period, but everyone covered their noses because the smell here was very unpleasant. A player casually picked up a scarlet scroll from the coffin in the main tomb chamber. What is this thing? It was placed directly on the coffin? Maybe it's the corpse-suppressing talisman? Who cares, let's get some people to pry the coffin, and we'll go out after all the things inside are taken away. The player made sense when he heard it. He stuffed the contract into his pocket at will, and then worked hard to lift the coffin lid with other players. In the corner, a group of high-level players gathered together. They were completely puzzled by the current situation. Are they really going to give them gold coins? Is there really no danger at all? Is it really that good? This is unscientific. It doesn't look like a game operation at all. Damn it, look at this equipment, it's full of question marks. It's the same here. Why do you feel like we're at a loss? What's the loss? In the past 7 days, your mission reward is a gold coin? Well, that's right. We have 10,000 people and 2 million gold coins. TSK, okay, White Plague is still generous. It's worthy of the black and white moonlight. But given the intelligence of this game, it's understandable. If you don't believe me, think about it, what would we do if we knew in advance that aliens were coming to our city? Catch them first. Damn it, White Plague, White Moonlight. That guy named Sabo is obviously a great guy. Why didn't I tell you about it? Too ugly and not interesting. +1 The high-level players looked at each other in shock, watching the players sweep through the tomb, almost emptying the entire tomb. If the coffin was not directly connected to the earth, they probably would not want to let go of the coffin.
Brother Wei, what's going on? Wei LV shook his head. I can't understand. I can't understand every step of this game. Whatever.
You can learn skills in the Palace of Knowledge.
Have you decided on the route? That Bai Bian is an alchemist technician. I think he is quite strong. Does anyone want to be an alchemist?
Forget it,
I've seen the characteristics of the alchemist. Players can only do it as a side job, unless you want to move bricks.
That's right.
Alas, I picked up 200 gold coins for free. I'm so happy that I walked away.
As the high-level players walked out, the players who were sweeping the tomb also began to exit the tomb without wanting to finish. Although it was a pity that there were no monsters, it still made them quite happy to get free money. They could make tens of thousands of dollars. The players jumped out of the tomb chamber and walked out without encountering any danger.
You have walked out of the special area. The prompt sound on the panel sounded, and the players were completely relaxed.
They still remembered that Bai Bian said that there was something to contact him at the foot of the mountain, so they were running through the map again. As they reached the halfway point of the mountain, the uneasiness in Wei Lu's heart also dissipated. Maybe it's the nature of the game.
He whispered, a bit like self-comfort. Anchor, look at the back. Anchor, the barrage made Wei Brigade's heart suddenly rise.
He instantly turned his head and looked. Between the top of the mountain and the player, a person's eyes were emitting scarlet light, and his face was covered with mist. Occasionally, a stick would explode from his body.
The tentacled monster stood there at some point. Fuck! What is that? A player turned around unintentionally and was immediately startled.
While his exclamation reminded the player, it seemed to also alert the monster. The monster lowered its body slightly, and then disappeared from the player's sight in an instant. A red line flashed in the player's eyes. In an instant, the consciousness of all players who saw the red line disappeared in an instant.
Aha! What is this? Damn it! Mom monster!
Viewed from a high altitude, the large area where the players are located is constantly shuttled by red lines and gradually covered. The red line stopped in about 30 seconds, and there was no player here anymore. Only one sentence was left on the players' panels. You were torn apart by the silver-level boss alchemy demon.
You are dead.
Bai Bian stood at the center of the original players, looking at a large number of objects on the ground. A look of joy appeared in his scarlet eyes, because his panel had also been refreshed. You have killed 9,953 players, the experience value is plus 99,530, and the favorability of the alchemist demon in the player camp is permanently 50. Phew! With a soft sound, a tentacle burst out from Bai Bian's face shrouded in blood mist, and he pressed it back expressionlessly. This form is still too strong, and his soul power is somewhat uncontrollable.
Now he doesn't dare to continue transforming into this form.
After searching a lot of equipment and materials on the ground, he quickly found the contract he wanted in some high-value equipment, and quickly put the things into the space ring. Bai Bing looked at the equipment all over the ground apologetically, and sent a mission to the players to help them find things. Then when the players found the things, he killed them to gain experience.
In the end, they failed the mission and even exploded their equipment. This seems a bit too beastly.
But then, as if the experience refresh was delayed, his level rose by 1 level, reaching level 13, and the vague feeling of guilt suddenly disappeared. He did not pick up the equipment on the ground, but used a speed of more than 400 to rush down the mountain in an instant. When he entered a teleportation array, he started teleporting without hesitation. The fluctuations in space violently began to squeeze Bai Bian's body, but his resistance had reached that of a silver-level warrior and he did not feel much discomfort. When there was light around him again, White Plague quickly switched his form and became, Glory Hero, White Plague again. He silently walked out of the cabin, and just in time, the player who was running towards him angrily also appeared at the end of his field of vision. There was anger on their faces, the anger of tens of thousands flying before their eyes. When they got closer, just as they were about to question, Bai Bian's magical voice sounded, with some regrets in it, it seems that the things inside are still too strong. Dear Miracles, although you will not die, this meaningless death is still too unworthy.
If you give up now, I will do the same as last time. I will give you a compensation of 100 copper coins.
He seemed to be really doing it for the players' benefit, and acted very naturally. This made the angry players hesitate, but with more than 9,000 people, the irritable old man still opened the mic enthusiastically.
What kind of bullshit mission did you send? Can we win that thing now? You can't complete this mission at all. The surrounding players nodded again and again. The mission items were gone, and they had dropped a level. Most people's equipment had been exploded. No matter how you looked at it, it was a huge loss. Bai Bian thought for a while and explained, the power of the contract is only invalid against your wonders. If I go, it will lead to the emergence of a forbidden area. I also said before that this mission will escape death. If you don't want to go, you don't have to go. I'm not forcing you to do anything, there's still compensation, how about it? The players hesitated, but on the contrary, it became clear in the eyes of the high-level players. They just said, how could a mission with such a high reward be without danger? The Wei Brigade stood up and said, I'm sorry, Mr. Bai Yi, that monster is too strong and some people are a little angry. May I ask, do you want to get all those things here? No, you just need to take your things to the foot of the mountain. Bai Bian shook his head slightly, and his magic power spread throughout the player group with his voice. The players looked at each other, but they still planned to give it a try. 200 gold coins, even if all the levels were lost, it would still be worth it, but it was a little difficult to run the map every time, which was 10 kilometers. They nodded and said no more. The Wei Brigade said on behalf of the player, Mr. Bai Bing, please teleport again. White Plague favorability +1. The prompt on the panel sounded, Bai Bian smiled and nodded, 30 worker bees lit up, and those special liquids spurted out again, changing the players into spirit bodies, and then waves of space teleportation flashed past. The players disappeared, and Bai Bian walked back to the cabin with a smile, his eyes gradually turning scarlet. Pressing a tentacle that exploded on his face, Bai Bian smiled and activated the teleportation array. You have killed 9,860 players, the experience value is plus 98,600, and the favorability of the alchemist demon in the player camp is permanently 10. Bai Bian stood in front of the cabin, looking at the average level 1 to 3 players, with regret once again on his face. Mate is almost, just almost. Bai Biao, teleport quickly, we have already seen the communication device. Bai Bian nodded, with a hint of murderous intent, and he started the teleportation with a smile. You have killed 9,533 players, the experience value is plus 95,330, and the favorability of the alchemist demon in the player camp is permanently 10. You have upgraded and reached level 40. Mater, it's quick, brothers, remember to throw the equipment away from you. Anyway, it's level 1 now. If you're afraid of a hammer, just think of 200 gold coins. Bai Bian's pupils turned a little red, and he silently put on his sunglasses. A sense of hunting loomed, and he started teleportation. You have killed 9,214 players, the experience value is plus 92,140, and the favorability of the alchemist demon in the player camp is permanently 10. As all the first level players angrily ran 10 kilometers to the cabin again, Bai Bian's conscience began to ache again. In order to make up for his conscience, he couldn't bear to say, the compensation for participating in the spectacle now will be increased to 50 silver coins. You are in the player group, and your favorability is +1. The guarantee is here, come on, brothers, hurry up, it's already level 1 anyway, use your life to fill it. You have to get those 200 gold coins to be considered a loss. Throw it far away, don't worry about it breaking. The mission is just to get it to the bottom of the mountain. That's right, don't be afraid. Are you still afraid of death after reaching level 1? Today, instead of getting our money back, we will take the game company to court tomorrow. Quick, Bai Bian, teleport immediately. I don't believe it, Mard. 10,000 people can't complete one mission. The players were teleported away again in a flash. Bai Bian touched his conscience and silently walked into the wooden house behind him. You have killed 9,008 players, the experience value is plus 90,080, and the favorability of the alchemist demon in the player camp is permanently 10. You have upgraded, your level reaches 41. The alchemist demon is extremely disliked by players and is given the title, Hunter. You killed 8,916 players, and the experience value is plus 89,160. You killed 8,846 players, and the experience value is plus 88,460. You killed 8,784 players, and the experience value is plus 87,840. You have been upgraded, your level reaches 42. The power in Bai Bian's body is getting stronger and stronger. Looking at the players whose eyes are full of anger and hatred, but still rushing over quickly, Bai Bian's sunglasses can no longer suppress the scarlet light. The players were obviously eager to be killed. In addition, the current level was level 1, which was considered free of charge.
Furthermore, White Plague deliberately placed the equipment within a kilometer away from the communication device at the foot of the mountain, which resulted in the current situation. Although some players quit every time a team is wiped out, there are no large-scale quits. After all, they are all here. If they cannot complete this task, they will really lose money. It's like a gambler's mentality, always thinking that he can make a comeback next time. As for the opportunity to soar into the sky, Bien will certainly not give up. Players can play as long as they want. Now he has been promoted to 5 levels in a row. He can break through the gold here. As for the negative status of the dark side, there are also 9 soul crystal cores, small, and if one is in the middle, it shouldn't be a big problem. Everyone wonders. Bien's voice was hoarse and he wanted to say something, but suddenly, all the players in the field suddenly stopped. Their bodies began to have ripples, and they felt like an old radio suddenly had a bad signal. The next moment, the players disappeared collectively, leaving no trace. The scarlet eyes behind B's sunglasses were a little dazed. He looked around subconsciously, and when he thought of something, he opened the player forum. His forum was originally gray, but now it has turned into gray and white. At the top of the forum, a line of large characters is very conspicuous. The Daybreak server is abnormal and 3 servers are out of service for updates. The estimated update time is 19 days, 23 hours, and 59 minutes. Bien was stunned. Was he killed by himself until he stopped taking it? At the same time, the 2 million gold coins that turned red on the panel also turned back to black, which means that the player's mission has failed, and the reward naturally does not need to be issued. Bien walked back to the wooden house silently, an aura of absolute malice rising from his body. His physical fitness increased rapidly, and in an instant he turned into Bien with evil thoughts. The teleportation array was activated, and a slight feeling of dizziness came. Suddenly, he arrived at the foot of the Tomb of the Undead. About a kilometer away, equipment was scattered on the ground. Those were players' equipment and things they brought from the cemetery. On the Black Mountains, there are reflections everywhere, embellishing the barren mountains like a treasure mountain. Bien calmed down his murderous intent, put all the valuable items into the storage ring, and then looked at the players' equipment. He originally wanted to repaint or repair these equipment, and then give them to the players as benefits. They have a good impression. And now it seems that it is no longer needed. Collecting these things, he was a little embarrassed by the more than 5,000 pieces of equipment. The space ring was only 100 cubic meters in size, and now the equipment was piled into a hill, and it couldn't fit at all. After thinking about it for a while, Bien picked and put all the high-grade equipment into the space ring. If the value was too low, he left it alone, but Sabo would probably like it. Feeling some extremely malicious temptations in his mind, they seemed to want to lure his soul into evil thoughts, and this temptation was getting stronger. Bien silently estimated that with his current soul strength, 2 hours of high-intensity combat on the dark side would reach the current peak, and he would need to switch to another state and rest for at least 3 days before he could completely recover. He thought for a while and took out a soul crystal core, small, from the space ring. Bien took a bite of the soul crystal core, and immediately a sense of soul sublimation appeared. The thing in his hand was no longer an extremely precious material, but became the most delicious treasure in the world. After finishing the soul crystal core in 3 or 2 mouthfuls, his scarlet eyes suddenly dimmed and returned to their restrained red color. You swallow the soul crystal core, your soul will be slightly improved, and your mental attributes will be plus 20. The voices in Bien's mind that tried to lure him into falling into the abyss disappeared, and the power of the soul once again overwhelmed the transformation. And the same soul crystal core, which was increased by 40 points last time, was directly weakened by twice this time. This white plague is not unexpected. The proportion of the same liter of water poured into a cup and poured into a basin is also different. The soul is still enhanced so much, but the stronger the mental power is, there will definitely be a gap in the attribute points expressed by the same enhancement. After taking a look at the top of the mountain, Bien walked towards the teleportation array at the bottom of the mountain. He had to discuss the bone dragon matter with Sabo. With his contract level, it was a bit difficult to get things done on such an already drawn-up contract. He had to find a way to trick out Sabo's inheritance of the contract. This technology is really useful, and there is nothing so profound in the Palace of Knowledge. The teleportation array was activated, and Bien returned to the cabin, took back some teleportation arrays, and Bien's form returned to its original shape, and then activated the teleportation array leading to the store. As his consciousness became dizzy, Bien shook his head and drank a bottle of mental recovery potion. After checking the new title,
Bai Ying still felt very satisfied. Name, Hunter. Attribute, Title. Quality. Wearing effect, you can lock a target and accurately locate it within one natural day. After entering hunting mode, your breath will be covered, making it more difficult for prey to detect your presence. Wearing requirements, none. Introduction, when it's time to hunt, who is the prey? Who is the hunter? The identities of the light and dark sides are cut apart, and now the light side is the future star with a bright future, while the dark side is the dark boss with terrifying combat power. The two complement each other. The 5-star title is already considered a high-star title, and Bai Yai is very satisfied with the results. Tracking and stealth are the attributes he needs. At this time, the White Plagues panel also had some changes. Host, White Plague. Race, Human. Template, Alchemist. Occupation, Alchemist. Position, Hero of Glory. Level, 42, 61200/280000. Experience, 215124. Gold coins, 2070011. Personal attributes, Strength 10, 365, Agility 10, 400, Endurance 10, 300, Intelligence 163, 60, Spirit 480, Charisma 9, 3, Luck 1. Free attribute points, 0, Legend, 79, a super genius well known in the Federation. Rank, Silver Middle. Title, Future Star, only the light side can be worn. Hunter, Skills, Intermediate Alchemy and Pharmacy, 3726/5000, expand, Intermediate Alchemy Technology, 4811/5000, expand, Intermediate Alchemical Transformation, 1205/5000, expand, Spirituality, expand. Skill points, 4, Personal Expertise, Highly Focused, Profiteer. Boss Template Expertise, Alchemy Demon, Spiritual Growth, Spiritual Defense, Soul Gourmet, Light and Darkness, only. Boss Growth, you can choose a boss specialty every 10 levels. Now the number of feats you can choose is, 1. Evaluation, am I a good person? Am I a bad person? Can't it be all me? There was a choice of specialties, but Bai Bian was not in a hurry to choose specialties. Instead, Bai Bian was a little surprised by the stability of the dark side. There are several ways to grow evil thoughts. There is no difference in levels anymore. Killing, absorbing evil thoughts, and adding negative materials can all make it grow. But just now he killed players at least 10 times, that is, more than 100,000 players, but he didn't make the dark side grow at all. Is it because all players have become experience points added to the light surface, or is it because players have no souls, so malice does not exist in the player's body? However, Bai Bian keenly noticed that his light side had a little more charm and seemed to be more handsome, while his dark side had reached an outrageous 3 charm. He doesn't understand the criteria for judging charm attributes. Is it based on people? The most the dark side can do is explode some tentacles on the body. However, mental power has completely entered the realm of gold, which is very important for the alchemist, and it is time for him to learn more advanced mental attack methods. After taking a look at a worker bee on the table, there was the soul of the Scarlet Priest inside. In order not to waste it, Bai Bing still wanted to wait for the arrival of the Soul Lantern. Bai Bian stood up, put on a headset, and connected to Sob. Mr. Sob, I need your help. My friend, I'm at the City Lord's mansion now. I'll find you later. Sabo's voice was a little low, and there must be someone next to him. New. White Plague cut off communications and opened the player forum. The forum has now exploded. Almost all the players in Taboo City have gone online to open the mic, madly complaining about this game. Players in other cities and the Federation have been stunned by the reports one by one. After learning about their experiences, they all gloated about their misfortune and wanted to complain. Can't there be an online update? They are still on a mission. Based on the nature of this game, in 20 days, all their missions will probably fail. While the public was raging, only an hour later, the game company issued another announcement, which was more frequent than the announcements made in a year when Bai Bing was playing. Update announcement, and updated content. Bai Bian clicked on the post and looked at it carefully, and then became speechless. What he basically said was that the task could not be completed by current players, and it was a game bug. In subsequent updates, players will no longer have a fixed resurrection time of 10 seconds, but the resurrection time will be extended after each death. For those who die more than 10 times a month, the resurrection time will be as long as 12 hours. In addition, the game company will restore the data of all players whose levels have dropped due to this bug, and provide 50 silver coins and 300 experience points as compensation. Bai Ying was a little speechless. Is this a target? It's definitely aimed at him, right? However, Bai Bian noticed a rule. It seems that the anti-addiction system in his previous life was not online. Is it going to be launched in public beta, or is this system simply gone? After thinking about it, Bai Bian looked at the comments and saw that the number of people complaining still did not decrease, with many people shouting about quitting travel. But Bai Bian is certain that some of the 10,000 people will indeed quit the game, but they will come back as the game continues to become more popular. After playing a fully virtual game with 97% realism, playing other games is simply torture. After continuing to browse the forum for a while, Bai Yi took the books on alchemical transformation and studied them carefully. If he wanted to develop in an all-round way, he could not let go of any books on alchemical knowledge. Dee, the sound of the communication device rang. Bai Bian looked at the time. 2 hours had passed. When he connected it, Luo Ning's voice rang. "Boss, Mr. Sabo is here." Bai Bian's eyes were filled with joy. He immediately stood up and walked out. "My friend, what do you want from me?" Sabo asked with a smile on his face, seemingly in a good mood. Bai Bian felt the change in Sabo's aura. He seemed to have become more mysterious again, giving him an invisible feeling. Bai Bian reached out and touched Luo Ning's head and said, "Keep an eye on the store. If you need anything, call Al." After saying that, he walked out. "Let's go, Sabo, it's not convenient to talk here." Sabo was a little surprised, and the smile gradually grew on his face. "Of course, my friend, everything is up to you. Can you sit in the teleportation array like last time?" Bai Bian asked in a low voice. Sabo shook his head decisively. "No, my friend, if it's not far away, then we'd better go by car." Bai Bian nodded and stopped talking. The two of them walked to the end of the street, took a taxi and headed towards the outer city. There was thought in Sabo's eyes, but since the driver was there, he didn't ask any more questions. Time passed quickly, and the two of them had arrived at the city gate and walked out of the city. The snow outside had melted. It was mid-January, and spring was almost approaching. There are some dark clouds in the sky, threatening to rain. When the number of people around gradually dwindled, Sabo couldn't bear it any longer. "My friend, where are we going?" He was a little nervous. He didn't feel safe even outside the city because he had no fighting ability and didn't want to leave the city. "Don't be afraid, I found a contract with a bone dragon, but the contract is equal, which is not good, so I came to find you." Bai Bian said helplessly, "And the bone dragon is not suitable to appear in the city, at least the equal contract is not suitable." Sabo's eyes lit up. He followed Bai Bian's footsteps closely and walked towards a sparsely populated area. "My friend, I have something to discuss with you." "The bone dragon is useful to me." Bai Bian decisively refused. "But I can make it more valuable." Sabo rubbed his hands, a little embarrassed. "You can give me a price." "This is not for sale, but I can tell you about a necromancer's cemetery, which contains a huge contract power, and that place is connected to a skeleton lord." Bai Bing said directly. "Skeleton lord?" Sabo's eyes brightened even more. Skeleton lords are usually low-ranking gold ones, and they are truly strong. He was a little excited. "Really, please tell me, I have some ideas that need to be tested." Bai Bian smiled and said, "Of course, we are going to the road leading to the Tomb of the Dead, but I have 2 conditions. Say, my friend, as long as it's not too much, I'll agree." Sabo made no secret of his needs. Because the two of them are so familiar, Sabo has many strange abilities, but what he lacks most is combat power. And with his contract level, as long as there is a little sign, he can get a guarantee of combat power. Bai Bian stopped and looked around. No one would come nearby, because there was a complete wasteland outside the East City Gate. Ordinary people did not dare to go out of the East City Gate. As for adventurers, there was no one nearby for the time being. He thought about it and made the conditions: help me transform the contract, and give me your inheritance about the contract, at least part of it. Thoughts appeared in Sabo's eyes. After about 10 seconds, he raised his head and said in a serious tone, "My friend, in addition to the Tomb of the Dead, I also need 5 million gold coins as a reward. Make a deal." Bai Bian did not hesitate and agreed decisively. He had been coveting this inheritance for a long time, especially the contract ability. Although the god of notary in this world has disappeared, he still cannot do without the contract. Because in the transaction of extraordinary people, a contract can really save a lot of trouble. When you believe in the existence of such things as integrity, you are actually gambling. In the Dark Ages, everyone believed in threatening contracts more than integrity, especially things from other dimensions. Without a contract, who would dare to let them come?
Bien directly took out the Daybreak badge, scratched 5 million contribution points in it and handed it to Sabo. Sabo put away the Daybreak badge, with a cheerful smile on his face. He clasped his hands together, and his extremely filthy aura flickered, making By Plague take 2 steps back. A book gradually appeared in Sabo's hand. The book was black and covered with beautiful golden patterns, like some kind of special texture or some incomprehensible words. Bien's eyes flashed slightly, and he recognized this thing. When he took the book, the prompts on the panel also confirmed his guess. You obtained the Devil's Contract collection. The Devil's Contract is the race that plays with the most contract among all the races in the world. Anyone who signs a contract with the devil will not end well. And Sabo's inheritance of evil gods and devils is a bit outrageous. Okay, my friend, I think we should go to the Tomb of the Dead. Sabo said happily. In his mind, there is nothing that cannot be sold. As long as the price is right, he has all the evil gods that have been passed down to him. I'll find a way to get you a piece of flesh and blood. Help me transform the contract first. I need an obedient bone dragon, and the Tomb of the Undead requires a space teleportation ride. If you don't want to take the ride, I can tell you the location, but it's a little far away from here. Bing said with a smile. Sob. His expression was a little hard to explain. My friend, you are really becoming more and more thoughtful. There is no way, but that place is only about 1,000 kilometers away from us. If you are willing to spend some time, you can still go there. As travel expenses, I left thousands of low-level equipment for you in that mountain. He said with a smile, without any hint of deception. Sabo hesitated, thought for a moment, and said, My friend, I still need some time to think. Okay, let's go first. There is a wooden house 10 kilometers away, and there is a teleportation array that leads directly to the Tomb of the Undead. Bing said and walked forward unhurriedly. He began to look through the Devil's Contract encyclopedia in his hand. The writing was very interesting. It was knowledge as well as technology. Some contract technologies should be able to become skills and be filled with skills. It's just that it takes a lot of time to be proficient in contracts to be able to change already signed contracts, at least 10 years to start, unless he has a lot of skill points. Both of them were thinking about the next plan, and the 10-kilometer journey took an hour. Dusk has arrived at some point, and the golden scenery on the horizon makes the surroundings even more desolate. This time is enough for the two of them to digest some of what happened now. As he approached the cabin, Sabo finally spoke, My friend, give me the Bone Dragon contract. I should be able to help you change it soon. A contract instantly appeared in front of Bien. He had no idea of touching it and used his mental power to control it to float in front of Sabo. This kind of contract, it's even simpler. Sabo showed his signature evil smile, and familiar dirty energy appeared in his hands. He reached out and grabbed the contract, and a terrifying twisted aura covered it. The undead text on it began to twist unnaturally. Bien could clearly see that the originally thin contract suddenly had a shadow at this moment. Just like a napkin, it looks unchanged, but if you look closely, you can find that it has multiple overlapping layers. At the top of the contract, the beautiful patterns on the Devil's Contract collection gradually filled in the blank spaces of the contract. As the evil smile on Sabo's face became stronger and stronger, a dragon roar that seemed to come from another dimension loomed. Bien quickly flipped through the Devil's Contract in his hand, carefully compared the patterns on it, and was a little surprised. Multiple contracts, negative contracts, modified contracts, secret contracts. A variety of profound energies continued to appear, negating the above equality contract one by one. Except for the 4 words contract signing, all the contents of this densely written contract were invalid. As the patterns gradually faded and merged with the paper of the contract returned to its original appearance, but became thicker. Sabo stretched out his hand, and a multi-layered contract appeared in front of Bien's eyes. He smiled evilly and said, Okay, among the next 100 layers, you can add a constraint to each layer. You can use the method I taught you before. Modification, and the notary has also been replaced by Abyss Consciousness. My friend, I am leaving. Sabo said, looking around. Only the small wooden house still had the fluctuations of the teleportation array. He trotted and couldn't wait to run into the cabin and activated the teleportation array inside. Buzz as the space fluctuations flashed by, only Bien himself was left in this area, and there was a contract that had changed from black to scarlet. The contract of the undead is black, the contract of the devil is purple, and the contract of the abyss is red. Among them, the constraints of the abyss contract are the greatest, because the consciousness of the abyss will not refuse anyone who comes, and even the lords in the abyss will obey the orders of the abyss consciousness. If you break the contract, just wait for the army of the abyss to come. Bai Bian looked at the contract and marveled, and put the devil's contract into the space ring. If he wanted to catch up with Seibo's level at this time, he would have no chance for at least 5 years. Bai Bian thought for a moment, turned his spiritual power into a brush, and wrote on the contract with great interest. Every word he wrote appeared on the first contract, and then slowly sank into the contract. As he wrote, Bai Bian's expression gradually became excited. After all the restrictions he wanted were added, he reached out and pressed it without hesitation. You get a permanent summon, Bone Dragon Lord. Roar. A vigorous dragon roar came from another dimension, and the terrifying dragon power began to appear in reality, making all living beings tremble. Immediately afterwards, the boundary wall of the dimension was torn apart, and among the endless breath of the dead, a huge head with a diameter of more than 10 meters poked out from the dead dimension. The blue soul fire in its eye sockets burned blazingly, and its huge body of more than 100 meters descended with a strong sense of oppression. It slowly lowered its head, and the deafening voice of the soul sounded, "Ant, where is my sacrifice?" Bai Bian smiled, snapped his fingers, and a huge scarlet eye appeared in the sky. The filled-up bone dragon trembled, and its voice changed, "Abyss? How is that possible?" Boom! The eyes of the abyss struck down the purple thunder and struck down the bone dragon hovering in the sky. Boom! The earth trembled, and the terrifying weight of the bone dragon seemed to set off a small earthquake. White Blight's mental power surged, and he flew up with his body, approaching the pit filled with smoke and dust. "Ant? Please call me boss." "Damn it, how is that possible? What did you do?" "Ah!" On the ground, the bone dragon's wings blew away the smoke and dust, and its huge body trembled a little. It was suffering the invasion of the abyss consciousness, which was unbearable for the bone dragon who was high in silver. Although the giant dragon basically has the ability to jump to fight, the opponent is an abyss. You can feel the contract. I have set the term of the contract to 50 years. After 50 years, you will be free. During this period, you will work for me, otherwise you can die. There was some indifference in Bai Bian's voice. He looked at the bone dragon from a high position and acted like a superior. Dragons are all proud, but the life of a giant dragon is not eternal. So when their lives are about to come to an end, they have only 2 choices: donate the treasures they have collected throughout their lives to the dragon god Isabel and gain the opportunity to enter the dragon god kingdom, or become undead and have the opportunity to become a bone dragon. Or lich dragon. Between these 2 options, almost no dragons would choose to become undead, because they felt that undead were lowly creatures. This would simply tarnish the glory of dragon god Isabel and disgrace the dragon clan. After the gods disappeared, when the dragons' lives were about to disappear, they would still offer sacrifices to their gods, and then quietly wait for death to swallow them. Dragons who choose to become undead are usually extremely afraid of death. Bai Bian is not worried about what amazing moves this bone dragon will do. Sure enough, after the dragon endured the pain and sensed the 5th layer of the mutation contract, he fell into silence. Its body trembled, and its bones continuously rubbed against the earth, making harsh sounds. Finally, the scarlet flames in its skull gradually turned blue, and it lowered its head. Bolton Ali met the boss. As soon as the words fell, the abyssal aura on its body disappeared instantly, and its pain also subsided. Seibo's contract had 100 layers, White Plague only used 10 layers, and Bolton was shown only the first 5 layers. In these 5 levels, it is not a slave, but is similar to an employment relationship, and the employment period is only 50 years. For undead creatures, this time is only a blink of an eye. Because once the dragon becomes undead, it will have eternal life and there will no longer be a lifespan limit. There was joy in Bai Bian's eyes, and the panel indicated a permanent summon, which already showed that this bone dragon would never be able to escape his control in this life. And 50 years later, Bai Bian believes that this guy no longer has the courage to break away from control. Bone Dragon is now a slave and White Blight can see its panel. Name, Bolton Ali. Race, Bone Dragon. Level, 49. Personal attributes, Strength 390, Agility 387, Endurance 430, Intelligence 340, Spirit 310, Charm 2, Luck 1. Rank, Silver High. Skills, Breath of the Undead, Demon Flamestorm, Transmutation, Death Air Erosion, Bone Thorns, Starfall Specialty, Dragon Power. The power of the mythical race can scare creatures weaker than itself. Eternal Bone Dragon, the soul of the dragon, the body of the undead, his strength can only reach the height of his life, and cannot go any further. Evaluation, the mediocre dragon may be looked down upon because of its fear of death, but the dragon represents power,
even though it has reached its limit. The giant dragon clan is worthy of being the boss of Long June.
It can be called the most perfect race. With this attribute, he can believe it if it is gold. However, the constancy of the undead is also a factor in the transformation of the dragons into undead. The lich dragon is okay and can grow like a lich, but the bone dragon is at a lower level, and its strength will be constant and cannot go any further.
Go north from here. There is a valley about 30 kilometers away. Go there and wait for me.
You are too weak.
I need to reform you.
Bai Bian said expressionlessly and walked towards the portal. Bolton was startled, and the soul fire in his eyes suddenly turned scarlet. But the next moment, he thought of the unforgettable pain just now, and the soul fire gradually calmed down. After taking a look at the small wooden house, it flapped its wings and flew to the north in an instant.
The dragon is under the eaves and has to bow its head.
White Blight, on the other hand, ignored Bolton's thoughts.
He now needs to buy some materials to transform the bone dragon. After all, the Tomb of the Undead and the Bone Dragon are too similar, and it would be bad for players to think of it. It's not that he's afraid of players. After all, even in version 3.0, the player's strength is always below silver. As long as he breaks through to gold, with his super high attributes, there is actually no difference between 10,000 players and 1 million players. Let's not talk about Dongwu City's protection for him.
In terms of pure combat power, whether it is the mechanical legion of alchemy technology or the poisonous field of pharmacy, they are not afraid of human sea tactics. If there are really 1 million players charging him regardless of life and death, then the huge experience value may push him to legend in an instant. What he is afraid of is that the players near him will quit the game collectively or go offline when they see him. In that case, the player's path will be blocked. Therefore, it would be better to modify the Bone Dragon. And his current contribution points are 69 million, and the panel gold coins are 2 million, for a total of 71 million, so he still has to save some money. Transforming the Bone Dragon would be a huge expense, but he also wanted a flying alchemy fortress. Sure enough, the alchemist's money can never be kept for long. No matter how much money he has, it can be created. As the space fluctuations gradually flickered, Bai Bian returned to the store's laboratory. As soon as he walked out of the store, he saw Luo Ning's eyes full of shock. Bai Bian smiled and said, "I will be in retreat for the past half month, and all appointments have been postponed.
Just discuss it with your clients.
If you have anything, just ask Eileen, and if you are in danger, just call Or." Bai Bian said and hurriedly walked out.
"Boss!"
Luo Ning suddenly shouted, his tone a little anxious.
Bai Bian paused, turned around and asked, "What's wrong?" Luo Ning was a little embarrassed. "Well, can I open a special counter in our store? I feel like I can help people divine things now."
Bai Bian was stunned, and then he was shocked.
Luo Ning has only been in the store for a month, right? Bronze so soon?
After feeling it carefully, he breathed a sigh of relief. He hadn't reached bronze yet, but he was getting there soon.
Luo Ning looked at Bai Bian's expression and thought of something. She quickly said, "Well, I can give all my divination fees to the boss."
"No, I won't use your shop in vain." As she spoke, her tone was a little low, because she had heard from Eileen that their boss was a multi-millionaire, and she was a low-level fortune teller. The boss did not care about the fortune-telling fee based on copper coins.
"Let's go?" Luo Ning was a little depressed. "Well, how about that? It's up to you. Just keep the money and spend it yourself. Look after the store." Bai Bian waved his hand casually and walked out in a hurry. But as soon as he walked out, he came back in a hurry, stared at Luo Ning and said, "Still. Yes, tell Irene to stop being lazy, you just need to practice hard." After saying that, he left without looking back. Luo Ning's talent was really strong, and he was a little worried that the little girl would be poached, but in the end he thought that she might not be this kind of person, so he didn't say anything more. Luo Ning's eyes were bright as she looked at Bai Bian's back. Recalling what she had experienced this month, a sincere smile appeared on her face. It seemed as if she had a family again. And Aaron, who had just heard the news, she gritted her teeth and muttered, "Damn capitalist." Bai Bian didn't have time to care about the little girl's heart. He quickly came to Yongqing Street, which was the street selling materials in the black market, and walked to the largest mithril store. Dusk was about to fall, and the streets were very lively at this time. The owner of the shop called Inui came up to Bai Bian with bright eyes the moment he saw it. Rare customer, Mr. White Plague, do you want to buy mithril? Come in quickly, Willie. Go and get my best coffee to brew, we have a distinguished guest."
The boss called Zhang Feng, a human race, slightly fat, and looking extremely kind, and he quickly led the way. And the surrounding customers are paying attention to Bai Bing.
Who doesn't know Bai Bing now? You can call it a household name.
Bai Ying followed Zhang Feng to the second floor of the shop.
The second floor was a private box, a place specially used to receive distinguished guests.
And the two of them walked into the most luxurious box. As soon as I sat down, a green-haired elf lady came in carrying 2 glasses of wine on a tray that exuded a strange fragrance. She looked at Bai Bian curiously, but her professionalism made her put down what she was holding and walked out.
Mr. Bai Yi, have a try.
Zhang Feng pushed a cup of coffee in front of Bai Yi with a smile. Bai Bian smelled the fragrance and felt that the magic power in his body had increased slightly. He was a little surprised. He scanned it with the panel scan and fell silent immediately.
Ah, this gold-level drink is just for entertaining guests? Does he want to come and sit here often?
After taking a sip, the prompt on the panel suddenly lit up. You drank Pearl Gem coffee, and your intelligence +1.
Not bad.
Bai Yi's eyes lit up, and the taste was excellent, but it was a pity that he could only add attributes once. Bai Bian took another sip of coffee and said directly, no nonsense, Boss Zhang, how much mithril does your store have now? The smile on Zhang Feng's face became even brighter.
He knew that this man's financial resources could be regarded as the richest man in Tobu City in terms of cash flow.
He quickly took out a mobile phone, operated it, and then said with a smile, Mr. Bai Bing's invention is still amazing. Look, our store currently has 300,000 grams of mithril.
May I ask? How much does it cost?
Bai Bian looked at the smartphone in a daze. It seemed that he had been playing with the player for a long time and he didn't pay attention to the development of the Federation.
Did the mobile phone come out so soon? 300,000 grams. Bai Bian pondered for a moment. 1 gram of mithril was 10 gold coins. 300,000 grams was 3 million gold coins. 3 million would only buy 300 kilograms of materials.
Bai Bian once again lamented the expense of extraordinary materials. He estimated the materials that would be used on the bone dragon, and there should be some left over from 300 kilograms. After all, the main function of mithril is the transmission of energy. It is the only material that does not consume energy during energy transmission, so it is so expensive.
20% off. If you want to sell it, just take it. Bai Yifei said directly. Mithril is as hard currency as soul crystals. Even with the fame bonus, the 20% discount should be the limit.
There was a look of hesitation on Zhang Feng's face, but after looking at Bai Yan's face, he nodded decisively. Okay, the one I admire the most is Mr. Bai Yan. By the way, help me buy the things on the list. A piece of paper appeared in Bai Yan's hand, and nouns appeared on it, all of which were various types of steel and machinery. Zhang Feng quickly stood up, and after Bai Yan handed him the piece of paper, he said seriously, no problem, Mr. Bai Yan, wait here for a moment, I'll go right away. Waiting for Zhang Feng to leave, Bai Bian was thinking about the upcoming transformation. If he smashed down a few million gold coins, the bone dragon would turn into a steel tyrannosaurus. The combination of technology and magical creatures would collide to create a mechanical fortress in the sky. When the transformation of the bone dragon is completed, the players will almost arrive, and they can then clean up potential dangers. For example, in the original trajectory, you can visit the mutated area that helped Lao Lang break through Tobu City, as well as the new mutated area that appeared. And some opportunities in the wild can also be used to obtain funds. After drinking the coffee, Bai Bian silently began to transfer money into a blank daybreak badge. Another 4 million is gone. There was some heartache in Bai Bian's eyes. When the moonlight fell, the boss also brought the things over with a smile. Mr. Bai Bian, this is mithril. I put the other things you asked for on the first floor.
There are a lot of them. It's also precious, so it might not be suitable to bring it up.
300 kilograms of mithril is not big, it is the size of an adult human head, but the silver is much more beautiful than the silver of silver coins, with mysterious colors flowing on it. If you look at this thing in terms of volume, it is much more expensive than the soul crystal core, but its rarity is also certain. From the fact that 2 counselor families can actually fight for a mithril mine, you can think of its value. Alchemy equipment, magic equipment, and various equipment, as long as they exceed the grade of silver, there must be mithril in them. Bai Bian handed over the dawn badge in his hand, stood up, and walked downstairs. Well done, thank you for your hard work.
Yes, I will go down with you.
Zhang Feng smiled flatteringly.
Very few people in Dongwu City would buy mithril. The sales volume of these mithrils is at least half a year.
After all, everyone only has 1 gram, or I bought it like this for up to 10 grams. And now, even though it's 20% off, it's still a huge profit, because their purchase price is 6 gold coins per gram. Walking downstairs, there were already 4 steam trucks parked here. Seeing these trucks, Bai was stunned again and couldn't help but sigh. Development in the extraordinary world is rapid. It won't be long before Tobu City will be connected to a train, right? Put all the materials behind these vehicles into the space ring. This 100 cubic ring is almost full. After thinking about it, he walked into the store without saying hello to the resentful Irene. After entering the laboratory, he locked the door and activated the teleportation array. In an instant, the space blow came, but this time the distance was relatively close, so it was not as painful as imagined. The farther the transmission distance of this teleportation array is, the stronger the vibration in the space will be. When he reappeared, he returned to the lawn where the player disappeared, dismantled the teleportation array leading to the store, and quickly arrived at the valley where the boss template was obtained. A huge bone dragon with a body length of 130 meters and a wingspan of 100 meters was nesting in the innermost part of the valley, waiting for something. When it saw White Plague, the soul fire in its eyes fluctuated a little, but in the end, its body didn't move at all. "Wait for me here, and we'll start the transformation in 2 days." Bai said coldly, walked to the innermost part of the valley, opened the passage to the underground, and walked into it. He needed to think back on that analyzed transformation. The popular science among gamers is not just about data, but also about analysis of materials. Those are all true players. For example, that guard brigade. As time passed, Bai Bian had been sitting there for a long time. In front of him was a piece of paper with densely recorded materials and various techniques. He is using his current alchemy level to make up for the missing formula. As words filled the gaps one by one, a plan gradually appeared on the paper. After looking at the time, it was already a day, and then checking the direction of the transformation. After finding that there was no problem, Bai Bian felt the improvement of his soul. Now that he is stabilized, he has upgraded too many levels at once, and his intuition tells him that he cannot continue to strengthen, otherwise it will lead to mental depression, but now it is almost the same. You have enabled optional boss expertise X1. Please choose one of the 3 specialties. The boss specialties are chosen every 10 levels. These passives are the difference between the boss and the player panel. Magic Spring, every time you improve, your magic power will increase. The boss should be fully developed. The current increase is 168. White Plague, magic power. Alchemists have magic power, but magic power is not important. Mage needs to use his own magic power to cast spells, while alchemist magic power is only auxiliary. Their attacks mainly rely on external force, and the natural growth of magic power is enough for them to use magic power to make various equipment. Bai Bian looked at the next one hesitantly. Devil Transformation. You can mutate your transformation so that the transformation will be successful and run in an unknown direction. Is this a gamble on luck? Forget it about betting on dogs, he has no interest in it. Poisonous body, your flesh and blood will be infected with poison, and you will be invulnerable to all poisons. Bai Bian hesitated for a moment, wandering between the first and the third, but in the end he decided to choose the first. The third one is obviously the exclusive expertise of the alchemy apothecary, but what he wants is comprehensive development, rather than specialization in a certain one. There are many benefits to comprehensive development. At least there will be no bottleneck in his knowledge. Even if there is no panel, he can still spend endless time accumulating knowledge and constantly make breakthroughs in his knowledge. Being an alchemist is not about strength, but about academic qualifications. To be precise, the alchemist of the Federation of Stars is the alchemy legendary technological sage. The sage represents that his knowledge in science and technology exceeds that of the master, and he has reached the level of a pioneer in alchemy technology. As for the alchemist sage, if his technology comes to an end, he can still spend a long time studying other subjects and constantly enrich himself. When he reaches the sage level in all subjects, then he will be the great sage of contemporary alchemy. As long as he continues to take one step forward, he will be able to surpass the legend and reach the level of the ancient gods. While his spirit is invincible, he can create gods. Level stuff. While thinking about it, his improvement had already begun, and the intelligence on the panel, 164/60, instantly became 332/60. The magic power in his body skyrocketed wildly, and even at this moment, his body was propped up a little. Alchemy magic lines were all over his body, and the aura of the dark side was completely suppressed. At the same time, a series of panel prompts sounded. Because your magic power is too strong, your biological lock is forcibly broken, and your strength, agility, and endurance enter the extraordinary realm. Your strength plus 20, agility plus 10, endurance plus 30, each increase in magic power will slightly strengthen your body. Bai Bian clenched his fist and felt the swell of magic power. Thoughts appeared in his eyes. It seemed that he not only had to work part-time as a telekinesis master, but also made some alchemy equipment powered by magic power. He looked at the materials on the ground, stretched out one hand, and the terrifying magic power spurted out crazily. In conjunction with his mental power, he grabbed everything in the basement and floated it up. He carefully sensed his changes, worked hard to adapt to his new power, and took advantage of this time to start smelting some metal. This transformation of the bone dragon will be a long process. Time passed very quickly, and the player's version update soon came to an end. As Bai Bian expected, many people complained, but they would still quietly lie down in their game warehouses when the update was almost finished. The same is true for Wei Lu. After the previous few popular live broadcasts, his income directly freed up his wealth and gained higher popularity. Returning to the game, he checked his level. Name, Wei Brigade. Race, Night Elf. Occupation, Civilian. Rating, 4, 108/1000. Experience value, 300. Gold coins, 34.6534. Personal attributes, Strength 3, Agility 3, Endurance 2, Intelligence 0, Spirit 2, Charm 5, Luck 2. Free attribute points, none. Legend, 0, Rank, none. Expertise, none. Skills, none. Introduction: an ordinary player is a wonder in the eyes of NPC. The extremely simple attributes have already made Wei Brigade feel a little emotional. When he is back, everything is back. He started to explain the feeling of this game again with some emotion. Except for the last accident, his evaluation was still perfect. At this time, the senior player named Demetia also felt a little emotional and glanced at the Wei Brigade's live broadcast room. Wei Brigade is engaged in popularizing science, and high-level players will pay casual attention to it, because Wei Brigade will notice some things that they cannot notice. Demetia thought for a while and walked to the Palace of Knowledge. He had already determined that he would take the path of a mage, so he would not change it. With more than 50 silver coins, he should be able to buy some skills. He paid the entry fee of 10 copper coins and entered the inner city. Not long after the game was updated, he actually saw some players sneaking around in the entertainment area. He looked curiously in the direction where the players were looking, and then he saw 3 big characters, Manchun Pavilion. That seems to be a brothel? His face blushed slightly, and then he followed silently. Who in China doesn't want to see what happened in the Middle Ages? It seemed that he was in a trance and bumped into an NPC wearing a black robe. The huge force knocked him directly to the ground. Are you okay? The NPC's face couldn't be seen clearly, but he was not tall and his voice sounded a little hoarse. It's okay, I'm sorry I didn't see you. Demetia said apologetically. That's good. The NPC hurriedly walked to the outer city, looking like he was in a hurry. Demetia's eyes flashed slightly, and she quickly followed, asking in a low voice, "Hello, my name is Demetia, and I am the wonder you talk about. I think you seem to be in trouble. Is there anything I can do to help you?" The black-robed figure paused and muttered hesitantly, "A wonder. Yes, a wonder that will not die. You can ask about it in the outer city. We really want to integrate into the Federation, and Mr. White Plague often asks us for help." Demetia nodded and said with certainty. The black-robed NPC was a little confused. He thought carefully and grabbed Demetia, "Follow me." Demetia looked happy and followed the NPC, turning left and right into an open space. The NPC looked around nervously for a while, then whispered, "Someone is watching me." "Human? Who?" Demetia asked curiously. "I don't know. I am an adventurer, but my teammate was obviously dead, but she came back to life. I watched her stabbed to death with a dagger, but she appeared intact the next day. He is not a spectacle." The NPC became increasingly nervous. "I can't reveal anything unusual. I'm going to the capital. Those people are too scary." "Is it true? Do you want me to help you track it down?" Demetia asked in a low voice with her eyes widened. "Is it really possible? Then please, my friend's name is Yali. She is a very beautiful human girl. She has a very good talent. I was trying to confess to her that day, but I saw that scene. If you are willing to help me, then you will gain my best friendship." The figure in black robe sounded excited. "No problem, leave it to me.
Where is that Yali? Demetia agreed, looking a little excited. At. Trigger task. Mission, disappearing friends. Attributes, special tasks.
Mission description: the dead girl was miraculously resurrected. She actually sneaked into the city lord's palace, found her anomaly, investigated the reasons behind the anomaly, and reported it to the city lord's palace. Mission rewards: attribute points +5, skill points +5, reputation +20, gold coins +100, experience points +3000, optional expertise +1.
Mission difficulty, Hell. Hell level difficulty, you can invite other players to complete it together. Number of people who can participate in the task, January 5th. Failure penalty, none. Introduction: the rats hiding in the gutter will eventually emerge, and I will definitely find you. No problem, don't worry, leave everything to me.
Demetia looked at it and was stunned.
The mode of the mission has changed a bit. It should be the content of this update, and this reward. I hope it's not a bug. Thank you then. This is my mobile phone number. If you find them, be sure to call me. Thank you very much.
The black-robed figure left a string of numbers and walked out in a hurry.
And Demetia was stunned again. Fuck. Cell phone? He was a little confused. What happened in the past 20 days? Why do you have a mobile phone?
However, he didn't think too much, and walked quickly to the Palace of Knowledge, and sent screenshots of the mission to his friends. They were all top players, and the 5 of them should be able to get it together quickly.
After he left, the black-robed figure walked into the basement of a casino.
He lowered his head and said with great respect to a figure, "Mr. Sabo, according to your request, those words have been said to the highest level wonder."
Well done. Sabo showed his trademark evil smile on his face.
He has been studying the characteristics of players. He found that no matter how difficult the task is, as long as he explains the reason clearly to the players, most of them will complete it seriously. The aura of the city lord's mansion that made him extremely uncomfortable was still there, and it was still increasing. Through Bai Bian's reaction, he could guess the extremely terrifying latent ability and extremely huge energy of that organization.
But do they compare to the spectacle? That's a group of monsters that even gods can't kill. This time we have something to play with.
Sabo thought, raised his hand, and a mist drifted over.
Thank you.
The figure in black robe who was answering respectfully suddenly let out a rapid and brief scream, fell softly to the ground, and gradually turned into a puddle of water.
Intelligence ability?
Sabo stretched out his hand, and a skull pattern appeared behind him. He bit into the void and dragged out a frightened soul with force. Click click click. With the sound of chewing, the frightened soul exploded in an instant, and the skeleton slowly disappeared.
This has nothing to do with me.
You use technology to transform the bone dragon Bolton Ali, and your alchemy transformation proficiency plus 2204. You have installed a large number of silver-level energy guns and silver-level explosives on the mechanically modified bone dragon Burton Ali. Your alchemy technology proficiency is plus 2100, and your alchemy technology has been promoted to advanced. Your experience points for this transformation are plus 132,090, additional experience points are plus 104,386, skill points are plus 5, used, and additional attribute points are plus 10. Bai Bian looked at the giant dragon in front of him. The bone dragon had been put on a coat of steel.
Its empty abdominal cavity was also filled with machinery.
The huge scales rose and fell like breathing. Some of the cold barrels could be seen, and the limbs also regained their fullness under the mechanical background. The head covered by metal, with scarlet flames looming in the eye sockets, looked very oppressive. The back of its wings are equipped with magic thrusters, and the front is made of extremely sharp steel. The whole body is made of the same alloy as silver barite, and its hardness and toughness are ridiculously high.
There are various howitzers on the abdomen, and the mouth has been transformed into an energy-breathing device. 5 kilograms of mithril are used in the mouth.
When the dragon's flame breath comes out from here, it will be greatly strengthened by the machine. Coupled with various firearms and poisoning devices, the current mechanical bone dragon is the ultimate level of his alchemy level. He even used up all the skill points he obtained to achieve this transformation.
Before the gold level, White Plague cannot strengthen this dragon.
However, the bone dragon's combat effectiveness has been greatly improved, almost reducing it to a war machine, and the transformation cost has been as high as 7 million gold coins in materials. The additional experience points gained from this transformation are enough for him to advance to another level and completely reach the silver level.
However, Bai Bian is not in a hurry. If he is directly promoted now, Knight Rose will be unable to sit still. The 18-year-old Baiyun high-ranking alchemist has the potential to reach the SSS level, which has a great chance of reaching the legendary potential. There are only a few people with this kind of potential in the entire Federation, and they all practice seriously in the capital. If he wants to expose this potential, then the concept of Rose of the Night must appear in the sun. That way, although the plot will start in advance, he will receive the attention and even protection of the legend. The mechanical bone dragon is now not afraid of the existence of the golden lower position, and can barely manage Onionon in the middle position, but the upper position by Bien's eyes were a little solemn, and he thought about it carefully. What he has to do now is to expose the threat of Rose of the Night, then push his potential to its peak, then become the Lord of Tobu City, and finally continue to upgrade himself. In the next, maybe you can survive the chaos. These 30 years were indeed peaceful, but this peace was based on the fact that the old sword master's lifespan was short and the gods were unwilling to pay the price. But now a lot of things have changed. The development of science and technology will make the dawn closer, and the emergence of geniuses will make gods impatient. Maybe they won't be able to bear it any longer in 30 years, right? Opening the forum again, Bai Bian noticed the live broadcast of the Wei Brigade. He raised his eyebrows slightly and an invitation letter appeared in his hand. It seems that Rose of the Night has to rely on players. Let's go to Bolton and try your new abilities. Target the mutated area 100 kilometers southeast. Go and give them a big gift first. White Blight jumped on Bolton's head, and a mechanical throne suddenly rose, and some joysticks appeared in front of him. The moment he sat down, Bolton, who had been unable to increase his strength before, felt how powerful he was now, let out a dragon roar in excitement, and instantly rose into the sky. His dissatisfaction with the White Plague has disappeared a lot, and it has only been 50 years. If he can continue to become stronger with this alchemist, he doesn't mind following him forever, heading towards a stronger future. Roar! The roar of the dragon with a mechanical sound shook the mountains and forests. Spring had arrived. Some birds and beasts were frightened and flew up and fled into the distance. Bai Bian pushed the operating lever in front, and suddenly round metal pipes appeared on the edge of the dragon's wings. Buzz! The next moment, blue flames spurted out crazily, and the dragon's speed instantly exceeded Mach 5. The powerful sonic boom gave people a strong sense of shock. Bai Bian could no longer suppress the excitement in his eyes. He didn't have Gundam yet, but transforming the dragon was not bad. The ancient technology has not been discovered yet, but among them, he created the powerful mechanical dragon in a tricky way. Next, explosion is art. Thanks to Yue Liangyu Xia Sang for the 1500 coin reward and the big guys for the 100 coin reward. Today I offer you 9,000. In the next few days, let's get started with 10,000. Please vote, please read, please reward, and I ask for everything. The speed of Mach 5 is 1,700 meters per second, more than 6,000 kilometers per hour. This speed should not appear on any silver-level creature, but now a dragon with 5 times the speed of sound is soaring in the sky. A low-altitude flight caused lawns to fly in an instant, big trees were uprooted by the airflow, and some small animals died on the spot in this sonic boom. Bai Bian pulled the joystick. Although the bone dragon could fly on its own, he now enjoyed the feeling of control more. And according to the experience determination mechanism of this game, if an alchemist controls the weapons he makes, he will gain experience by killing enemies. In other words, if Bolton's dragon breath kills monsters, he will not get experience points, but if he controls Bolton's cannon to bombard the enemy, then there will be corresponding experience points. The large-scale massacre that is about to happen, just like the players, even if each player has 10 experience points, the experience points will be ridiculous. And what he is going to now is the new mutation zone. He only needs 80,000 experience points. Any more can be saved until Rose of the Night is completely exposed before he comes back. At this speed of 100 kilometers, it took more than 50 seconds to reach a land with a strong abyss. The land here is dark red, as if it has been soaked in blood, but it is dry, giving people an eerie feeling. At the edge of this area, some humans, orcs, elves and other races are cautiously trying to get in. They are all adventurers. The mutated zone brings danger, but also wealth. The abyss erodes the creatures, turning them into monsters that only know how to kill, and the corpses of these monsters are accordingly turned into magic materials. These magic materials are widely used in various industries of the Federation, such as magic equipment for mages, technological weapons and curse potions for alchemists, and blacksmiths also like this controllable abyss energy. So whenever a new mutated area arrives, adventurers' hunting begins, which is their main source of earning gold coins. Say hello to them.
Bai Bian said with a smile. The giant dragon that had already attracted most people's attention turned around and returned to the sky above these adventurers. It lowered its flight altitude and then flew fiercely between these people and the mutated area.
Boom boom boom.
The strong sonic boom set off a violent airflow, and the beings below the bronze upper level were instantly blown away. Before anyone could be frightened and angry, Bai Bing's joyful voice spread throughout the area. I am Bai Bing, and I am testing new weapons.
There will be a riot in the mutated area in a moment. Exit the mutated area within 30 seconds.
The young man's voice seemed a little cheerful, but it made the adventurers' expressions change.
White Plague. This is a legendary name, at least in Tobu City.
In this era, the legendary boy's name is no longer Mo Sen's, but this one's called Bai Yai. Most of the adventurers who were bronze also listened to the advice and ran back quickly, because those adventurers who did not listen to the advice died in the hunting and counter-hunting with the mutated creatures.
Bai Bian was very satisfied with the effect.
He pressed a switch and the propellers on the dragon's wings were slowly turned off. The lack of powerful kinetic energy does not affect Bolton's ability to ride a powerful sword. In the new mutation zone, most of the monsters are lower-level bronze. Only by killing each other endlessly, like abyss worms, can they quickly neutralize the power of the abyss in their bodies and enter a period of rapid growth.
This method of raising goo was defined as the new era by the adventurers of the Federation.
Once the Lord of the mutated area, that is, the boss, is formed, then the mutated area will reach the expansion area, and they will kill all creatures that do not belong to the abyss. The vitality and blood of the creatures will be the best fertilizer for their growth, eventually giving birth to lords from the abyss. I looked below and saw a 1-meter-long dragonfly that flew very fast, a sparrow that was 7 or 8 meters tall, a rat the size of a buffalo, multiple rabbits that jumped dozens of meters, a tiger that exuded the aura of a king, and a giant 2-story building. Bare as he passed by, Bai Bian only saw this. The pressure of the dragon made the monsters below a little confused, but they continued to kill each other. The creatures in the mutation zone in the newborn period are in a state of killing whoever they encounter.
They have no concept of fear. Long way can only make them feel threatened, not afraid.
Some birds and flying insects sensed the smell of the white plague and flew up one after another. Especially the cockroaches that were 4 to 5 meters long and had 2 or 3 heads were the most disgusting existence. Bai Bian's eyes showed disgust. He looked at the time. Bai Bian raised his hand, and his magic power built a shield in front of him. He held the control stick with an excited smile on his lips. Crash it over and fly at low altitude. The bone dragon lowered its body, fiercely flapped its steel wings, and crashed into the densely packed insects and birds.
Bang bang bang.
A dense sound of impact instantly sounded, and the bone dragon's own flying speed also reached supersonic speed. The huge impact force instantly smashed these bronze-level scum.
Blue, green, white and yellow are decomposed in the airflow.
During the low-altitude flight, Bai Bian quickly pressed buttons one after another. On the steel dragon's abdomen, the scales opened one after another, revealing the densely packed gun barrels and gun barrels behind it.
Molotov cocktails.
Bai Bian pressed a button, and countless incendiary bombs stored in it were launched at high speed. Buzz as the dragon flew all the way, the abnormality zone with a diameter of 10 kilometers suddenly lit up with flames that reached into the sky. The flames were devouring everything, and the forest was burning with raging fires. The panel suddenly began to refresh, and the dense experience points made it difficult to read the text in the dialog box for receiving messages.
One more round. Bolton suddenly turned around and flew in another direction.
Bai Plague pressed the button frantically again, and Barrett's unique voice and countless Gatling's voices formed a metal storm, instantly tearing apart the flames. The dragon's belly, under its wings, its legs and hands became places where gun barrels could appear, and the torrent of metal slaughtered the monsters in the mutated area without hesitation.
Continue.
Bai Bian pressed the buttons for cannonballs and various bombs, and as the dragon hovered at low altitude, alchemy bombs fell into the forest one after another. They made a dripping sound, making the massacre suddenly become extremely urgent.
End of breath, let's go back.
Bai Bian looked at the experience value that had reached 250,000, and let go of his hands to admire the forest that had turned into a sea of fire. Just like this giant dragon, no matter how many bronze creatures there are, they are still scum. We can only wait for them to run out of ammunition and food, and then run away. Bolton nodded, his eyes bright red. Blue dragon flames gradually appeared at the corners of its steel mouth. It was gathering momentum, and when it reached the edge of the forest, it made a spin. Then the temperature in the forest suddenly increased, the dense dripping sound reached an end at this moment, and the giant dragon opened its mouth. The mechanical device suddenly made a harsh operating sound, and the blazing blue undead fire gradually turned into a deep blue color.
Many magical energies continued to strengthen the dragon's breath.
With the explosion of the first alchemy bomb, the temperature of the forest suddenly reached its extreme state, and all the trees spontaneously combusted at this moment. At this time, the dragon's undead breath suddenly descended on the earth along with the dragon's roar.
Boom!
The ground began to tremble, and dark blue flames suddenly rose into the sky, splitting the forest apart instantly, forming a sharp contrast with the normal flames on both sides. The terrifying dragon power constantly suppresses all breath, and the dragon's breath melts the earth into crystal when it reaches the edge. White Blight turned on the thruster, and at the same time the dragon's breath stopped, exploding at 5 times the speed, and flew away with a stronger sonic boom in an instant. Only the stunned adventurers were left at the edge of the forest. They looked at each other and swallowed. They do know that White Plague is awesome, but is it really possible for a silver alchemist to destroy a mutated area in 1 minute? Is it really silver? An orc murmured, still in the middle. Perhaps they feel much better than those in the imperial capital. Geniuses are all perverts. It's probably not bad, the people in the imperial capital are all perverts.
What the hell, is there a mage who can resist fire? The things inside should be almost dead. Let's go in and pick up the money.
That's right, no matter what genius he is, I only want gold coins. Let's go, remember to avoid the blue flames.
Ordinary flames are not a threat.
You killed the level 9 mutated dragonfly, experience value +3, you killed the level 11 mutated cheetah, experience value +9, you killed 56,000 mutated monsters, and your experience value is +81,320. A series of panel prompts made by Bien feel very comfortable. Seeing that the experience value was almost full, he was very satisfied with the transformation of the mechanical dragon. Fortunately, the ending is the dragon's breath, and that is the creature that Bolton killed, not him, otherwise Silver would be on top now. White Blight feels a little helpless.
Things about Rose of the Night are about to speed up. Those high-level players should be very interested in tracking down Rose of the Night.
Only by Bien thought, he couldn't be the first person to issue the mission, because that would allow Rose of the Night's people to track him down, which would be bad. The best situation is to put aside the relationship, then release the task, and finally use him to guide. Just by thinking, the outline of Tobu's city appeared in front of him. After thinking about it, the White Plague still made Bolton stop.
He asked, "Can you still return to the realm of the dead now?"
"Sorry, boss, after the contract was signed, my true body came to the continent of Shia.
The location of the world of the dead is always moving, and I can't go back."
Bolton's voice was nice and mechanical. The electronic sound, combined with the current body of steel, is very domineering. Bien thought for a while, "Then you go back to the transformed valley first.
When the contract calls, you come to me again. Remember to hide."
"Okay, boss."
Bolton put his head on the ground.
After the White Plague came down, he flapped his wings and flew away quickly. As a contracted creature, it cannot disobey the White Plague's orders except to let it die. Of course, this is a contract on the first 5 levels.
As White Plague entered the city, he was quickly noticed by the players.
This group of visitors from other worlds had no sense of awe. After saying, "Holy shit, look, White Plague," the 24 or so players surrounding him crowded around with cheers. Their first words were, "By Bing, let's continue with that mission.
I want to go to the Tomb of the Undead and have a look again."
The surrounding players all had similar expressions, and some were gnashing their teeth. It was obvious that they wanted to continue killing the boss. Players' hatred is still very strong, and a boss may become their obsession. Of course, this has little to do with the White Plague. He said helplessly, "You are late. The Tomb of the Undead has been destroyed, and now it has become an ordinary mountain."
Destroyed?
The players looked at each other, and they all sounded one word at the same time, "Bug fix."
Doesn't this mean they will never get paid?
But don't worry, everyone, the 50 silver coins compensation promised before is still there.
Tomorrow night, you can come to collect it at the door of my pharmacy.
Bien said, waved his hand, took a car and walked towards the inner city. The players looked at each other, not knowing what to do for a while. Bien returned to the shop and paid wages to the employees first, Irene 100 gold coins, Luoning 200 gold coins, and another 30.
In the surprised eyes of the employees, Bing walked into the laboratory.
He needed to make a plan and let them pick him out while tracking down the Night Rose. Opened the forum and looked for Way Brigade's live broadcast room.
Bien was a little surprised that it was turned off.
30 minutes ago, it was obviously still open.
Skip some weird posts like a player killed an ordinary NPC's chicken because he couldn't find the monster, and was blocked at the resurrection point for a killing spree, and clicked on the Way Brigade's homepage. The place is as serious as ever. Apart from the videos to popularize science and show operations, there is only one new announcement recently. It basically says that he is doing a secret mission, and when the mission is over, the mission will be made into a video to popularize science. Bai Bian thought for a while and walked out. Since the guard brigade was not there, he would look for other senior players to do the tasks for everyone. Boss, are you going out again? Luo Ning said enthusiastically, would you like me to do a divination for you? She now has a divination stall next to the counter. There is a star chart on the stall. On the star chart is a crystal ball with a diameter of 30 centimeters. Although it is a bit crude, it still looks good. Bai Bian became interested. Did you spend all your salary on this ball? Hee, for divination, you must have some props. Luo Ning said with a silly smile, come on, boss, my predictions are very accurate, and all my customers agree. Then let me try it. How do I do it? Bai Bian looked at the crystal ball curiously. He really rarely played divination. When he was a player, no one went to the NPC for divination. When he became an NPC, he had ghosts in his heart because of time travel, let alone looking for them. So this is his first time doing divination. Stretch out your hand and I'll help you see your destiny first. Bai Bian handed over his hand, and Eileen also looked over with interest. She had also been divined and said that she was short of money in her life. Although she believed that Luo Ning must be a parallel import, she was still a little uneasy. Now that the White Plague is divination, she is also looking forward to something. Luo Ning stared at Bai Bian's palm prints and observed them carefully for a while. She frowned and muttered in a low voice, it shouldn't be. Then he stretched out his two hands to grab Bai Bian's hand and closed his eyes. Bai Bian felt something enter his body in Luo Ning's cold hands. Not long after, Luo Ning frowned and slowly took Bai Bian's hand and placed it on top of the crystal ball. Immediately afterwards, the stars in the star map lit up and then went out very quickly. As Luo Ning's face turned pale, the star map gradually stabilized. A red star flickered, and finally managed to maintain its brightness. As Luo Ning took Bai Bian's hand away, she also opened her eyes. Suddenly, in her sight, a shadow appeared in the crystal ball, and an extremely sharp light flashed away. She quickly let go of Bai Bian's hand and looked at Bai Bian with a pale face. What's wrong? Bai Bian took back his hand and asked curiously. The Gung Venus star is always bright. This star is responsible for killing. But I just saw the power of shadow and the sharp light. Boss, someone wants to trouble you. Luo Ning nodded affirmatively. Bai Bian was really surprised. Could Luo Ning be able to predict the strong man regardless of his rank? When she divined a stronger existence, shouldn't she have seen a blank? But then he thought of what he wanted to do, targeting Rose of the Night. Then at the end of the Scarlet Sect, the gold that appeared in Rose of the Night was a shadow assassin, gold level. He was silent for a moment, with a gentle smile on his face. Don't worry, it's okay. Didn't you see me too? Thank you Luo Ning for the reminder. You'd better not go out recently. As he said that, he reached out and touched Luo Ning's head, turned around and walked out. Eileen, keep an eye on Luo Ning and don't let her go out. Dongwu City has been in trouble again recently. As he spoke, Bai Bian turned around and walked into the alley next to the shop. Luo Ning, on the other hand, looked at the crystal ball with worry on her face. She closed her eyes and placed her hands on the crystal ball, silently beginning to spy on her destiny. Don't worry, it will be fine. The boss is a multi-millionaire and a super genius. What we should worry about is ourselves. For example, when will he give me a salary increase? Eileen tried to avoid the topic, but Luo Ning rarely responded to her words and silently released her abilities. She didn't want her newly found home to be lost like this. At this time, outside the city lord's palace, Demacia, Way Brigade, and 3 top players were staring at a very beautiful human girl intentionally or unintentionally. The girl was wearing black loose work clothes, carrying a vegetable basket, and walked to the market on another street without looking back. I can imagine that she came out to do some shopping. Demacia and the senior players followed slowly, and he couldn't help but complain in a low voice, is there really something abnormal? It's been 2 days, and she is no different from an ordinary chef. The other 3 people also nodded in agreement. They could not enter the city lord's mansion, but this girl named Jolly would come out to buy groceries every day. Her various forms were very natural. If it were not for the mission, they would not pay too much attention to this girl. This is the scariest thing. Think about the background of this era.
The guard said in a low voice, "There are people in the desperate background. There are even organizations that have sneaked into the city lord's mansion and are also responsible for the city lord's food and drink. What does this mean? We all know this, but we'd better take action directly. We have to take action first to scare the snake away." Demacia said helplessly, "With this time, I have completed several tasks." "Wait a moment, we should have results soon." Wei Brigade saw that Yali disappearing around the corner, and quickly quickened his pace, and their movements gradually became more conspicuous among a group of NPCs. "You want to?" Demacia looked at the movements of the guard brigade, and there was a hint of understanding in her eyes. "That's right, it's not just us who are trying to scare off the enemy. We need to act better." Wei Brigade whispered, and the few people quickly restored their secretive appearance. In addition to being too low level, they quickly communicated with the surrounding NPCs. Melt. If you don't know the players very well, you won't be able to tell that these people are players. How do you confirm that Yali is organized? If not, aren't we acting for the blind? Wei Lu and the other three people looked at the questions from their friends on the panel. Wei Lu had a smile in his eyes. It was really easy to form a team with Gao Wan. No one would do anything sabotage. As long as there was some intention, everything would basically be done. Get cooperation. Wei LV entered a paragraph. No? Do you believe it? Spread out, follow each other separately, record the screen from the third perspective, and meet back in 2 hours. Wei Brig and the other 4 people looked at each other, and the 5 people dispersed with a tacit understanding, slowly following Yali, watching the girl's every move from different directions. The girl seemed completely unaware of the surveillance, and still entered a supermarket very naturally, bought some high-end dishes, and then walked back. Time passed slowly, and when dusk fell, the 5 top players reunited. How about it? They didn't speak, and while communicating through the panel, they kept walking to more remote corners. Demacia was silent. "You are right, I still underestimated this game. This organization is much stronger than I thought. Look at this." Demacia sent a picture. It was a picture of a fishmonger. He was staring at Demacia's back. Although he couldn't see anything at all, if you look carefully, you will find that this fishmonger actually has a relationship with Demacia. A look similar to that of a player. It was a kind of game, aloof look. They were mocking the people they were teasing. Same. Picture, same. Picture, same. Picture. The 4 pictures are all in the vegetable market, and they are the owners of various shops. They are very natural. If it were not for the difference in their eyes, there would be no way to detect anything abnormal about them. Even the difference in the eyes is more like an illusion, because when someone is buying something or looking at someone, their eyes are always modest and a little flattering. These people just didn't expect that this group of wonders actually had a 360-degree wide-angle video recording, and the changes in their eyes from modesty to aloof silence were quite clear. Wei LV, these are the shops that the girl often goes to buy. However, according to the records, the city lord is very powerful, so the food should be no problem, but the methods in this world are too rich. This level of infiltration still makes people shudder. If I guess correctly, we will die tonight, and even the girl will find reasons to resign. Fengchen, I roughly understand your thinking, but we cannot die meaninglessly. If this game is brought into the real world, it is difficult for us to imagine the energy of this organization. No wonder the difficulty of the mission has reached hell. Demacia looked at Fengchen. Fengchen was an orc and should be a warrior. Orcs were also the characters with the highest strength and endurance among them. Demacia, only we know these things. We have to find a way to make things bigger. The more attention we get, the easier this task will be. Wei Lu's eyes were very relaxed. Where in this city can people get more attention than Liming Pharmacy? We can just squat outside Liming Pharmacy tonight, where their surveillance can shine. Doghead JPG, Demacia, wouldn't this be bad? I feel like the energy of this organization is not something that White Epidemic can withstand. Retrograde, what are you afraid of? We are just taking a rest, we are not trying to cause trouble. Wei LV, hey, don't panic, what is this? Just as Wei LV was about to say something, he felt something was on his head. He grabbed it casually, and the beep on the panel suddenly lit up. You obtained the special mission item, Night Invitation. Wei LV? He posted the screenshot in their group and asked in surprise, does this game drop quest items from the sky? The senior players looked up one after another, a little surprised. Demacia, there seem to be 2, let's see what the next one is. Wei LV was a little confused and took out the second one. This one didn't have the black rose symbol on it.
The Way Brigade looked at it carefully and opened the second letter.
Suddenly, the information of an organization clearly appeared in the eyes of several people, but it only appeared for a moment, and the paper in their hands spontaneously ignited and turned into ashes. But the good thing is that they all have the habit of automatically recording the screen.
After pulling out the screenshots, several people were surprised.
Night Rose is a secret organization that has been lurking in the Dawn Federation for more than 500 years. More than half of the cities in the Federation have been invaded.
They have huge energy.
They do not allow anyone to know their existence and are extremely secretive. The only sign, ominous black energy, will appear in the soul after death. Way Brig and a few people looked at each other, they all thought of something, and a screenshot appeared in their group.
That was the scene in the promotional video of White Plague dragging the old wolf.
Behind White Plague, in a distant place, there are several twisted shadows. From a distance, these shadows are the pattern of the Black Rose.
Ah, this. Way Brigade didn't know what to say for a moment. He opened the special item with some hesitation.
Suddenly the prompt on the panel sounded, which shocked Way Brigade.
This was actually the main mission. Mission, Invitation to the Dark Knight. Attribute, Main Quest. Task description, you have received an invitation from Rose of the Night.
25 natural days later, there will be a sacrifice that has been cancelled, but the location of the sacrifice is always the same.
Perhaps some unknown secrets can be discovered from it.
Please find more clues about Night Rose and bring this dangerous organization to the attention of the Federation.
Mission difficulty, God.
Mission reward, optional special job transfer ×1, experience value plus 20,000, gold coins plus 1,000, free attribute points plus 50, skill points plus 50. Introduction, the mysterious rose blooming in the dark night will eventually reveal its beautiful but dangerous appearance.
The guard's eyes widened, he raised his head and asked, have you received the mission? Mission? What mission? Demacia asked. Several other people were also very concerned and stared at Way Brigade.
I'll take a screenshot of the main mission for you to see. Way Brigade said and sent a screenshot of the mission to the group.
Damn it. Brother Way, you are crazy. There is a hidden profession. This invitation letter should be a mission item. I don't know how to get it. Maybe it's an item dropped by the Rose of the Night organization? Let's go, let's kill that bitch, thump.
Several senior players turned their heads, looked at Demacia kneeling on the ground, and started asking questions.
God of games, since mission items can drop from the sky, why only one? Come on, give me one too, just one, please. Way Brigade. Flowers bloom on the other side. Retrograde. Fengchen. Looking at the chattering Demacia, the Way Brigade turned his head speechlessly and switched to the group chat. The other side is right, but have you noticed? The sacrifice has been cancelled. Some changes happened to them, causing something to be cancelled, and the person who sent the task to Demacia disappeared. It was an empty phone number, the missing task issuer, the sudden appearance of the invitation letter, and the spontaneous combustion envelope. What did you think of? Demacia, who was worshipping Buddha, paused and suddenly stood up. Just as he was about to say something, he was stopped by the guard's gesture. Way Brig and them looked at each other. Friends, the plan has changed. Someone wants to use our hands to break Chang Wei's hiding. Then we don't need to worry so much. We just need to go rampant. Someone will push us behind the scenes. We have accomplished our mission, and all we have to do is die. Seeing their hesitation, Way Brigade continued typing. Are you worried about death penalty? Think about it, since they can give us the invitation letter of the night, then this so-called invitation letter has no effect on them. As the hero of discovering the Rose of the Night, it is not too much to take it over and take a look, right? The eyes of several other people lit up. As long as they opened it, they would be able to receive the main mission. In other words, everyone has a chance to trigger that hidden mission. Demacia stood up directly. Then what are you waiting for? Let's go. Wait for me to hide the equipment and let them know directly what the fourth natural disaster is. Wei Lu smiled. Wait a minute, what will happen if the live broadcast is started now? Demacia was stunned. Isn't this not good? There are so many people, there is no chance. It's okay, the more people, the better. Since it's going to make a big fuss, of course the bigger the better. Don't you believe in your own skills? Now 80% of the players still regard this place as a game, and they won't think so much about it. For them, all they have to do is rush. Way Brigade said, decisively starting the live broadcast. Instantly, a large number of players began to pour into his live broadcast room, and barrages flooded the screen. They were all concerned about the progress of the mission, because the lineup of this team was somewhat luxurious.
They are all professional teams from previous professional games and passerby masters. Although the nature of the game has changed, masters always have a filter in the eyes of players.
Why do you want to start a live broadcast?
Because this incident is not just our mission, but the main mission.
Players in the entire Dawn Federation have the opportunity. Let me show you the mission description and our ideas.
Listening to the explanation of the Guard Brigade, by Bien, who was visiting Commander Mawson at his residence, had a smile on his face.
The finished product is as I imagined.
However, Legion Commander, the two organizations last time were very mysterious.
I couldn't find any information.
This kind of intercontinental missile and the city defense system of the Wuchang army are very important.
It is best to be led by the Legion Commander. It's better to guard it personally.
Bai Bian looked at the missile launch base in front of him and gave his advice seriously. He can't make this thing now, and the high cost of 10,000 gold coins per cannonball is too extravagant. And the fact that Dongwu City can be destroyed means that the Wuchang army, the army defending the city, may have been invaded and turned into a civ long ago. Therefore, now he has to take a look at the more important intercontinental missile system. If he sees those condescending looks, he needs to take a good look at it.
I will listen to your suggestions. Mosin responded calmly, feeling the current aura of the White Plague. His eyes were full of solemnity.
The level increase of the White Plague is somewhat unnatural. According to the Intelligence Organization's collection, the White Plague was mixed with the Group of Wonders, and according to the report submitted by Sabo,
there is an S-level divination genius in Bai Bian's shop.
This Bai Bian Bai Bing counted the silos. There were a total of 24 intercontinental railguns, which was enough for Tobu City. The explosion range is 7 kilometers in diameter, the shockwave range is as high as 15 kilometers, and with a 70 fib-level energy burst, as long as this missile is not damaged, this border city will be as stable as Mount Tai. In addition to the strike range of 5,000 kilometers, missiles from the 3 surrounding cities can reach Tobu City through network support. As long as the people who come are not top legends, the place will not fall.
Okay, I'm just here to take a look, you continue.
Bai Bing said, turned around and walked out. Among the operation and maintenance personnel, there were no people from Rose of the Night, which was good. Of course, it is also possible that the people in Rose of the Night have become more cautious after the Scarlet incident. As long as they don't look like a big boss behind the scenes, the White Plague really can't find them.
White Plague. Emosen suddenly spoke. Bai Bian stopped, turned around and asked gently, "What's wrong, Legion Commander?" Mosen was silent for a moment, and then asked calmly, "Do you want to go further?" Bai Yi was stunned.
Although we didn't know where he revealed his intentions, there was nothing to hide.
In the Federation, everything depends on strength and talent. At least that's the case on the surface, but secretly he has never been afraid of Bai Yin. Why not? Emosen was silent for a moment and nodded, "I understand."
Bai Bian looked at Emosen for a long time, turned around, and walked out with a gentle tone. "Captain Emosen, Dawn is not the only city that belongs to this city. There is no need to fight. If you break through, the position of City Lord will still be yours."
Emosen frowned, looking at Bai Bian's leaving figure, and fell into deep thought.
The City Lord after leaving Tianqi Station, Bai Bian watched the live broadcast and walked slowly to the City Lord's mansion. He was not worried about competition. The SSS level potential could erase some of the City Lord's persistence.
Killed. Someone was killed. It's those wonders, right?
I don't know, but it was someone from the City Lord's mansion who took action.
Really or not? Let's go and have a look.
Suddenly, there was a rush of discussion around him. Bai Bian was speechless as he looked at the high-level players acting in the live broadcast and the series of ha-ha barrages. He always felt that things were going too smoothly, as if someone had laid the groundwork for everything. He walked over quickly, and when the people around him saw him, they greeted him warmly and made way for a passage. At the door of the City Lord's palace, the guard was lying on the ground, covering his abdomen with his hands and howling wildly, as if he would die in the next moment, but he never died. The 2 human soldiers standing guard at the City Lord's mansion crouched down and planned to carry the guard brigade away, because they saw that this guy stabbed himself. Although the blood was flowing and it looked miserable, everyone knew that the wonders he will not die, so the soldiers want him to die as far away as possible.
Wei Brigade was a little anxious.
He shouted in pain and looked around, and his eyes lit up when he saw the White Plague. He stretched out a bloody hand and shouted, "Ah, Mr. White Plague, you have to make the decision for us.
These 2 soldiers maintain the evil organization and want to drive us away. They must have been bribed."
The expressions of the 2 soldiers changed slightly. One drew his sword and the other drew his gun.
They looked at the guards brigade nervously. Don't talk nonsense. I saw it all. It was you who stabbed yourself. The people around him started to point, but they silently took a few steps back and put their hands to their waists. Most people in the inner city have magic scrolls to protect themselves, and they are all very cautious when they are involved in evil organizations. Let him say, what evil organization? Bai Bian asked calmly. The two soldiers' expressions froze and they silently took a few steps back, staring at the guard brigade. With his blood-covered hands, Wei Brigade pointed at Yali, who had just gone out with a vegetable basket, and said angrily, "A man in black robes in the city told me that there is an organization called Night Rose in the city, and this woman is that member of the organization. This organization is very secretive. Its only characteristic is that the body will emit black gas after death." As soon as these words came out, the person named Yali visibly froze, her pupils were shaking, and she was like a rose in the night. This term has never appeared in the public eye, and now it has been called out by a night elf who was not even bronze. This caught Yali off guard. Everyone around was a little confused, but the two human soldiers at the door turned serious, staring at Yali sharply. Looking at her expression, the soldier on the left had already pointed Barrett at Yali. Another soldier took out his cell phone and said in a serious tone, "I am now informing the law enforcement team that all of you are not allowed to move. Go talk to the law enforcement team. Yali is the person in charge of the city lord's diet. Although Jean no longer needs to eat, the city lord still has some appetites, so there can't be any problems here." Wei Brigade's eyes flickered and he winked at several players who were watching. Aha! Immediately, Demacia screamed and rushed towards Yali. The soldier who was contacting the law enforcement team frowned. Just as he was about to make a move, he was suppressed by a mental force. Meeting Bai Bian's eyes, he was stunned, then withdrew his hand and continued to contact the law enforcement team. "Damn Rose of the Night, you killed Yali, she is my goddess. Go to hell." Demacia roared, took out a kitchen knife, and rushed towards Yali. A trace of murderous intent flashed in Yali's eyes. Women in border cities have never been gentle, and she was a middle-ranking human race. The basket in her hand hit Demacia directly. There was a collision, and under the huge level gap between the two sides, blood instantly poured out of Demacia's head and she fell straight to the ground. Bump! But at this time, Barrett's unique voice reached everyone's ears, and instantly crushed Yali's head. Buzz and ominous black air began to spread. Black energy, really black energy, there is actually an evil organization in the city lord's mansion. Oh my god, you are still in charge of the city lord's food. Are all these guards eating dry food? I can't imagine how the city lord's mansion can accommodate them. Rose in the Night, sounds like it's not a good thing. Bai Bian's eyes suddenly became clear. He asked why the players were staring at Rose of the Night. They thought they were triggering a mission, but it turned out that someone was trying to kill Rose of the Night. His expression instantly became serious as he looked at the law enforcement team and the soldiers of the Apocalypse Legion who were quickly arriving outside the crowd. He decisively ordered, "No one is allowed to move in the city lord's mansion." He threw 2 bottles of healing potion to the guards brigade and Demacia, and quickly walked to the city lord's mansion. "I want to see the city lord now, wonders come with me." The guard and the fallen Demacia looked at each other, and they quickly drank the potion. The wounds on their bodies healed instantly, and then they quickly followed the footsteps of White Plague. Boom boom boom. Barrett sounded near the city lord's palace, and more soldiers rushed here. The law enforcement team and the Apocalypse soldiers gradually stepped into order, making the faces of those watching the show change. But before they could leave, the army was approaching and said seriously, "No one is allowed to move, wait for inspection." Thanks to blue military uniform for the reward it broke out, Deja rushed forward. Inside the city lord's palace. The only players invited in this time were Wei Brigade and Demacia. They looked at the serious buildings around them and felt a little uneasy. It is actually quite normal for this mission to be rated as having a hellish difficulty level. After all, under normal circumstances, it is impossible for the players to make matters worse and they would have been taken away by the law enforcement team just now. It was impossible for them to see the city lord, or even have a chance to confront the cook named Yali. In the midst of many difficulties, if players want to break the game, it will be a long process for the person with Black Rose to reveal his flaws first. And they have been noticed by the people of Rose of the Night, and it is even difficult for them to get out of the resurrection point. This is the correct way to open the hell difficulty, and now this trick is obviously fueled by 2 parties. When you meet the city lord later, you just need to tell me what you know. Don't say much else. Bai Bian said solemnly, without lowering his voice at all, and his slightly faster pace showed that he was a little anxious. I got it. Demacia looked at the suddenly widening view in the extremely natural and beautiful garden, and couldn't help but swallow. Gee, this city lord's mansion is really big. If we put it in reality, it seems to be a large manor of 500,000 square meters, right? I know, thank you, Mr. Bayai. Wei Brigade also responded quickly. He hesitated, Mr. Bayai, do I need to change my clothes? This seems a bit unsightly. Bai Bian turned around and glanced. Wei Lu stabbed him in the abdomen. There were traces of blood on his abdomen, chest, and pants.
He was indeed very embarrassed.
Unnecessary. Bai Bian responded calmly and looked at a pavilion in the middle of the lake.
The city lord was lying on a rocking chair and rocking. He was looking at something with a mobile phone in his hand. He didn't seem to notice their arrival, nor was he distracted by just now.
Barrett was disturbed by the loud noise.
Bai Bian slowed down, and when he approached the lake center pavilion, a high-pitched voice sounded, Lord City Lord, you are making things difficult for me. I don't know how to refine medicine in such a complicated way. Bai Yi paused, turned his head in surprise, and looked at Sabo, who was holding a bowl of dark liquid. There was obvious surprise in the eyes of both of them, and then they were both clear. Bai Bian relaxed a little, and he could conclude that the person who shot just now was the person arranged by Saab. Although this guy seemed to be focused on profit. But he can also hold grudges. Rose of the Night once gave him a fatal threat. If he has the chance, he will come back with revenge without hesitation. No wonder my plan was successful before it even started.
I see.
The city lord, who was addicted to playing with his mobile phone in the pavilion in the center of the lake, seemed to be disturbed by the high-pitched voice and turned his head with some dissatisfaction.
When he saw Bai Bian, the dissatisfaction on his face suddenly turned into kindness. What day is it today? You little guys are here to see me, an old man? Eric asked with a smile. White Blight is a little helpless. Isn't it true that only the city lord can ignore Night Rose?
In the entire Tobu city, regarding the matter of Rose of the Night, whoever will die will be blamed. It can only be thrown to the city lord and the players, and nothing will happen.
Sabo obviously thought so too.
If he hadn't appeared just now, someone would still have rescued the players and brought them in. I just went to visit the intercontinental missile silo, and then I was attracted by the movement at the door.
These two wonders discovered some important information, and I think it is necessary to let you know. Bai Bian said respectfully, and stepped into the lake pavilion with Sabo.
The two players lowered their heads, said nothing, and did not even glance around with their peripheral vision. To current players, a level 77 city lord is no different from a god.
The wonder. Is that what it says?
Eric excitedly turned up the volume on his cell phone, and suddenly a very pleasant female voice filled the pavilion in the middle of the lake.
The most bizarre spectacle in history looks like various races, mainly elves, humans, and orcs.
According to observations, they are immortal and disappear for at least 12 hours every day. Some time ago, they disappeared collectively for 20 days, and they appeared collectively again 3 days ago.
Judging from the current observations of them, this spectacle is friendly, and they will enthusiastically help all residents.
And these help will make the wonders become stronger in a strange way.
The principle is not yet known, but we will continue to observe, yes.
Bai Bian nodded and waved behind him. When the two players saw the gesture, they quickly stepped forward and bowed deeply to the city lord. Hello, city lord. Oh? It seems no different from normal people, but it has no soul. Eric looked up and down, his eyes turned to White Blight and Sabo, and wandered back and forth between them. In the end, he said with great emotion, the feng shui in Tobu City is quite good.
I actually raised 2 of you. I like this phone very much.
After sighing, Eric didn't ask anything and continued to browse the news section on his phone. You say it, I'll listen. When Bai Bian saw that the player was not moving, he reached out and patted the guard brigade on the shoulder. Then he and Sabo sat across from the city lord, waiting with solemn eyes. The guard brigade was stunned for a moment, then realized that the last words of the city lord seemed to be addressed to them. Just as he was about to tell everything he knew, there were hurried footsteps in the distance. White Blight looked over and saw Mawson and a night elf approaching.
Eric took a look and felt helpless. Why are you here anyway? Go back. You are not needed here.
Mawson and Eddie paused, bowed slightly to the city lord, turned around and left. Both of them are Legion commanders, which is the position closest to the city lord. It is normal to come here to care. Since the city lord said no, they will not hesitate.
You guys continue. Eric moved to the next news item with an incomprehensible look in his tone.
Demacia reacted and gestured to Wei Brig.
As a big anchor, Brig was obviously more suitable to speak. The guard took a step forward and replied in a respectful tone, reporting to the lord of the city, "This is what happened. 3 days ago, a black-robed human race asked us for help, saying that an organization called Rose of the Night had infiltrated the city lord government, so we launched a 3-day investigation. During these times, we discovered a bigger secret. They are everywhere, including the vegetable market, the city lord's mansion, and their people. The only thing that can identify them is the smoke that will be released from their bodies after they die." When he said this, Eric's finger sliding the phone paused slightly, and then continued sliding, seemingly without any objection. At this time, a letter floated down from the sky. It said that among the more than 600 cities in the entire Federation, all of them have people from Rose of the Night. I think they can invade so many cities silently, must have a big plan, so there is such a show in the city lord's mansion. An unknown force just now shot and killed the woman named Yali identified in the intelligence. Sure enough, her body had that weird black aura. City lord, I've said everything I know. The guard finished his narration respectfully, then took a step back and stood with Demacia, whose head was covered in blood. The two of them looked a little embarrassed. Eric continued to scroll through his phone, his cloudy eyes seemed to be in a daze, as if he was thinking about something. After about 10 minutes, the moonlight loomed in the east, but the sun lingered in the west. The afterglow of the sun illuminated the city lord's mansion, rendering the scene somewhat dreamy. Ding ding ding. The wind chimes on the pavilion in the center of the lake swayed and made a pleasant sound. Eric put down his cell phone, turned his head, and stared at the two players with turbid eyes. After a long time, he showed a kind smile. "Thank you for asking, what prize do you want?" As soon as he said this, a breath suddenly appeared on the players. A level 4 and a level 5 player suddenly turned into a level 6 and a level 7 player. The city lord was stunned for a moment. Recalling the news just now, he looked at Sabo. "Take them out. The city lord's palace will pay for them and give them some rewards. You can watch." Sabo stood up, glanced at Bien, an inexplicable emotion flashed through his eyes, a signature smile appeared on his face, and he bowed. "I will obey the orders of the lord of the city. Let's go, Wonders, I'll take you to pick out rewards," Sabo said and walked outside the lake pavilion. Demacia and the guard brigade looked at each other, their eyes filled with joy, and they quickly trotted to follow. In the live broadcast Barrage learned, "I quickly left Huxenting." Silence. Eric started scrolling through his phone again, but his mind was clearly distracted. There were only 2 of them left in the Hushin pavilion. Bien didn't rush him and waited silently like last time. When the sun completely sets and the moonlight begins to shine, Eric's voice finally sounded, "Actually, I want to retire. You know what I want to do in half a year. The state of mind is what I need now." Paused and looked at the fish swimming around, feeling helpless. "But we only have you. The capital is a good place. That's the stage that's suitable for you. You can try it." Eric looked at the crescent moon with a gentle tone. "Not enough." Bien shook his head gently. Eric was stunned for a moment, the slightly shaking chair stopped, and he looked at Bibi in surprise. Bien looked back calmly, with undisguised ambition in his eyes. The old city lord did not play any role in the original trajectory, but he never appeared in the next 30 years. There was only one possibility. The old city lord failed when he broke through, and was seriously injured and died in the battle to break the city. An old man who could live and die with his city. Bien didn't believe that he would see the wrong person. The stares lasted for about 3 seconds, and the old city lord's eyes became sharp. "Are you hiding? Are you suspicious of the Federation?" Bien seemed to see a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood from the subtle change in his eyes, as if an old lion was regaining its fighting spirit and looking at him with a scrutinizing gaze. Bien didn't answer, but he didn't avoid the city lord's gaze either. Not answering was actually an answer. The energy of Rose of the Night is beyond imagination. A strong member of the council means that he is at the same level as the old city lord, and that person is no different from other members. They are all under control. Based on this piece of information alone, Bing is destined not to offend this organization too much, at least not now. The old city lord stood up tremblingly, and a powerful intention circulated in the lake center pavilion. The extremely terrifying aura instantly made his dark side become extremely docile. The specialty, mental defense, was passively triggered, and he withstood the strong pressure, but his spirit was rapidly depleted. Eric stared at him for a long time, and just when his mental defense was crumbling, the lion-like aura suddenly disappeared. His steps no longer staggered, he looked at the lake and said calmly,
after half a year, my blood energy began to weaken, and I can no longer see the road to legend.
Xia's magic power concentration has dropped too seriously.
Her previous legendary talent is no longer enough for people to break through to legend.
There are too few legends about breaking dawn.
If I have a chance, I want to try it. I want to bet on the 1 in 10,000 chance. His tone was no longer the kind one before, but became very serious. The moment those wonders arrived, the magic concentration of the world stopped falling and began to pick up.
You know what this means. If you have enough talent, what if I don't try to break through? What if I give you the position of City Lord? What are you afraid of?
I want. Bai Bian paused, and then said softly, the power of having everything under control. All time travelers are suspicious, and he is no exception. It has been almost 3 years now. His suspicion has actually been reduced a lot, and the Federation's desire for geniuses has been completely written into the law. This year is Daybreak Calendar 1537, which is the time for this dark age to exist. It was also the time when the Dawn Federation was established, and many forces and capitals emerged over a long period of time. A 1,000-year-old family may not necessarily be a parliamentary family, but their background must be so powerful that it is difficult to understand. He has no capital before getting the boss panel, but he has memory. Even if the players don't come, he can still live well, but he doesn't have the confidence to ascend to the top. But now, he has the ladder to climb to the highest level. The border city is a special place, and no member of the counselor family can reach here. This is the stage he wants, but before stepping onto this stage, he must ensure that he will not fall before stepping on the stage.
Gold is the upper limit of this era.
The recovery of magic power will allow more geniuses to emerge, and it will become easier and easier for these geniuses to break through and advance. But this also means that the ancient gods will get closer to this world. This is a time of great strife, but it is also the beginning of danger. The old city lord paused and his eyes became calmer. I can make you a promise. As long as you show enough talent, everything will be the same in half a year. Before I die, no one in this Dongwu city can touch you. He stretched out his hand, and powerful fighting intent instantly gathered. The sky above the entire city lord's palace suddenly became dark, and some of the peeping eyes around him disappeared in an instant. An ominous aura fell away, and the old lion showed its terrifying fangs for the first time to these rats in the gutter. The old city lord pressed down, and the powerful power of the contract suddenly gathered, and the aura of the abyss was looming. His turbid eyes stared at Bai Bian very seriously, and he stretched out a hand. All the regulations in the Scarlet contract on it were clearly visible. You can sign the contract to ensure that you have a smooth road ahead.
Bai Bian was stunned.
The Federation's thirst for genius has reached its extreme, but he didn't expect it to reach this level. And this is a city lord who holds real power and is so powerful. Thinking of what happened at the previous auction, before the auction, because he showed his absolute talent in science and technology, he was not held accountable for dragging the Apocalypse Legion into trouble and secretly swallowing up the resources of the Scarlet sect. And at the auction, the old city lord also directly stood up, giving him enough confidence in front of the entire Federation. He was silent, lowering his head to think. After a long time, he raised his head and met a pair of scorching eyes. He shook his head, and the old city lord's eyes slowly dimmed, and his straight back slowly curved. But the next moment, 320,000 experience points were suddenly added to the level.
Boom!
A powerful aura suddenly burst out from Bai Bian's body, and his level soared from 42 to 44, silver level.
There is no need for a contract. I can show you the talent.
Bai Bian's eyes were calm, and the terrifying mental power came out of his body, distorting the space.
The old city lord paused, a glimmer of light appeared in his turbid eyes, and he murmured excitedly, 18-year-old silver top, gold mid-level spiritual power god level talent. The aura on Bai Bian's body was still rising, and the power of the contract flickered. Looking at the dying old man in front of him, he decided to believe him once. The golden warriors of the human race have a lifespan of 500. Starting from the age of 400, the warrior's energy and blood power begins to decline.
According to the records, the city lord is already 450 years old. There is no hope for him to break through. Bai Bian did not expect that he could achieve this level. In Bai Bian's eyes, no one is perfect, and people's bad nature cannot be eradicated, but this city lord has done something that many people can't do. The contract just now was not fake, and Bai Bian had no reason not to believe him. Since he wants to see it, Bai Bian doesn't mind showing everything currently in front of him. A powerful malice loomed around him, and a scarlet shadow flickered behind him.
The surprise in the old city lord's eyes was undisguised, evil thoughts.
He had already received the information about Bai Bian's purchase of taboo knowledge. Young people should try their best, so he didn't care. But now, he has seen the results of the White Plague, and he has actually tamed this taboo transformation with a 100% mortality rate. And it had no impact on him. This could no longer be explained by talent. The old city lord's cloudy eyes were full of excitement. He saw the rise of a young legend. These old guys are dying. The life of the former elder, the old man holding the sword, has also come to an end. The future of the Federation will always belong to the young. Those calculations in the capital city, but now, a stronger new star rose before his eyes. Roar! An explosive dragon roar sounded, and the terrifying dragon power pressed down on Dongwu City. Powerful auras rose up all over Dongwu City, trying to intercept the dragon that was causing trouble. But the next moment, the dragon's speed suddenly increased and flew straight towards the city lord's palace. The speed of Mach 5 exceeded Bai Yin's limit. Buzz buzz. The protective shields were opened urgently, but they still did not prevent the dragon from approaching, but locked it inside. Boom! The dragon landed, smoke filled the air, and scarlet light lit up in the smoke. The evil dragon with a strong sense of oppression made a mechanical voice and lowered its arrogant head towards Bai Bian, boss. Bai Bian did not respond to the dragon's greetings, but looked directly into the excited eyes of the city lord. His voice was very calm, and some of the worries in his eyes were disappearing. This is my current limit. Rose of the Night has gold staring at me. I expect you to protect me. Okay. The old city lord looked at Bai Bian excitedly. He had rarely lost his composure. In the entire Federation, there were more than 800 million people, and only a handful of people could achieve this kind of talent. And now there is one appearing in front of him. How can he not be excited? Eric suddenly said, "Old guy, did you see that thing about Rose in the Night? I will make an announcement tomorrow." Bai Bian was stunned for a moment. Old guy? He looked around, and there was absolutely no one he could see or be seen here. Where was the old guy? Suddenly, an old voice sounded on the city lord's cell phone, and there was some excitement in it. I know, but the one named Bai Bian should come to the capital to develop. This is his stage. With geniuses of the same level, and legendary protection, there will definitely be no problem. Get out! Eric seemed to be more irritable when facing his peers, and he shouted without hesitation, "Didn't you hear? He doesn't like that bullshit capital city. If he wants more talents to gather in the capital, then first those people's claws have been chopped off, and each of them can stretch their hands longer than anyone else, and I can't even look down on them." Eric, you are still so irritable, but I have investigated Bai Bian, and it seems that he has a close relationship with the young lady of the Tiefing family. With his talent, the Tiefing family is very willing to accept a son-in-law who can take advantage of the dragon. The old voice sounded a little bit meaning of teasing. There was a hint of temptation in his tone. The Tiefing family, can they use their funds to buy your Tobu city at will? Go away, don't try to trick him. I said that nothing will happen to him before I die. If you want to reach out, you can try it and see whether my sword is sharper or their greed. The old city lord started complaining again, and then said directly, "Stop talking nonsense, go find Koman immediately. Tomorrow I need what just happened to spread throughout the Federation." "TSK, my temper hasn't changed at all," the old voice muttered, and then the phone screen that lit up went out. White Plague. Good guy, no wonder the old city lord was muttering just now. It turns out he was acting as a narrator. Eric calmed down, but he still couldn't hide his joy. He stretched out a hand and said kindly, "How is it? Do you have any worries now?" Bai Bian was silent for a moment, then smiled helplessly. I judged the gentleman's belly with the heart of a villain. He seemed to have reacquainted himself with the Federation, or at least the older generation. Everyone has climbed up from the ranks of civilians, and they are deeply aware of the benefits of federal laws. When their lives are about to end, they don't seem to mind helping the laws to rectify their reputation. Eric's emotions were quickly suppressed, and he shook his head gently. "No, what you think is actually correct. Where there are people, there will be ambition, and where there is ambition, there will be carelessness and no fault of caution." As he spoke, he suddenly asked kindly, "Want to try it in advance?" Bai Bian was stunned. He knew what Eric was talking about and shook his head. "It's too early. I want to wait. They may come to the door soon." The old city lord was a little regretful, but he still said, "Then you should adapt to it in advance. Young man, Tobu City does not have so much to be content with." As he spoke, he reached out and patted Bai Bi on the shoulder. Terrifying power appeared from him and gradually spread, covering the entire inner city. An old, loud voice came out. "From today on, Bai Yin, the high-ranking alchemist, becomes the acting city lord, and all matters of Dongwu City are decided by him. As soon as he finished speaking, the whole city was in an uproar. At the door of the city lord's mansion, Emosen, who wanted to go inside, stopped because of the arrival of the giant dragon. His eyes were very calm, and he finally stopped silently at the door of the city lord's mansion. Behind him, Eddie, the commander of the Storm Legion, patted Mosen on the shoulder, as if to comfort him, but also to say with emotion, this federation always depends on talent. The Apocalypse Army guards the inner city, the Wuchang Army guards the outer city, and the Storm Army is the army that goes out to sweep. The 3 Legion commanders are actually the 3 reserve city masters. They are the most talented beings in the entire city. They are all young people, and all are at the top level of silver, with the lowest level being 48. But Mosen is already almost 30 years old, and there is a big gap between the lifespan of the human race and Baiyin's 18-year-old silver. So although Emosen was a little disappointed, it didn't reach the level of holding a grudge. Emosen said indifferently, "You talk a lot." In an underground base in the west area outside Tobu City, a being wearing an angel mask paused slightly with his fingertips, and the eyes revealed on the mask were somewhat gloomy. It seemed that he couldn't accept what was happening now. In front of his eyes, a mirror was broken. On it were the red dots deployed in the city lord's mansion. Now 80% of them had disappeared. "Let me tell you, there's something wrong with that white plague. I've asked you to kill him a long time ago." The clown's tone was gloomy. He had not forgotten Blight's hatred for using the golden scroll to blast him, and now he couldn't wait any longer. "4 hours ago, the intelligence came that Miracle was targeting us, and Miracle's actions are unpredictable. We can only say that someone is targeting us. We cannot confirm that it is the White Plague. It is most likely the mysterious organization in the Scarlet Incident." Angel shook his head. He took out a mobile phone and clicked on the news about the players. He looked at the official exploration and research on the players and fell into deep thought. Does that bullshit organization really exist? We can't even find any clues about it. How is this possible? The clown said dissatisfiedly, his tone beginning to be depressed. "Let's all wait for the supreme response. White Plague's potential assessment has reached SSS level. The Federation will protect him to the death. This is not something we can decide as a division." Angel also has a headache. That organization is too mysterious, and some things are too coincidental. Although everything seems to have nothing to do with the white epidemic, the ultimate beneficiary and who is now famous all over the world are vaguely pointing the finger at him. Isn't the priest ready yet? If he breaks through to gold within half a year and wants to kill him again, it will be impossible. But now, the old guys in the Federation will only keep geniuses alive, not dead people. Joker, he knocked on the table impatiently, making a banging sound. He cursed with suppressed anger. How come these old guys are not dead one by one? Why don't you enter the new era with us? Why are you pretending to be righteous? The angel was a little silent. After thinking for a long time, he finally said, "Then you go and test it, but don't go too far. The Supreme has not given a response yet. I should have made this decision a long time ago." The clown said impatiently, his figure blending into the shadows and disappearing into the underground base. The angel's eyes were full of worry. They didn't know how Rose of the Night was exposed, but they could feel that perhaps the beginning of a new era would be very difficult. He clasped his hands silently, closed his eyes piously, and prayed in a low voice. The center of the Federation, the most prosperous city in Dawn. The top group of people have begun to get busy. The existence of SS-level talents is a hope for the Federation. When the magic power of Shia continent was low, the world would restrict the entry of all gods, but now the continuous decline of magic power has stopped. As geniuses appear one after another, despair is also approaching. Powerful ancient gods, abyss lords who peer into all matter, and strange planes will all approach Shia. There are 3 major federations of intelligent beings. These are 3 places that barely maintain order in this boundless continent. Only geniuses can have a glimmer of hope, which is the hope of civilization. Before God comes, they have to find an existence that can confront God. This is difficult, but hope is always hope. We don't want the order to collapse. Hope can have setbacks but cannot fall. In the very center of the city, in an extremely splendid ancient palace, the sound of metal clanging could be heard. As an old man slowly stepped into it, powerful figures appeared here one after another. As the number of people exceeded 15, Heidinger stood up and said with a chuckle, "Federal Spark has reached a new high, and the latest young man with SSS-level potential has appeared, White Plague, an alchemist." The old mage smiled and stretched out his hand. In the tide of magic, a picture appeared.
It was exactly what Bai Bing looked like. His life history, his rapid growth after the rise of talent, and the changes and contributions of the auction to the Federation were all displayed on the big screen. Up here in. The big guys in the field had incomprehensible expressions in their eyes, and their eyes flickered as they looked at the portraits. Don't think too much, he will probably become the Lord of Tobu City now. Heidinger knew what they were thinking and said with a smile. Nonsense. Immediately, some members were dissatisfied. Border cities are too dangerous. People with such potential should come to the capital. Heidinger did not refute, and silently let out a sentence that seemed to have been deleted. The old city lord's old voice sounded, I can make you a promise. As long as you show enough talent, before I die, in this Dongwu city, there will be no one. No one can touch you at all. Immediately, all the counselors present fell silent, and the dissatisfied warrior stopped talking. The level 77 magic swordsman, and his blood had not really subsided. This promise was placed at the meeting, which seemed to say, let them these people, please be quiet and don't make any noise. A smile appeared on Heidinger's face, that old guy said so, just stop thinking about it. Coleman, this thing will be spread throughout the Federation tomorrow, so all city owners should pay attention. This organization is very dangerous. The smile on Heidinger's face disappeared, and a picture appeared next to Bai Bian, which was the narration of two players. As this narrative continued, the expressions of those present became solemn. Almost all the cities have been invaded, and the city lord's palace has also been invaded. What is the concept of this? An old human man wearing a tuxedo and meticulously combed silver-white hair nodded, I understand, the network will push this video later. Heidinger nodded and looked in the other direction with a smile. Tiefling, what do you want to say? An old man with mysterious fluctuations all over his body and wearing a robe said kindly, I don't know what that little girl is thinking. Just leave the young people's affairs to their own decision. Heidinger nodded, then we will re-evaluate the Federation. Coleman, your network is very convenient. Please open the message board so that the voices of young people can be seen by us old guys. Except for border cities, other cities have been stable for too long, and stability is not a good thing. Some people's hearts are a little crooked. This little guy Bai Bian is actually hiding his clumsiness. What does this mean? The credibility of the Federation is declining, let those city owners reflect on it. Anything that violates federal laws will be replaced. They have forgotten how they got up. The head of the Komen family nodded, yes, I will let Sonu handle this matter. Heidinger nodded. As a level 78 elemental mage, he is currently the strongest being. Moreover, he does not have his own family, so there are no disputes of interests. He presides over the General Council. Suddenly, a gaze came over, causing the rhythm of the meeting to stop abruptly. Many counselors, heads of families, or counselors of glory raised their heads in surprise, and then their expressions became solemn. The old swordsman is actually paying attention to this meeting. Heidinger paused and said calmly, in 2 days, let's convene the congressmen for a meeting to formally discuss some of the trends in the Federation. Right now, our main discussion object is still the white epidemic. As the 5th person to appear at dawn tomorrow, a level genius on the surface. The parliament is still going on, which seems to have attracted the attention of many beings, but it also seems to have nothing to do with many people. Bai Bian said helplessly, City Lord, you, young people, there is nothing wrong with being careful, but young people must have the energy of young people. Those old guys in the Federation will have no ambition. What strong person can emerge in an absolutely safe environment? Go ahead, I will watch you. Eric's tone was very pleasant. He threw it away, and a scroll and a ring appeared in front of Bai Bian. With this, remember to pay more attention to the affairs of Dongwu City. A qualified city lord cannot let my own people are living in dire straits. Bai Bian took the two things, and the prompts on the panel suddenly lit up. Obtain a golden high-level scroll X1, gold level equipment, and a ring of protection X1. Name, Absolute Protection. Properties, Disposable Mage Scroll. Effect, release an absolute protection, which cannot be broken by the legend. Duration, 30 seconds. Introduction, a scroll from Glory Counselor Heidinger, which has a powerful protective effect. Price, 50,000 gold coins. Name, Ring of Protection. Quality, gold. High quality, durability, 100/100. Equipment effect, protection from the fate level. When you are about to encounter danger, the ring will vibrate to predict the danger in advance. Equipment requirements, mental power 100+. Introduction, Alice, don't go, I won't be careless again Joffrey. Price, 8,000 gold coins. Bai Bian was silent for a moment, stood up, and bowed slightly to the city lord. I understand, thank you city lord. The surge of magic power in his body made him jump on the head of the mechanical dragon. After the dragon roared, the powerful airflow disrupted the flowers, plants and trees carefully arranged by the gardener. The giant dragon soared into the sky, causing waves of exclamations. The power of the dragon made people in the inner city a little scared, but when they saw the direction in which the dragon took off, their fear diminished a lot and they became curious and admired. When some speeches began to be circulated on the network, Bai Biao's panel lit up again. Your legend reaches 80, is titled Future Star, and the upgrade is Name, Future Star. Attribute, Title. Quality, Wearing Effect, Charm +5, all NPCs with official positions have an initial favorability towards you defined as friendly, you will have absolute confidence, and your understanding of alchemy knowledge will be +10%. Wearing requirements, Legend level 80. Introduction, the real star of the future, the hope of dawn. Bai Bian felt that there had been some changes in himself, and a smile appeared on his face. This was the best of times. There has never been an example of a genius being stifled. Of course, it is possible that this has not been reported, but once he comes, the protection will be higher than he expected. Because the real top management paid more attention to talented young people than he imagined. And just as the city lord said, there were not so many intrigues in the border cities. When the old sword master's energy and blood began to decline, peace came. But before the energy and blood of the old sword master declined, the border cities were targeted by beings from outside the world all the time. There are wars almost every day, and almost everyone is a soldier. And now, when the players arrive, the existences outside will also be ready to take action. The immediate danger now is Night Rose, and their attack may already be on the way. The protective shield covering the entire city in the sky had been closed at some point. Bai Bian thought for a moment and let the dragon land. In the midst of exclamations, he descended on the street outside the city lord's palace. Many people were watching the bone dragon and White Plague, their eyes full of awe. White Blight said to Bolton, "Go and stay on the wall of the inner city. From now on, you can rest on it unless I call you." "Yes, boss." Bolton nodded, flapped his wings fiercely, and disappeared from the street in an instant. After taking a look at the players who were eating melons, Bai Bian walked towards the Hall of Knowledge. Since this was already the case, apart from the fact that his evil thoughts could not be exposed in front of the players, the rest didn't matter. The acting city lord has the highest rights besides the city lord. In other words, this taboo city can already be regarded as his asset, even because the city owner's level is too high. He can use the resources in the city's treasure house. As long as he combines the military salaries of 400,000 troops, the salaries of various departments in the city, and sets aside some more assets, he can mobilize the money inside at will. When the city lord asked him if he wanted to give it a try, he asked him if he wanted to become the city lord directly, but Bai Bian refused. The border city lord has nothing less than gold. He doesn't want to break this rule. There are still more than 300 days left for the job assignment, so he is not in a hurry. And within these 300 days, it was not difficult for him to become gold. Because there is no such thing as a bottleneck in a panel. He entered the Palace of Knowledge and purchased gold-level alchemy knowledge, as well as diviner's knowledge below gold level. After coming out, he looked in the direction of the city lord's mansion, and looked at Mawson from a distance. His voice was wrapped in magic and passed to Mawson, "You personally guard the intercontinental missile silo." Mawson paused, looked at Bai Bian for a long time, and said calmly, "Follow your orders." After saying that, he turned around and left without any nonsense. Eddie looked around and finally followed Mawson. It was obvious that he had a good relationship with Mawson. Bai Bing turned around and walked into the alley. It was extremely dark tonight, and the residents watching the excitement had no intention of following Bai Bing. Sometimes when the gap in status is too large, an invisible barrier will naturally appear. The darkness became deeper and deeper, and a little light appeared on Bai Bian's body, and a sense of danger came over him. Bai Bian paused for a moment, his eyes darkened slightly. "Want to play in the dark under the light? Boss!" Suddenly a shout of joy appeared, instantly dispelling the danger. Bai Bian looked forward. At the end of the path leading to Dawn Pharmacy, Luoning appeared under the light with or in black robes, waving to him happily. He was stunned for a moment, and the scroll that was about to move in his windbreaker disappeared, and a beautiful smile appeared on his face. "Luoning, why are you here?" "I'm worried about you." "Hey, boss, you seem to be a little more handsome again." "Really? Weren't you handsome before?"
No, it's just that he's more handsome now, even more handsome than before. When he emerged from the darkness, the shadows in the darkness also faded, and the crisis was postponed. Thanks for the tips, Daeju will work hard to update. It's okay, you should be sleeping or practicing now. Bai Bian looked back, touched Luoning's head tenderly, took her hand and walked to the pharmacy. Next to him, Or's soul fire flickered under his hood. He couldn't help but cast his gaze in the direction of the disappeared dragon. He felt the new aura of the undead. This damn capitalist seems to be particularly fond of the undead world. If there is a chance, he must remind the bone dragon to take a closer look at the damn contract. But I can handle the outside things well, only this time. Bai Bian's tone became tougher. Feeling Luoning's slightly cold hands, he seemed to suddenly start to like this world. Well, okay, but you are really in danger, Luoning muttered in a low voice. I only know that you can go back if you come here now. There is no need to discuss it. Come and help me when you become stronger. Now you are just an employee, and I am the boss. The employees must listen to the boss. Bai Bian couldn't help but look back again. The sense of voyeurism now came, and he was separated from him. Watching Al staring at himself. Or also felt it. The terrifying undead aura on his body suddenly erupted, and the blue flames in his eyes suddenly turned red. The magic of this area was instantly disrupted. After a slight pause, the sense of voyeurism slowly disappeared, and everything seemed to be back to its original state. I know. Luoning looked at Bai Bian who had stopped, a little confused. What's wrong, boss? It's nothing, go back. Bai Bian came back to his senses and looked at the little lowly with some surprise. When they were on that path, it was the ring of protection given by the city lord as an early warning. But this is top-notch golden equipment. It is shocking enough to be able to warn of the crisis in 2 minutes. But what about Luoning? As expected, he is the only fortune-teller in the entire Federation who can predict the rose of night. His ability to predict is too transcendent. Hey, boss, have you really become the acting city lord? Luoning's eyes were bright. Yeah. Bai Bian's hand couldn't help but tighten a little. Luoning is a human race or a 12-year-old child. There are only 2 ways to explain this. First, she is a genius with potential beyond SSS level, and her talent is all focused on prediction. Second, she may be the reincarnation of some powerful being. Judging from how easily he is killed in the future, it is obvious that he is a top-notch talented player with precognition. Boss, will you still open a pharmacy in the future? Luoning asked nervously. Bai Bian was stunned and smiled. Don't worry, you won't lose your job. Even if I become the city lord, you will also have a position in the city lord's mansion. Huh, that's good. Luoning breathed a sigh of relief. She was also afraid that the white epidemic would suddenly kill her, and she was afraid that the pharmacy would close, and she would have to go back to the desperate outer city. Now these worries are gone, and the steps are also a little brisker. But she lost her worries and thought of something again. Boss, if you become the city lord, can you improve the outer city? There are many people there who are bullying others, and there are also many people who are sick and can't even afford medicine. Nobody decisively interrupted the girl's fantasy. This is the tone of the Federation. No one can interrupt the suffering of the people. Why? Doesn't the city lord have great power? Luoning frowned, very confused. When they were bullied in the outer city, many people cursed the capitalists, the city lord, and the law enforcement team. After she entered the inner city, the prosperity here made her feel like she was in another world. She didn't understand why people outside had to suffer and why people inside could enjoy happiness. Bai Bian thought for a moment and asked, did anyone bully you when you were in school? No. Luoning shook his head decisively. There are mage masters and uncles from the law enforcement team in the school. Those bullies are very well behaved in the school. Then what did you learn in school? Bai Bian asked with a smile. Learn the common characters and the characters of many races, learn the differences, advantages and disadvantages of each profession, and some very basic knowledge, such as fighting. Luoning thought seriously, and then answered affirmatively. Look, doesn't this clearly tell you how to avoid being bullied? Bai Bian's tone became a little emotional. As long as they study hard and have a little talent, then they won't be bullied. But don't worry, you will understand when you grow older. How about taking you to the entertainment area? Entertainment area? Those casinos and pubs? No, you'll know when you go there. Al, you can go back. Bai Bian took Luoning to buy a lot of things. It might be dangerous for her to suddenly get involved in Rose of the Night. With such a strong talent, there is no way Bai Bian would let this happen, so Luoning now wears a gold-level protective scroll around his neck. He originally wanted to give the scroll given by the city lord to Luoning, but he thought that he might be in more danger later, so he only bought 2 golden middle scrolls.
A protection, a fixed-point space teleportation, and Mai Ying's fixed point is the city lord's mansion.
As long as the protective scroll is opened, the teleportation scroll will also be opened. With only 1 second of blocking, the space jump will be opened, taking her away from the dangerous place. Coupled with the large amount of divination knowledge he bought when he went to the Palace of Knowledge, it should be foolproof, right? After all, Luoning's own prediction is the strongest. In her previous life, before she took the initiative to say that she could predict the Night Rose, the Federation didn't even know there was such a person. It's a pity that she fell too quickly. At that time, foreign enemies were around, civil strife was everywhere, and players were wreaking havoc everywhere. The old sword master only had the strength to fight for the last time. In addition, she predicted that a congressman was from the Rose of the Night organization, and the Federation simply could not take care of so many things. Bai Bian was lying on the small bed in the corner of the laboratory, looking at the ceiling of the steel structure, thinking about Luoning, and gradually fell into sleep. He hasn't slept for more than a month. Although he doesn't need to sleep with his current mental strength, it may be caused by too many things, which makes him a little mentally exhausted.
Tonight is destined to be a sleepless night for many people.
The popularity of the Alchemy Magic Network has added a lot of protection to the law and made the spread of news extremely simple.
An organization called Night Rose appeared in everyone's sight.
Mysterious, powerful, and forbidding words were pressed upon their heads. At the same time, many adventurers have lost the trust they had always had, because according to the description, you don't know whether you are still yourself after a mission, or whether your companions are companions. Players collectively transform into detectives, and like to stare into other people's eyes, trying to catch the person who holds the Rose of the Night, and participate in the main mission with extremely generous rewards. After all, Wei Lu's live broadcast clips are widely circulated, and he doesn't hide too much, which makes his popularity continue to rise. After all, no matter what game he plays, he always has useful knowledge. Whether they are players or passers-by who have no quota, they all like to watch his videos. Through his videos, they can really learn skills and get a clear glimpse of the world. The forums are now calling for an open beta, but the game company is pretending to be dead as always and has no response at all. However, Wei Brigade and the other senior players were not happy. The moonlight that was obscured by dark clouds shone again, and the 5 senior players looked at the gray roof of the resurrection point with a daze in their eyes. They opened their own small channel and communicated somewhat helplessly.
Wei Lu, when you chose things just now, were you sure you chose gold coins? Demacia, but, crying.jpg, Wei LV, didn't I tell you to choose gold coins? Do you think that the mission of this game really ends and there will be no follow-up game?
You have to see this world as the real world.
Demacia, stop talking, the damn game gave me back the bronze level staff.
The sorrow has turned into a river. I, Demacia, and the Rose of the Night are incompatible. Retrograde, 6.
Feng Chen, 6. Flowers bloom on the other side, 6.
The Wei Brigade was a little speechless and paid no attention to this guy. Did you notice that the ones who killed us seemed to be those traders during the day? Dian Hua Kai, we stayed in the market for too long, and those people became abandoned. Feng Chen, this game is more sophisticated than we imagined, and this organization is more powerful than what was reported in the intelligence. I feel that this organization can cause chaos in the Federation at any time. Ray Ching, yes, but they can't compete with the Federation. The extraordinary personal force of the world is enough to suppress any rebellion. What I'm worried about now is that the 5 of us will be blocked at the resurrection point and killed.
Guard Brigade, I kind of understand why the main mission is the most difficult god level. Now we can't even get out of the resurrection point, and the organization's sacrificial site seems to be outside the city. After leaving the city, there will be no protection at all, and we will be unable to move. Demacia, what a damn game. Give me back my equipment. Ignoring Demacia's madness, the Guard Brigade continued to speak. Perhaps we can try to seek help from White Epidemic.
You also heard the voice just now.
He is now the acting city lord. I have sorted out by Epidemic's personal information. You have a look.
As he said this, he uploaded a piece of information in the group, and everyone except Demacia clicked on it.
Name, White Plague.
18-year-old Shirogane, crossed out, takes the top spot.
Deeds can now be traced: the steam train, the cell phone, the internet, Barrett, the inventor of the intercontinental missile. the technological pioneer of the Dawn Federation and the preparatory city lord of the border city. Federal sources detail the White Plague. Expand. In summary, it is suspected that the game is destined to be the protagonist and the absolute core of the future plot. After reading the detailed descriptions, the high-level players fell silent immediately. Crazy Demasha glanced at it and couldn't help but turn on the mic. What the hell? True and false? If it's true, you deserve to die for having such a high favorability level with White Plague. Give me back the bronze staff. The corner of Wei Lu's mouth twitched, and he typed wordlessly, "You've had enough, where's your aloofness?" Demasha, my staff. Go offline. Mater must go offline. He will come back online at noon tomorrow when there are many people. They shouldn't be too aggressive by then. We will go directly to White Plague to gain favor. After doing so, we will go offline directly. As he spoke, Demasha was stunned. I have no mission. Wei Brigade, you deserve to die. Damn this game, give me back my staff. Wei Brigade a dot. Demasha was still in a state of madness when he saw a scene that made him furious. Your friends Wei Lv, Feng Chen, Ray Xiang and Bian Huakai are offline. Demasha? You deserve to be damned if you really step on the horse. You are real. When the time came to noon, the Wei Brigade and others also went online at the same time with tacit understanding. Suddenly, the scene in front of them shocked them. In the chat group of several people, the screen was filled with messages. Demasha, you guys deserve to be damned. Wei Lv scrolled up and found that the screen had not been refreshed for half an hour in the morning. Maybe this guy went to the toilet and had breakfast. He was a little speechless. He had clearly said that the hell-level mission would not be that simple, so he clearly explained that he should choose gold coins that could be stored in the panel and would not fall. He is rebellious himself, who can blame him? The other three people also fell silent. This resentment, Xia Jian Xianlai had to express, could not be exhausted. It could not be exhausted at all. At this time, Demasha once again sent out a resentful message that swiped the screen. It seemed that the four of them were noticed and the screen refreshed faster. Wei Brigade, ignore him, let's go find the White Plague. Have you read all the precautions I sent you? Look ×3. Demasha. Wei Lv. Check the private message and leave. Wei Brigade closed the group chat and looked out cautiously. What am I doing? The hell-level mission is very difficult. I was killed after completing the mission yesterday. If I'm not careful, I will be blocked from the resurrection point. What we have to do today is try to find people for help. Well, why are there so few people? Does anyone know where they have gone? Wei Brigade asked, a little confused. It was ridiculous that there were no group of jumping players at the resurrection point at noon. Several other doors opened, and the four Damatians and the guards looked at each other. At this time, a barrage floated by. Everyone went to Bai Bian to collect money. Wei Lu was stunned. Get money? What kind of money do you get? During the last bug, the compensation promised by White Epidemic, at noon today, anyone can get the money, and there will be no waiting after the deadline. Demasha, who was also paying attention to the live broadcast room, was confused. Without thinking, she ran away. Mater, you have money, run faster. Hey, you! The guards wanted to stop them, but it was too late. Now they could only see Demasha's back. He looked at each other with the other three high-level players, and could only follow helplessly. If there was danger, it would depend on whether his hand speed was fast enough. Before being dragged into the battle, he could log off at any time. The five people arrived at the gate of this independent urban area unimpeded. These walls were built by Saab, and this area also belonged to Bai Plague's private property. They looked out and were a little stunned, because at some point, two tall orcs were already standing at the door of the unprotected birth point. They looked straight ahead, showing no signs of anger, so some gangsters who come to the player's spawn point to catch the autumn wind can only watch from a distance. Demasha turned around and looked at each other with the guard brigade. She put away her resentment and looked at Feng Chen. This guy was an orc and the two soldiers at the door were of the same race. Feng Chen had a smile on his face that he thought was kind, but was actually extremely ferocious. He stepped forward and asked, "Brothers, what is going on? What happened?" The orc on the left glanced at him, and after seeing the wonders of his own race, his aura of keeping strangers away lessened, and he said coldly, "The acting city lord asked us to take turns to prevent civilians from entering the place where your wonders are." Feng Chen was stunned for a moment and asked curiously, "Why? Wasn't there such a rule before?" As soon as he finished speaking, the orc soldier's breath became even colder. "I don't know, I can't influence the decision of the acting city lord." Feeling the displeasure of the orc soldiers, Feng Chen wisely stopped asking and walked out with the guards and others. These two orcs are soldiers of the Apocalypse Legion. They are poor people guarding the inner city. Many wealthy businessmen will deliberately establish good relations with them and come to the outer city, especially to guard this group of wonders. Not to mention oil and water, there is water. Less than a mouthful. For the Apocalypse soldiers, this is no different from being demoted. If it weren't for the rotating duty here, they would all quit. The Guard Brigade and Demacia discussed that the roads today were exceptionally orderly, and all the bullying that was usually seen had now become peaceful and friendly. If you look carefully, you can still see soldiers from the Wuchang army and members of the law enforcement team patrolling, and the frequency of patrols is not low. After the 5 people paid the entry fee, the inner city remained unchanged. It was still bustling with traffic and extremely prosperous. Especially the appearance of motorcycles and helicopters made the inner city even more lively than the streets of Blue Star. By the time they reached Xingwu Street, the crowds in front of them were even more crowded. Players lined up in an orderly manner to receive money, while NPCs watched the excitement. There are also some people who seem to have seen business opportunities and come up with various delicacies to sell. It's a pity that even if he shouts very hard, it is not attractive to players at all, because as long as the things in the inner city are connected to magic, the lowest base currency is silver coins. Food with slightly better additions and slightly better taste is sold for gold coins. It's not that players don't want to buy it, but they simply can't afford it. Those who can afford it will eat up more than half of their wealth. No one will do this. Several people from the Wei Brigade also lined up. When they were about to arrive, a red alarm suddenly lit up at the door of the store and an electronic mechanical sound sounded. The beautiful elf who was distributing money with a resentful look on her face was even more upset. She couldn't get any of the money these players received, and she even received it repeatedly. Really greedy. Beside her, a skeleton quickly raised his gun and made a bang. The player said fuck and disappeared from the spot. They continued to hand out money, and when they were waiting in line to reach Demacia, Bai Bian happened to walk out in a hurry, as if he had something to do. Mr. White Plague. Demacia grabbed the money bag and rushed out with a swoop, his eyes filled with tears. If you didn't know better, you would have thought that he was ruined by White Plague. Bai Bian was also shocked by this news. After becoming the acting city lord, there were more things than he imagined. He was really busy now, especially since Emosen was about to resign. He was also a little overwhelmed. He had to go and see what was going on. Condition. However, after seeing that it was Demacia, he was not so anxious to leave. He had a pretty good impression of these high-level players, and they were also the players who most abided by the rules of the game. What's wrong? Bai Yifei asked gently. After Wei Brigade and the others received the money and deposited it into the panel, they also trotted over and immediately saw a speechless scene. Demacia cried loudly, Mr. White Plague, Lord City Lord. Those damn night roses stole my bronze magic wand. They robbed my things in broad daylight. White Plague. Wei Brigade. Players who are watching the fun, Bai Bian couldn't fix this operation at once. Isn't this guy a top passerby in micromanagement? When you used to play computer games, what about the coldness you felt when you beat up the anchor? Players all turned on the recording function in unison. Big news, the headlines have been booked. At this time, the Wei Brigade's live broadcast room also exploded, and the barrage of ha-ha-ha did not stop. It was obvious that they had never seen Demacia like this. Bai Bian looked at the Howling Master from his past life and couldn't help but rummage through the space ring. In the corner, he saw a staff that exploded when killing players. He took it out and threw it to Demacia. I've been a little bit lately. Busy Wei LV? Player? After Bai Yi paused, he felt that the players around him were impatient, and several of them started to burst into tears. He silently knelt down and grabbed the bag of money he had just received from Demacia. I'll sell this to you cheaply. Immediately, the tears in the eyes of the surrounding players were held back, and they silently tightened their wallets. Demacia looked at the 50 silver coins with some heartache, and grabbed the staff tightly with one hand, trying not to laugh. It felt a bit funny. The guard sighed, but Demacia's operation was somewhat effective, at least it brought the topic to a close. He took a step forward and said in a respectful tone, Mr. White Blight, we also know some hidden personnel of Rose of the Night, but our strength is too low. I would like to ask if you can catch them with us? Bai Bian thought for a while, then you guys come with me, he said, walking towards the official street with the envious eyes of the players. Several people from the Guard Brigade looked at each other, and they couldn't hide the joy in their eyes. They really had a mission. Trigger task. Mission, hidden in the dark night. Attributes, special tasks. Task description: lead official personnel to find more hidden personnel of Rose of the Night. Mission difficulty: normal. Mission reward: experience value plus 300, gold coin plus 5, skill point plus 1, attribute point plus 1. Mission bonus: every time a member of Rose of the Night is found, the experience value is plus 100 and the gold coin is plus 1. Failure penalty: 10 gold coins. Summary: find them, catch them, and finally kill them. A few people soon arrived at the official street, which was even tighter. Except for the Adventurers Guild, there were soldiers guarding the entrances of other houses, looking a little serious. Some civilians approached the Palace of Knowledge with bright eyes and cautious steps. There was an opportunity for them to change their lives, but everything around them was something they couldn't afford to offend. Full of hope but cautious, the style is different from the brightly dressed inner-city residents on Xingwu Street who watch the excitement and have fun. Several people walked to General Tianqi's mansion. This house is not small. On both sides of the official street, one side is filled with shops and institutions outside the walls of the city lord's palace, while the other side is the residence of officials, security, or the army. When the soldiers at the gate of General Tianqi's mansion saw Bai Bian, they all saluted respectfully, and only returned to their seriousness after a group of 6 people entered. This place is not as huge as the city lord's mansion, nor is it as luxurious as imagined. There are maids busy inside, which is no different from the homes of ancient officials. Emosen also came up from the ranks of the common people, but he was luckier and his talent was revealed earlier. His parents are still alive and currently live in this mansion. With the waiter leading the way, several people arrived at the reception hall, where Mosen had been waiting for a long time. When he saw Bai Bian, he just said calmly, "The city lord has agreed. I will leave Dongwu City in the near future. These are the generals I have selected. See if there are any suitable ones." Bai Bian was silent for a moment, nodded, picked up the information and started to check it. The 5 players looked around curiously, but they still behaved and sat silently in seats not far away, waiting for Bai Bian's arrangements. Name: Sifu. Race: human. Level: 44. Age: 40. Occupation: swordsman. Rank: silver high. Current position: Deputy Corps Commander. Life: a strong man who rose from humble beginnings and has strong fighting qualities. Detailed results. Name: Martel Morvay. Race: elf. Level: 43. Age: 170. Occupation: magic swordsman. Rank: silver high. Current position: Deputy Corps Commander. Life: level talent, from the Morway family, a wealthy businessman in the city. Name: White Epidemic. Turned the page. Most of these positions were generals of the Apocalypse Legion. There were 7 people in total. There were only 2 deputy commanders in Baiyin. During the Scarlet Battle, these high-end combat capabilities did not appear because it was just Mawson's experiment. Practice, and they also need to guard some important places. Among them he even saw 2 brothers, Garrett and Magath. Mawson no longer chose, but used all the silver-level combat power of the Apocalypse Legion, which also showed his determination to leave. In fact, this is not to blame Mo Senator, he has always been a reserve city lord, and then his position as city lord was cut off by White Plague. It is considered generous to be able to handle these matters calmly as he is now. For another person, his emotions may have been out of control. Bai Bian nodded and rubbed his eyebrows. "Since the city lord has agreed, I will not continue to retain them. Forget about the 2 at level 30, you can call the other 5 over. Once the handover is completed, you can go." Mawson nodded and went out for about 5 minutes. 3 of his mid-level silver men and 2 high-level silver men appeared in front of him. Among these 5 people, there are 2 humans, 1 elf, 1 orc and a very rare dragonborn. Dragons have no reproductive isolation. They can have children with any living creature, but giant dragons are very rare. This one should have awakened his bloodline. He thought for a moment and said, "I believe you all know that Commander Mawson is leaving." Bai Bian observed the eyes of these people, including the elves and dragonborns, who all had a hint of dissatisfaction. There is still some affection between them and Mo Senator from Mo Sen's perspective, although everything depends on talent. After all, his things have been taken away. Mo Sen can suppress his emotions, but his brothers can't. Must. Judging purely from the expression of emotions, the 40-year-old middle-aged human race was actually the one with the best temperament. He looked at Sifu and said in a calm tone, "You will temporarily take over the position of army commander. There may be some chaos later, but there can't be too much chaos in the inner city. You can make arrangements." Sifu bowed slightly and said, "Yes." As for you, these wonders also know some members of Rose of the Night, Pava, and Warren. I'll leave this matter to you. Bai Bing looked at the humans and orcs in the middle of Baiyin.
The two looked at Mawson subconsciously, but under Mawson's serious eyes, they lowered their heads and responded, as ordered.
Bai Bian looked at these reactions, and finally looked at Sifu. After a long moment, he said calmly, "Okay, don't make it seem like we have a deep hatred. I am asking you to come here this time just to recognize my face. Maybe you are dissatisfied with me. Today, I will give you a chance. With the witness of Commander Mawson, if you can make me get up from this chair before losing my combat effectiveness, then how about I resign as acting city lord?" Mawson glanced at Bai Bian in surprise, but in the end he didn't say anything.
If Bai Bian wanted to establish his authority, then let him establish it, but this seemed a bit too arrogant.
Really? The Dragonborn couldn't help but speak first.
His pupils were dilating, and there were faint scales emerging on the green skin. Among them, the suffocating dragon power was rising. "Of course, Bai Bian, never lie to others, so you can join us too."
Bai Bian smiled and nodded.
"You don't need to trouble the alchemist so much.
I can knock you down alone. Do you want me to give you some time to prepare?"
The scales on the Dragonborn's body turned into real objects, and the dragon's power became more powerful. His vertical pupils dilated slightly. There is a feeling of evil intention.
"You can give it a try." Bai Bian looked at the 40-level young man with a smile.
"Among these silver-level ones, this one has the highest potential. His potential is level, but with the bonus of bloodline, he can go further than Sifu."
Roar. The main purpose of Dragonborn is to be a fighter. It is the basic profession of a warrior. It is the most economical profession and the profession with the strongest close combat.
After he let out a dragon roar, the ground began to crack. He stepped on the ground violently, and his whole body began to sprint at a speed that exceeded the speed of sound. His hands were claw-shaped, and the shadow of a dragon was looming. At this time, the void was shaking, and the strong energy fluctuations made the surrounding buildings shake.
Mawson frowned.
It would be difficult for an alchemist of the same level to block an attack of this level.
Bai Bian was an alchemist mechanic.
Unless he used a scroll, the machine would not have time to react. The few people not far away, except Sifu, all had schadenfreude in their eyes, as if they could already see the miserable state of this arrogant alchemist.
Boom!
There was a loud noise, and Mo-sen's actions about to help, as well as the expressions in the eyes of those people, were all frozen. Because, the majestic and unruly Dragonborn was already lying on the ground in an embarrassed posture. And in this hall, there was also a spiritual force that was so powerful that their senses were constantly warned. It seemed that as long as the young man was willing, he could use this spirit to forcibly destroy their souls. Bai Bian smiled and withdrew a powerful mental power of 498. The advanced knowledge of the alchemist has many means of controlling mental attacks. The diviner is also a spiritual profession. Bai Bian also learned the spiritual control of the diviner before. And spiritual exercises. It is still possible to crush these people with pure attributes.
I'll give you another chance. Come together and let me leave this chair. Then I will leave the position of city lord.
There was a hint of ridicule in his tone, and a slight blush appeared in the eyes of the Dragonborn who had just stood up, and the disapproval deep in his eyes disappeared. The eyes of the people behind him, including Mo-sen, became serious. This seemed to be a bit too powerful. It's a crushing power. Is this the horror of SS-level potential?
Excuse me.
In addition to Sifu, including the silver-ranked Legion commander, they all saluted Bai Bian slightly, and then assumed a fighting posture with solemn eyes, and the aura on their bodies continued to strengthen.
Are you ready? Bai Bian asked with a smile.
The four of them did not speak. The scarlet in the Dragonborn's eyes became more and more intense, and the terrifying dragon power on his body seemed to be faintly comparable to that of the bone dragon.
Just when they were about to attack,
Buzz a worker bee flew over slowly, and Bai Bing stood up and walked out in front of their shocked eyes. His space ring flickered slightly, and 5 bottles of potions appeared and were thrown into Sifu's arms. Drink 1 bottle for yourself and feed them some. When you are against the alchemist outside, remember to protect your body with magic at all times, and don't stay in the same space with the alchemist for too long. As he walked outside the general's mansion, he said calmly, "Remember to complete the tasks I told you, Sifu.
From now on, you will live in the silo. If you have anything to do, let them handle it. Follow the order."
Although Sifu was a little confused, he still accepted the order subconsciously. He could clearly see the nature of this federation and had a good chat with Mawson.
He respected his brother's choice. You the Dragonborn spoke, and suddenly his green skin slowly turned purple, white foam appeared in his mouth, and he fell to the ground. The others' eyes were horrifying. Before they could think more, severe pain erupted from their bodies. They twitched and slowly fell to the ground, without any ability to move. Sifu felt his body and didn't feel any discomfort, but he still drank a bottle of potion, and then quickly fed the potion to the 4 silver powerhouses who fell to the ground. The purple color on their bodies was fading rapidly. At this time, the 6 people, including Mosen, looked at Bai Bian's back with great solemnity. This seems to be more than just a mechanic. And the players were all stunned. What happened? Why did these people fall down and foam at the mouth all of a sudden? Are they acting? Bai Bian was in a good mood when he walked out of the general's mansion. Although he wasted more than a dozen alchemical poisons, it didn't matter. Tobu City still had great potential. Those few silver experts, if properly cultivated, would be at the peak of silver. Even the violent Dragonborn and the elf had gold-level potential. The magic of the world is recovering, breakthroughs will become smoother, and there will be more powerful people in Tobu City in the next 10 years. As for why they can also be poisoned in battle, it's simple. When Bai Bian saw their information, he had already started to spread poison all over the hall. The Golden Median's mental power could easily avoid Mosen's perception when doing these things. When the Dragonborn rushed up, while his mental power exploded, he also compressed all the toxins into the bodies of the 5 of them. Alchemists do not have much frontal combat effectiveness, but the combat capabilities of the 3 categories of alchemists are never low, especially the alchemist-pharmacist. Curse science and alchemy and poison science are both great subjects, and the methods are even more difficult to prevent. However, Bai Bing's main study recently is pharmacy. There is no shortage of technology for the time being, and transformation is not available for the time being, so he will develop the poison vigorously. Looking at it now, he understands the mental poisoning method quite well. And he is still practicing other poisoning methods, such as making poison into wine, coffee, or food. That is to say, the poison tastes like fine wine. If you drink this thing, even if it is only a silver-level poison, it will have an impact on gold. Thinking about it, Bai Bian felt the guardian ring on his left index finger tremble slightly. He frowned slightly, and the gold-level shadow assassin came again. Where will he show up? After thinking about it carefully, Bai Bian quickly walked towards the pharmacy. Now that Rose of the Night has set her sights on him, there is no point in avoiding her, not to mention that he purchased some gold-level spell scrolls. In terms of pure combat ability, he felt that he could compete with a low-level assassin. You need to deal with this assassin first, otherwise it will be annoying to have him stared at all the time. When we arrived at Xingwu Street, the time for players to collect silver coins had passed. Although the street was still as lively, it was not crowded. He happened to see Luo Ning, who looked a little anxious, and was about to come out. When Luo Ning saw him, he shouted in surprise, "Boss! Al, watch Luo Ning, don't let her come out." Bai Bian gave the order directly, and suddenly a gloomy atmosphere flashed through the shop. 2 skeletons stumbled out and made a gesture of invitation to Luo Ning. "Boss, you stay at home and don't run around," Bai Bian said, feeling the faint vibration on his left index finger. He waved to a car not far away. After getting into the car, he popped a gold coin into the passenger seat and said calmly, "When you leave the city, drive faster." "Don't worry, City Lord, I'm professional." The driver was a goblin, his seat was very low, he responded in a high-pitched voice, stepped on the accelerator, and the vehicle quickly set off. When he reached the vehicle's exclusive road, he stepped on the accelerator, the car roared, and the speed reached about 300. Bai Bian looked at the scenery outside the car window. The ring on his left index finger was still trembling. He brought up the panel and only showed the dark side. Looking at the attributes, he was a little ready to make a move. It seems that the dark side has never really fought once. Host, Alchemy Demon. Race, Evil Thoughts Template, Absolutely Evil Creature. Occupation, None. Level, Modified creatures have no levels. Rank, Silver High. Personal attributes, Strength 365, Agility 400, Endurance 300, Intelligence 60, Spirit 498, Charm 3, Luck 1. Free attribute points, none. Legend, 1, this is a form that only the City Lord and players know. Title, Hunter, can be worn. Skill, Alchemy Expertise, High, Evil Thought Collection, Devouring Malice, Blood, Filth, and other people's extreme emotions. All attributes can be increased except Soul and Luck. Evaluation, it will swallow up all extreme evils to achieve higher extreme evils. Do you dare to believe it? It was actually controlled. Is this disaster or redemption? Although the dark side has been cut off, his soul is still his, so the skills are all those he knows, except that his expertise has the expertise of a collection of evil thoughts. And this is also the only expertise that the group of evil thoughts can obtain, because they cannot be called living creatures in the first place. They are extremely evil monsters. Because they are not perfect, they do not have more potential. If no one controls them, they will only continue to grow until the materials that make up their bodies are not enough to support that kind of power, and they will eventually explode. And Bai Bing will only wait until he is completely under control and discovers the limits of developers before developing evil thoughts. Otherwise, if the soul power is not strong enough, he will not be able to suppress such an extremely growing monster. Lord City Lord, we are here. The goblin's voice interrupted White Blight's thoughts. Thanks for your hard work. Bai Bian said, getting out of the car, and the soldiers at the east city gate suddenly stood up straight. Bai Bian walked out of the city gate without stopping. Suddenly, the ring on his left index finger trembled even more violently. He quickened his pace and walked to a more remote place. How much experience can he gain by killing gold alone? The spring afternoon is not that hot, and there are occasionally some adventurers around, stepping on the lawn to unknown distances. Most of the adventurers are extraordinary people with mediocre talents, no family to recruit them, or those who love freedom by nature. For resources and ideals, there are many reasons for them to risk death and continue exploring dangerous wilderness. Bai Bing walked towards the valley unhurriedly, and the ring on his left index finger trembled slightly, indicating that the crisis was not over, but just a little further away. It seemed that the shadow assassin was also eager to go to a place with few people, but he followed Bai Bing not too far away. Raising his hand, the space ring flashed. A motorcycle appeared, and Bai Bian got on it, started it, and turned the accelerator. Boom! A trace of blue flame appeared at the nozzle of the motorcycle, and the speed soared to more than 100 per hour, and it continued to increase speed, heading towards unexplored distances. The trembling of the index finger of his left hand was intensifying, and Bai Bian's speed was getting faster and faster. He was rapidly moving away from the city, and the people around him gradually became sparse. The sense of danger no longer needed the reminder of the ring, and he could clearly feel that something was approaching quickly. Bai Bian turned the accelerator to the bottom, and the roar of the motorcycle shook the wilderness. The kinetic energy of a speed of nearly 400 per hour took him flying directly when he encountered a slope. His mental power took him into a jungle instantly. The motorcycle knocked down the trees and made a huge noise. At this time, the white plague had mysteriously disappeared. The sun shone dimly through the branches of the forest. The locomotive at extreme speed was lying on a few broken dead trees with sparks emitting. Wisps of smoke were floating away, giving the surroundings a kind of burnt look. The taste of. Sure enough, you know more than we thought. A young voice sounded, and the clown's face appeared out of thin air in the woods. A little shadow power continued to spread, transforming the jungle into his home field. Coupled with his slightly dark attire, he looks evil and terrifying, like a monster from hell. It is obviously a laughing mask, but it makes people shudder. The clown stared at a big tree 100 meters away, murderous intent flashing in his eyes. His mission had failed once, just because of this damn alchemist. But because of his super high potential, he had to give this damn alchemist a chance. I believe you have seen this thing. Although I hate to say it, you have one chance. If you sign it, you can live. The clown said, condensing a rose contract out of thin air. It was very similar to the invitation, but the roses on the invitation were black, while the roses on the contract envelope were bright red. It seems to be a bit more advanced. Shishi shishi, the sound of mechanical operation sounded, and Bai Bian put on his gloves without delay and held the demon hunting revolver. This thing was inherently inferior equipment. It is only valued by the White Plague because of its paralysis effect. Every time it is used, an alchemist's physique requires wearing gloves that isolate power, otherwise the paralysis effect will appear on the user before hitting the enemy. Rose of the Night is a very dangerous organization, but why do you think that I am not a good city lord and want to be your slave? The sound of White Plague sounded, and around him, 30 worker bees appeared, quickly spreading out and spreading all around him. With a smile on his face, he pointed his demon-hunting revolver at the clown, with a little curiosity in his eyes. Is it because you still need to wear a mask and act like a rat in the gutter? The eyes under the clown mask narrowed slightly, and a dangerous aura began to flash. It seems that you have made a choice. When I cut off your limbs, I hope you can still be as strong as you are now. After the words fell, his body slowly merged into the black earth, and his eyes stared at the White Plague,
the horrifying murderous intent no longer hidden in them. Bump! The arc drove the bullet, and at the speed of the bullet, it arrived in front of the clown in an instant. Ding! There was a sound of steel impacting, and the clown did not dodge. A white bullet fell to the ground slowly in a flat shape. There was a hint of mockery in the clown's eyes. You don't overestimate your capabilities. I like the grave you chose for yourself. The contract is there. You can sign this contract until your life comes to an end. But you believe me, there won't be a chance. The night contract no longer floated and slowly fell to the ground. The clown completely disappeared into the shadows at this time. Bai Bian reluctantly put the demon-hunting revolver back into the hem of his windbreaker. It seemed that this piece of equipment that had been with him for 3 years had come to an end and could no longer keep up with him. While feeling a little emotional, murderous intent suddenly appeared. A faint tingling sensation rose from his wrist, as if the clown was going to fulfill his promise and chop off his limbs first. Buzz blue energy suddenly erupted from Bai Bian's body, and 498 points of mental power instantly pressed against the shadow behind him with a crushing aura. Humph! There was a muffled groan, and Bai Bing did not hold back this time. The gold-level mental power was no longer aimed at the body, but the enemy's spirit. A figure in the shadow flew backwards, and as the white plague's mental power surged, a thin layer of green mist appeared in the air, forming a vortex and pouring crazily towards the clown. The worker bees are not just out for a stroll, the clown is creating his own home ground, and so is he. Not everyone can withstand the poisonous field of alchemy. The burning smell that was originally thought to be caused by the scrapped motorcycles and the burning trees has disappeared. The forest with a diameter of 1 kilometer has begun to wither quickly. With the arrival of spring, the grass, buds, and some fungi that have just broken through the ground are at this moment. It withered in an instant. Click, click, click. The worker bees quickly put it together, and a barret that was over 2 meters tall appeared. This was a barret modified by Sunu. It was gold-level equipment and had huge lethality against gold. Because the gun was too huge, Bai Bian could only carry it, adjusted the angle, and pulled the trigger in the direction locked by his mental power. Boom! The extremely powerful equipment made its recoil become fatal. Bits of spiritual power fell from Bai Bian's shoulders, and his whole body was pushed backwards by the recoil. Huge tongues of fire spurted out, and the gold-level barret let out a horrifying roar. With absolute power, it penetrated directly through the obstruction of countless trees and blasted into the shadows. Forehead, a small painful sound sounded, and the white plague's attack was not over yet. The remaining worker bees had arrived at the bullet impact point at some point, and iron balls the size of fists fell down one after another. Dee. An extremely rapid sound sounded, blue, white, and green, and many trees were instantly turned into charcoal. Fires of various colors spread crazily, igniting the jungle and causing raging fires. White Plague was pushed far away by the shock wave of the explosion, and the barret he was carrying quickly decomposed into a worker bee, hovering around somewhat swaying. He looked at the effect of the combo in front of him, with a pleasant smile in his eyes. As long as he doesn't improve his physique, getting close to him is the easiest way to kill him in anyone's eyes. However, if you underestimate the enemy, the powerful effect of the worker bee can let the enemy know why the effect of the alchemist is comparable to that of the master. If this continues, this golden low-ranking shadow assassin should have no health remaining, right? By the time the White Plague hit the ground, the flames had already engulfed the area. In the raging fire, Bai Bian did not see the shadow assassin, but under the light of the fire, the darkness on the ground was still deep and terrifying. Tisk, why don't you bark anymore? I still like your unruly look just now. Bai Bian sounded a mocking voice, and the surrounding temperature was getting higher and higher, but the cold feeling was always there. The clown didn't answer Bai Bi's words. There was incomparable silence in the firelight, with only the crackling sound of flames burning wood. There were no penetrating wounds caused by golden barret on the ground, which showed that the barret shot just now hit the opponent. Without an instant kill, it can only be said that the reaction speed of the shadow assassin is fast enough. He probably took out life-saving measures as soon as he was touched by the spiritual power. Ding ding ding. The sound of glass falling to the ground was heard, and not far ahead, several transparent test tubes appeared on the ground. The reflection of the fire made by Biao notice them. Antidote? Do you know you have planted 62 kinds of poisons? Bai Bian's taunts kept ringing, and he slowly took off his gloves as if he were a winner. I just came to the silver level, and you are the gold who has understood the rules. With the huge gap, you were almost beaten by me. What a waste. This wasteful organization still wants me to join? Where are your faces?
Is it just your gold that can't even beat silver? Huge spiritual power came out of the body, and the night contract slowly floated into a blue flame. The hot breath made the contract letter begin to curl. He was not afraid of the shadow assassin's attack now. What he was afraid of was that the shadow assassin was hiding in the dark and taking drugs crazily. He was definitely injured now, and the injury was not serious. Now as long as he dares to come out, this battle can be easily resolved. Otherwise, this battle will end in vain or become anxious. Because White Plague currently does not have an instrument against shadows, unless his level is higher than this gold, he will not be able to enter this kind of power and catch the clown. Bai Bian waited for about 10 seconds, and the sarcasm on his face became more and more obvious. Trash. White Blight taunted in a low voice, and 30 worker bees flew back to the hem of the windbreaker. A larger amount of alchemical poison suddenly appeared around them, dyeing the flame green in an instant. The night contract was also burned to ashes at this time. A rat is a rat. Bai Biao glanced contemptuously at Shadow, who was still dropping bottles, and walked out of the jungle. The fire is burning more and more fiercely. With the mental power of the golden middle, nearly 100 kinds of alchemical poisons, the gold-level Barret, and the explosives that catalyze toxins, there are a set of combos, and few of the lower gold can withstand it. As the White Plague left, the dropping of medicine from the rear stopped, and a sense of crisis suddenly hit my heart. It was obvious that the clown had a bad temper, and he couldn't help it after the White Plague was exposed to its poison again. The contempt in Bai Bian's eyes was still there, and his voice was very soft, but it spread far and wide. Can't you help it anymore? What's the use? I exiled you last time, but there was no revenge? You can only be incompetent and furious. That's all. It seemed that these words touched the clown's sensitive heart. In an instant, the sense of crisis suddenly rose to a peak. But there was a subtle sound of breaking through the air, and the terrifying power of Shadow climbed up his legs, binding Bai Bing in place. Bai Bian's eyes were scornful, and his mental power was surging. He seemed to want to repeat his old tricks and use his mental power to repel this gold. You can't use the same trick twice. Go to hell. A suppressed voice appeared in Bai Bian's ears. His mental power had no effect at all, and a surging shadow was approaching with extreme sharpness. The contempt in Bai Bian's eyes disappeared, and his eyes instantly turned scarlet. An extreme sense of crisis erupted in the clown's heart. The madness in his eyes was a bit sluggish, as if he didn't understand where the sense of crisis came from. He broke through the mental power that the alchemist was proud of, and got close to him while carrying the poison and serious injuries. The ending now should be that he killed the alchemist with one knife. How could he still feel a sense of crisis? But an extremely evil thought burst out, and the powerful aura made the clown feel a sense of fear from the heart. It was as if what he was planning to kill was not an alchemist, but a ferocious beast. He wanted to escape now, but it seemed a little too late. Malice invaded, and the powerful mental power tore open the shadow's protection, revealing a dagger with cold light. In the flash of lightning, he felt something bad. The clown was about to retreat when his wrist holding the dagger was grabbed by a huge force. The gold-level dagger was forced to stop 10 centimeters away from the target's neck. The sharp edge of the shadow cut on Bai Biao's skin, making a clanging sound, like it collided with steel. The clown was a little stunned, looking at Bai Bian's profile that turned pale, and the thin shield that was slightly rippled by the power of the shadow. Why? On that side of his face, a transparent tentacle exploded, and some mucus along with the smell of blood entered his mouth and nose. The breath of desire flowed through his body, as if this breath was the best aphrodisiac in the world, making his blood race wildly. And in his abdomen, Barrett's wound, which was finally sealed, flowed out black blood at this moment, and the blood dripped on the ground, making a corrosive sound. Under the illumination of the fire, the scene was frozen for a moment. Bai Bian stretched out his hand with an expressionless expression and pressed back the tentacles on his face, and said softly, "I've got you." The clown's hair stood on end, and the terrifying shadow power circulated crazily. Some elusive rules appeared on him, trying to break free from the restrictions of the White Plague. Boom! Forehead the flames surged wildly, and the fire surrounding the two people was gushing out crazily. The clown was thrown to the ground by the White Plague. A rapid scream came from his mouth, and the earth cracked, along with the power of the shadow. The scarlet power in Bai Bian's eyes grew stronger and stronger, and the fear in the clown's heart made him feel extremely delicious. He wanted more fear. There was a sound of tearing flesh and blood, and Bai Ji's other hand suddenly inserted into the clown's abdomen, grabbed his intestines and pulled hard. Blood containing highly poisonous blood spurted out continuously. Bai Bing kept moving, grabbing the clown and throwing him to the other side. Boom! The ground began to crack again, and White Plague's eyes glowed red, and he crazily carried out atrocities against the seriously injured and poisoned shadow assassin in the blazing fire. The blood began to spread, the flames began to recede, and the most extreme fear and evil thoughts erupted in the flames, sublimating in the poison. You leapfrogged and killed the level 59 Night Elf, Shadow Clown, with an experience value of plus 30,000. Due to the large level gap, you received double experience points, with an experience value of plus 60,000. Leap level bonus, gain plus 3 skill points, plus 5 free attribute points. Extra experience value plus 50,000. Bien grabbed the clown's frantically struggling soul with one hand, pinched a ball of black breath with the other hand, and put it into his mouth without hesitation with both hands. In this state of evil thoughts, Bien instinctively felt that there would be no price to pay for devouring the soul of a strong man of this level. The trembling of the soul exploded in his mouth, and the extreme negative state of the clown before his death made every pore of Bien feel comfortable. You swallow super high quality fear, strength plus 5, agility plus 3, endurance plus 5, intelligence plus 2, and charm will decrease slightly. You swallow high quality souls, and your spirit plus 2. This thing was a bit over the top, and a strange sense of satisfaction appeared, making Bien narrow his eyes. He didn't expect to be able to crush the golden lower position, but this combination can continue to develop. The mental power was defeated, and the mental poisoning method followed up. Barrett caused serious injuries, and the bomb continued to poison, and then connected with the terrifying melee ability of the dark side. At the beginning and before the dark side comes out, there are two opportunities. If any enemy underestimates the enemy, then he can die. Not underestimating the enemy, Bien felt that his chance of winning could reach 80%. Is it worthy of being a boss template? It's so easy to kill enemies in larger realms. A sticky tentacle exploded on his face, immediately disturbing Bien's good mood. He stretched out his hand with an expressionless face, pressed back the tentacles, squatted down, rummaged through the clown corpses in the east and west, and picked up a ring, a dagger, and a necklace. Bien went there in a good mood. Walk into the flames. Received golden equipment, Nightblade, space mysterious ring, and moonlight necklace. The space ring of the same grade as the one given by Sonu is a huge profit. At this time, in the inner city of Tobu City, the city lord looked at the screen of light in front of him, and a smile appeared in his old eyes. This is the combat power that top geniuses should show. Look, it's worthy of SSS level potential, and it can kill people beyond level 15. Eric showed off to the people next to him. At this time, next to the city lord was an old man with white hair and beard. There was also amazement in his eyes. The fighting power of evil thoughts is quite strong, but it is a pity that it is still a defective product. He can make up for it. Old guy, why are you here? He doesn't want to go to the capital. You can't make decisions for him. This is my promise to him. Eric's face was very kind, but his tone was intolerable. Doubtful. Heidinger was a little helpless. Old guy, you know I didn't mean this. It was the Juggernaut who asked me to come and take a look. He said that if the potential is enough, then wait until you, this old guy, can no longer do it, and let me come and open a branch. Eric's smile suddenly brightened. Old brother is coming, of course I welcome him. Tobu City welcomes old brother to come and take charge at any time. I am always old. It's a pity. Heidinger was a little silent. He knew what Eric was feeling sorry for. Perhaps it is the preference of this world. The lifespan of a mage is the longest among all professions. The lifespan of a human race's golden mage can reach 1,000 years. If it is a necromancer, it has eternal life. As for warriors of the same level, their maximum lifespan is 500. This is also the reason why mages have a high status. They have strong combat effectiveness, long lifespan, and comprehensive methods. These are the mages in this world. Eric had magic talent, but compared to his warrior talent, it was too low, so he chose the most suitable profession, the magic swordsman. And this is undoubtedly the right choice. Level 77 is already at the top of the world in the era of low magic power. Except for legend, no one can clearly guarantee that they can beat him. Stop talking about this, you can come back in 10 years. By then I can no longer protect him, and he himself should be able to reach the golden middle level. Then you can just escort him for the last period of time. There is still hope for the Federation. Eric counted the time and spoke seriously. Heidinger was silent for a moment and nodded. Okay, those little guys in the capital can almost go out to practice. Hey, there are some troubles. Don't worry about the Tiefing family and the Lot family. The other two, you can try Beiping or Nanling.
Some mutated areas don't need to be cleaned so diligently.
More experience is the right thing to do,
Eric said with a smile.
Forget it. Heidinger stroked his beard with some confusion. The white plague caused them to explode in Tobu.
When all the members are here, your deterrence will be useless. If it is not the sword master come out, adults, maybe they have been here long ago.
Continue to bring other seedlings to the border.
Heidinger was a little helpless. Do you believe that the day after I took him away, the parliament would issue a wanted order for me the next day?
Actually there is no need to be so nervous. Think about it, when we were young, didn't we also fight out of the mountains of corpses and seas of blood?
Eric pointed at the picture in midair, with a smile in his eyes. Look, aren't you also living well?
It's different.
Originally, the council really wanted them to go and experience it, but with the arrival of the wonder, the recovery of magic power, and the night rose in the dark, the uncertainty was too great. Heidinger said with some emotion, there is great terror between life and death, there are also great opportunities, but with their talents, they should be able to reach the top of the
gold medal without these. When they all reach the top, let's go overseas to practice.
Our end point is just the starting point for them.
Heidinger stood up as he spoke.
2 scrolls appeared in his hands and he threw them to the old city lord. I've seen them before, so I'll go back and save them.
This thing is difficult to make. Eric's smile became more sincere. He put away the 2 scrolls, and said kindly, aren't you just throwing 2 into the black market? It's nothing for you.
Heidinger looked out of the city with some sadness, turned around, his magic power vibrated, the space was torn apart, and he disappeared into Tobu City. For gold-level mages, as long as there are enough beacons, they can travel through space and the Shia continent without the need for a teleportation array. It's just that mages before reaching the peak rarely do that, because it is also dangerous.
Once lost, it will be difficult to come back.
The smile on Eric's face gradually disappeared, his eyes became a little solemn, and he was starting to become uneasy.
Meanwhile, the outer city, west and underground. The angel who was praying shook his hand slightly and opened his eyes expressionlessly.
He looked out of the city with silence in his eyes. The clown died, and he died miserably. Rose of the Night also came into contact with a person with SSS level potential, but she didn't expect that in actual combat, he could surpass so many levels and still win. His eyes flickered, and he continued to pray silently. His spiritual power became one, and he dedicated his most devout faith to the supreme power of the night. As his prayer continued, the sound that sounded like murmuring in sleep gradually grew louder. After about 10 minutes, he opened his eyes again, and his eyes became deeper and silent. He couldn't find the Joker's soul, so it seemed like that battle might have been a crushing one. He stood up, took out an old-fashioned electronic device, and kept sending something. At the same time, an extremely mysterious power appeared in front of him. The angel's body trembled and he knelt down quickly, his expression even more pious. A crooked symbol appeared in the void, so twisted that it made people's hearts tremble. The angel looked up cautiously, then lowered his head, piously responding to the ancient words, "As you command." As the power disappeared, the angel slowly stood up. His eyes were full of silence at the moment, and he continued to send messages with the ancient instrument. At the same time, there was a little killing intent in his eyes. The Supreme gave a response, and there was only one word for dealing with the white epidemic: kill. In this case, his gaze seems to be able to penetrate countless buildings and look at the huge mansion in the center of the city back in Dongwu City. Some bloodstains on Bibian's body were also cleaned up. He has positioned his strength as a normal golden midfielder. If the opponent doesn't know him beforehand, he can kill the golden median, or at least the ordinary golden median. If the other party is also the boss, then he can still sway him. As long as the old city lord can keep an eye on the safety aspect, it should be foolproof. When she walked to the store, Luo Ning's eyes suddenly lit up as she looked out frequently. She breathed a long sigh of relief and smiled sweetly. "Boss, you're back. I'll give you this to drink." Luo Ning took out a bottle of milk from behind the front desk and handed it to Bai Ying, while showing a little admiration for Bai Ying. In her prediction, Bai Bian should be seriously injured this time, but she didn't expect that there was no injury at all. Although there were some discrepancies in the prophecy, she was still very happy. Bai Bian walked forward and couldn't help but stretched out his hand to touch her head. "No, you can just drink it yourself."
"Where is Irene?" Sister Eileen is asleep. She seems sleepy all day long recently." Luo Ning pointed to their room and said.
"Lethargy." Bai Bian thought about it for a moment, then something clear appeared in his eyes. "Then don't disturb her."
"Have any customers ordered anything recently?"
"Irene is an elf and will not reach adulthood for more than 10 years.
but the elf's talent will awaken between adolescence and adulthood. When awakening the talent, most of them will obtain the inherited memory of the elf, which is the lethargy they present now. This is good. If awakening's expertise is good, you can consider giving Irene a little more salary. As for leaving, it doesn't matter. After all, Irene is just an ordinary elf. After getting along for a long time, she has some feelings for her, but if she wants to leave, she won't force her to stay. That's meaningless. No, everyone came in last time, but left again, saying they didn't want to disturb the Lord. Luo Ning answered seriously. Boom, boom, boom. Hello, the dinner you ordered has arrived. Bai Bian turned around and immediately saw a cautious goblin standing at the door with a food box in his hand. Mine. Luo Ning took out 5 copper coins from the drawer, ran out, and brought back a lunchbox. The goblin glanced at Bai Bian cautiously, clutched the 5 copper coins tightly, and ran away with a swish. Bai Bian didn't pay attention. He was thinking about the business of the shop. After becoming the acting city lord, it seemed that there was no equipment that he needed to make. He thought for a moment, and then took out the mobile phone he bought yesterday when he and Luo Ning were shopping. The internet is very busy now, and the price of 5 gold coins for a mobile phone is very high. But it can't resist the novelty and convenience of obtaining information. He opened the contact software and sent a message to Sabo. He was the quartermaster and was responsible for the food, military pay, and equipment upgrading of the 400,000 strong army. Although Sabo was greedy about these things, he never withheld them. He was still a qualified quartermaster. When he went out to purchase, he would at most cheat the city lord out of his money, but not the soldiers. Bai Bian's fingers paused as he sent the message, as if he might be the city lord in the future. But wait until he finds a new quartermaster before replacing him. Sabo is always reassuring when doing things. Bai Bing plans to put the useless equipment he usually acquires, as well as manufactured barrets, excess potions and other things into a treasure house. Then the military merits of those soldiers can now be exchanged not only for money, but also for these high-end equipment and medicines. Because he can gain a lot of experience points by making equipment and medicines, and there is no difference between selling the things he makes and exchanging them for soldiers. From now on, a series of income such as rent in the city, share of the network, entry fee, etc. will be his. Now he is no longer alone. Tobu City should be his at least before his death. Tobu City has become stronger, and everything is easy to talk about. Thinking of this, more knowledge is pouring into Bai Bian's mind. Maybe some things in the future can also appear in Tobu City. Boss, do you want to eat? Luo Ning, who was opening his dinner and getting ready to eat, looked at Bai Bian who was standing there in a daze and asked a little embarrassedly. Bai Bian came back to his senses, glanced at what Luo Ning was eating, and felt helpless. Why do you only eat this? In Luo Ning's lunchbox, there were only civilian staple foods from this world and some vegetables. There is no kitchen in the shop, so I can't cook. Luo Ning said with some confusion, and the food in the inner city is so expensive. I only found this one with copper coins. 5 copper coins is enough for her to live for half a month in the outer city, but she can only eat 1 meal in the inner city. If it weren't for the sky-high salary she thought, she wouldn't be willing to eat so well, so she would have secretly built the stove herself. Then why don't you eat with Irene? Bai Bian walked over, took Luo Ning's rice, and then asked softly. Sister Eileen only eats fruits, but fruits are so expensive. They cost only 1 silver coin each. I also want to save some money. My mother died because she had no money. Luo Ning lowered his head and whispered, I don't want to die. Her stomach made an inappropriate noise, causing the little girl to blush a little. After all, a 12-year-old girl, Bai Ying, had some fluctuations in her eyes. I was negligent. You will have staff meals in the future, please wait for me. Bai Bian walked out and came back about 10 minutes later, holding a beautiful food box in his hand. From now on, someone will bring meals every morning, noon and evening. What are you doing? This is an employee benefit, free of charge. Luo Ning, who was paying for it, paused. Boss, you've already covered me, will you suffer a loss if you continue to cover me? White plague. Looking at the little girl's somewhat indecent eating appearance and her increasingly rounded face, Bai Bian's eyes revealed a trace of doting. This kind of most straightforward concern and action of just wanting you to live can still warm people's hearts. Seeing Bai Bian looking at her, Luo Ning said vaguely, Boss, this is the first time. I have never seen anything so good. I have already eaten. Boom, boom, boom. As soon as Bai Bian answered, he was interrupted by a knock on the door.
Turning around, a fat middle-aged human race said with some anxiety, "Well, Mr. Bien, my name is Steez and I am the financial officer of the City Lord's mansion. The City Lord asked me to I will report the finances to you, saying that this will be your asset from now on, and you must understand the financial situation of Tobu City." Bien nodded, "Come in and talk." Stith walked in cautiously, not daring to look around. Although this man was not the City Lord yet, he was still worried about whether he would be replaced as an emperor and a court official. He came to the front desk with his head lowered and carefully placed a silver ring on the table. "Mr. Bing, this is the city's account book. Every day's income and expenditure will be recorded in it, but our city only records 10 years' worth. So every day some will be taken out and destroyed, and there is a timeline on it for you to check." Bien picked up the ring and penetrated it with his mental power. The space ring was 10 cubic in size, and there were only 11 bookshelves inside, each with 366 books arranged in sequence. I randomly took out a book and flipped through it. It clearly recorded the whereabouts of all the money. It seemed that the old city lord was particularly strict about finance. Just turn to the last page, which is the total for that day. Dawn calendar 1531, June 15th, total income, 36145.98.10 gold coins, expenditure, 3,650 gold coins. Seeing so many account books, Bien didn't think much about flipping through them page by page. He asked directly, "Can you report the funds that the City Lord's mansion still has now? Do you know the situation of the treasure house?" Stith quickly replied, "The treasure house is managed by the City Lord himself. The key is on the 11th shelf. The City Lord told me to give it to you as well. Tobu City's current funds, gold coins and contribution points add up to more than 500 million points. Because there has been no war in the past 3 years, the current income and expenditure are almost the same. The main expenses are still on officials' wages, city construction, school welfare, and the Legion, because those who join the army will receive good benefits. The Legion's expenditure alone is about 150 million per month, while other fluctuating around 80 million. The main sources of Tobu City's income come from profitable projects such as taxes, land leases, minerals, city entry fees, knowledge halls, adventurers' unions, etc. The city can earn about 300 million gold coins every month." Stith finished speaking quickly and lowered his head to wait for the answer. Bien was a little surprised when he heard this data. Aren't the Adventurers Guild and the Hall of Knowledge jointly owned by the Federation? Are they all owned by Tobu City now? Stith smiled bitterly. "Mr. White Plague may not know much about it. During the war, apart from pubs and brothels, other entertainment shops in the entertainment districts in the inner city probably had little income. The outer city is always at a loss. With more than 700,000 people in the inner city, it is impossible to maintain a legion of 400,000. Therefore, in all border cities, the profits of any official organization belong to the city itself." Stith described helplessly, "Those ordinary people who join the army are fine, their military pay is all silver coins. But the proportion of extraordinary soldiers among our soldiers is very high. Among the 400,000 soldiers, there are 150,000 in the lower ranks of bronze, 50,000 in the middle, and 30,000 in the upper ranks. Their military pay is all gold coins. And the salary is several times higher than that of ordinary professionals of the same level. The high expenses are all on these 210,000 professional soldiers." Bien has a headache. He originally felt that he still had more than 60 million left, but now, why does he feel like the economy will collapse at any time? If all 3 legions were mobilized, Tobu City's economy might collapse after a war. This economy is unhealthy, very unhealthy. His first thought was to reduce the number of soldiers, but no one knew when the mutated area would come. Since the city lord has been maintaining such a large army, he must have a reason. He still has to understand the reasons before he can decide whether to reduce some of the quantity. The second thought is, if you replace the fat man in front of you, why would a financial officer who can't make money for the city still come? Finally, the position of financial officer is very suitable for Saab. If he shares 5% of the city's income, then Bien is sure that Tobu City's economy will always be in a state of rapid development. It doesn't matter where he goes to make money, as long as it doesn't harm his Tobu City, he can do whatever he wants. Thinking of this, Bien said decisively, "I understand, you can become a quartermaster in the future." Stith trembled all over, and the big stone hanging in his heart finally couldn't come down anymore. "Mr. Bai, we have a quartermaster." "It's okay. You can go back first. Someone will hand over to you later." Bien waved his hand and didn't want to pay attention to the financial officer anymore. Instead, he took out his cell phone and dialed Saab's number directly.
After 2 rings, the call was connected. "Lord City Lord, what do you want from me?" Sabo sounded a little teasing.
There was some noise on his side. He was probably completing the task that Bai Bian had just given him. Bai Bian glanced at Stiff, who was a little lost and was leaving, and said directly, "I just took a look at the economic situation of Tobu City, and it feels very bad, Mr. Sabo."
"Oh?"
Sabo's voice suddenly became quiet, and a kind of excitement spread across the phone. "My dearest lord, please wait a moment.
We will meet to talk in 5 minutes. Regarding the topic you mentioned, I have thousands of words to discuss with you."
Toot toot. White plague. He was speechless looking at the hung-up phone. Sure enough, Sabo's target was the financial officer, but it seemed that the city lord didn't want him to be the financial officer, because the main responsibility of the quartermaster was to manage military pay, military supplies, and food for the soldiers. The treasurer is the minister of finance, in charge of taxation, business, accounting and other matters, and has great power.
"Boss, are these things I can listen to?"
At this time, Luo Ning spoke weakly, feeling that the food was a little tasteless. She always knew a famous saying, when the status does not match, it is not good to know too much. Therefore, every time she makes a prediction, she only predicts how to solve the next danger, rather than predicting where the danger comes from.
This makes every prediction she performs extremely smooth and does not involve too many things. These are not secrets, let's eat.
Bai Bian touched her head, stood up and walked to the laboratory. "Wait until Sabo comes, just ask him to come to me directly."
"Okay, boss." Luo Ning felt relieved and started cooking quickly.
Bai Bian returned to the laboratory, and not long after he sat down, Sabo opened the door and walked in.
His ugly face was full of a sinister smile. "Hey, my great lord city lord, I am already here. Let me guess, is it time for me to get promoted?"
Bai Bian took out the key to the treasure house of the city lord's mansion from the silver ring, and then handed the ring to Sabo. "You take a look at the account book first."
Sabo took the ring, skillfully took out 11 books from it, and began to read.
His expression gradually changed from excitement to calmness, and then he frowned. "My friend, this is an unhealthy economy."
"I know, that's why I came to see you. Do you have any good ideas?"
Bai Bian looked forward to it. "Reduce the number of soldiers and officials, and open up trade with other cities."
Sabo said without hesitation. "I need to understand this first." "There is no need to understand, my friend."
Bai Bian's words were cut off, and Sabo said seriously, "The reason why Tobu City needs so many soldiers is because the border city is not only responsible for protecting the security of the Federation, but also has a role in attacking. For example, the mutated area in the southeast that was bombed by you. If you had not bombed that day, the storm would be the Legion is ready to clean them up." He continued, "And now your intercontinental railgun can very well replace the role of the Storm Legion, so the Storm Legion doesn't need so many people. We can keep the elites, clean up the ordinary people, and build a professional army like the Apocalypse Army.
And the Wuching Army does not need so many people. It is enough to leave 120,000 professional soldiers in the entire city.
Those soldiers who have been laid off can become businessmen, adventurers, or even private soldiers of wealthy businessmen.
This can further make the city more prosperous and even safer." Sabo did not hesitate to speak out his thoughts. Although he was not bound to Tobu City, he liked Tobu City.
The most important thing is that Bai Bian's talent is top-notch, and he is in tune with him. With Bai Bian, he feels that he can grow faster. Bai Bian picked up a ledger and looked at it. Professionals, warriors and assassins who joined the army could earn about 200 gold coins a month for the lower level of bronze, 500 for the middle level, 1,000 for the upper level, and 2,000 or even 5,000 for the silver level.
Gold. Mages and special professions will be higher.
This is undoubtedly several times that of ordinary wealthy merchants, and they also have a military merit system. Relying on the high military pay and military merit system, as long as they are talented, they will not stop at their current level. When Bai Bian thought of this, he suddenly understood the reason for such high military pay. The keynote of the Federation is to allow people to grow without limit, to give everyone the opportunity to be promoted, and to constantly select the best from among them. High military pay allows professionals to have more money to purchase more resources, achieving the goal of rapid growth. The high military quota seems to be reserved for ordinary people, because when an ordinary person enters any army, he will first obtain the corresponding training knowledge, and have higher wages and more training opportunities.
Although doing this will bring more and more extraordinary people to Tobu City, it will keep Tobu City's economy in an unhealthy state. What's wrong? My friend, you see, these officials actually have no real role, but their salaries are also in gold coins. This is very bad. Sabo took out his account book and pointed at officials at all levels in the city. That column said. Bibian took a look and found that the system in this aspect was indeed a bit bloated. Sob, what if these things are all for the emergence of more extraordinary beings? Sabo paused, put down the account book, and spread his hands helplessly. My friend, the Federation has no choice but to do this, but the law has given the civilians a way to rise, and then use Tobu City to support these people. This is really unnecessary. True genius will not decline in this era. And those who can fall, you can't help them up no matter how hard you try. This will only hinder the development of Tobu City. Bai Bian was silent for a moment and thought carefully. After a long time, he nodded. You are right. You can go and explain to Stiff later. He will be the quartermaster from now on, and you will be the financial officer. A smile appeared on Sabo's face. My friend, you are really an enlightened city lord, but should we talk about my salary now? Bai Bian thought for a moment and held out 5 fingers. Tobu City can only get better and better. After all expenses are removed, you can get 5%. Sabo rolled his eyes and said with a smile, my friend, can you trust that fat man to do this as quartermaster? How about I do it too? Bai Bian looked at Sabo, speechless. What are your conditions? 10%. No need, Steez is also a very capable quartermaster. I have to go to the city lord's mansion. Bai Bian stood up decisively and walked out. My friend, you can think again. No need to think about it. If you don't want 5%, I can also work part-time in finance. Well, let's still say 5%, but my friend, if there are some bad voices from other city lords, they must be rumors. I only want Tobu City to develop faster, and I won't hear anything else. That's great, then I'll go get ready. Goodbye, my friend. There is a meeting later. You should finish the meeting first and then get busy. Okay. Bai Yi looked at the city lord's mansion and walked directly in. After finding the city lord, Bai Yi said what he had just discussed with Sabo. The development of Tobu City must indeed be put on the agenda. He is not the city lord to support a city, but a model of mutual benefit. The city lord provides security to the city while developing the city, and the city gives back more resources to the city lord. Eric was silent for a while. After a while, he smiled and said, now you are the acting city lord. You can decide these things by yourself in the future. Don't ask me. You have to learn to control this city. As long as ordinary residents can still see hope, then you are a good city lord. Bai Bian nodded, I understand. Turning around, Bai Bian left without hesitation and walked to the largest courtroom of the judicial yuan. He summoned the 3 corps commanders and a number of officials including law enforcement teams, judicial officers, and various departments. When all these people arrived, Bai Bian looked at the comparison with silence in his eyes. There are only 3 legions here, but there are actually dozens of heads of various departments in the city. No wonder they have to pay so much salary every month. The official system of Tobu City is too bloated. After everyone had arrived, Bai Bian glanced at Sabo and knocked on the table lightly. Today is my 3rd day as the acting city lord, and I found that Tobu City is very different from what I imagined, so I plan to reform it. Many officials in the field immediately frowned, with some uneasiness in their eyes. Bai Bian ignored them. In this world where force was paramount, the city lord had absolute say. Even if he delegated his power 100%, he would not be afraid of being ignored. Bai Bian looked at Sifu and said calmly, the Apocalypse army remains unchanged and still guards the inner city wall to protect the safety of the inner city. He looked at a tall orc again. This man was the strongest among everyone present, a level 49 berserker and the commander of the Wuching army. The quota of the Wuching army has been halved, leaving only 100,000 quotas, 20,000 quotas for each of the south, west, and north city gates, and 40,000 quotas for the east city gate. The rest of the benefits remain unchanged. The White Plague still hasn't cut military spending. Although it will cost a lot of money, it is very risky for them to join the army. They may die in every war, so since they are risking their lives, the White Plague can also afford their money. Sell your life for money. This decision immediately caused an uproar in the field. Even Badu, the commander of the Wuching army, couldn't help but say, well, Mr. Bai, is this a bit too hasty? Is this asking the city master? Buzz terrifying mental power came out of Bai Bian's body, immediately silencing the noise in the arena. I'm not negotiating with you, this is an order. If you are dissatisfied, you can go to the city lord. Now, be quiet. Many officials couldn't help but swallow.
The mental power that even stung their senses made Badu speechless. He thought for a while and finally said nothing more. But when this meeting is over, he will definitely go to the city lord. The Storm Legion quota is 40,000, and the Wuchang army can also select people from among the eliminated ones, and the treatment will remain the same. This decision made Eddie couldn't help but raise his eyebrows, but he did not object. Although the 200,000 soldiers suddenly became 40,000, he is not the kind of elf who is greedy for power. He can also take the high-end route. The uneasiness in the eyes of the people present is getting stronger and stronger. The army has been directly reduced from 400,000 to 150,000. Will they be worse off? The new financial officer is now Mr. Saab. Mr. Saab can reform the finance department on his own and lay off those who need to be laid off. Bai Bian looked at Sabo, and he smiled and nodded in response. I obey, Lord City Lord. The others couldn't sit still anymore. They were once emperors and courtiers, and this one hadn't even become the city lord yet, and now he was making such a big move. But their uneasiness was not of Bai Bian's concern. He calmly began to name names: judiciary, law enforcement. Every time he read a noun, the people in the corresponding departments suddenly started to sweat on their foreheads, staring at Bai Bi without blinking. But when the 10th name was read, the tension in these people's eyes slowly disappeared, and they looked at the departments whose names were not read with some gloating. It seems obvious that a city cannot only have legions, they are also an indispensable part. As for those who weren't named, that's interesting. Inspection, the Adventurers Guild, education, and the financial matters will be decided by Mr. Sabo, and the rest that have not been named will be disbanded. Boom. In an instant, Bai Bing's mental strength could no longer suppress the noise. This cut off at least half of the department, which would put tens of thousands of people out of work. Adding those from the Legion, that means that starting from today, there are more than 300,000 people will be unemployed. They couldn't calm down after such a huge impact. After all, it was not uncommon to find extremely free and high-paying positions. Coupled with the wealth of wealthy businessmen, this could be said to have affected their fundamental interests. The Apocalypse Legion supervises this reform, and all those who resist will be sent to mine. Kill those who are stubborn. After arranging these things, Bai Bian walked out of the court. Of the 150,000 soldiers, the upper 30,000 bronze soldiers will definitely be left behind, as will the middle 50,000 soldiers, and the rest will most likely be professionals in the lower bronze ranks. Now the normal expenditure of the Legion has suddenly dropped from 150 million to 60 million. Even including equipment maintenance and normal military supplies, the maximum monthly expenditure is 70 million, and the lowest is 63 to 4 million. The salary of various positions in the city has dropped directly to 20 million. Including maintenance and various expenses in the city, it will not exceed 100 million a month. In other words, this wave of layoffs can save more than 100 million a month. With this money, all his resources can be used at the highest level, and he can also arm these 150,000 soldiers to greatly increase their combat effectiveness. And there is still money left over to build inner cities. As for the outer city, everything can continue as usual. That is the basic foundation of order and civilization, so don't destroy it at will. Bai Bian's mood gradually became happier. When the trade route to Sabo opened, Tobu City was about to enter a state of rapid development. And he can also start recruiting alchemists. When there are more alchemists, the inner city of Tobu City will become the most prosperous area in the entire Federation. But when he was in a happy mood, many people began to feel unhappy. For example, the old city lord Eric. He looked at the group of people kneeling and crying in the distance with an expressionless face, and suddenly felt a little uninterested. Originally, he had given so many places to give up more opportunities. And now looking at these people's lack of enthusiasm at all, he also doubted whether he was wrong. Do you also feel that this is wrong? He looked at his disciple, Badu. As the commander of the Wuchang army, Badu is actually not smart, but in this era, potential is more important than intelligence, so he is the commander of the army, and his task is to defend the city that is the most mindless. Just looking at Badu, who was a little confused, Eric waved his hand casually. I said, everything in the city is subject to Bai Bian's orders, you can go down. As ordered. Badu bowed respectfully and then strode away. He won't think so much, but he has one advantage, that is, he obeys the city lord's orders 100%. Since the city lord let him go, he will go back even if he doesn't understand. Eric looked at the sky with a sense of sadness. After walking out of the civilian area, he knew the impact of what was happening now. But since he chooses to let go, he will not make any intervention.
When the white epidemic reaches gold, he can really retire. As the sound of neat footsteps came, Sifu led the soldiers of the Apocalypse Legion and dragged the people kneeling on the ground away expressionlessly. Since these people don't give up, they all go mining. After a few years of mining, they figured out that there are quite a lot of mineral resources belonging to Tobu City nearby. The Department of Mineral Resources has not been disbanded, and it is enough to accommodate this group of people. In addition to the city, the Wuchang Army and the Storm Legion also exploded. The soldiers looked at their superiors uneasily, but they could not stop the reduction of the Legion quota. As expected by Bai Bing, the middle and upper ranks of bronze were all retained, while the lower ranks were determined purely by level and profession. Alchemists and mages will not move. Warriors and assassins can only stay after reaching level 15. All those below level 15 will be forced to retire. As for the world that is unwilling to engage in magic, rebellion cannot really occur. At most, the Ministry of Mineral Resources can only have more miners. With strong execution, the entire Tobu city system took on a new look. In just 3 days, a large number of military camps were demolished, and a large number of official residences were vacated, becoming Tobu city's resources. And suddenly there were more than 300,000 unemployed people in the city, which created a huge wave of income for the Adventurers Guild, and also allowed those wealthy businessmen to hire more extraordinary people. The steam train has now connected the southeastern part of the Federation. Now the wealthy businessman who bought the steam train has begun to make a profit. He also needs a lot of extraordinary people. After all, the city and the areas in between are not absolutely safe. In addition to his city coming forward to clean up the dangers along the road, it would be best if there were extraordinary people following the car. These people actually don't have to worry about where to go. It just made the price of hiring extraordinary people in Tobu City slightly lower. It doesn't matter. After a while, the price will rise again. After all, the reason why professionals' wages are linked to their strength is because of the Palace of Knowledge and the price of materials. Federal laws set prices for professionals, and they can only be more but not less. Because regular people have calculated that the lower bronze level has 30 gold coins a month. In addition to food and drink, a small amount of knowledge or resources can be purchased from the Federation every month for progress. Therefore, 30 gold coins is the bottom line price of bronze. Of course, most wealthy businessmen will only increase this price a little bit. Bai Bian looked at Irene, who walked out in confusion and stared at him. He asked with great interest, "Has your talent awakened?" "What talent has been awakened?" Irene yawned and stretched out her hand. White light flashed in her hand, and a feeling of healing came. Bai Bian was a little surprised. "Is it therapeutic?" "Not bad. What career do you plan to take?" Eileen yawned again and asked vaguely, "Boss, please add the salary." Bai Bian carefully looked at the healing energy in her hand and nodded. "Yes, the healing energy is quite rare, but you are still in the middle of bronze. You can get 250 gold coins a month." A smile appeared on Eileen's face reluctantly. "I just said that Luoning's prophecy was inaccurate. He also said that I am short of money in my life. Doesn't this mean that I will have money?" "Bai Bian, but you have been sleeping most of the time this month. Those days will be counted as absenteeism, and 50 gold coins will be deducted first." "Aaron. Damn it. This is my awakening talent. How could you do this? That's my hard-earned money." Eileen suddenly became more energetic and looked at Bai Bi with a look of resentment. Bai Bian raised his head slightly and asked condescendingly, "Just tell me whether you have done any work." "Well, it seems that there is no hot." Aaron said and yawned, stood up and walked to the room, muttering softly, "Damn capitalist, it seems that my talent has not yet fully awakened. Wait until I finish awakening. I'll come out and bite you to death." "So, what is your profession?" Bai Bian showed a pleasant smile on his face. Teasing this elf always gave him a sense of pleasure. "In the inherited memory, they all call me the life sacrifice. I won't say any more. I'll take a nap first. Bye." Irene replied in a daze, opened the door to the room, fell directly on the bed, and fell into sleep. Middle. White plague. So she came out for the awakening ceremony just to get a raise? He suddenly felt a little pain in his conscience. After all, Miss Elf had achieved this level, and he had deducted her money. Bai Bian silently decided to tell her that she had heard wrongly after her awakening was completed. "Boss, those wonders who are very familiar with you said they want to see you. Do you want to go and have a look?" Luoning came in from outside carrying a food box and said curiously. Bai Bian glanced outside. Wei Brigade and the other 5 people arrived at the door at some unknown time. There were many players around them, all looking inside. Opening the forum, it was as lively as ever. I clicked on Way Brigade's homepage and flipped through it. After quickly watching the latest video, I roughly understood what happened. To put it simply, after they completed the task of finding the members hiding the night rose, they planned to try the main task again, but they were stopped just after leaving the city. Then they tried to ask for help, such as the NPC Chamber of Commerce, or went on an adventure. The player union will issue tasks. It's a pity that all it got was the destruction of the group, and even the Adventurers Guild had no one to take the mission because the value they could pay was too low. Originally, God-level tasks were really difficult to complete, and no one complained about it. Then last night, that guy from Dalmatia said with a mysterious face that coming over tonight would definitely get White Plague to agree to help. That vow made the players very curious, so some players will come over to take a look today. Bien was also a little curious, so he stood up and walked out. Okay, I'll go take a look and check out the store. Remember to register if anyone comes to see me. Okay boss, be careful, Luo Ning said obediently, opened the food box and started to cook. As soon as he walked out of the store, dozens of players around him looked at Bai eagerly, looking like a boss asking for help. Bien paused and finally looked at Way Brigade. What's the matter? Way Brigade looked at Dalmatia and motioned to start your performance. Dalmatia did not hesitate, looked around, and said in a low voice as if he was very careful, Mr. White Plague, top secret information, a war is about to begin. Players, they looked at the live broadcast room and twitched the corners of their mouths. Ah, don't these guys know that the Way Brigade is live broadcasting? Do you have such a strong desire to perform? War, what kind of war? Bien asked in cooperation. Dalmatia paused for a moment. Seeing that there was no mission, he was a little discouraged. That's it. Recently, we have been tracking down the matter of Rose of the Night, and then I discovered a situation by chance. The people of Rose of the Night tried to activate it in the mutated area. We plan to attack Dongwu City and then take advantage of the chaos to kill you. The players were shocked and then excited. This seemed like a war mission. Bing was confused. Rose of the Night was known for being secretive. How could she leak such war information? How did you know? Other players also pricked up their ears and were full of curiosity. Even Way Brigade and others were the same. They had met a lot of people from Rose of the Night. After being caught, the vendors in the market yesterday did not reveal a single word until their death. Useful information. Dalmatia suddenly wilted, and her tone was full of resentment. I didn't want to either, I just wanted to hide my staff, and then I walked to a basement, and finally, he gradually began to cry, my staff was taken away again. They are still discussing things on my body. It seems like something from the headquarters can temporarily control the mutated area. As he spoke, he finally couldn't help crying, Mr. Bai, they took away 2 of my staffs. They and I are incompatible. Guard Brigade, 6, no wonder he is so coy and mysterious, that's why. Ha ha. I don't know which player couldn't hold it back and laughed, and then everyone was surrounded by suppressed laughter, and some even laughed unscrupulously, causing the NPCs to point and point. The live broadcast room is even more unscrupulous, the screen is full. Bien was also speechless, where did you hide the staff? Outer City West District, Mr. White Plague, you must avenge me. Dalmatia suddenly howled louder as she listened to the laughter around her. Bien, who among the serious people would hide their magic staff so far away? But if this is the case, it may indeed be true, because in the past, players were resurrected in 10 seconds. In other words, during these 10 seconds, he could watch his body disappear and wait for his consciousness to be pulled directly back to the resurrection point. But now it's different. After being killed so hard by him that the server was stopped, the player's resurrection rules have been changed. If Dalmatia's resurrection time is an hour or even longer, maybe they can leave their consciousness in the land of death. Looking at his murderer, Bien suddenly had an idea. Can players become self-destruction monitors? Throw the guard brigade into the enemy's base camp and kill it, then hide in the corner and watch the live broadcast? As soon as this idea came up, Bien couldn't help but want to try it out, but unfortunately it was not the time yet. After thinking about it, the power of the contract flashed, and Bien snapped his fingers coolly. Buzz, the space shook. Amid the exclamations of the players, a mechanical dragon suddenly approached, exuding terrifying dragon power and hovering in the sky. You are frightened by the dragon's power, speed 30%, strength 20%, the players' eyes were bright. Although their attributes had been reduced, they all stared at the behemoth in the sky with wide eyes, eager to try, as if they planned to touch it when this guy came down. After all, the dragon usually stays on the city wall, but they can only watch and cannot go up the city wall at all. Players who tried to break through the card were killed on the spot. Take me there. If this is true, then I will give you the staff you lost. Bai Bian said with a smile. Demasia's eyes lit up. Does this mean he can ride this dragon? This wave of crying is not a loss. No problem, no problem. I am a good citizen. If I encounter any abnormal situation, I will report it to Mr. White Plague as soon as possible. Demacia nodded repeatedly. Being stared at by resentful eyes, he couldn't help but straighten his back, as if to say, look, this is a crying child who was fed milk, you know nothing. The corner of Wei Lu's mouth twitched. What kind of bullshit luck? The next moment, the 5 of them were carried by a force and flew into the sky with Bai Bian. In the envious eyes of the players, the dragon spread its wings and the 6 people disappeared in the inner city in an instant. Is this what it feels like to be a dragon knight? I love it. Demacia yelled, glanced at his teammates, and said slyly, Mr. White Plague, the one who said he wanted monsters to attack the city was an old guy wearing an angel mask, and the guy opposite him was wearing a hood. The guy whose face can't be seen clearly, the specific location. He was a little stuck as he spoke, and his eyes became a little blank. Anyone who is familiar with players knows that he was watching a screen recording. Bai Bian was not in a hurry, and the mechanical dragon flew to the west wall of the outer city, staring at the west city area with a pair of scarlet eyes. Players, residents, and soldiers were all looking at this side. But they all knew it was something belonging to the White Plague, and they didn't dare to get close. Of course, the reason why players don't get close is because the city wall prohibits non-soldier units from getting close, and anyone who gets close will be shot. After about 30 seconds, Demacia said, I remembered, that place is called Dark Valley. They have already gone. After Bai Bian paused, he immediately recalled the mutated area where he and Lao Lang fought into Dongwu City. It seemed that was the name. The boss there is a powerful abyss lord. After taking advantage of the creatures from the Xia continent, his strength was limited to level 69, with the top gold level. He was very cunning. He just used the old wolf to collect the essence and blood of the whole city, and finally broke through. Gold is on top. After the player's resurrection point was forced to move, he eventually died at the hands of the cutscene CG, the legendary Berserker. Unexpectedly, after so many changes, it is still this mutated area. But the time has been advanced, and the old city lord's energy and blood have not faded yet. In the pure mutation area, even if Knight Rose can control the city wall, it is meaningless. If the siege was planned by Rose of the Night, then there must be a backup plan. You are very good. Now can you tell me where you heard the news? Bai Bian's tone became solemn. At the same time, the emphasis on players has been taken to a higher level. White Plague's favorability plus 10, you provided high-value intelligence, and you triggered the main mission, Veil of Night. Mission, Veil of Dark Night. Attribute, Main Quest. Mission description, Rose of the Night attempts to use the Mutation Zone project and kill the White Plague with SS-level potential, which seriously threatens the security and future of the Federation. Please get more clues about the Rose of the Night and help the White Plague eliminate the distribution of the Rose of the Night in Tobu City. Mission difficulty, Hell. Mission reward, optional special job transfer ×1, experience value plus 10,000, gold coins plus 500, free attribute points plus 20, skill points plus 20. Introduction, the dangerous rose reveals its spikes, eradicate it and kill it. Demacia's eyes were filled with excitement, and he quickly pointed to a building not far away. That's right there is a passage underground, and in the passage is a basement. Bai Ying looked at it and saw that it was actually a school in the outer city. There was some depression in his eyes, and he said calmly, wait for me here, I will come to you later. As he spoke, his mental power controlled the body to fly downward, and then he thrust his mental power into the Guardian Ring without hesitation. Buzz, a special message flashed in the direction of the City Lord's palace. The function of this ring is to protect. While predicting danger, it can also transmit this prediction to a specific unit, that is, the City Lord. Feeling a soft gaze cast over him, Bai Bian said softly, Lord City Lord, things here are a bit serious. I may not be able to handle it, and I need your help. After the words fell, after waiting for about 3 seconds, the shadow of an old man slowly solidified, and the fluctuations in the space continued to flicker. The old city lord and Bai Bian came to the school gate together. Is there a problem here? Bai Bing nodded. Maybe it's the branch of Rose of the Night in Dongwu City. Chi Quan has heard a lot of news here. Let's deal with it first and then talk to you in detail. The city lord nodded, without any authority on his body, just like an old grandfather leading his serious grandson.
and walked into the school called Dongxing Academy in a leisurely manner.
The school cannot make mistakes. Once a fierce battle breaks out here, the losses will be too huge. Therefore, the simplest way is to shake people and ensure that nothing goes wrong.
White Blight will not act like a hero.
Tobu City is his now and will be his in the future.
It is time for these rats to make them pay the price.
He, Bai Bian, never fights an uncertain battle.
Thanks for the tip, Daiju will work hard to update. By the way, I would like to recommend a good book. Tokyo Begins with the Washing Housewife Introduction. This author has been blocked for 4 books, and they all say that he seems to have gotten past the moderators. Regardless of the small number of words, you must go early, otherwise the early version will be forced to make major changes.
I understand everything. Dongxing Academy is one of the few schools in the western district of the outer city.
These schools are officially established by Tobu City. The teachers in them are all professionals and their salaries are very high.
Moreover, students who go to school here not only do not have to pay tuition, but those with good grades can also receive scholarships and even be promoted to aristocratic schools in the inner city.
Just like Bai Bing did when he was in the capital, he relied on the scholarship and Miss Diane to survive before time travel, and even became a 20-level alchemist. This kind of school has no threshold, and anyone aged 6 to 16 can enroll for free.
There are many people in it, and because it is noon, the huge campus is full of youthful vitality.
From half-meter-tall dwarfs to 2-meter-tall orcs, you can see them everywhere.
There are even many goblins who have little potential and are obviously here to make a living. Because the Federation will not hinder any intelligent being from studying.
After all, although the goblin race is not good at anything, it also has individual differences. For example, there are goblin scholars in the capital.
Race does not represent everything.
In the eyes of the Federation, they are just creatures with different starting points.
Lord City Lord, do you need to ask all the students to get settled first?
Bai Bian looked at the children downstairs who were holding books, studying, playing around, or even falling in love, and asked softly.
No need. There was some nostalgia in Eric's eyes.
A long time ago, the school he went to was not as good as this. Now hundreds of years have passed, and in his hands, he can finally give more people the opportunity to change themselves.
He sighed with emotion. Look, this is the inheritance of fire. You are the city lord now.
No matter how tight the finances are, the school's expenses cannot be reduced.
I know.
Bai Bian followed Eric, nodded, and replied in agreement, but later I plan to re-establish some schools, such as military schools. After graduation, the students in them can enter the Legion Reserve, or be in various professions. Exclusive colleges and schools are divided into subdivisions, so those who study well or have the right talents can get more targeted education. He never wanted to cut spending on schools, and anyone with eyes knew what those schools represented. Eric nodded with satisfaction. You are the city lord, just watch and come. While they were talking, the two of them had stopped at an old teaching building.
Demacia didn't say the specific location, and Bai Bian and the old city lord didn't ask.
After all, as long as the specific location is known, whether it is Bai Bian's powerful mental power or the old city lord's perception, he can clearly see the abnormality. This anomaly is not an underground space, but a secret formation arranged underground. This formation is difficult to detect, but only if the person who perceives it does not know that there is a space below. Otherwise, mental probing and perception targeting can detect the difference between the formation and the stone.
It was lunchtime, and there were not many students in this teaching building.
Eric and Bai Bian came to a place where debris was piled behind the teaching building. Bai Bian sensed it, cleared some old tables, pointed to a piece of ground that looked normal, and said to the city lord, the secret formation, early warning device, and defensive spell are a bit troublesome.
Eric smiled and walked forward.
Boom! An extremely thick magic power emerged and directly enveloped the area. In an instant, a piece of land rose up, revealing a deep passage. Eric pointedly said, whether it's technology or magic, as long as you have enough power, you don't need any skills.
As long as you bypass the things they protect, they won't report anything inside.
White Blight followed Eric into this dark passage. He listened to the city lord's instructions and looked up, a little stunned. If the defense mechanism here was a locked door, then the city lord simply cut off the walls around the door. The door is not broken or opened, so naturally it will not trigger some mechanisms. After the two of them walked into it, the strong magic power behind them gently lowered the land and returned it to its original appearance. This passage is very deep, and there is no light underground, making people walking on it feel uneasy. After walking down for about 200 meters, the stairs reached the end, and a space with warm lights appeared in front of them. The sound of whispers came, which meant that there was someone inside. Tsk, a subtle sound appeared, and each worker bee flew forward silently and released some gas that was difficult to detect. The city lord didn't say anything and just walked inside calmly. What? Before a question could be spoken, a short and rapid groan sounded, followed by a series of sounds of falling to the ground. You used alchemical poison to kill a level 28 mage. Due to the large level gap, the experience value was greatly reduced, and the experience value was plus 30. You used alchemical poison to kill a level 25 alchemist. With such a high level gap, these people, except for the mage, died before they could even react. By the time B and the old city lord reached this space, there were no living people here, and some machines had also been softened by a special poison and lost their original effects. Eric glanced at Bien with some confusion, but didn't say much, and looked at everything around him calmly. This is a room similar to a data room. These dead people have more or less paper materials in their hands. It seems a little chaotic and they must be planning to evacuate. After all, wonders will not die, and with Rose of the Night's vigilance, she will definitely run very fast. There is a strong contract curse on their souls, and no information can be obtained by spiritual exploration. Bien first explained, City Lord, you should be careful. Each of their important city strongholds is guarded by 1 or 2 gold. 30 worker bees appeared around Bien, flying around, picking up the materials that those people planned to take away and stacking them. Bien's mental power also spread to the entire audience at this time. He sensed it, walked to the wall, and groped for a while. Buzz on the wall, a hidden door opened, and behind it was a deep passage. At this time, the city lord looked at a piece of information in his hand, his eyes becoming extremely sharp. Shengshen, age 12, ethnicity, potential assessment B, is in contact, no invitation has been sent out yet. Detailed information, Father Chunggao. He put down the information in his hand and picked up a piece of information at random. The pressure on his body became lower and lower. Dongwen, age 11, race elf, potential assessment A, under observation, no invitation has been sent out yet. Fan Fei, age 13. Rose of the Night is disturbing the foundation of the Federation. Bien came over and was a bit silent when he saw the information in the hands of the city lord. Rose of the Night was an organization that only recruited geniuses. If he hadn't had very good grades and transferred to the top aristocratic school, he might have been invited. At that time, he was still so weak and he really didn't have the qualifications to refuse. As for why there are so many words that Rose of the Night is observing or coming into contact with, that's because their invitation method always sends out crushing combat power. If you accept the invitation, everything will be easy. If they don't accept it, then the child will die unexpectedly. Only for geniuses above S level, they will carefully look for opportunities to invite them. For example, when Bien went to find Lao Lang, his potential evaluation at that time was S, and the Federation could not detect anything when he died unexpectedly outside the city. A and B-level people don't have so many scruples, but they don't dare to blatantly invite people, so they maintain a special rule to invite people. No matter how weak the child is, there is no chance to refuse, because the Federation attaches great importance to potential and will not pay more attention to potential below S level. This is also the reason why Night Rose is secretive enough. The invitees have no chance to refuse, and apart from the contract hidden deep in their souls, they will grow up normally in the welfare of the Federation. And obtain resources and positions normally, integrate into the Federation, transform the Federation, and even occupy the Federation. They knew each other's existence and how big their organization was. Coupled with the transformation of the contract like Rose of the Night, this allowed them to occasionally show that lofty look. In their eyes, they are just acting out their current identities. Eric looked at the database that was piled up into a hill by worker bees, and walked towards the passage with an expressionless face. The terrifying magic power fluctuations were looming. Bien put all these information into the space ring and followed the city lord inside. A trembling feeling came, and Bien quickly followed. He immediately saw corpses on the ground, and there were faint traces of cracks on the surrounding walls. All the technological equipment was destroyed at this moment, and the slightest arc was in some places. Corners kept popping up and 2 doors were violently vandalized. A rapid red light lit up in the underground base, and the sound of alarms kept ringing, making people feel panicked unconsciously. Bien looked around and did not see the city lord, but there were magic waves flickering in the passage on the left. Bien hesitated for a moment and planned to walk to the passage on the right, but during just this moment of hesitation, there was a wave of magic power coming from the passage on the right. Eric walked out of it with evil eyes in his eyes. There is no gold here, and there is not much silver.
Do you know how to track down rows of the night's people other than death?
Bai Bian thought for a while and said, then their gold should have gone to a mutated area called Dark Valley.
There is no way to track down rows of the night.
Bai Bian shook his head. Even if you check his life, you can't find any clues. The god this organization believes in represents mystery, and their contract may come from that mysterious god.
Bai Bian hesitated for a moment. I belong to Rose of the Night. Rose of the Night is a secret organization. If the people of Rose of the Night read this sentence, they will die. But what are your concerns?
Bai Bian glanced at the depressed city lord, and said, it's just that this kind of exposure only has one chance. When their gods react, this method will be ineffective, and it can easily become a method for Rose of the Night to prove herself. If you want to use this, if we use words to track down Rose of the Night, we can only do it secretly, and there are not many opportunities.
Check, must check. The entire Federation will investigate together.
The killing intent around Eric could no longer be concealed, and a suffocating breath came, making Bai Bian feel a little suffocated.
Wait a little longer. Bai Bian shook his head. Under the puzzled eyes of the city lord, Bai Bian said calmly, what if I say that among the 29 council members, there are people from Rose of the Night?
Eric was stunned, and his murderous intention became even more intense. Then kill, as long as it threatens the Federation, there is nothing that cannot be killed.
Bai Bian spread his hands. You believe me, but do others also believe me?
The killing intent around Eric paused. He was silent for a while and then said, leave this matter to me.
You just need to tell me which congressman is who. Glory Counselor M. Machado, a level 75 mage. I only know this one.
Bai Bian did not hesitate to reveal directly that in the past he had thought of using this as a trump card, but he did not expect that the Federation would value him to such an extent. But now it is different. He is already the preparatory city lord. The more stable the Federation is, the better.
Now is the time to fully target Rose of the Night. If this organization is not eliminated, the Federation will not be peaceful for a day. I understand. You can handle the follow-up here.
Eric was obviously stunned and walked out solemnly without stopping at all.
Although in his mind, the congressman was clearly only level 70, he did not doubt the veracity of White Plague's words.
This kind of lie had no other effect except causing shock to the Federation. The stability of the Federation is a great blessing to the border cities. As the reserve city lord of Tobu City, Bai Bian has no need to lie. Bai Bian looked at the back of the city lord, thought for a while, and quickly scanned the underground base. There were a lot of bronze and silver level equipment, but the most important thing was the information that had not been taken away and destroyed. Bai Bian took a rough look and found that although there were no famous geniuses, there were nearly 10,000 potential young people in Tobu City. It is even more detailed than the official survey. These people are considered potential stocks. They can try to cultivate them after the city's Rose of the Night is cleaned up. After making sure nothing was missing, Bai Bing walked out of the basement. After taking a look in the direction of the principal's office, the school didn't need to be closed. Night Rose had planned to abandon this base and would definitely not come back. Bai Bing returned to the city wall and saw the expectant eyes of the players. He smiled and said, your name is Demacia, right? Yes, that's right, Mr. White Epidemic, how are you?
Demacia looked at the school and asked expectantly.
That should be a branch of Rose of the Night. It's a pity that you came a little late, but your contribution this time is great.
What reward do you want?
Bai said gently, and then asked.
Demacia looked at the unfinished tasks and didn't care. No one said that Tobu City could only have one distribution.
He said somewhat flatteringly, hey, Mr. White Plague, the staff you mentioned earlier, Bai's spiritual power penetrated into the space ring and took out 2 staffs from it. I'll give you one more to see if your strength grows slowly. One is the top bronze level, and the other is the silver level. The night roses are hidden too deep in the city, so I have to bother you with the spectacle.
Demacia's eyes suddenly lit up.
He grabbed 2 gorgeous staffs and found that no matter in appearance or anything else, they were much more advanced than the 2 he had thrown away. He smiled and shook his head. No trouble, we are all good people, and these are what we should do.
The guard brigade and the others looked very envious.
In the early stages of the game, they had already obtained silver equipment without completing the mission.
This is really enviable.
Bai Bian glanced at Weibrig and the others. Weibrig's live broadcast was very popular and he was considered the most popular anchor among the 3 federations. Every time he brought him along, he could save a lot of things. For example, if he had anything to say to the players, just said next to him, there is a high probability that all players will know.
I'll give you some more gadgets. If you find any clues about Rose of the Night, you can come to me at any time, and I will give you generous rewards. As Bai Bian spoke, 5 pistols full of technology appeared in front of him. The special effects of these pistols were extremely cool, but they had little power. They were considered products of Bai Bian after a failed experiment. I originally wanted to sell it to players, but later I felt that the profit was too low, so now I'll just treat it as a special Easter egg. Demasia's eyes were even full of admiration, and the guards brigade's eyes also shone when they looked at this cool pistol. Mr. Bai Bai, isn't this a little too expensive? Demacia said, quickly tied the staff to her waist, and then reached for the pistol with a smile. It's just some gadgets. You're welcome. There are some things that only you wonders can discover. The silver-level staff given to you is worth about 500 gold coins. If any of you find a similar base, you can get a similar value. We need to work together to maintain the peace of Tobu City. Bai Bian patted their shoulders, and with a surge of mental power, he sent them off the city wall, and let them mount the dragon and fly to the inner city in an instant. Demasia's eyes widened and she looked at the guards blankly. How much more? 5 to 500 gold coins? The 4 members of the guard team glanced at him with contempt. You look like you have never seen the world. Madhu was so envious. Hi play, envy +1 times 3 live broadcast room, envy +1 times NHEE. I'm just saying, a crying baby has milk, don't you envy it? Don't you envy it? Demacia looked at the properties of the gun in her hand. Name, Shining Sparks. Quality, average. Durability, 60/60ths. Equipment effect, automatically absorbs surrounding magic energy. When fully charged, it can release a large amount of electrical energy, but because the electrical energy is too dispersed, it cannot cause much damage. Cooling time, 10 minutes. Magazine, 1/1. Equipment requirements, none. Introduction, who said it's harmless? I once used it to electrocute a whole pond of fish. White Plague. Price, 0.1 gold coin. Demacia was a little disappointed, and he fired a shot into the sky. Zitsy strong electric light exploded in the sky, and countless electric arcs spread out. Even the midday sun could not suppress the splendor of the arcs. The surrounding residents looked at each other, and their somewhat numb eyes seemed to be a little clearer, as if they were seeing this beautiful scenery for the first time. Damn it! So handsome? If it's night, you're not allowed to take off? Demacia was shocked. Wow, Kaka. Master took off. From now on, please call me the #1 master in the Chinese server. The 4 members of the guard brigade also touched their pistols with bright eyes and shot into the sky one after another. Sizzling 4 brilliant electromagnetic fireworks exploded, and extremely gorgeous special effects immediately exploded in the live broadcast room. Words of envy continued to flood the screen, giving the 5 high-level players a sense of satisfaction. It was really worth it this time. This thing seems to have been invented by Bai Bian, which means it is out of print. Although it has little power, the price of out-of-print items among the player community may rise all the way up. Have you figured out where to hide the staff? If it explodes again, it will be awesome. Feng Chen reminded him sourly. Explode? What explosion? I won't leave the city. From now on, I will squat in front of Dawn Pharmacy. Who dares to explode me? Demacia said firmly, holding the staff firmly and not letting go, looking around vigilantly. The corner of Wei Lu's mouth twitched and he couldn't help but remind, have you noticed that although this game does not have a space system, there is a place called a pawn shop? If you get good things, you can go to the official pawn shop to temporarily store them. Just set the date. After that, it will be like a warehouse. Demacia. What the hell? He was shocked and immediately said, wait for me, I'll come as soon as I go. At this time, Bai Bian had already arrived in the inner city and took a look at the mechanical dragon that had disappeared into the sky. Entering Tianqi military camp with solemn eyes. The soldiers saluted him one after another. The military salute here was a bit like the knight's salute, mainly because people in this world didn't pay much attention to etiquette. Everyone subconsciously imitated the original nobles, and finally the military salute evolved into what it is now, with the right hand making a fist, placed on the left shoulder, and slightly bending the waist. Bai Bian walked into the intercontinental missile launch base. 24 intercontinental railguns have been installed. The launch base has a sense of technology, and large screens are monitoring the outside of the city gate. However, because there are no satellites, it cannot detect too far away. It mainly relies on network coverage to lock the target. And now Tobu City's network tower covers a maximum of 100 kilometers outside the city wall.
In other words, when the shells from the silo hit a precise target, they can reach 5,000 kilometers in the direction of the Federation. But when launched outward, it can only accurately hit targets within 100 kilometers. White Plague had already told the Corman family about this matter when the Legion was reforming, but now Sunu was very busy, and it will take some time before he can continue to extend the signal towers and cover the network further. However, this does not affect the base network calculation of intercontinental missiles. Otherwise, the error cannot be determined in single digits. Therefore, as long as there are coordinates and after a period of calculation, it can also attack enemies beyond the long range. And he just asked Bolton to go to the mutated area as a coordinate, and the launch silo can exert a powerful effect. Mr. Plague. Sifu stood up and greeted respectfully, "Do you have any mission?" "The place where Sifu sleeps has been moved here. Bai Bian's order is for him to personally guard the silo. Although he can let others take over, he will not leave unless he has other tasks." After all, they knew how important this silo was. Bronze alchemy technicians all around also stood up and greeted Bai Bian respectfully, with very admiring eyes. Bai Bian has a very good reputation among the alchemists, especially the alchemists in Tobu City. Together with other professions when discussing something, I even feel a vague sense of superiority. No, just watch. Bai Bian didn't need anyone's permission to launch the missile. He came to the operating table and started operating on some instruments. On the big screen full of science fiction, some data gradually appeared, and then a somewhat messy picture appeared on the big screen. It seemed that the angle of view in front of him was extremely fast, and the Earth was stretched into a blurry shape in his eyes. Apart from the distant peaks, he couldn't see anything else clearly. The Dark Valley mutation zone is about 3,000 kilometers away from Dongwu City. Even if it flies at Mach 5, it will take half an hour. However, the artillery shells are faster and can hit a place 3,000 kilometers away in about 5 minutes. Bai Bian continued to adjust the launch silo. The steel-like door of the launch silo outside slowly opened, revealing a deep gun hole. Missiles more than 10 meters loomed, giving people a sense of shock. "What kind of energy does the missile contain now?" Bai Bian suddenly asked. 8 each of fire, thunder, and ice. An alchemist quickly replied. "Replace everything with flames." Bai Biao calmly ordered. As ordered. The nearly 10 alchemists in the base all walked out, but the last alchemist was blocked. He was signaled by his companions, stopped, nodded silently, and walked back. Bai Bian glanced at it, said nothing, and continued to debug various data. The alchemist looked at his companions and then at the real-time monitoring here. He silently took out the small monitor he carried with him and recorded Bai Bi's operations. The inventor's demonstration, this is precious learning material. Dark Valley. The Angel of Rose in the Night paused in her steps, her eyes full of depression. "What's wrong?" A hoarse voice sounded. It was an existence wearing a robe and a mage hood. He came from the base camp of Rose of the Night and was a low-level golden mage. "The Tobu City branch is gone. I didn't expect it to happen so quickly." The angel's eyes were full of gloom, and the old voice was very dull. The mage was stunned for a moment, then he thought for a moment and asked, "That wonder yesterday?" "The wonders will never die. It's a pity that those data will take a long time to collect again, so they should be destroyed." The angel said with some pity, turned and walked towards the bloody valley ahead. The mage followed up with a serious look in his eyes. "The White Plague network is making it more and more difficult for us to move. In addition, the entire Federation is now targeting us, and the Supreme Court has not responded." "Is there really a new world?" "Shut up!" The angel scolded, but his old eyes were also a little confused. He just said firmly, "Yes, you must believe in the supreme guidance. Just like other people from Rose of the Night, even if they are gold and are the top beings of this era, they still don't know what the new world is in the mouth of the Supreme. They only know how to follow the supreme guidance, constantly expand their power, constantly absorb all geniuses, and control all resources. No matter how much they know, just as gold, all they can feel is that their Supreme has been waiting, and as for what they are waiting for, they don't know. Now, the Supreme Commander killed Bai Bing. With the old city lord around, they couldn't do it, but if there was chaos in the city, they would still have a chance." The mage stopped talking, his eyes hidden under his hood were a little confused, and he followed the angel straight into the dark valley. "The ground in this valley is black. The area bombarded by the White Plague is different from the blood-red ground. The main feeling here is one of coldness, not violence. The peaks on both sides were also painted black. After taking only 2 steps forward, the two golds suddenly felt prying eyes. As the cold breath hit, the mage's body ignited with flames, and in an instant, a mutated soul screamed and was burned to ashes. The angel and the mage looked at each other. A mage with a low level of gold, and a mage with a middle level of gold. The terrifying pressure of gold suddenly rose on their bodies. The prying eyes around him quickly disappeared, and apart from darkness and dead plants, there was nothing unusual around him. The angel glanced at the sudden distortion and twisted terrifying aura deep in the dark valley, and said softly, "Let's get started, he won't refuse." The mage nodded, put his hands in front of him, and began to mutter something. The unknown language gave off a gloomy atmosphere. Between his hands, a deformed and twisted ball appeared, with flesh and blood tissue constantly rolling on it, and tentacles appeared and then disappeared on it. A feeling of terror began to spread in the valley, and the monsters hidden in the shadows below emerged, gathering here as if they were possessed by an evil spirit. These monsters looked very scary, such as giant cockroaches with eyeballs all over their bodies, giant lizards with mouths everywhere, and various deformed monsters. But they all have one thing in common, that is, their bodies are a bit illusory, like some kind of spirit body, or a species between illusion and reality. Just looking at them makes me feel sick in my heart. The monarch from the abyss, a great existence that represents madness, nightmares, and distortion. The mystery of the night wants to make a deal with you. The great flesh and blood from the evil lord of the abyss, in exchange for your insignificant clone in the continent of Shia. The angel clasped his hands together as the mage chanted, constantly calling for some kind of ritual. Powerful magic power continued to outline in front of him, and a sacrificial formation slowly emerged. The great dark night will remember your kindness and bring madness, nightmare, and distortion to this world. Fear will become your representative. The dark night will become your cover, bringing the most essential fear to this world. All intelligent creatures will remember your name, Frederick Stewart, the great lord of the abyss, and answer the call of the night. The constant chanting and praying, accompanied by the increasingly crimson sacrificial array in midair, made the shuddering and aberrant aura deep in the dark valley become a little hesitant. The aura from another dimension slowly emerged, seeming to be trying to communicate with them. The Abyss Monarch is a demigod, a powerful existence that is only one step away from reaching the god level. However, although a powerful demigod can influence the world across countless spaces, it is much more difficult than a god. The Lord of the Evil Fall is the master of hundreds of layers of abyss and is a true god. Compared to the god of faith, it is equivalent to medium divine power. This level of flesh and blood tissue is simply a treasure for demigods. So he was hesitating, which one was more cost-effective, a mutated zone that had been painstakingly formed, or a piece of flesh and blood. The mutation zone can help him collect the soul, essence, and blood of this world, replenish him in the abyss, and allow him to continue to grow, while the flesh and blood of God can allow him to understand God's rules, which is also of great help to him. Roar, however, at this moment, the pressure of the giant dragon loomed, and high in the sky, a giant dragon covered in metallic color but exuding the aura of death was looking down at them. Many mutated monsters below were stimulated by the dragon's power, and they roared at the sky. Powerful, distorted auras spurted out, but they were not allowed to leave the mutated area without receiving orders to attack. The angel and the mage looked at each other, both of them a little surprised. They kept praying in their mouths, but they both became more urgent in tacit understanding. As if urging the demigod to make his own decision. The mechanical dragon did not launch an attack, but kept hovering around the edge of the valley, its eyes constantly wandering between the angels, mages, and the monster deep in the mutation zone. God was still thinking, and he could clearly sense that as soon as the mage's spell stopped, the flesh and blood tissue belonging to the Lord of Evil in his hands would disappear from his territory. What continues to grow is strength, and the flesh and blood tissue in the hands of the two is the rule. Powerful demigods can also compete with gods with weak divine power, but the lords of the abyss are also ancient gods, so the demigods of the abyss are not necessarily that weak. The reason why there are ancient gods and new gods is because the ancient gods do not need such things as godhood. The ancient gods rely on themselves to break through the limits of mortals and reach the realm of gods. The new god obtains godhead, ignites divine fire, creates a kingdom of God, and becomes powerful because of faith. The realms are different, and gods are just the names given to those majestic beings in the Shia continent. They prefer to call themselves monarchs or kings. Time passed little by little, and suddenly, a strong uneasiness surged into my heart, and uneasiness suddenly appeared in the eyes of the angel and the mage. But at this moment, the powerful Abyss Lord seemed to sense something and suddenly responded to the sacrifice. In the mage's hand, the piece of flesh and blood of the evil Lord began to tremble, and he quickly approached the sacrificial circle. Roar at the same time, the giant dragon in the sky roared, and the blue breath of the undead came instantly, bombarding the piece of flesh with powerful dragon power. The spell in the mage's mouth paused, and the flesh and blood in his hand disappeared in an instant, and another more majestic aura flashed through, directly interrupting the sacrifice, preventing this powerful piece of ancient god's flesh and blood from being swallowed by the abyss. Before the mage and angel could react, the sense of crisis in their hearts suddenly rose to an extreme. Two scrolls suddenly exploded around the two of them, and the aura of the space continued to twist, trying to lead them away from this place. But it seemed a little too late. A high-speed flying object in the sky approached, and it had already arrived here in the blink of an eye. Buzz! The entire space shook with a bang. The mechanical dragon in the sky quickly rose up, and an elliptical cone more than 10 meters long slammed into the mage and angel. The magic shields on their bodies kept flashing, but the next moment, dazzling light and endless fire swallowed them up instantly. The gold-level shields kept cracking, unable to stop the terrifying power of the explosion. Legend? The mages and angels kept taking out magic scrolls in horror. The layers of shields were superimposed crazily, and the distortion of the space became more and more serious. They activated the teleportation in the firelight and disappeared in this area instantly. Boom boom boom! A strong sonic boom sounded, a huge ball of flames expanded in the sky, and the terrifying shock wave and heat wave instantly wiped out the monsters below. Before the Lord of the Dark Valley could react, missiles with long tails were connected in the sky, evenly covering the entire mutation area. Especially where he was, half of the firepower was focused on him. Buzz! A buzzing sound sounded, and from the perspective of the sky bone dragon, a mushroom cloud with powerful impact rose in the valley. Countless fires with extraordinary power spewed out crazily, and continued to increase in the relatively closed space of the valley. Hold on to your own power. The valley, 1 kilometer wide and nearly 50 kilometers long, was filled with flames at this moment. The terrifying power that destroyed the world caused the two peaks next to the valley to begin to collapse. As the heat wave hit, Bolton's eyes also showed obvious fear, and he continued to increase at a speed of Mach 5, fearing that he would be instantly killed after being affected by the energy. I don't know how far I flew, but the terrifying heat coming from below finally disappeared, and Bolton also stopped rising. He lowered his head. From a super high perspective, the two steamed bun-like peaks had half disappeared, and now the valley was staring at the sky like scarlet eyes. Bolton's soul trembled. With such a terrifying explosion range and a speed 6 times faster than him, it doesn't seem like it was prepared for gold. Go down and have a look. Bai B's voice sounded. In addition to Bai B's voice, there were also waves of gasps. It seemed that the people over there were also shocked by this power. Bolton slowly descended to the height, and only felt the heat again when he was only 5,000 meters away from the valley. As we got closer, everything in front of us became clearer now. The boundless magma and crystals, traces of damage everywhere, and the remaining two halves of the mountain were crumbling and finally collapsed at this time. A powerful mutation zone was wiped out by Tobu City, which was 3,000 kilometers away. Yes, let's go look for him. The Lord in the mutated area won't die that easily, but his injuries won't be light either. When White Plague's voice sounded, he could only say that it was the idea of the alchemist sage. He reinforced the material like Barrett's method. After mindlessly increasing the power, many parts needed to be replaced every time it was launched. But now its power is no longer comparable to that of gold, but a true legendary power. And it should be possible to continue to improve it, but his current knowledge level is not enough, so he will have to wait. Judging from the effective use, the damage of the power can at least reach the power of a 3rd-level legend. After reaching legend, the level of life is transformed, and the power mainly comes from the rules. Each level up is a small transformation, so each level can be called a level. In other words, there is a big difference in power between level 81 and level 82. Although they cannot achieve crushing power, level 82 legends can have a strong suppressive effect against level 81 legends. After the 10th level legend, there is the Forbidden Legend, which is another path, breaking the difference between gods and mortals, and using a mortal body to stand shoulder to shoulder with the gods. It is very similar to the ancient gods. They both do not have the divine personality but have the power of the gods. The only difference is that the ancient gods have infinite lifespan, while the forbidden legends are always mortals and still have the lifespan of the legends. Only by waiting for the moment when the taboo is truly broken, may we be able to reach eternity. That is the realm that all legends want to reach, and it is the only way for mortals. Bolton flapped his wings and flew quickly in the direction of the original Lord without letting the propeller help. His eyes kept wandering around, and he finally sensed a frantic aura in his perception. Boss, he is still here. Bolton said softly, the injury is serious, but he is still capable of fighting. Bai Bian's voice said directly without hesitation, pour out the firepower and see if he dies. Bolton flapped his wings and approached in the scorching flames. The scales on all parts of his body slowly rose. Countless bombs, bullets, and venom fell crazily, blasting away at a mass of flesh and blood wrapped in magma without hesitation. Buzz the dragon's breath was gathering momentum for the second time, and it was sprayed directly at this relatively strong guy. It's just the golden middle level of level 69. It's already pretty good to survive the bombardment of so many missiles. Now that it is being poured out by so much firepower, the lives belonging to the mutation zone are slowly disappearing. This is very high-end material, bring it back. Thanks for the tips guys, more updates will be added. Demacia has been a little disappointed recently. The White Plague has not been seen for several days, and most importantly, the Federation has been very serious recently, and all major cities have been put on alert. Because of Wei Lu's live broadcast style, he spent 5 gold coins to buy a mobile phone from this world and learned a lot from it. It is said that a congressman had a problem and was beheaded by the legendary berserker with an axe. This puts Rose of the Night on the most wanted list by the Federation, and anyone who provides information about Rose of the Night will receive a high reward. However, Night Rose has completely disappeared. The organization that used to move quite frequently now seems to have disappeared. Demacia looked at the task she had been unable to complete inside. Wei Brigade, how are you? Aren't you leaving yet? The disappearance of Rose of the Night means that the outside of the city is no longer a forbidden area, and they can also look for the altar of Rose of the Night outside the city. It's a pity that he and Wei Brigade are the only ones doing missions related to Rose of the Night. After the other 3 people can't find the person who is responsible for Rose of the Night, they still plan to complete the mission. They have to wait until they change jobs before the world becomes interesting. Don't panic, it's not a big problem. I already have clues. Wei LV smiled and found a tree to sit down. His eyes were a little hollow. He was sorting out some information in the forum. The advantage of being a player is that anyone can access the forum, and among the tens of thousands of posts, Wei Lu can always find the news he wants. This is the main reason why he can become a master of science popularization and teaching. What? Demacia became interested, walked to the side of the guard brigade, sat down, and asked enthusiastically, do you want my help? Wei LV thought for a while, but did not refuse. Look at the posts I compiled and look for common ground. Demacia clicked on the friend message, and a series of posts appeared. Maid, what kind of useless mission is this? Are you sure this is something I, a level 5 civilian, can accomplish? Dog competition planning, evil game. Are these evil NPCs mentally retarded? Look at this mission, it's outrageous. Mission, Commoners Rise. Task attributes, special tasks. Mission description, water can carry a boat or capsize it. The Federation does not treat civilians as human beings, so that day should be changed. Attack the City Lord's mansion, kill the City Lord, and create a world for the people of Beiping City. Mission difficulty God, shit, mad, this game can't be played anymore. That evil NPC sent me a mission, mad, and then that evil NPC put on a cloak and killed me when I completed the mission. Gooby planned to come out and die. Why are there so many fatal missions? It's outrageous, and most of them are aimed at wealthy businessmen and officials. How depressing are these NPCs? Mad. What the hell, where did you find so many posts? Demacia frowned as he looked at these posts, and his extremely keen insight made him think of something in an instant. Why do I feel so familiar? Demacia murmured. Wei Brigade paused and was speechless. It's not Bai Ying. Bai Ying's time was a large-scale mission, and there was hope of completing it, and he also gave compensation. You can take a closer look at these differences. Demacia frowned, looked back one after another, looking for patterns, and was finally shocked. Is this really a game? The NPC is actually looking for the rules for players to take tasks. Demacia's eyes were full of shock. He subconsciously glanced at the forum and found that the Wei Brigade was not broadcasting at this time. He asked doubtfully, aren't you going to start a live broadcast? I feel like the game is playing against us now, not us. Wei Brigade was silent for a moment, and then said, actually, as long as you look at this world as a real world, and then treat the players as an immortal wonder, in fact, this thing is normal, such as White Plague, Sabo, and other cities' official high-level officials. They are all testing the players. Otherwise, why would Bai Bian, a super genius, directly restrict us? There are even 5 tasks a day, but the last 2 have no experience points? Demacia widened her eyes and said subconsciously, is this game so perverted? 97% realism means that apart from the player's panel and the player itself, this is a real world. If the real world comes to the player, similar situations will occur. Wei Lu did not take it seriously and continued organizing your own information. Then what's the use of sorting this out? Demacia asked with some confusion. Oh, you bring it into this world, and then look at these posts. Wei Lu chuckled, his eyes were full of light. Wei Brigade has completed the God-level mission. Demacia was a little confused, so she watched carefully and thought about what these phenomena represented in reality. Then, his eyes widened. It turns out that Rose of the Night is not hiding, but is setting her sights on us. How did you come up with this? Demacia looked at Wei Brigade with some admiration. Most of the NPCs in these players' posts are civilians and lower-level bronze transcendents. It's understandable that the official tests are conducted, such as White Plague and Sabo, but it's a bit scary for civilians to come out to test and gradually figure out the rules of the players' missions. Although it cannot be said that there are no smart people among the civilians, after the exposure of the Congressman Rose of the Night, so many civilians and weak smart people appeared in a short period of time, which can be certain. Demacia's eyes were bright, and he seemed to know how the Guard Brigade was going to complete his God-level mission. I want to submit the ones near Dongbu City. Don't worry, you discovered this pattern. When I get the reward, I won't treat you badly. He patted Wei Brigade on the shoulder. I opened the forum with great interest and started looking for similar posts in Tobu City. If you don't look for it deliberately, you may not pay much attention to it, but you will just sigh that the players are really unlucky. And if you notice this and search for keywords, the forums on Tobu City are also shocking. White Plague was the missile launched 5 days ago, and in the past 5 days, there have been hundreds of similar posts. There was even a weird one who attacked Dawn Pharmacy for no apparent reason, and was then exploded by a skeleton. There are more and more complaints, but the game company has not given any response. These impossible tasks were responded to last time, which shows that these are normal situations, that is, there are forces that are messing with their players. In other words, there are forces taking advantage of their players. Demacia began to carefully watch the videos posted by players and carefully observed every NPC. The mission of the Guard Brigade is God-level, different from his. The God-level mission seems to be aimed at the entire Federation, while the Hell-level mission is mainly Tobu City. As long as Night Rose cannot stay in Tobu City, his mission will be completed. The two high-level players stopped wandering around and began to stay in the city looking for posts and making PPTs. Once their tasks were completed, the secrecy of Rose of the Night would be completely broken. At least players know how to target this terrorist organization. At this time, in the inner city, there was Liming Pharmacy. You created the silver-level energy gun Barrett, with an experience value of plus 1000 and an additional experience value of plus 1000. You have created a silver-level violent potion, with an experience value of plus 800 and an additional experience value of plus 800. You have created a silver-level flesh and blood seal, with experience value plus 2000, skill point plus 1, and additional experience value plus 2000. You made it after several days of continuous production. The experience value of White Plague has reached level 44, 2956000/370000. He made a batch of things that the soldiers could exchange, including 100 silver-level barrets, 100 bottles of silver-level potions, and something that should be able to store the mutated Lord's body. Because the moment Bolton took the Lord's body back, White Blight could feel the restlessness of the dark side. The original power of that thing came from the abyss, and the Lord watching the mutated area in the abyss may have something to do with desire. The dark side is mainly a collection of evil thoughts, and the desires of the abyss are mostly emotions such as rage, murderous intent, and devouring. In other words, this body can continue to strengthen evil thoughts. The reason why he is not strengthening now is that his mental strength cannot keep up. Evil thoughts grow extremely quickly. Killing can make him stronger, transformation can make him stronger, and even reshaping the foundation can make him stronger. This is an imperfect transformation. The stronger his spirit, the stronger the transformation will be. And he has been eating soul crystals during the process of making it, and now his mental power has reached a terrifying 530. This is not considered weak even if placed in the middle of gold. So far, the spiritual power brought to him by Soul Gourmet has been close to 200, plus the enhancement of the spiritual growth specialty. His mental power was directly far ahead, and the power of his soul continued to become stronger, eventually making his defense become extremely exaggerated. If you have the current mental strength, if you encounter that clown, you may not need to use the dark side. With a set of combos from the light side, it is no longer a problem to get to the golden position in an instant. The campuses by Ing mentioned have also issued tasks to the Ministry of Education, but the establishment of colleges and universities is not that fast. The recruitment of various talents and the construction of buildings will take at least 3 months to complete. But White Blight was not worried. Night Rose was hiding, and he couldn't find her. However, what makes Bai Bing a little uneasy is another phenomenon. In the normal game timeline, version 1.0 is the development period, which is a version for players to become familiar with the game and upgrade. 2.0 will develop outside the Federation. After all players have changed jobs, there will be more and more mutated areas outside the city. Among them, a player from Beiping City posted a message saying that he was killed by a monster full of question marks. In the video given, there is a fleeting figure. That figure is no stranger to White Plague. It is the pilot film of 2.0. It tells the story of the believers of the ancient gods who began to appear in the continent of Xia, recruiting those intelligent beings who survive in the wild, and establishing the kingdoms of the ancient gods. Most living beings have been brainwashed. They are warlike, rational, and fearless of life and death, and gradually become deformed under the influence of the ancient gods. Those believers of the ancient gods were very strange. They seemed to be in no hurry to let their gods come. Their wars had no purpose. They only fought because of wars. They attacked the Federation again and again, and died in large numbers. Not only the Federation, but also these countries will drive away the monsters in the mutated areas. As these monsters come to fight with the Federation, they cause a lot of casualties to the Federation. It's just that it should have been 10 years before the first believers of the ancient gods appeared. Now that Rose of the Night in 3.0 has been exposed ahead of schedule, will Kingdom of the Ancient Gods in 2.0 also be released ahead of schedule? It seems that there is no such thing as 1.0 anymore. Bai Bian was thinking, and the sound of beeping sounded again in the laboratory. Bai Bian shook his head and stopped thinking about these things. More than 10 years have passed between the emergence of the Ancient God's kingdom and its true establishment. Even if the Ancient God speeds up the establishment of the kingdom because of his own changes, it can be completed in a short period of time. Nowadays, believers of ancient gods should be using the name of gods to save those disorderly intelligent beings outside. At least in recent years, there should be no big problem. What's wrong? Bai Bian pressed the communicator and asked. Boss, Miss Diane is here and wants to see you. Luo Ning's voice sounded, with a strange tone. Bai Bian paused and suddenly thought of a fat sheep. His face lit up. Is his legendary equipment about to arrive? He quickly stood up and walked out. As soon as he left the laboratory, he immediately saw the eldest lady whom he had longed for. He said enthusiastically, "Welcome to Miss Diane. I have been looking forward to you for a long time and finally you are here. You look good." Diane glanced at him happily, then took out a pendant from her space ring and threw it to Bai Bian. "Take it, the size you expected cannot be achieved, the most you can do is this." Bai Bian caught it with both hands and looked at the thumb-sized lantern, a little stunned. He checked its properties. Perhaps the blueprint of this thing was given to me by myself, and the scan that could only identify golden equipment scanned out the data of this thing. Name, Soul Lantern. Hanging ornaments, quality, legendary. High quality, durability, 30/30ths. Equipment effect, it can absorb the soul of the target killed by the wearer, and purify and compress it into soul crystals. The more souls absorbed, the higher the quality of the soul crystals. When the soul is full but the crystals inside are not taken out, the excess souls will continue to improve. Crystalline quality. Soul collection, 0% equipment requirements, none. Introduction, can the dead just lie down and not have to show their value? White Plague. Price, 100,000 gold coins. Bai Bian was stunned for a moment, and an extremely sincere smile suddenly appeared on his face. Although it's a little worse than what I expected, it's already good. Diane. She rolled her eyes, this is an improvement. Your one can only make fixed soul crystals, and you can only make one batch at most a day. But this one, as long as you have enough soul energy and soul crystal core quality energy, you can get it cheaper. Be good, you are so thick-skinned. Don't worry about these details, Luo Ning, it's wrong to serve coffee in milk. I have a business to discuss with Miss Diane. Bai Bian said with a smile and led Diane to one side of the hall. Since no one comes here to buy anything, the hall no longer displays those models, but has become Luanning's divination house and laboratory. The set of sofas, tables and chairs that originally provided the living room were also moved into the hall. Okay boss.
Diane thought about it but didn't refuse. Originally, she was very angry because Bai Bian kept lying to her. But after the soul lantern appeared, this contradiction disappeared. In addition, this guy who was still a childhood sweetheart was now such a genius. She was also a little curious about what kind of business Bai Bian could have with her. After taking a sip of the milk that Luo Ning brought over, she frowned and looked at Bai Bi speechlessly. "You're just going to drink this for me? Don't you like milk? This tastes delicious." Bai Ing took a sip by himself, but the familiar taste remained the same. Diane was speechless. The space ring flashed and several luxuriously packaged bottled drinks appeared on the table. His table instantly seemed a little cheap. The eldest lady threw a bottle to him casually, and then said to Luo Ning, "Little girl, come here." Luo Ning glanced at Bai Bian, then trotted over and said in a very obedient manner, "Sister Diane." After being given a bottle, he thanked obediently, "Thank you, Sister Diane." Diane was immediately happy. When she was at home, people from the Diffing branch respectfully called her Miss, and she was the youngest among the direct descendants. The feeling of being called sister made her feel a little happy. "Look at how polite they are, and look at you. You're almost a city lord and you're still so stingy." Diane looked at Bai Bi with some disgust, then took a nice sip of his drink, and suddenly felt that he had just been contaminated. The taste buds are back. Bai Bian also took a sip and looked at the prompts on the panel, a little surprised. If you drink soul lotus tea, your soul strength will be slightly increased, and your mental power will be +2. Now he can gain 3 points of spiritual power by eating a soul crystal, large, and 1 soul crystal, large, costs 10,000 gold coins. Is this the drink of rich people? Is this the richest family recognized by the Federation? Buzz a subtle wave rose, Bai Bian turned his head, Luo Ning held the drink in both hands, traces of fate were looming around him, a weak spiritual power circulated in the shop, and he actually made a breakthrough? Is the bronze fortune teller that simple? No, he has 530 points of mental power. This level of mental power is +3. How much more does Luo Ning need for a 7th level fortune teller? His terrifying mental power surged out to explore Luo Ning's mental power. If it was too strong, there might be some undesirable consequences. As he investigated, he discovered that this tea's method of increasing souls was very special and very gentle, and it actually had no side effects. "What are you doing?" Diane was speechless. "You think I'm stupid? I gave her something to drink, of course it's okay." Bai Bian looked at Diane with some confusion. He seemed a little doubtful about life, and he had a clearer understanding of the pride of the Tiefing family. "Go take a rest and learn more about mental training methods." Bai Bian touched Luo Ning's head. He was silent for a moment and then tentatively said, "How about you, miss, give me some intercontinental railgun." Diane shook her head decisively, "This won't work. The cost of building a launch silo is only 10 million. I don't have that much pocket money, so I'll give it to you. How can I survive these 2 months? Are you going to support me?" White plague. Bai Bian's eyes changed when he looked at the eldest lady. He said with a smile, "I'm just kidding, I plan to increase the number of launch silos in Tobu City to 100, but the funds are a little insufficient, so I want to find you negotiate a business deal." Diane's eyes lit up. "What business? Don't whet my appetite." Bai Bian smiled mysteriously, "A secret realm, the inheritance left by the god of shadows. As long as you get it, you can become a necromancer." Diane frowned and thought, "The body of a necromancer? How is it different from an ordinary necromancer? And that thing is worth 800 million? There are currently 24 intercontinental railguns in Tobu City, and if they want to add to 100, including installation and shells, 800 million is almost just the cost price. This is also the border city. If it is the cities in the middle, the value of a railgun can even double. Among the more than 600 cities, no city has more than 30 railguns. Because border cities are cheap, each border city has 24 gates. Bai Bian recalled that in the original trajectory, the secret realm caused a lot of trouble, and many ancient god kingdoms participated. However, in the final battle, the human race who did not belong to any force got it. That person disappeared in version 2.0, and when there was news again, it was already version 3.0. And that person changed from a scavenger who could only survive in danger to a very powerful boss. In the end, the Federation's attitude toward the powerful necromancer was to win over him instead of destroying him, which was enough to show how powerful his physique was. The reason why White Plague knew that it was the physical constitution was because the Federation recovered the broken secret realm and found the message from the God of Shadows in it. The God of Shadows is the God of death.
Perhaps for the belief of the undead, he secretly transferred some inheritance to the Xia continent to make the influence of the undead greater. Bai Bing wanted to get this inheritance when he first traveled through time. Unfortunately, that place was 50,000 kilometers away from here, and it was simply not something that bronze and silver could go to. Even now he is a bit tired, and the necromancer is very strong, but his current foundation is alchemy and transformation, and getting this inheritance has no meaning other than using it for his subordinates.
But what kind of subordinate is worth 800 million?
The undead are naturally close to the undead. As long as you don't attack the undead creatures first, they will not only not attack you proactively, but will also obey your orders to a certain extent and bring with them the top natural disasters of the undead. Seeing that Diane was a little confused, Bai Yan said decisively, to put it simply, if you get that thing, the potential of a person without money is SS.
As long as you have enough resources, the potential is SSS. Diane's eyes lit up, but she was a little confused. Will becoming undead make me ugly?
Diane is indeed a mage, but she is only a low-ranking mage of silver. Although her brain is not very good, she is indeed in level talent. After all, she is 1 year younger than Bai Bian. No, you will know if you carefully check the information on the natural necromancer. The biggest feature of the undead body is to control the power of the undead when the host is a living person.
The alternation of life and death is the truth of the soul. Otherwise, why are all the necromancers from Xia and not the realm of the dead? Bai Bing said, smiling, it won't even affect the birth of children, and all babies born will be healthy. Diane blushed and glanced at him without trace.
After thinking for a while, she said, I need to discuss this with my grandfather and I will get back to you tomorrow. After saying that, she picked up the drink on the table and walked out while drinking. Her big eyes were a little confused, thinking about what just happened. There was a hint of joy on Bai Bian's face, and Diane actually didn't ask where that place was or what it would cost to get that thing.
Sure enough, things like IQ don't increase with age.
He was already prepared to write an IOU at a discount, but now he doesn't have to.
76 railguns, if it is really activated, then Tobu City can deal with the legend alone, right?
Boss, your expression is so strange. Bai Bian came back to his senses and calmed his expression. Read the book carefully.
Don't be lazy. If you need anything, just call me. I'll go out.
His potions were all ready, and he still had to discuss the exchange rules with Stiff, strengthen the military merit system, and give the Legion more benefits and attractions.
As for Barrett, this one is currently not open for redemption. He plans to build an ace unit in each legion. Most of these people must be warriors.
With the equipment that he can build at his current level, he can become another trump card in the Legion besides the mage group. However, ordinary soldiers do not have the opportunity to obtain high-end equipment. They just need to wait for the 3 ace detachments to be established, and then they can spend their military merits to redeem these equipment.
If you want to do it for free, you can do it, and it's very simple. Just defeat the people in the ace unit. 100 people per legion should be enough to be competitive.
Thinking about it, as soon as Bai Bian went out, he saw a few people with grim faces walking over. Their eyes lit up when they saw Bai Bian, but they were a little hesitant, as if they didn't know whether to come over.
Bai Bian noticed them and took the initiative to ask, "What's wrong with you?"
Several of them looked at each other, and finally looked at the goblin in the middle, just staring at it.
The goblin hesitated for a moment, then took a step forward and whispered, "Mr. Baiying, I am the owner of Tobu Pawn Shop." "That's right, can we refuse Wonder to store things in the pawn shop?"
White plague. He knew instantly what was happening. There was no storage space. They found another way. Treat the pawn shop as a storage space. As long as they redeem their belongings within the specified time, there will be no risk of being stolen. Even if the pawn shop is stolen, they can still obtain compensation of equal value from the pawn shop by virtue of the token they left behind. Bai Bian thought about the pain that players suffered because they had no storage space, thought for a while and said, "I understand, we can't refuse to continue collecting wonders." As soon as he finished speaking, the 7 or 8 bosses suddenly showed their masks of pain. Those miracles were very punctual. In the past few days, those 10,000 miracles almost closed down the pawn shop that was not very well funded.
They didn't even earn a copper coin from the wonders.
When the time was approaching and they were about to collect the deposit or purchase equipment, the wonders jumped over and returned the money to them. Then he looked at the things they had deposited for a while, continued to pawn them, and then took the money away. They are simply stuck as bugs. As he spoke, Bai Bian's voice changed, "But over there at Miracle, you don't need to pay. Go to the law enforcement team to apply for a clock-in device.
You can directly open the deposit and withdrawal business with your fingerprint.
Each deposit and withdrawal requires 10 copper coins as a reward.
It's a limited time.
1 month, if overtime, a management fee will be added, which is charged based on 1/10 of the value of their storage.
The eyes of these bosses lit up and they bowed repeatedly.
Mr. Bying said yes, we will do it now. Their liquidity was very low, and they didn't make a lot of money originally. After being cashed out by 10,000 players, some of the customers who actually came to the pawn shop to pawn their items almost had no money to give to others.
If Bai Bian said this, then they would definitely make a profit.
Bai Bing continued to walk to the quartermaster's mansion.
These are all small things.
This was the mode when I first played. At that time, he scolded this kind of capitalist behavior, but now, it smells so good.
A player's deposit is 10 copper coins. When there are tens of millions of players later. TSK, this may become another major income pillar of Tobu City. At the same time, outside the city, Feng Chen and Bian Huakai walked into a jungle. The two seemed very vigilant and kept observing their surroundings, but what they imagined still didn't appear.
Feng Chen, what's going on?
It's quite normal here. I don't see any secret realms.
Flower blooming on the other side, I don't know, but you should be careful.
There has been something wrong with the players' missions recently.
Feng Chen, I noticed it too, but it's 30 kilometers away from Tobu City.
If we can't find it, we can go see if there are any strange brushes.
Dian Huakai, okay, the difficulty of this game is indeed a bit too high. If it weren't for the fact that there is a health bar when fighting wild monsters, I would have thought it was the real world.
Feng Chen, indeed, I don't know when the public beta will be.
I have a hunch that this game can enter the World League. Flower blooming on the other side, the World Championship is expected to be difficult, but the Regional League is possible. After all, we cannot go to other federations.
Feng Chen noticed something and raised his head to signal.
At 3 o'clock, there is a situation. The flowers on the other side bloomed for a moment, and she lowered her body for a moment, and carefully looked to the right. The space there seemed to have turned into a pool, with some ripples constantly surging. The two looked at each other and approached cautiously. When they came near the turbulent space, nothing happened. They looked at each other, and Feng Chen was the first to reach out and carefully touch the illusory space. He felt nothing, his hand just disappeared into illusion.
Feng Chen could no longer suppress his curiosity and walked in slowly.
Feng Chen, holy shit.
Scent. Come in quickly. Dian Huakai no longer hesitated and got in.
What they saw immediately gave them a great shock. Here is a huge cave, white, yellow, and colorful, with all kinds of treasures occupying their entire field of vision. Silver mineral veins filled with flowing light, glittering gold coins, luminous pearls as big as their heads, and some equipment that they couldn't understand at all told them that they were getting rich. The two looked at each other, with some hesitation in their eyes, because this looked like a trap. Otherwise, why didn't the NPC who sent the mission come?
Feng Chen, what should I do? Do you want to take action?
Dian Huakai thought for a while and asked, what equipment did you bring?
Feng Chen, just the axe and sparkle on my waist are gone.
Flower blooming on the other side, then you go out, I will give you a dagger, you are not afraid of being exploded, the profit will be 50-50, if there is no danger, you can come in again.
Feng Chen didn't waste any time, turned around decisively and left the space.
Dian Huakai swallowed, looked around, and finally looked at a dagger, an axe, and some necklaces. According to common sense, when there are restrictions on treasures, attacks will only come if you touch them. Therefore, if there is danger, it is most cost-effective to grab these things and escape. He took 2 deep breaths, reached out, and grabbed the axe with one hand, and the dagger and the jewelry with the other. At this moment, the dead panel finally made a sound. You touched the Dragon Lord's treasure, your favorability with the dragon dropped to hatred, and you were marked by the dragon's breath. Fuck! The flower bloomed on the other side, his expression changed, and after uttering a curse word, he decisively grabbed his things and rushed out of this so-called secret realm.
As he passed Feng Chen, he said loudly, I've been tricked. There is a giant dragon's lair there. Run!
At the same time, he frantically sent messages to the guard brigade and Demacia to explain the current situation.
I can't stay here any longer. It's 30 kilometers away, and I don't know if I can run away. At the same time,
Wei Brigade and Demacia, who were still sorting out the NPC information, were stunned. Seeing the bombardment of news about Feng Chen and the flowers blooming on the other side, I was a little dazed for a while.
A giant dragon?
Demacia was suddenly startled, fuck.
A giant dragon?
Wei Brigade was much calmer. He took out his mobile phone and started dialing. Don't panic, I have the number of by epidemic, let's call it first. Holy shit, that guy got 2 question mark level weapons and a dozen question mark level accessories. Demasha exclaimed, looking at the photo and said, the lowest price is silver, something collected by the dragon, even. Golden equipment. Damn it, are these two just lucky? Way brigade. Damn it, then they can't die. How can we divide the spoils if they die? While waiting for Bai Bian to get connected, he kept mumbling, pick it up, please pick it up. Damn it, they seem to be counting down. Damn it, the dragon in the golden middle. Can the white plague withstand it? Don't make any noise, don't make any noise, it's connected, it's connected. Bai Bian hung up the phone solemnly. The player seemed to have provoked a dragon. This was a bit bad, but he didn't know what kind of dragon it was. Mr. White Plague? What happened? Stith asked carefully. It's okay. You can discuss the military merit system with Sabo. He knows what to do. A special wave flashed through the space ring in Bai Bian's hand. Neatly arranged potions and special equipment appeared in the corner, including the clown's dagger and necklace. In an exchange system, regardless of whether anyone can afford the exchange, there must be a few pieces of high-end equipment so that those people will be motivated. Yes. Stith looked at Bai Bian's back and bowed in response. At this time, Bai Bian's cell phone rang again, and it was a call from Sifu. It seemed that Tobu City was not too slow in monitoring outside the city. Mr. Bai, a high-level energy reaction was discovered 25 kilometers outside the East City Gate, and the energy level has reached the golden level. Bai Bian frowned, wasn't he talking about the golden dragon? I understand, the missiles are aimed at the target at any time, and the Wuchang army is notified that the city defense artillery is ready at any time. I will go and take a look. Bai Bian said, and the power of the contract flashed. Roar! The roar of the giant dragon came in the sky, and Bai Bian's mental power lifted him up, and he was carried by the dragon and instantly flew to the target location. The propellers of the dragon's wings were turned on, and the speed of Mach 5 suddenly exploded. Some glass windows in the city burst into pieces. Fortunately, the inner city was basically filled with extraordinary beings, and no harm was caused by the sonic boom. A soft gaze followed him forward, making Bai Bi's expression relax a little. The city lords of the border cities are all Dinghai Shenzhen, and the lord of Dongwu City, whose vitality and blood have not yet faded, is not afraid of any strong person except the legend. At Mach 5 speed, 25 kilometers was approaching in only 15 seconds, and a huge dark red figure loomed. A huge figure 300 meters long and with a wingspan of 400 meters appeared at the end of the line of sight. The dragon flames were accumulating in its mouth, and its eyes were fixed on a jungle. This is actually an adult red dragon. Bai Bing raised his hand, and the worker bees quickly disbanded and reorganized in his hands, and a huge barret appeared. The bone dragon began to slow down, and the white plague also took aim. The huge sense of crisis made the red dragon's scarlet eyes look over, when he saw the mechanical dragon and the guy with a high rank of silver on the dragon. Its eyes suddenly flashed with violent emotions, and dragon language full of anger began to spread. If you dare to peek at the treasure of the great Tina Anderson, you will be reduced to ashes in the flames. Roar! A dragon roar sounded, and the hot breath did not spray into the woods immediately, but changed its target to white plague, because it could feel a strange sense of threat from the shameful bone dragon and the humble human race. Breath. Bai Bian said calmly. The propellers behind the wings of the mechanical dragon beneath him were opened, and it instantly flew vertically upwards, avoiding the red dragon's breath at an incredible speed. The breath belonging to the undead is also mechanically blessed, pouring out violently along with the dive. The barret in White Plague's hand aimed at the dragon's eyeball and pulled the trigger without hesitation. Boom! There was a huge explosion, and some mental fragments fell from Bai Bian's shoulders. The dragon under his feet was also shocked by the terrifying recoil and paused for a moment. A strong sense of crisis struck, and a trace of surprise appeared in the red dragon's eyes. The breath in his mouth stopped instantly, and the wings behind him suddenly crossed to protect his head. Boom! Barrett's bullet hit the red dragon's wings instantly. The powerful penetration penetrated the red dragon's wings, but it also reduced most of its kinetic energy. When it hit the dragon's eyelids, there was nothing left to penetrate. The power of dragon skin is over. However, the powerful kinetic energy of the bullet still caused the dragon's body to sink a little, and the undead breath that followed did not hit it accidentally. The power of the undead suddenly exploded, pressing the giant dragon into the ground. The barret in Bai Bian's hand was shattered. He fiddled with it twice on the mechanical dragon's operating table. Suddenly, holes appeared under the dragon's scales. The various artillery shells, bullets, and poisons that had been replenished not long ago were poured down mercilessly. White Plague's terrifying mental power followed closely behind, and with countless alchemical poisons, it fiercely bombarded the red dragon in the flames of the explosion. Boom boom boom. A series of explosions resounded all around, and the bone dragon under Bai Bian passed by and rushed into the jungle. Feng Chen and Bian Huakai, who were almost dead, breathed a sigh of relief and couldn't help but give a thumbs up to the sky. They were worthy of being the children of destiny, and they were reliable. Mental power struck, and the two players were carried on the back of the mechanical dragon. The dragon made a strong rotation in the sky and hovered over the woods, looking down at the smoke-filled center of the explosion. "How did you provoke this red dragon?" Baibi asked calmly. Below, the explosions began to stop, but White Plague could still feel a strong sense of threat. Obviously, the series of bombings just now were not enough to make the red dragon in the middle of the gold lose its combat effectiveness. Feng Chen and Bian Huakai looked at each other, and Feng Chen answered honestly, "A mage said that there is a secret realm here, let us explore it, and then we entered a space full of treasures, and that was it in the end." There was a little solemnity in Bai Bi's eyes. With this familiar feeling, Night Rose began to study the player. In version 3.0, the reason why the Dawn Federation turned into a mess was also due to this factor. For ordinary players, it was difficult for them to distinguish whether the NPC was from Rose of the Night or an ordinary NPC. Each intricate mission turned the fourth natural disaster into a natural disaster, causing a devastating blow to the Federal Order. Outside, there are kingdoms established by believers of the ancient gods. The mutation zone is raging. Inside, Rose of Night is causing trouble everywhere, and the players are also following Rose of Night to cause trouble. Just like this time, a mission is given to the player, and the player has to provoke some kind of terrifying existence to make the Federation take the blame, or their mission is simply to destroy something in the Federation. The existence of players is inherently difficult to prevent. Apart from the limitations of the game system, there is basically nothing that can stop them from collapsing. "I see." Buzz ahead, a huge cloud of smoke shook. The red dragon stood up without any injuries, staring at Bai Bian with a pair of scarlet eyes. The dragons in this world are five-color dragons, but they are completely different from those in other games. They are not all evil, and there are no metal dragons or gem dragons. In this world, there are 5 types of dragons. The red dragon represents fire, strength, and fearlessness. It is the most physically powerful among the 5-colored dragons. Most of them live near volcanoes and are the most common dragons. The blue dragon represents wisdom, strategy, and the ocean. Most of them live in the ocean or lakes and are the wise men among dragons. Yellow dragons represent wealth, resources, and the earth. Most of the places where they are located are extremely rich in mineral resources. They have super strong defense capabilities as they devoured various minerals all year round. Green dragons represent life and nature. Green dragons are gentle and kind dragons. Most of them live in the forest, accompanying elemental elves and druids. Finally, there is the black dragon, which represents death and destruction. This kind of dragon is a symbol of fear. It has an extremely cruel and sinister temperament and is not very friendly to all living creatures. They like to live in lifeless mountains and overlook the earth. But these 5 dragons all have one characteristic, that is, they like high-value items and shiny things. Wealth is what they care about most. Even if it is a gentle green dragon, if someone touches its treasure without its consent, nature will have natural disasters. But now, the player is provoking the red dragon with the hottest temper, and is in some trouble. "Dear Ms. Tina Anderson, I think we may have some misunderstandings. I am the acting city lord of Tobu City in the Dawn Federation. If possible, can we sit down and talk? For example, return the treasure that belongs to you. Bai Bian asked loudly with a gentle smile on his face. Red dragons are just bad-tempered, not absolutely evil, and of course they are not much better. Their alignment is mainly chaotic and neutral. A kind of dragon that is all self-centered. Talk? There is nothing to talk about. You are just a lowly undead and a humble reptile. If you dare to attack the great Tina Anderson, you are destined to pay a heavy price." The red dragon roared fiercely, flapped its wings, cracked the ground, and swooped towards the mechanical dragon with absolute power. The hot dragon flames in its mouth were gathering momentum, and its scarlet eyes were staring at Bai Bian and the 2 players behind it. After having its treasure stolen and hit by a series of combos, its sanity was disappearing. The White Plague is a pity. Silver-level alchemical poisons pose a certain threat to other golds, but for red dragons, the hot flame breath in their bodies can kill 99% of alchemical poisons. The propeller behind the mechanical dragon started violently, raising its body crazily. For a while, it was unable to close the distance at a speed of Mach 5, and the red dragon behind it was rapidly approaching. A magic scroll appeared in Bai Bian's hand and he opened it. In the sky, a six-pointed star formation suddenly appeared. After the bone dragon flashed, ice arrows filled the sky and shot downwards. The red dragon ignored the golden scroll. All living dragons have high magic resistance. She closed her fragile eyes and faced the endless rain of ice arrows, instantly breaking through the obstacles of the formation. When he opened his eyes again, the distance between the two sides was no more than 1,000 meters. This was a very close distance. For a speed of Mach 5 or above, it only took less than half a second to tear the enemy apart. But what greeted it was not the approach as imagined, but a cannonball that was severely suppressed by the mental power of the White Plague. The cannonball was more than 10 meters long and was pressing towards it at an extremely fast speed. A trace of fire appeared, and a sense of crisis suddenly struck. The red dragon's pupils shrank. The sprint with eyes closed just now gave it no chance to dodge. The hot dragon's breath stored in its mouth spurted out without hesitation, towards the missile that was about to explode. Buzz boom! The strong energy shock was followed by a violent explosion, and an extremely hot fire exploded in midair. The missile collided with the dragon's breath and created a powerful shock wave, which immediately pushed the red dragon downwards. Bai Bian took his mobile phone and operated it. Suddenly, two flames shot into the sky in Tobu City. At a distance of about 20 kilometers, the missiles reached the battlefield within 3 seconds. Almost landing with the red dragon. Buzz! A strong buzzing sound sounded, and a small mushroom cloud began to billow, leaving the two people in Dalmatia behind White Plague dumbfounded. Is this how an alchemist fights? Take out a missile with your bare hands and hit someone with it? The uplift of the mechanical dragon stopped, and the shockwave from below came instantly, making Bai Bian's windbreaker rustle. The ground below cracked, and more than 10,000 meters of ground was filled with fire. Although the high temperature could not cause any harm to the red dragon, it was enough to calm down the crazy red dragon. The dragon's screams loomed in the explosion, full of anger. It seemed that this powerful but not fatal attack made this powerful red dragon completely furious. Buzz! The sound of wings vibrating sounded, and the mushroom cloud was instantly dispersed. The giant dragon with tattered wings and wounds all over his body rushed up, staring at the White Plague with his eyes. Damn it, you ants, dear Ms. Tina Anderson. Bai Bian interrupted the dragon's words loudly, and sent a message on the mobile phone in his hand. Suddenly, the ultimate sense of crisis came, causing the dragon to pull away instantly. Boom! After an explosion, the originally scorched earth was suddenly frozen into ice crystals. The stagnation of space could almost be seen in a place with a diameter of 7 kilometers. The cold shock wave continued to spread. The jungle not far away was swept by the shock wave and froze into ice crystals in an instant. Immediately afterwards, the second artillery shell struck, and the terrifying thunder field descended instantly. The ice crystals turned directly into powder, and the dense jungle completely disappeared from the map. The terrifying combination of powers made Tina's pupils shrink sharply, and the anger in her eyes disappeared slightly. She is not afraid of magical flames because she is basically immune to flame resistance. Even the legendary flames will only hurt her, but they are not fatal. If what was fired just now was ice or electricity, then she might not have a skin injury anymore. Bai Bian smiled and said, you know, the Federation is not afraid of the dragon, and if I took action from the beginning, it just proves that I am qualified to talk to the powerful dragon. You were too angry just now. This is not good. I have heard from these wonders that they were used by others to tamper with your treasure house. Madam, this is just a dispute of interests. How many treasures have you lost? We can sit down and resolve it peacefully, instead of letting some villains behind the scenes treat the powerful dragon as a monkey just for a little money, am I right? Bai Bian lightly touched the mechanical dragon at his feet, and the dragon slowly began to descend, landing around the large pit that turned into powder. The large pit with a diameter of 7,000 meters and a depth of tens of meters is still very shocking to the eyes. It can also always remind the power of the giant dragon Dongwu City. In the sky, Tina began to think that if the enemy was strong enough and could give back her treasure, she would not mind giving face to the legend in the Federation. It's just that this requires compensation. The dragon's treasure is not something anyone can take. Tina glanced at Gaocheng not far away with some fear, and then stared at the calm alchemist and the thief behind him for a long time. The red dragon still suppressed his impulse to kill them all, slowly descending his flight altitude. Compared with the mechanical giant dragon, the 300-meter-long body looks even more majestic and domineering, like the difference between an adult and a child. In terms of size, the red dragon and the yellow dragon are the largest, and the strength and inheritance of the giant dragon are also linked to the size. The more powerful the dragon, the larger the size. Therefore, in the lyrics of the troubadours of the Shia continent, there will always be this sentence: when the wings of the dragon can cover the sky, people on the ground should kneel down and pray that it is not death but life. We can talk about it, but the premise is that you first let the thief hand over all the treasures belonging to the dragon, and then we can talk about compensation. Tina's scarlet eyes stared at the flowers on the other side. To be precise, he was staring at the bulging mass in Bian Huakai's abdomen and the weapon in his hand. Bian Huakai's face turned bitter. He and Feng Chen looked at each other and had the urge to log off directly. But they knew that if they really went offline with the dragon's treasure, then they would not be able to hang out in this city. Players of other games can ignore NPCs, but not this game. Until players can completely compete with NPCs, they will not be able to play if they offend NPCs. He reluctantly put the things in his hands on the dragon, took out a bunch of shining ornaments from his arms, and handed them forward with reluctance. Bai Bian took the jewelry. Most of these jewelry were silver grade, and there were even a few gold grade ones. The anger in Tina's eyes faded a little, and she was about to say something. Near the west gate of Tobu City, a gloomy and twisted aura suddenly rose. The extremely terrifying power made the sky over there begin to darken, giving a sense of the end. Bai Bian and Tina turned their heads to look at the same time, with a slight solemn look in their eyes. Hell? Tina's eyes clearly showed disgust. Except for the black dragon, the other four dragons did not like negative planes like hell and abyss. Because they always represent filth and distortion, whether it is the chaos of the abyss or the gloomy order of hell, they are so disgusting to dragons. Of course, when these planes do not conflict with the dragon will not take the initiative to attack the guys in these planes. After all, these two planes are not weak, and are even very powerful. The giant dragon does have the combat power to crush the same level or even a higher level, but there will be no shortage of stronger ones in these two planes. There was solemnity in Bai Bian's eyes. Miss Tina, I believe you can also see that someone has taken advantage of the powerful dragon. I can give you compensation, but should the great red dragon be used as a tool to fool others? Of course, when your compensation is in place, I will look for the guys who sneaked into my treasure house. They will pay a heavy price for their actions. Tina said without hesitation, her eyes focused on the white plague again. Now you return my treasure to me first. Buzz, a subtle vibration sounded, and the distortion of space emerged. Diane stood next to Bai Bing in surprise. She looked around and said with some complaints, "Didn't you say there has been no war recently? Why is it big again? Lizard, from hell again?" She even ignored the dragon and asked directly, "Hey, Bai, I agree, tell me where the secret realm is? I have already asked someone to come over and help Dongwu City install the launch silo." "Miss, wait a moment, let me solve the current matter first." Bai Bian whispered, and his strong mental power supported him to stand in front of the mechanical dragon. The accessories and weapons in his hands flew towards Tina. This is obviously what Rose of the Night did. He doesn't really want to fight the red dragon. 24 intercontinental missiles can destroy a mutated area, but it will be difficult to kill a giant dragon, because the dragon's speed can avoid the explosion range and fire a salvo. As long as the red dragon doesn't die, he is the one in danger. The people of Rose of the Night are definitely watching with eagerness. The city lord is also hesitant to come here to support. There will definitely be problems in the city. If they solve the Hell Passage, then Rose of the Night's target will most likely become the White Plague. And originally, White Blight wanted to find more enemies for Rose of the Night, but now it seems to be a little difficult. Because giant dragons hate people calling them big lizards. It is an insulting name to the dragon, which is enough to make a giant dragon hate them. "Madam, the things have been returned to you. We can discuss the compensation later. I need to protect my city now. What do you think if you wait here for a while?" Bai Bing said politely. Tina swallowed the equipment in one gulp, and anger appeared in her eyes again. What did I just hear? How dare the humble human race insult the great dragon? I changed my mind. Not only do I want compensation, but you also want to come with me. She stared at White Plague, and greed gradually appeared in her dragon eyes. The dragon's aesthetics were very diversified. In her eyes, the alchemist in front of her was also considered stunning. Just as male dragons like beautiful princesses, she didn't mind either. Grab yourself a male pet and go back. Behind him, the bone dragon suddenly flew back with Diane and the others.
Bai Bian asked helplessly, this can't be done. Is there no need to talk?
A flash of scarlet appeared in his eyes, making even the dragon flicker with solemn malice.
Are you bargaining with the dragon?
Tina's long tail swung on the ground, and the protruding spikes on the tail drew long ravines on the ground, showing her irritability.
No, before Bai Bian said anything, space fluctuations flashed again, and Diane reappeared with a very dissatisfied face. Hey, Bai Bian, what's the matter with you?
I'm not allowed to be sent away next time without my consent.
Bai Bian said helplessly, Miss Diane, it's very dangerous here. Can you leave first? I have a lot of enemies. As Diane listened to the explanation, the dissatisfaction on her face disappeared a little, but then she looked at the red dragon very unhappy. Enemy? Just this big lizard? Also, big lizard, what were you talking about just now? Why did I seem to have heard something that made Baibi go with you? Who do you think you are? If he goes with you, who will I do business with?
Bai Bian, miss, stop making trouble, that's a golden dragon. The malice in his eyes gradually infected his eyes, and fighting was necessary.
Sure enough, the anger in Tina's eyes reached its peak instantly, and the dragon's breath was looming in her mouth. How could the proud dragon be insulted twice in a row? Aunt, you are looking for death.
The dragon's roar suddenly exploded, and the red dragon's figure turned into a stream of light and rushed towards them. Bai Bian's form of evil thoughts was about to be switched. He was about to take a step forward when he suddenly stopped and looked at the giant dragon flying backwards in a daze. Looking up, a magic whip slowly dissipated in the sky. It was the scroll of a golden high-ranking mage. It was offensive and cost 400,000 yuan. The main reason is that there is no place to buy them. There are only 5 of those gold-level mages in the entire Federation, and they don't carve scrolls all day long. If they are not available on the black market, they are really gone. At least he only has one guardian type, which was given by the city lord.
The malice in Bai Bian's eyes disappeared and he looked back.
The sky over there was getting darker and darker.
Hell and reality were connecting. Peeping eyes had already descended on Tobu City.
He looked at Diane, thought for a moment, and then tried to send a message to the city lord, and it was just a simple sentence, there is Diane next to me. Suddenly, a terrifying power erupted from the direction of the city, and an old man strolled towards the west gate.
White plague. Boom.
An even more terrifying aura rose, and a giant dragon's breath erupted from the giant crater created by the missile just now. The terrifying power distorted the space.
Don't move, I will protect you.
Diane pulled Bai Bing behind him, his eyes filled with excitement. He was obviously just the lower silver player, but he looked at the dragon in the middle gold position as if he had seen prey. Buzz the dragon's breath suddenly approached, but was blocked by a protective barrier.
Scrolls? Let's see how many scrolls you have.
The red dragon rushed at high speed with its breath, and slammed into the shield with terrifying power. Kakaka, the sound of the shield cracking sounded, and it seemed as if it would break at any moment.
How much? Diane asked excitedly, are you talking about this?
As soon as she finished speaking, dozens of scrolls circled around her, and in Tina's eyes that suddenly widened, a scroll slowly opened. Buzz a golden upper-level spell, the spear of God fell violently and pierced the roots of the dragon's wings. Roar Tina let out a scream, and the dragon's blood began to drip. The ultimate sense of crisis hit, Bai Bian turned his head violently, and he didn't know when a curse force exuding the aura of death in the distance was approaching. But at this moment, 5 scrolls on Diane's body were opened at the same time, and the second spear of God suddenly fell down and pierced into Tina's other wing. Immediately afterwards, a magic cage appeared around the dragon, and the other 3, one turned into a terrifying mage's hand, shattered the power of the curse, and flew fiercely towards the place where the magic came. The second scroll directly reinforced this space, making the space transmission ineffective. The last one was filled with powerful fighting spirit. A giant axe that seemed to be able to smell blood emerged in the void and slashed down in the direction of the mage's hand. White plague. At this moment, he seemed to see a golden peak master with no cooldown and unlimited mana, fending off the enemy with full firepower.
What kind of tactics is this?
He silently placed his only golden superior guardian scroll, then deleted the command to summon the city defense Gundam, and stood obediently behind the eldest lady. And I felt guilty for having felt that the eldest lady was in the way just for a moment.
What's wrong with Miss? It's him who's in the way, right?
I've trapped him, White Plague, you go and kill the Golden Center, and I'll kill this giant dragon.
Okay, Mississippi.
Roar the bone dragon passed by at low altitude, and Bai Bian's figure disappeared. He looked at some bits and pieces from high altitude, and thoughts appeared in his eyes at the players who were live broadcasting.
The bone dragon began to slow down.
It was hovering in the air with white plague, looking down at an old man wearing an angel mask. The old man's mask was cut open, and his body was almost cut open from half of his face to his shoulders and waist. The whole man was lying on the ground, breathless, and blood soaked the earth. White plague could even see his internal organs with the help of magic power. Healing extremely slowly. He probably didn't expect Diane's existence. In other words, Diane had been in the capital since he was a child and had no chance to fight. Even the battle was just a competition between a group of young masters and young ladies. What role can a low-level silver mage do? This is probably a kind of ignorance about money tactics. Bai Bing looked at the leader of the Night Rose distribution in Tobu City. Rose of the Night is indeed very powerful, and the places that can open the night sacrificial meeting are at least guarded by gold. However, the amount of gold held by Night Rose is far less than that of the Federation. Therefore, 2 golds in one branch is enough to show that they attach great importance to Tobu City. He. An old chuckle sounded from the somewhat broken mouth. The angel's remaining eyeball looked at Bai Bian and said in a low voice, "Do you think you won? Isn't it?" Bai Bian was on top of the dragon's head, looking at the angel. His mental power gently took off the mask on the angel's face. This is an unfamiliar face, not a wealthy businessman or some official in the city. The existence of the Golden Median is very powerful in the Federation. It is either the city lord of a city or the guest of a counselor's family, or it can even create its own family or power. The people of Night Rose are not completely integrated into the Federation. There are also beings hidden in the real darkness who control the direction of this huge organization. This old man is obviously one of these people. The wonders have arrived in advance, and they will also come in advance. I can't see the new era, the new era. Whispering words rang out, his old eyes gradually blurred, and he uttered the last words of emotion in his life. You used alchemical poison to leapfrog and kill the level 67 mage, Angel of the Night, with an experience value of plus 100,000. Due to the large level gap, you received double experience points, with an experience value of plus 200,000. Leap level bonus, gain plus 10 skill points, plus 15 free attribute points, plus 1 optional common expertise additional experience value plus 150,000. You have been upgraded and are now level 45. Thoughts appeared in Bai Bian's eyes. He would not easily get close to any strong man who was dying. Is it right to use poison to kill these people? Counterattack before death? Villain dies because he talks too much? That doesn't exist. When White Plague talks to a dying person, he may have been poisoned by dozens of poisons. But what Bai Bian is more concerned about is the word that the old mage mentioned just now, new era. What new era? Is it a new era when the ancient gods come? Or is it a new era that changes the Federation? The purpose of Rose of the Night is obviously to control the Dawn Federation. If it is an ancient god, there is no need to control it, and the return of the ancient god is the old era. That happened in the previous era. At that time, there was no order. Tribes fought against tribes, and ancient gods fought against ancient gods. It was chaos. That's definitely not the so-called new era. There is no need to continue to struggle. He does not need to know about the new era. As long as he can continue to grow, then there is no need to struggle with this. Just kill everyone who stands in the way. Mental power surged out and put away the 2 space rings and a broken wooden staff on the old mage. I checked the soul lantern lining the windbreaker. In the thumb-sized lantern, a faint blue crystal appeared. The round crystal was pure and flawless, and its purity even reached the quality of a soul crystal. Soul collection, 65%, Bai Bian continued to put this thing in his arms with satisfaction, but it seemed that there was something wrong with the soul of the Rose of the Night. Just now, the soul lantern only extracted a small part of the soul. Looking back, I saw that the spell fluctuations on Diane's side became more and more intense, and the dragon's screams were looming. It was this young lady who could solve these things so easily this time. Bai Bian feels that he should develop a few sets of tactics, but currently he only has one set of burst style. That is to say, mental suppression, energy gun, alchemical poison, bomb bombing, and finally dark side melee combat. If it's near a city, you don't need to use the dark side, just use missiles to bombard it. This set is indeed not weak, and can even kill gold low-ranking players in an instant, but it is a bit monotonous with just one set. For example, it is inconvenient when the dark side cannot be exposed in front of players. How can an alchemist only have one set of tactics? Thinking about things, Bai Bian rode the mechanical dragon and flew towards Diane. Suddenly, an extreme sense of crisis hit him. Bai Bian's heart trembled, malice flashed in his eyes, and a gold-level protective scroll suddenly appeared in his hand. Looking towards the place where the sense of crisis originated, there was a mound over there. With the arrival of spring, the mound was covered with lush flowers and plants, making it look full of vitality. On the mound, a young man was looking at him with a smile. When the two sides looked at each other, the other side nodded gently, as if to say hello. Bai Bian watched expressionlessly, the malice in his eyes no longer concealed, and his figure above the dragon gradually blurred. In the scarlet mist, Bai Bi's body was constantly changing. A buzzing sound came, and a tentacle exploded out of Bai Bian's face. The terrifying mental power instantly collided with a curse, and his body showed signs of decay. The mechanical dragon flapped its wings, and its powerful speed exploded instantly, leading him to quickly approach the mound. The dragon's breath gathered momentum, and the breath of the undead spurted towards the mound without hesitation. The other party seemed a little surprised, a dark and depressing aura flashed through, and the dragon's breath was blocked by the darkness. Buzz boom! The next moment, Bai Bian and the boy retreated at the same time, and Bai Bian reappeared on the dragon's head. The extreme malice and curse on his body continued to conflict, and his body slowly returned to its original state. The two sides looked at each other, and the polite but distant feeling returned to the young man's eyes again, and he said with a smile, "Yes, my name is Charles, and I am a believer of the Dark Lord." "Nice to meet you, White Plague." Bai Bian's eyes flashed with surprise, and then he was a little worried. Sure enough, everything was ahead of schedule. The arrival of the players was the beginning of recovery for the Xia continent. The current upper limit of the world is still legendary, but every time the world recovers a little, the ancient gods and powerful beings such as the Abyss, the Undead, and Hell will get closer. Now, in the inner stage, first the 3.0 version of Night Rose collides with the Federation in advance, and then the 2.0 Freelander appears. The kingdom of the ancient gods may arrive much earlier than he expected. As the top beings in this world, the ancient gods treat all living beings as playthings and sole resources. In the kingdom under their rule, all living beings are no different. Their need for faith is dispensable. In addition to offering sacrifices to them, their believers are similar to shepherd dogs in their eyes. Character of: only when you reach legend or demigod status will you be regarded as a true subordinate by the ancient gods. Therefore, the young man in front of them also belongs to the shepherd dog. The only thing they have to do is to wage war, and continue to wage war, so that those intelligent creatures living in disorder and the three federations will continue to collide, die and kill. The souls of those who died in battle will be extracted, and those resources will be sacrificed, so that the ancient gods can recover from the wounds sealed and suppressed by the new gods before they descend on Xia. Bai Bian didn't speak for a while. The Dark Lord was an arrogant ancient god. He liked to watch the frightened expressions of his enemies when they knew of his arrival. That would make him enjoy it very much. And his followers also inherited his arrogance, so this Charles came directly. "Alchemist, tell me, if I was afraid of your poison, would I still come here?" Charles smiled and stretched out a hand. The alchemical poison around him gathered crazily and condensed into a dark green in his hand. Bead. He looked at Bai Yan, and didn't seem to care whether Bai Yan answered his words. He just said to himself, "I came to you this time because I heard about your reputation. I came to see a genius who is rare to see in 100 years, doesn't it look good now?" He yawned, turned around, and walked down the hillside. "Okay, I plan to build a kingdom not far away. Prepare for war, alchemist." "Are you really not afraid?" Bai Bian said suddenly, causing Charles to stop in his tracks. He turned around with interest, and the poison in his hand turned into nothingness. He spread his hands and said, "Look, it's obvious that your poison is useless, and your malicious body seems to be." As the terrifying sonic boom came, and Charles's expression changed, and he ran down the hillside at a terrifying speed. Boom! Endless flames soared into the sky, and the small mounds were instantly razed to the ground. The missiles in the city kept firing. The second and third rounds came. Ice and thunder then flooded the area 10 kilometers in diameter ahead. Terrifying energy fluctuations. The constant gushing turns the mounds into deep valleys. Charles, who had appeared tens of thousands of meters away, showed signs of being burned by the flames. His calmness had disappeared, and his eyes turned pure black, seeming to be ashamed or angry. But then he quickly calmed down his emotions and showed that calm smile. "Very good, Bai Bian, I'm looking forward to our war." The magic power came with the words, and then his figure slowly faded and disappeared completely in this space. White Plague returned to its bright form, and flew back on Bolton with some worry. Space fluctuations flashed, and Diane appeared on the bone dragon's head with great excitement.
Give me the address of that secret realm quickly. I'm going to hunt down that red dragon now. Bai Bian looked at the direction where the red dragon had been. It was now empty. He took out a metal ball from the space ring and handed it over, trying to persuade, there is a map here, which can guide you to find the place. Destination, but chasing a dragon or something, you'd better call Anan. Do you think I only have scrolls? If she resists, I don't mind killing her. Bye, see you next time. Diane interrupted Bai Bian. Grabbing the metal ball, a scroll opened, strong spatial fluctuations flashed through, and Diane's body quickly faded. When she was about to disappear, she seemed to have thought of something, and threw a scroll into his arms. Don't die, wait until I come back. You get a golden high-level magic scroll, Sun Furnace ×1. Name, Solar Furnace. Properties, Disposable Mage Scroll. Effect, drag the enemy into the space confinement, and emit high temperature like the core of the sun, melting the enemy. Duration, 60 seconds. Introduction, watch the sun, praise the sun, imitate the sun. Michus Tifeng. White Plague. Michus seems to be the current head of the Tifeng family, a level 75 mage, and Diane's grandfather. Well, he doesn't know much about the world of eldest ladies, but he is awesome. He looked towards the West City Gate, and the aura of hell there was slowly closing at this time. The old city lord stood in the air, his gentle eyes fell on him for a while, and he walked into the city. The incident was quickly concluded under Diane's local tyrant tactics. Now the night rose in Tobu City is leaderless, and the ancient gods' beloveds were born ahead of schedule. They are planning to fight a war of attrition just like in their previous lives. But fortunately, it is not like the ancient gods now can let demigods come 30 years later. As long as it is not a god coming to the world, it will not be a big problem. Even if demigods can come 30 years later, they still go to the other two federations more often and have little interest in Daybreak. The final battle of the legend is always gorgeous. We know that it only takes one person to step forward to make Dawn's false stability disappear, but no one wants to be that victim. Returning to the city, Bai Bian breathed a long sigh of relief and let the bone dragon return to the inner city wall. He walked towards the Palace of Knowledge. He needed more fighting schools, and this White Plague had his own ideas. Dear Mr. Bai Ife, do you want to buy knowledge or sell knowledge? The electronic sound sounded, and the familiar mechanical life form quickly glided over, with unabashed admiration in his tone. Purchase, search, alchemy machinery high-level knowledge AI brain. Okay, just a second. Garbled characters appeared on the large screen on the face of the mechanical life form, and then, a series of data formed several options. Bai Bian swiped up and down and selected a purchase that he could currently create. Name, Growable Artificial Intelligence AI. Attribute, Alchemy Machinery Technology Knowledge. Effect, it will never violate the underlying instructions, and can learn all knowledge without violating the instructions. Introduction, the prototype of a digital life form has extremely high computing power, but it is not a living thing. Price, 150,000 contribution points, 50% off. White Plague can now obtain any knowledge available in the Hall of Knowledge for free, because the deducted points will eventually become part of the city's income. Therefore, you no longer need to look at the price when buying White Plague products. Search, Tiny Machine Group. White Plague continued to issue orders. Okay, please wait. The mechanical voice was still respectful. As the data stream passed by, options were quickly checked one by one, and finally 3 options were left on the panel. Gold-eating bug, priced at 300,000 contribution points, 50% off. Mechanical mosquitoes and flies, priced at 100,000 contribution points, 50% off. Wand magnetic mechanical body, priced at 60,000 contribution points, 50% off. IE took a look and found that the main material of wand magnetic machinery was a magnetic alloy, and the finished product was composed of countless spheres with a diameter of 3 centimeters. Under the control of the alchemist's mental power, it can be transformed into countless shapes, which can be used to quickly build buildings and is also a good means of attacking cities and defending enemies. The advantage of this is that it is cheap. A single wand magnetic mechanical body can be made with 10 silver coins of materials. Even if it requires hundreds of thousands to form a combat effectiveness, it can be afforded by Bai Bian's current financial resources. Mechanical flies are reduced in size to 1 mm and are mainly used for reconnaissance. These flies are more stealthy than worker bees and are good scouts for alchemists. When mosquitoes and flies are everywhere, as long as there is an intelligent brain, it can monitor everything around it without blind spots. Finally, there is the gold-eating insect. The size of this thing has reached the terrifying micron level.
It is a mechanical life form created by an alchemical mechanic based on the characteristics of the Zerg. It has only one function, which is to devour. They belong to real-life, micron-level machinery. If one is not careful, will penetrate into the enemy's body along the creature's breathing and pores, and directly begin to eat the internal organs. Perhaps the alchemist who created it was only a master-level alchemist, and the body of the gold-eating bugs could not withstand much energy. After devouring some flesh and blood, they would expand and explode. Once it reaches a large scale, its power will make even the legendary dragon feel fearful. This is by Bien's goal this time. He needs a trump card of sufficient weight. This thing is not something that ordinary people can play. The price of 600,000 knowledge is just a stepping stone. Secondly, the cost is prohibitive even for the Federation. It is made of mithril and gold essence as the main materials. A micron-level machine costs 1 gold coin each. In order for this thing to form a combat effectiveness, it needs to be at least hundreds of millions, and in one battle, for example, the breath of a giant dragon can wipe out tens of millions of them. No one can deny its combat effectiveness, but it is purely powerful made with money, coupled with the difficulty of excessive improvement in manufacturing, which makes alchemists stay away from it. After all, being able to spend billions to fight a battle is too extravagant. This can even produce many Gundams. However, in the eyes of others, this may be very tasteless and luxurious. But Bai Bian is a little different. He now has 14 skill points and can easily reach the full value of these technological proficiency points. The full value of proficiency is not just a simple data. For example, if White Plague points a skill point of a gold-eating insect, then he is equivalent to a micron-level machine that has been manufactured for a long time. When he uses these experiences to build millimeter and centimeter level machines, he will have no difficulty. In Bai Bian's expectation, these three tiny mechanical groups can be combined, and coupled with the AI algorithm, this will be a beautiful but murderous metal storm. After purchasing all three pieces of knowledge, Bai Bian continued: retrieval, alchemy transformation, mechanical transformation, and micro-transformation. Okay, just a second. As the data flow passed by, a series of information appeared in front of his eyes. Bai Bian checked several transformation knowledge that was helpful for micro-machines and purchased it. Retrieval, energetics, Sunday. Okay, just a second. Garbled characters appeared on the large screen on the mechanical lifeform's face, and finally a series of messages quickly appeared. Purchased, Solar Energy Collection Core, paid 50,000 contribution points. Purchased, Praise of the Sun, paid 30,000 contribution points. Purchased, Solar Energy Compression Device, paid 70,000 contribution points. Name, Praise to the Sun. Properties, Explosive. Effect, explosives made using solar energy have a high restraint bonus against undead, filthy, distorted, and dark creatures. The more solar energy added, the greater the power and size of sun praise will be. Introduction, please praise the sun as much as you want. All darkness will dissipate when the sun comes out, right? Price, 30,000 contribution points. Retrieval, forbidden knowledge of alchemy and potion, Black Death Curse, pathogen. Warning, Black Death Curse and pathogen cannot be sold. Confirm the identity of the purchaser, Bai Bian, the acting city lord of Tobu City. Potential, SSS. Confirmed reason, this knowledge was purchased for research. Bought. Warning, the Black Death Curse and pathogen once caused a powerful profession, plague doctor, to disappear in the long river of history. At present, this virus is still highly transmissible and incurable. If the pathogen is found within the federal territory, you will be stripped of your position by the Federation and will not be allowed to leave the capital until the legend. Please study the Black Death Curse in a completely closed laboratory. For your safety, I have passively purchased the manufacturing method of the Epidemic Doctor Suit. Before the Epidemic Doctor Suit is successfully manufactured, the curse of Black Death will be in a closed state, and the knowledge will be automatically destroyed if it is forcibly opened. By being paused for a moment. This kind of curse is an incurable curse. Any existence that is affected by it will wither from the roots. In that long-ago era, only the ancient gods could ignore this curse. The ancient gods did not care about the life and death of all living beings. In the end, a group of kind-hearted people put on beak masks symbolizing death and wore the costumes of the god of death and perished together with this curse. During the period of alternation between new gods and old gods, the Black Death Curse once again spread to the continent of Shia, and was finally completely cured by the goddess of life. And now that the goddess of life is gone, this curse will become deadly again. This is why there are so many warnings, but in 2.0, a fragment from ancient times came, and there was this curse in it.
Many NPCs died that time, but the players finally successfully solved the spread of the curse.
Therefore, in By B's heart, the Black Death curse was indeed very scary, but it was not as scary as imagined.
First of all, it targets the soul.
The weakening of the soul causes the flesh and blood of the cursed person to also fall. Moreover, this curse is rooted in the deepest part of the soul, so this curse cannot be solved without God's intervention. But now it is controllable. Players have immortal bodies and no souls. As long as large-scale missions are issued, the spread of the Black Death curse can be controlled, at the cost of countless players' lives.
The second solution is machinery.
Pure machinery cannot be contaminated and can quickly form an isolation zone, even faster than players. The only disadvantage is that you cannot use machines that are controlled by the spirit, because the Black Death curse will invade the soul along the spirit, and its spread is very exaggerated. In some future battlefields, the introduction of viruses will undoubtedly be the key to turning the tide of the war.
The ancient gods cannot come, and the curse of Black Death plus players is an unbearable price for the ancient gods' kingdoms.
Of course, the premise is that some of his assumptions are met, otherwise he will not really develop the Black Death curse.
If some of his ideas succeed, the Black Death curse will change from a contagious curse to a single-body curse.
When the time comes, his potion science will become a real trump card, a powerful method that will kill anyone who is legendary. And all this is just because of proficiency and skill points. The skill points of the boss template can allow him to create countless Black Death curses at the conscious level, and this can bring him directly close to the ancient plague doctors' research on the curse. Even beyond their research, because the plague doctors have failed, but the skill points will not fail, and they can perfectly create the Black Death curse and pathogen, then they can analyze this curse and try to change it.
If it cannot be transformed in the end, just use it as a means of mass destruction.
After purchasing this series of knowledge, Bai Bian thought about explosions, poisons, machinery, and transformation.
At present, his combat power relies on these components. Now that the curse is in place, what is missing?
After thinking for a moment, Bai Bian continued: retrieval, alchemy technology, mechanics, alchemy high-level energy restoration.
Okay, please wait. Name, alchemy energy furnace. Attributes, knowledge of science and technology.
Effect, the energy can be temporarily rendered into higher attributes through the alchemical energy furnace.
Introduction, I am a master of alchemy technology. I know everything, so why can I only stay in bronze? The level barrier of alchemy must be broken by me today, Vickers. Price, 500,000 contribution points. Buy.
Bai Bian looked at the more than 50 books that appeared in front of him and let out a long sigh of relief. After looking at the contribution points, this knowledge alone has already reached more than 2 million contribution points, and this is at a 50% discount. This may be very expensive, and may be an amount that other alchemists cannot earn in their lifetime. But if it were another era, those alchemists who could not earn this kind of money would not even be qualified to read the names of these knowledge. Putting the book into the space ring, Bai Bian thought for a while and said, search, life sacrifice, basic knowledge of bronze and silver.
Okay, wait.
As the data flow passed by, Bai Bian looked at the price of this knowledge and twitched the corner of his mouth. It was indeed a rare profession, comparable to the total silver-level knowledge of an alchemist. After Irene wakes up, the 50 gold coins will still have to be deducted, and she will be asked to apply for a loan and open a treatment channel in Liming Pharmacy. She will be paid 250 gold coins per month to treat the disease ruthlessly.
If you keep visiting the clinic diligently, you should be able to earn back the money soon.
Thinking about it, Bai Bian felt better and spent 180,000 contribution points to acquire this knowledge and put 2 large boxes of books into the space ring.
Bai Bian walked out happily.
Returning to the shop, Bai Bing did not retreat immediately, but started the extraction of ordinary specialties.
You have enabled optional expertise X1. Please choose one of the 3 specialties. Invincible body, your endurance is increased by 50. Skip this directly. This kind of fixed upgrading expertise is simply a waste of opportunity.
Unless you are a warrior, and it is only cost-effective to encounter this in the later stages, forget it for now.
Bai Bing looked at the next one. Quick manufacturing, when you repeatedly make the same item, you will fall into a state of rapid manufacturing.
In this state, your success rate in making items is increased by 10%, and your manufacturing speed is increased by 10%. Bai Bian looked at those tiny machines, then looked at the 3rd strength-enhancing specialty, and decisively chose this thing.
He wants to build an ace army.
The ace army requires a lot of equipment, and micro-machines are very suitable for this specialty.
However, ordinary specialties are indeed much worse than boss specialties. No wonder every boss is so difficult to defeat. I wonder if other bosses have boss templates. Without too much entanglement, now he needs to build the AI first.
Its assistance, recording data, improving combat methods, and even combat assistance will be of great help to him. Bibian took out his knowledge about AI and started reading seriously. The old rule is that as long as the panel appears, just use skill points to top up your proficiency. He only needs to understand the most basic things, which shouldn't take long. Time passed slowly, and Wei Brigade and Demacia stopped paying attention to Feng Chan and the others after they were sent back to the city by the dragon. One of the two has a god-level mission, and the other has a hell-level mission. As long as they complete it, they can directly transfer to special professions. In addition, this game will not delete their data even if the closed beta is completed. This made the two of them even more motivated. However, the game balance mechanism is not without it. In the city, players will have a red name mechanism when they kill players. If this red name is full, then it will be a 7-day prison tour. They will not be able to leave the resurrection point for 7 days. However, there is no such red name mechanism outside the city. The main focus is a real open game. Apart from not being able to take off your pants, other restrictions are quite small. In the Federation of Stars, some scientific research leaders have begun to manufacture various cannonballs and explosives. However, these are not extraordinary items, but they are already very powerful. When it was noon on the second day, the fatigue points of Demacia and the Guardian Brigade were almost full. Fortunately, the Guard Brigade's body could last longer. And Demacia just relied on it. His eyeballs were already a little bloodshot, but his expression was particularly excited. Players and NPCs passing by him would unconsciously take 2 steps back when they looked at him. After all, in their eyes, Demacia was just leaning under a big tree, staring at the street in front of him, with an excited expression, as if he was mentally ill, which was a bit perceptive. The sun in the sky gradually set, and the afterglow of the setting sun shone on the two of them. Except for being offline for an hour in the middle, to eat and use the toilet, they were all immersed in the game. Finally, when the sun set completely, Demacia stood up excitedly. The search is over, the search is over. 403. Mad, the name, and the address are finally finished.
Mad, it's not easy. Finished? Let's go then, I'm almost done.
Wei Brig stretched his body and said with a smile.
Demacia. His eyes widened suddenly, and he was a little incoherent. How is it possible for me and you? I have 1 city and you have 4 cities.
Wei Lu spread his hands. There is no need for complete confirmation.
We are a spectacle. Just suspicion is enough. Demacia, damn it, why didn't you tell me earlier? Damn it, let's go, let's go. Doesn't this make you more responsible? Moreover, Tobu City is our basic base, so we can't mess around with it.
Other city lords have other cities to evaluate it, and it has little to do with us. Anyway, as long as we arrest if you get up and interrogate, there will be no mistake. Wei Lu said with a smile, pulling Demacia towards Dawn Pharmacy.
You are not, how could you do this? Look at the bloodshot eyes in my eyes,
Dudu hey, Mr. White Plague.
Demacia shut up instantly and looked at the Guard Brigade with hateful eyes. Mad, he will also buy a mobile phone when the mission is completed.
Yes, we have found a large number of Rose of the Night members.
Yes, we will be there soon.
Wei Brigade hung up the phone and said with a smile, let's go, we have to compile the information later.
That is also a time-consuming job.
This task is really difficult. Demacia reached into her arms, took out the shining spark, touched it and shot the Guard Brigade. You were attacked by shining sparks, and you were slightly paralyzed. The guard was agitated, looking at Demacia's running back, feeling a little helpless.
Why does this guy look like a child? Could it be that he is really a middle school boy?
When the two came to Liming Pharmacy, Bai Bing was already waiting for them at the door. The time they sent the message was very clever. It happened to be when he was getting started with AI and was about to use his skill points. But the matter of Rose of the Night is more important. If the number of Rose of the Night can be greatly reduced, then he will stay in seclusion in the next few months to complete his system. The level restrictions of these systems are not that big, or in other words, the ones purchased by White Plague have a certain growth potential, each one is very good, and the consumption is ridiculous, so they are replaced as they are used.
Mr. Buying.
Wei Brigade greeted him with a smile, looking very polite. Bai Bian said directly, stop talking nonsense and follow me.
When you write everything out, you will be rewarded accordingly. No problem, I'll come first. The ones I control are the members of the Rose of the Night organization in Tobu City.
Demetia immediately raised her hand. The two of them followed by Bing and looked at the store curiously. When they saw the neatly arranged and densely packed books in the laboratory, they both felt a little emotional.
As expected, the alchemist thing is not something that players can play.
As two long lists appeared in White Plague's laboratory, a beam of golden light suddenly appeared on Demetia's body, and his level instantly jumped to level 10.
Mission, Veil of Darkness, completed.
You get optional special job transfer ×1, experience value plus 10,000, gold coins plus 500, free attribute points plus 20, and skill points plus 20.
Name, Special Job Transfer Scroll. Attribute, Special Job Change Item.
Effect, it can be opened after obtaining the basic job transfer. After opening, you can choose one of 5 random special professions. Your level has reached level 10, and the job transfer task has been released.
Mission, Extraordinary Limitations. Attribute, Job Transfer Task. Task description, go to any college to consult with the instructor about job transfer, and complete the tasks assigned by the teacher.
Mission reward, choose one from 5 categories: warrior, assassin, mage, alchemist, and magician.
Failure penalty, none.
Introduction, Miracle is about to step into the supernatural.
Is this good or bad for Shia?
Demetia looked at his panel excitedly, but because he was still in the laboratory, he did not scream excitedly.
Before the guard brigade completes its mission, he can already be called the strongest player, right?
Bai Bing observed Demetia with thoughts in his eyes. In less than 2 months, these players have grown up really fast.
However, Bai Bian thought of one thing.
After players entered the extraordinary world on a large scale, version 2.0 was a version of war, and there were quite a few copies of some of them triggered by players. Those are basically planes left over from the God War, or relics from ancient eras. These dungeons are very difficult, but the resources inside are very rich. Each dungeon is a point of contention between the Federation and those countries, and it also represents the beginning of the war. For example, the secret realm that Bai Bing told Diane was a dungeon, but the level of that dungeon was too high and the distance was too far, so few players could go there. There are these copies near Dongwu City, but Bai Bian went to see them and found no traces.
Maybe the players need to trigger them themselves, right?
Thinking about it, a longer list appeared on the other side, but unlike Demetia, there were a lot of words like suspicious, 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 and so on in those lists. Obviously, not everyone on these lists belongs to Rose of the Night, but this is not a big problem, as long as there is suspicion.
With this list, the self-examination of the entire Federation that the City Lord mentioned earlier can begin.
But we have to start with the members first. Before the supreme people behind them can't react, we need to check the most important places first.
Then there are the City Lord and the people on the list. Buzz a stronger aura flashed through, and the aura of a peak mortal appeared on Wei Lu's body. Mission, Invitation to the Dark Knight, completed.
You get optional special job transfer ×1, experience value plus 20,000, gold coins plus 1,000, free attribute points plus 50, skill points plus 50.
Your level reaches level 10, triggering the job change mission. Mission, Dark Knight. Attribute, Job Transfer Task. Mission description, go to the Adventurers Guild to find elf adventurers and complete an adventure with them.
Mission reward, choose one from 5 categories: warrior, assassin, mage, alchemist, and magician.
Failure penalty, none. Introduction, what will be the effect of merging the elves of the Dark Knight with the wonders? The usually calm Wei Brigade couldn't help but get excited.
Originally, he should have received an impossible mission, but this game was too real. It's so real that you don't need to follow the requirements of the task. As long as you achieve the final goal, you can complete it. Only in this way can he take advantage of the player's loopholes, which will establish his number 1 position among the players. 50 attribute points. If you add all the stamina, other players won't even be able to break through the defense if they don't use technological weapons to attack him.
Mr. Baiyin, you've finished writing.
Wei Brigade suppressed his excitement and handed Bai Bing his and Demetia's lists with a somewhat respectful tone. Bai Bing took the list and looked at it. It was indeed very detailed, including name, occupation, general direction, Demetia's copy, and even the reason why this person could be confirmed to be a member of Rose of the Night.
He nodded and asked gently, "Very good. What reward do you want?"
Demetia became excited and immediately said, "Mr. White Plague, I want to be a mage in the future, and I need a necklace and a ring." Bai Bing nodded and rummaged through the space ring. The equipment of the Rose of the Night members collected under the school were all still there.
He picked 2 similar ones and handed them to Demetia. "What about you?"
Bai Bian turned to look at Wei Brigade.
A dagger, I'm more suitable for an assassin. Wei Brigade also wants equipment.
He now has more than 1,000 gold coins, which are enough for him to buy some good equipment and skills. However, the weapon attributes given to Demacia by the White Plague are much better than those weapons that can be purchased. If used as the main weapon, it is obviously more suitable. Bai Bian searched in the space ring and found a silver-grade dagger. He handed it to the guard brigade. You did a good job this time. You all should go back. I will deal with these people first.
Okay. ×2 The two responded and walked out of Dawn Pharmacy with smiles on their faces.
They still had to do tasks, and the most important thing was to get a good sleep first, otherwise they felt that this game would be the last time they logged in.
Bai Bian took the list and walked to the city lord's mansion.
He can decide the affairs of Tobu City, but the affairs of the Federation still need to be decided by the city lord. Roar! At this time, a dragon roar rang out in the night sky. Bai Bian looked up and immediately saw Diane blinking at him, then riding the obviously much more well-behaved red dragon directly towards the depths of the Federation. Bai Bian was stunned for a moment, a little silent.
Can he capture a red dragon so easily?
Without too much entanglement, more than 50% of the soul business in the entire Federation belongs to the Teething family. In addition, Diane's brother is one of the 4 SS-level potential geniuses in the capital and the strong strength of the head of the Teething family. The future of the Teething family is unlimited, and the relationship between the Teething family and the legendary Berserker is also good. The resources given to Diane, the only lady in the direct line, are imaginable. When he walked to the city lord's mansion, Martel, the deputy commander of the Apocalypse army that Bai Bian had just informed, was already waiting for him at the door. When he saw the list compiled by Demacia, he knew that the commander of Apocalypse could only guard next to the launch silo for the time being. The invasive nature of Rose of the Night is still too terrifying.
Mr. Plague. Martel's attitude was many times better than last time.
After all, the 4 of them with high levels could not touch Bai Bi's coat, and Mawson had already left, so he had no reason to be dissatisfied. For the Federation, everything depends on strength. Please take a look at this list first. White Plague gave Martel the list compiled by Demacia, and then said as he walked, this list is the current members of Rose of the Night, but it is not all. Among the more than 400 people, there are already more than 10 members of the Apocalypse Legion.
This is very dangerous.
Please wait for the other 2 legions.
I have something to explain.
Martel followed White Blight's footsteps and looked at the list in his hand with an increasingly uglier expression, because he actually saw his cronies in it, the warrior who almost grew up with him, who was also a member of the Rose of the Night. This made him feel very incredible. He wanted to ask something, but when he saw the city lord who was refreshing the tablet, he silently shut up. Lord City Lord. Walking to the pavilion, Bai Bian called softly.
You're here, sit down.
What do you want from me this time? The city lord asked calmly, without moving his eyes from the tablet. What the alchemists in this world lack is just ideas.
The internet and mobile phones have opened up ideas.
Now tablets, computers, and even various games are being developed rapidly. In the past, alchemists only thought about developing more powerful weapons or functional equipment, and they also developed those to make money and obtain more resources. Nowadays, entertainment is king, and some people have already started to make movies. As long as a bronze alchemist uses virtual means to make a movie with a good story, and then sells it on the internet, he can earn a lot of money.
The Dawn Federation is changing almost every day.
Look at this is the list of Rose of the Night members compiled by Miracle. Bai Bian handed the thick list in his hand to the city lord.
Eric took it and took a look. He did not make a decision, but asked, what do you think?
The picketing can begin, but in some cities, if Rose of the Night's people die on a large scale, Rose of the Night's gold will definitely take action, and some cities may change owners.
Bai Bing hesitated.
But there is only one chance for them to speak and prove themselves. If they cannot do the maximum damage, the significance of this self-examination will not be that great. Eric put down the tablet and casually glanced at the list in his hand. This will just give those old guys in the Federation a headache.
How do you plan to arrange it here in Tobu City?
In line with the actions of the Federation, the army will enter the city as soon as possible after completing the self-inspection, and let the residents and wealthy businessmen conduct self-inspections. As long as the 3 Legion commanders guard the city defense weapons, the people of Rose of the Night will not be able to make waves. Bai Bing said decisively, this is the way to kill them as much as possible.
Eric nodded, it's a good idea.
You can research the forbidden knowledge, but you have to keep it safe.
Go ahead and do your work. Bai Bian glanced at Martel and walked out.
The deputy commander of the Wuchang army and the commander of the Storm Legion, Eddie, came in at this time.
You obey the city lord's order.
Bai Bian said, quickly walked out of the city lord's mansion and walked towards Liming Pharmacy. He didn't need to worry about the next thing, as Eric and Heidinger began to discuss.
5 days later another session of parliament began.
29 people attended the parliament this time, and all members who were performing tasks outside were urgently recalled. 28 golden men appeared exceptionally well behaved in front of an old figure, doing whatever they were told, when Heidinger said the words that made the congressman prove themselves. Another congressman's expression changed, and this one was not an ordinary congressman, but the head of a congressman's family.
As other congressmen rushed forward, there was no more night rose among the congressmen.
The remaining members of Congress used teleportation methods and headed to various important cities without stopping.
Even if other cities fail, it will be a small problem.
Civilians are the foundation of the Federation, but in certain matters, it is not difficult to give up some civilians. And on this day, February 29th, Daybreak Calendar 1537, the Dawn Federation's purge of Night Rose suddenly began. Before this operation started, no one knew that first the various city lords welcomed a wave of distinguished guests.
They were all powerful men sent by the capital city.
Each of them seemed to be on par with the city lord. Chongqing even had a council member come in person. The city lords were quite confused at first. But as the network continued to develop, neat self-certifications suddenly arrived, including the death of 8 city lords in small cities and 3 in major cities. Immediately afterwards, most of the troops were gathered together, chanting the words of self-certification in a low voice, and then after clearing up some chaos, the troops rushed towards their respective cities, and the nationwide self-certification began instantly. On this day, blood flowed like rivers, more than 600 cities of various sizes, and more than 500 million living beings were self-evident, of which nearly 1 million members of the Rose of the Night were killed.
Perhaps the scope was large enough. The expected completely secretive members like Angel Clown did not appear.
And the self-proof of that language was that after about 3 hours, no Rose of the Night could be found.
Of members.
Everyone knows what this means, but this is already a great victory. Rose of the Night has penetrated the Federation to a terrifying level. If they continue to develop for 300 to 500 years, it is really not certain whether this is the Dawn Federation or the headquarters of Rose of the Night. As the blood begins to be washed away and the sun in the sky shines on the earth again, the hidden members of the Night Rose are like the root system. If they cannot be found in a day, the branches of the rose may continue to emerge. But no one cares about it anymore. Even the players only care about whether they can trigger that kind of god-level mission, rather than digging into the structure of an organization. Just when the chaos in each city was completely eliminated, a server-wide announcement appeared at the top of all players' panels, as well as the top of the forum.
The main task of the internal test is completed.
The internal test will be closed in 30 natural days, and the public beta version 1.0 will be opened in 90 natural days. The forum completely exploded, with a series of comments and all kinds of joyful voices flooding the screen. The number of post updates is like a flood of messages in a chat group, which makes people a little bit overwhelmed, but generally they are exciting. Because the video edited by Way Brigade was widely circulated, the value of the public beta gold coins would definitely be greatly reduced, but the god-level mission rewarded 1,000 gold coins. Even if these gold coins are 100 yuan each, they are still 100,000 yuan. This is the favorite of the bricklayers. In a game like this that is destined to last forever, the sooner you can enter, the better. Businessmen have also seen the business opportunities of this game, and various guilds and studios are rapidly establishing themselves. According to the video of Way Brigade, they can clearly plan what they need to do after entering the game. The Guard Brigade, who was having fun with Demacia, also noticed this announcement. He clicked in to look at the details and said with a smile, "The real fourth natural disaster is coming." Before, the player's power was too small, but now, they can change the power of this federation is coming. TSK, the upper limit has been increased by 5 levels. Bronze is the highest level.
This game is really brave. Demacia echoed with some emotion, but the good thing is that the number of players is limited.
One server has 6 million players. If dispersed, it won't impact the Federation too much. Not necessarily. Look at this update. Players who die will be resurrected at the nearest respawn point. Bai Bian murmured, his eyes were a little solemn. He had changed, everything had changed. The number of players has increased from 10 million to 18 million, and players are no longer limited to one city. In other words, as long as players have perseverance, all 6 million players can even be gathered in one city. And in the updated content, there are only 30 resurrection points in the entire Federation, which means that all important cities will be the stage for players. Those cities where even the city lords or only silver will not be intruded by players. Dee the mechanical sound sounded, interrupting Bai Yi's thoughts. He had not developed anything in the past few days, mainly because the brain would be very cumbersome if it were just a computer or instrument. He plans to make some changes, such as making contact lenses or micromachines, which will undoubtedly be much more convenient, but the change will take more time, and 5 days will definitely not be enough. Walking out of the laboratory, Bai Bian immediately saw Sebo, who was a little worried, and Irene, who had accepted the inheritance. Boss! There was surprise in Eileen's eyes, because it was time to pay wages again. During the 1-month inheritance period, she worked for a few days at the beginning, then slept for half a month and got a salary increase. When she woke up again, it was time to pay wages again. What kind of migrant worker is so lucky as her? What happened? Bai Bian ignored Irene and asked Sebo directly, because he saw one thing from Sebo's expression. This guy got into trouble, and the trouble was not small. Sebo looked at Irene, then took 2 steps forward and whispered, "My friend, the city lord will find you later, let's talk while walking." Wait a minute? Bai Bian raised his eyebrows and walked out. Sebo quickly followed, looked around furtively, and then whispered, "My friend, first of all, I want to congratulate you." Bai Bian paused slightly, then continued walking, but his originally relaxed mood sank a little. He asked calmly, "How do you say it?" It's been 13 days since I took office as financial officer, and during these 13 days, the city's income has exceeded 1 billion gold coins. How about it, are you surprised? Sebo chuckled and said in a low voice. Bai Bian's heart sank completely, his steps became slower, and he asked tentatively, "Minerals?" Sebo was a little embarrassed. Business. A counselor family sold us 50 tons of mithril at a high price of 500 gold coins. Hey, they are the most generous family I have ever seen. White plague. He stopped completely, turned around, and walked back. This was a pit, a really big pit. And don't forget the price of mithril. 50 tons is worth 500 million, while Saab said it was more than 1 billion. Sebo's voice was somewhat resentful. "My friend, I haven't finished speaking yet. Are you sure you don't want a penny?" Bai Bian paused and struggled a little, but finally turned around and walked slowly towards the city lord's mansion. "What else is there? Let's talk about it together." Sebo was a little embarrassed and was caught off guard. "Hey! Well, it's still that family. They signed a friendly contract with Tobu City. Not only did they sell us mithril, they also planned to hire Tobu City's extremely professional resource collector Sebo to help them quickly collect mithril mines, and the hiring fee is 50% of that mine, and the newly discovered mine is estimated to contain a total of 150 tons of mithril." Bai Bian gradually became numb. What else? "Well, you are so smart, my friend." Sebo praised him sincerely, and then continued, "It's still that generous family." White plague. Bai Bian couldn't help but interrupt Sebo's speech. Sebo, next time the target can be a little broader, you can easily form a deadly enemy. Listen to me, my friend, you really don't blame me this time." Sebo spread his hands helplessly. Originally, things were over as they were. Everyone signed a friendly and notarized contract. They were the ones who failed to abide by the contract first. They wanted to fire me. It's clearly written in the contract that you need to pay liquidated damages if you fire me, so I brought back 150 tons of mithril this time. Bai Bian's heart hit the bottom, and then rebounded. 150 tons of mithril, 10 gold coins per gram, which is 1.5 billion gold coins. Moreover, mithril is an ultra-high volume metal. There will be no more than 500 kilograms of mithril circulating in the entire Tobu city. It is still very difficult to obtain that much mithril. Thinking of this, he put down some things and put a smile on his face again. "Mr. Saab, this is obviously the other party's breach of contract first. Don't worry, this matter will not affect you, but should you tell me now? Has the process been completed?" The smile on Sebo's face completely bloomed. He knew that in future actions, he could move up a little on this scale. "It's nothing. Originally, I planned to find some city lords to cooperate, but on the way there I saw the emergence of a mithril mine, so I changed my partners and established diplomatic relations with the Reina family. I wanted to use the name of Dongwu City come order some mithril. After that, I accidentally sprinkled the curse of the evil god on the mithril mine. Of course, they didn't know this. Then it was their own carelessness and not checking the contract carefully, and that's what happened in the end." Sebo smiled and said, "My friend, let me tell you, the situation at that time was very dangerous.
and those guys were planning to attack me. Fortunately, I wrote a few more layers of contracts, otherwise I wouldn't be able to come back. The corner of Bai Bian's mouth twitched, and he immediately comforted him. Thank you for your hard work, Mr. Sabo, so go ahead and do your work first. You don't need to step in for the rest. Sabo rubbed his hands and asked with a smile, well, my friend, there is one more thing. Say it. Bai Bian stopped. He was almost reaching the official street, so he had better finish here, otherwise he was afraid that the people in the Carey family would lose their minds. Federal law. Oh, I only know some basics about that, and the research is not too deep. I will probably only learn about the laws of Dongwu City in the future. Bai Bian thought for a while and said, also, I will give you some information in a while. As long as you dial the emergency contact number, you will be able to contact me within 3 seconds. Really? Then I'll be relieved. Sabo said, turning around decisively and walking into the crowd happily. Bai Bian exhaled and just turned around and walked a few steps when a soldier's eyes suddenly lit up and he trotted over. Mr. Bai Bian, the city lord is looking for you. I know, thank you for your hard work. Bai Bian said and walked towards the city lord's mansion. The journey was smooth, and Bai Bian entered the lobby of the city lord's mansion for the first time. There are 3 people here now, the old city lord sitting in the main seat, a polite blonde young man opposite the old city lord, and a trembling, thin middle-aged man standing next to the young man. The 3 people noticed the arrival of the white plague and turned their heads at the same time, with different expressions. Eric looked at Bai Bian with the same kind eyes as before. He took a sip of coffee and said softly, let me introduce to you. This person is from the Kina family. His name is Xiaodi. He said that he had some misunderstandings with Tobu City. I want to resolve this issue with you in person. Hello, Mr. Xiaodi. Bai Bian greeted with a smile, sat next to the city lord, and asked sincerely, what misunderstanding are you talking about? I don't think I have heard of it. Xiaodi said very politely, hello, Mr. Bai Bian, you are even more handsome than the rumors say. Xiaodi first sincerely praised, and then said with great regret, that's it, your financial officer went to seek our cooperation, and then took away 150 tons of mithril from us at the price of 500 gold coins. I think the price of mithril should be transparent, so I want to see if I can return it, or go through the transaction process again at a 40% discount on the market. What do you think? The city lord paused while drinking tea and looked at Bai Bian with helpless eyes. 500 gold coins and 150 tons of mithril seemed to be the right thing not to let the cunning dwarf be the financial officer before. But now that young people are in power, he won't interfere too much. He just hopes that those old guys can hold on and don't get angry. Bai Bian spread his hands and said, I'm sorry, I have left all the matters of the Ministry of Finance to the financial officer. This matter is not something I can decide. Xiaodi still said politely, I know, but Mr. White Blight also knows the importance of mithril to a family. You see, if this transaction is returned, the Kainer family will give the financial officer some compensation. You see, how? Bai Bian smiled and said, sorry, I still need to verify this matter, so I can't give you an answer for the time being. Don't worry, don't worry. According to Mr. Bai Yai, how long will it take for the verification to be completed? Because I was sent by the family mainly for the mithril mine, and there is no other assignment. I can temporarily live in Dongwu City and wait for you. The verification is complete. Xiaodi said seriously, with a polite and neat demeanor. Bai Bian smiled and said, of course Mr. Xiaodi wants to stay in Dongwu City, but I have heard about this matter. You seem to have signed the contract, right? It is said that you broke the contract first. As soon as he heard the word contract, Xiaodi couldn't suppress the calmness on his face, and there was a bit of gloom in his eyes. If it weren't for the restrictions of the contract, the man named Sabo wouldn't be able to leave the mining area. How could he be allowed to take away the mithril? It was obvious that the person signing the contract with the other party was this trash next to him, but God knows why that contract was transferred to those mithril. If he dared to take action, mithril would not only fall into the abyss, but even everyone in the mithril mine would be implicated. He said somewhat depressedly, Mr. Bai Yai, we also spent a lot of money to purchase that mining area. I think we can still discuss this matter. After all, it is 1.5 billion. It is considered worthy for the Kaina family. That's a lot of money. He was emphasizing the number 1.5 billion and the words Kaina family, as if he was preparing to use his power to overwhelm others. I know, but it's true that you tried to violate the contract regulations. It seems that we don't need to pay for your mistakes. What do you think? Bai Ying asked calmly. Bump! The middle-aged human race slammed the table, and his whole face turned red with anger. You just don't want to pay it back, do you? Is this what you do when you go out to do business in the name of the city? You are committing a crime by doing this. Do you still look like the lord of a big city?
Xiao Ti moved his fingers, but in the end he did not stop his subordinates from questioning him.
There were some things that were not easy for the heirs to talk about. If they were just subordinates, the conflict would be minimized. He pretended to be displeased and scolded, "Lita, don't be rude. Who is this?"
Bai Bian turned his head with some doubts and looked at the middle-aged man, Bronze Master.
How dare he talk to him like this? This is the manager of the mining area.
He is the one who signed the contract with the financial officer.
If you want, you can take a look at the power of his contract. He finished the introduction first, and then said apologetically, "No one will pay for anyone's wrong behavior, but Mr. Baiying, is 500 gold coins a bit too rare?"
Bai Bian looked at his phone, and then said with an apologetic look on his face, "I'm really sorry, you came at the wrong time, because Tobu City needs development now, so Mithril has already been reserved, and someone else has given a deposit."
Sell? That's our thing. Why are you selling it? Lita couldn't hold it back again and shouted angrily, 500 gold coins by a mithril mine. Are you crazy poor? Why don't you go and rob it?
Xiao Ti stopped scolding his man, the gentleness in his eyes gradually disappeared, and he looked at Bai Bi calmly.
Excuse me, is your surname also Kana? Bai Bian asked with a smile. No surname, but that's what I'm taking care of. How can you take other people's things at will?
There was a buzzing sound, and a worker bee landed on Lita's shoulder at some point. His words also stopped abruptly when the worker bees appeared. The next moment, white foam suddenly appeared in his mouth, and his exposed skin instantly turned black and purple. The whole person fell straight back and fell heavily to the ground.
What are you doing?
Xiao Ti stood up abruptly, the calmness and politeness in his eyes completely disappeared, and he looked at Bai Bian in shock. The city lord was also a little surprised. He took a sip of coffee and simply took out his tablet to watch the federal news. Through these news, watching the dawn get better little by little was his favorite thing to do. As for the fact that this is obviously forced buying and selling, cheating and abduction, it is too common in this world. Even if the amount is huge, in the eyes of the city lord who was more than 450 years old, this is just a child's play.
Don't be nervous, Mr. Shouty, this man can't die.
Bai Bian said with a smile, I just feel that he is a little rude, and I want to give him some gifts. For example, he will not be able to speak in the future. Seeing the shock in Xiao Ti's eyes gradually turning into anger, Bai Bian analyzed it seriously. However, it is not all rude. If you look at the whole incident, our financial officer has always acted in accordance with the signed contract, which is certainly true, so he gets what he deserves. And since he is right, and you have such a big loss, there is only one situation, he is wrong. Bai Bian pointed at the thin middle-aged man who was still pulling out. If he had checked the contract carefully and read the contents clearly, he wouldn't have happened.
So his punishment is deserved, right? Xiao Ti stared at Bai Bi with suppressed eyes. Is this the final answer you gave? Bai Bian stood up, yawned, and walked out. What's wrong with this? In a life and death struggle, one mistake will lead to death, which means that anyone's mistake will pay the price. You don't understand this truth. What? You just took the surname of Kana. Lord City Lord, I'm going back first.
It's better not to receive this kind of thing in the future, so as not to hurt the harmony. As the worker bees flew away from Lita's shoulders, the originally upright middle-aged man slowly softened. He opened his eyes and was about to say something angrily, Abba, Abba. He was stunned, and then became more frightened. He looked at his young master and gestured wildly with his hands.
Xiao looked at Bai Bian's back, his eyes full of depression. Why did he feel that he came here unreasonably? He subconsciously looked at the old city lord.
Eric felt the gaze, put down his coffee, stood up with a smile, and walked out with his hands behind his back. Old man, you young people's affairs should be resolved by yourselves. Eric's voice carried a little magic. Please inform me that I am going to take a rest recently. If you have anything to do, please go to the acting city lord. Except for the attack of foreign enemies, you don't need to report anything else to me in the future.
Yes.
Some soldiers responded with loud voices, which were sonorous, powerful, and full of momentum, making Xiaoti's eyes filled with anger.
ABA.
Lita was still gesticulating, with a look of horror on her face, but the next moment, an extremely sinister aura erupted, and the person in front of her instantly fell into the shadows and disappeared screaming. Lita stood for a long time. Although she didn't want to admit it, it seemed that Bai Bian's words made more sense the more she thought about it. There is a price to pay for mistakes, it seems, is it true?
But he always felt that something was wrong.